Chapter 101. Branded Swordsman. Branded Swordsman. After many discussions, the major magisteriums in the South Coast had all unanimously agreed to restrict the advancement to an official magus. Under the purview of the contract, all guilds must abide by it solemnly, to control the acolyte's advancement to an official magus. Even if it was the academy or family absorbing newcomers, they must swear to a strict secrecy. There was an exception: information found within historical items and places. In the expanse of the South Coast, there were many traces of the Magi remnants. All of them were located in extremely perilous locations. Even official Magi had to risk their lives to search for a piece of them. Moreover, even if they were remnants, one cannot be sure of their contents. Take Leyland, for example. Previously, he spent a countless amount of resources and effort, yet he obtained nothing in the end. It was an extremely common situation. However, once Magi discovered a trace of ancient remnants and obtained their inheritance or other precious resources, it would be the start of another legend. Although searching for remnants had many unforeseeable dangers, it still drove many Magi to seek them. The restrictions on the knowledge to advance to an official magus was signed by all magisteriums and guilds of the South Coast. Hence, any remnants that existed before the agreement were very likely to contain information regarding official magus advancement. This was the reason for the birth of a few guildless official Magi. According to the information gathered from Leyland's inquiries, Durat became an official magus only after he discovered a piece of information related to advancement while adventuring. Although the amount of information missing was over 60% of the original, and it was definitely not possible to become a magus just by relying on it, it was still very precious. Moreover, Leyland was only a level 3 acolyte. Before he became a magus, he wasn't sure of his importance to Durat and whether he could conduct such an important transaction with him. To obtain this piece of information, it could only be carried out through Croft. All right then. However, you should know the rarity of information concerning the advancement to an official magus. What are you planning to exchange for it? Although the information is extremely valuable, this and other single-use records are vastly different. I believe that this will leave Professor Durat satisfied, Leyland said as he put a hefty bag in Croft's hands. Moreover, after obtaining this piece of information, Professor, you can also have a copy of it. Towards Leyland's suggestion, Croft only raised his eyebrows, not saying anything. But when he opened the bag, he could not help but sigh. That old bag of bones, Durat, would most likely not be able to reject you. Leyland smiled. In the bag he handed to Croft, not only was it filled with a large number of magic crystals and precious ingredients, there was also a flourishing flower. This ingredient was extremely difficult to obtain and had regenerative abilities for magicians with broken limbs. As for the environment required for the flourishing flower to thrive, it must be in a place with a large number of vengeful spirits. Every day, it would be watered with the blood of dying people in order to grow. These ingredients were not common even in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. After all, in the breeding of artificial spirits, the research done by Abyssal Bone Forest Academy were far less suitable compared to Leyland, who had the help from AI Chip. If not for the news to recall Leyland, he would have already completed this nurturing experiment. As for this flourishing flower, it was a byproduct from the experiment lab. Currently, Durat was looking all over for materials to regenerate Jaden's arm. These materials were an enticement which Durat could not refuse. Although he knew this, Leyland was still apprehensive about giving away such a precious material. As he had produced a void flower in the past, and now that he had produced another precious ingredient, the flourishing flower, it would be hard to prevent suspicion. But if he wanted a favor from Durat, he could not avoid bringing out this flourishing flower. And he was fortunate that this item was rare. Within the Magus world, there were many examples of frustrated and destitute acolytes who had stumbled across ancient remnants of Magi and turned into an official magus, becoming an overlord of a region. Compared to them, Leyland's luck was only SOSO. 3 days later, within the laboratory, Leyland's wish had at last been fulfilled, and now he held the information in his hands. Branded swordsman? What's that? Leyland frowned. Wasn't this supposed to have something to help me become a magus? Haha. When I first received this, I was also rather doubtful. But Durat explained it to me, said Croft. Leyland, Magi are people who possess mysterious powers. In ancient times, those with great power were often labeled as magicians. As for branded swordsmen, through the alchemical runes, a magic spell formation would be branded on their body, allowing them to gain power. It is a small division of the ancient Magi. Croft began teaching Leyland. I see that you are now a knight. Therefore, as far as you are concerned, it is indeed appropriate for you to become a branded swordsman. I understand. Leyland was peering through a scrap of information as he said, branded swordsmen seem to emphasize more of physical strength training. Through the regular practice and branding, nature's strength would be stored inside their body. In crucial moments, the energy would erupt explosively. Why does it seem to resemble a knight? Leyland's eyes flashed. Correct. You interpreted it well. Part of the information regarding the inheritance of ancient branded swordsmen was widely spread. After some modifications, it was suited more towards regular humans. This turned into the creation of knights and grand knights. Croft nodded. Which is to say, a branded swordsman is an advanced version of a knight. Leyland had now gained some understanding. However, it's a pity that more than 60% of the information is missing. Especially the part about branding and spell formation setting, it is almost all gone. Attempting to forcibly brand a spell formation on the body will only cause the Magus magic power to be in a mess. A regretful look flashed across Croft's face. In ancient times, the combination of branded swordsmen and magi were a nightmare to enemies of many other worlds. Although this is the case, I am still very grateful to Professor. Leyland bowed once again. After walking out from the experiment lab, Leyland placed the book, which recorded the details of the branded swordsman, in his arms. Although it is quite dilapidated, I still have the AI chip. Perhaps I can use it to compute the remainder of the information. Leyland consoled himself, feeling much better suddenly. He always liked to prepare a few backup plans. The advanced meditation technique in Zithermoon Mountain Plains was only a myth. It was derived from a few broken pieces of information from Roman, which almost had zero credibility. If not for Leyland having seen similar content back in the experiment lab close to the Great Manchester Snake's lair, he would most likely not believe in it. Moreover, even if the Dylan Gardens existed, would there even be a piece of the Great Magus Surhome's inheritance? Even if there was, Leyland did not know if the advanced meditation technique was suitable for him. By setting off, Leyland would be able to pick up a high-grade meditation technique that was suited to him. Leyland did not dare bet on his luck. Hence, the preparation of a backup plan, and now it became necessary to carry it out. He had a portion of the grind water. The AI chip was also simulating the rank 1 defensive spell model. Now he managed to obtain advanced information concerning branded swordsmen. All these would be simulated into a completed piece of information regarding advancement. Leyland decided that if he failed to discover anything in the Zithermoon Mountain Plains, he would apply for graduation. He would then roam the south coast, searching for remnants and obtaining information on high-grade meditation techniques. If he did not obtain a meditation technique suited for him by 50, he would forcefully use the information in his hands to advance into a Magus. Although this might cause difficulties for future advancements, Leyland felt that if he did not see any hope of advancement by 15, it was better to raise his strength before seeking better alternatives. On the route back to the dorm, recently, Bicky had paid very few visits to him. In the vast level of the dorm, Leyland was the only one who lived here. Leyland looked at the two sides of the dull and lifeless hall and sighed. Although the concealment is not too bad, with fewer people coming to bother you, living in such a place is really somewhat dreary. After entering his own room in the dorm with the bright lamp, Leyland felt much better. Walking to the simple experiment lab, Leyland thought in his mind, "Yai Chip, how's the progress on the simulation of rank 1 spell defensive model? Also the simulation the grind water. Rank 1 defensive spell model simulation progress, 14.3%. Estimated completion, 765 days. Towards the simulation of a rank 1 spell model, the AI chip gave an unexpectedly long duration. However, Leyland was extremely pleased with this. Previously, the AI chip was not able to estimate the progress of a successful simulation. However, after recording the massive amount of information in the hidden library, the AI chip finally allowed Leyland to see a glimmer of hope in a completed rank 1 spell model. As long as it can be completed. 2 years, I can afford it. 2 years later, Leyland would only be 19, still in the prime of level 3 acolyte. This was the benefit of youth, never fearing that time was not enough. Calculating grind water formula in progress, 5.32%. Estimated ingredients, fruit of thousand-eyed tree, fresh blood of a giant tidal snake. Estimated effect, a huge consumption on Acolyte's life force to stimulate breakthrough of spiritual force bottleneck. So that's the case. Looking at the AI chips analysis, Leyland finally knew why the Academy viewed a level 3 acolyte below 20 years of age as potential Magus. Grindwater's effect was to consume a magician's lifespan in exchange for a stimulated breakthrough. The younger the acolyte, the more life force there is for consumption, hence the higher possibility of a breakthrough. Once an acolyte has an aging body, they wouldn't be able to break through even with Grindwater. This was because their physical body no longer had any more life force to be consumed. It seems that the previous situation has to be altered. Leyland stroked his chin. The matter of searching for high-grade meditation technique will have to be pushed forward. Moreover, I cannot wait till I'm 50, 30 years old. After I'm 30, if I haven't managed to find any high-grade meditation technique, I must try and breaking through. After firming his resolve, Leyland tidied up the experiment lab and took out an ancient potioneering scroll. Chapter 102, Brewing Ancient Potion. Brewing an Ancient Potion. Ancient Medicine, Tears of Mary Formula. Begin the 1,312,933rd drug simulation. Leyland had received 2 sheets of medicinal formulas from Professor Croft. One of them was about the Azure Potion, for which he had found substitute ingredients that had helped him reach his current level. The other one, Tears of Mary, involved the concepts from his soul research. This had left Leyland at a loss as to how he should proceed. Afterwards, with the observations from the bulk experiments at Extreme Night City, Leyland had gathered vast amounts of data regarding souls, and was thus pushing for the analysis of the formula of the ancient drug, Tears of Mary. Finally, after having obtained the Grindwater, the AI chip had performed reverse engineering to find out the refining process of the Grindwater, and had eventually overcome the last obstacle in concocting the Tears of Mary. However, to Leyland's dismay, he found that some of the steps in the formula for the Tears of Mary could only be completed by an official Magus. Moreover, many of the processes required huge reserves of spiritual force that was at least at the level of an official Magus. This situation proved that Leyland's prior guess was correct. The Tears of Mary was definitely the secret formula for the ancient magi to increase their spiritual force. Thus, Leyland's eagerness to successfully configure the Tears of Mary was reinforced. His spiritual force had not increased over a long period of time. His body had developed a complete resistance to the modified Azure Potion, so even if he were to drink more of the potion, his spiritual force would not increase even a little bit. Also, after having increased his spiritual force using medicine, trying to increase it using his regular meditation technique was something he couldn't endure because the rate of increase was similar to a tortoise's pace. His current spiritual force was just not quite enough to be able to break through the boundary to become an official Magus. According to the AI chip's calculations and his own estimation, with his regular meditation, it would take him several years to become an official Magus. Leyland could not wait that long, hence he brewed a new type of potion. Apart from that, he had been collecting other formulas all the while. Other ancient potion formulas were mostly controlled by the official magi. Leyland did not have many treasured ingredients with him that he could exchange for, and did not wish to draw too much attention to himself. Moreover, compared to simulating and brewing an entire new formula, more than half of the formula for the Tears of Mary was solved, so it was the better choice. Leyland boldly replaced a few brewing processes that could only be executed by an official Magus into one that was suited for a level 3 acolyte to brew with. After tens of thousands of modifications, together with the AI chip's millions of simulations, Leyland's experiment now was very close to succeeding. First of all, I need the basic material for the formula, a female vengeful spirit. From the corner of his experiment desk, Leyland picked up a brand new confining spirit sphere. Within it was a woman wearing a red gown, and looking at Leyland with an expression of fright. The energy waves emitted from this female vengeful spirit, which was not even close to those of Roman, who was only a level 1 acolyte. After most of the acolytes in the academy had perished, it was the golden age of self-development for the surviving acolytes. Originally, the resources for the acolytes in the academy had been for 1,000 acolytes, but now, they had all been released for these 50 remaining acolytes. Furthermore, the prices of all ingredients and spell models had been marked down drastically compared to the time before the bloodbath. For example, a vengeful spirit was originally a rare commodity in the market. Once they had been seen on the market, They would have been bought immediately by acolytes, and the prices could have been up to 500 magic crystals. As for now, Leyland went to the counter to look at the price and bought it immediately. His expenditure did not even amount to 100 magic crystals. Of course, this was a disguised reward from the Academy to the survivors. This situation continued all the way until the next batch of recruits. However, in this discounted sale, Leyland quickly threw away the notion of reselling at a high price outside. The Academy had long since forbidden this. If they were caught, the circumstances would be severe. Leyland made use of this opportunity and spent half of his magic crystals savings, buying a large amount of resources and strange spell models. The female vengeful spirit in the confining spirit sphere had long, silver hair, dark blue eyes, and soft, moistened lips. She also had a slender waist and long legs. When she was alive, she would have definitely been an outstanding woman who drove men crazy. What a pity. Leyland sighed, yet his hand continued to move and dropped a silver liquid onto the confining spirit sphere. This was the dissolving spirit potion. Back when Leyland had specially prepared it for Roman, with only a few drops, Roman would have definitely been shrieking for half a day, and even sustained a severe injury. As of now, the remainder was used by Leyland here. Ah. It hurts. Please. I beg you. No. The vengeful spirit continued to wail from within the crystal ball. Towards such an extraordinary woman, any man would have at least hesitated deep down within their heart. However, Leyland's brows had not furrowed the slightest as he continued the movement with his hands. As more of the dissolving spirit potion was used, the pleading of the female vengeful spirit was becoming more and more muffled. Even her red robes were slowly dissolving, revealing an illusory and yet alluring glowing skin. You want to entice me? Looking at this scene, Leyland's lips curled up in ridicule. Vengeful spirit, reveal your original ugly form. Leyland raised a finger with a large, black needle protruding from the nail. Asterisk psi? Asterisk. The black long needle pierced through the crystal ball and directly into the chest of the female vengeful spirit. Arg. The female vengeful spirit let off a hair-raising scream, and her body became blurry. Once she could be seen again, the vengeful spirit that was in front of Leyland's eyes had taken on a completely different form. The face was filled with scales and wrinkles, and the orifices seemed to be misaligned, as though someone had casually attached them to her face. There were a few strands of green hair on the sides of her bald head. The mouth opened and closed, and razor-sharp teeth could be seen. From time to time, a disgusting, viscous liquid could be seen dripping from her scarlet tongue. Ayo. The female vengeful spirit's eyes contained a greed that could rip people apart. She stared intently at Leyland as if wanting to gobble him down immediately. Your outer appearance and inner self are ugly throughout. Leyland mocked her and laughed, before drawing another mysterious magic rune. The experiment lasted for over a dozen hours and continued the way until the second day before the end was near. Inside the experiment lab, inside a scarlet pentagonal formation, a naked body with bumps through could be seen. The beautiful face of the female vengeful spirit had been tied down by a metal chain, trapped within the spell formation. At this moment, although the female vengeful spirit looked to be phantom, as if disappearing in the next moment, her face no longer had the craze and hate from before. Instead, there was a shy expression on it. Combining with the binding of the metal chains, it even creates a sadomasochistic desire. Leyland looked at the naked woman in front of him, his face revealing a satisfied expression. After a long day, I have finally removed all of the grease. Thank you, young man. However, could you release me and give me some clothes to wear? The woman spoke within the formation, her voice as delightful as a black-naped oriole bird. Are you joking? I spent so much effort to release you from your grievance, not for some gratification. After hearing Leyland's words, the female vengeful spirit suddenly felt that a calamity was looming over her. Disturbed, crazed, and pondering expressions flashed through Leyland's face. Finally, they all uniformed into only one expression: apathy, indifference towards everything. A few hours passed. At this moment, there was a chill permeating the experiment lab. One could almost hear the wails of vengeful spirits within these four walls. As for the female vengeful spirit in front of Leyland, it had almost lost its human appearance. The last step. Leyland picked up a silver fork and pierced the female vengeful spirit's head through the eyes. Pooh. As if made from some special materials, the silver fork directly pierced through the female vengeful spirit's eyeball. Hiki. The female vengeful spirit squirmed and screamed like a wild beast, as if without a tongue. After the fork had pierced the eyeball, the face of the female vengeful spirit could barely be made out. 2 trickles of blood tears flowed down. This is the ancient potion, Tears of Mary? Leyland raised his hand, dripping a few drops of blood in his hands. An icy cold and viscous sensation was felt. The spirit is an illusory thing. As for me, I could actually come in contact with a spirit's tears. What a wonder. Leyland muttered as he smeared the red potion on his eyes. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. An extremely spicy sensation traveled from Leyland's eyes, causing immense pain. Red. His vision could only see the color red. There seemed to be a woman's voice sounding inside his brain as if narrating something. The voice gradually grew louder and louder. Finally, Leyland could only grab his head and headbutt viciously against the wall to ease this symptom. The AI chip's indicator appeared in front of Leyland. Subject underwent an unknown effect. Spiritual force increased. Currently, it is 14.3. The data that represented Leyland's spiritual force continuously increased. The number which represented the spiritual force continuously rose, finally stopping at the number 16.1. It has finally passed. Leyland rubbed his temples firmly as he inhaled a lungful of cold air. Although it's very painful, the side effects are not too much. Before he could finish speaking, Leyland discovered that there was a thin layer of mist in the surroundings. A flash of red color robes streaked past in the room. Leyland wanted to move, yet the air seemed to be extremely muddy like starch paste. Any movement would be difficult to execute. Finally, the owner of the red robes appeared in front of Leyland, the vengeful spirit. At this moment, more than half of the vengeful spirit's head had dissolved. If it was another time, such an attack, Leyland was extremely unwilling, but he was still struck in the chest by that claw. An icy cold chill started to spread from his chest. Chapter 103. A Meeting. A meeting. The vengeful spirit wearing red robes continuously attacked, clawing strips of flesh off of Leyland's body. Leyland's expression of anger turned into indifference. A few minutes later, he opened his mouth with difficulty, Girasasi Dualuxian. A dark green flame burned on Leyland's body, setting everything in the experiment lab ablaze. After the dark green flame was extinguished, Leyland recovered his mobility. At this moment, he finally had enough strength to look around at his surroundings. The experiment lab was the same as before, all apparatus lying neatly in their original position. As for the pentagon formation, it had lost all of its light, and the vengeful spirit was nowhere to be found. On Leyland, there were no traces of injuries, yet his expression did not seem well. It was because different indicators flashed from the AI chip. Hostess suffered from an unknown force field attack, determined from the database to be caused by a vengeful spirit. Vitality decreased by 0.1. Hostess suffered from an unknown force field attack, determined from the database to be caused by a vengeful spirit. Vitality decreased by 0.1. Hostess suffered from an unknown force field attack, determined from the database to be caused by a vengeful spirit. Vitality decreased by 0.1. After 3 indications, Leyland's face looked even more awful. AI chip, show me my current status. Beep. Leyland Farlier. Level 3 Acolyte. Knight. Strength, 3.1. Agility, 3.3. Vitality, 3.4. Spiritual Force, 16.1. Magic Power, 16. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Status, Healthy. After the upgrade from using Tears of Mary, Leyland's spiritual force reached 16.1. However, his vitality decreased by 0.3. Clearly, this was caused by the attack of the vengeful spirit. As expected, an ancient potion's formulary cannot be modified so easily. Leyland sighed. He acted on his own initiative, changing many processes of the formulary, thus causing such an outcome. However, this decrease in vitality, compared to the increase in spiritual force, shows the value of this potion. Leyland was certain of his modified formulary for the ancient potion, Tears of Mary. Ancient potion, Tears of Mary modification successful. Host to give a name. The AI chip's voice intoned. Blood Vengeance Potion. Leyland thought of the final flash of red, blurting out the name. Although this potion requires a vengeful spirit as an ingredient, which was somewhat cruel, it was a potion that was hard to come by. A single use could raise spiritual force by 3 points. The only minor backlash was, it was on the same level as the Azure potion that Leyland had modified before. As for the formulation process of this potion, it was somewhat ruthless. However, Leyland did not bother about it. For Leyland, carrying out ruthless actions, and even killing people, was well within reason when in the face of benefits. People who only kill for joy were mental and inhumane. In his previous world, the environment was peaceful, so naturally he had also advocated peace then. However, in the Magus world, war was everywhere. Deaths occurred daily. The plebeians who faced Dawn did not know if they would be alive to see the sun set. The law of the jungle and survival of the fittest were proclaimed explicitly by various powerful guilds and organizations. After coming to this world, Leyland followed, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and this became a completely egotistical person. As long as this potion was beneficial and did not cause him much hassle, he would not hesitate to create more of it. This is the feeling of achieving 16 spiritual force, huh? How amazing! Leyland shut his eyes, feeling the difference this increase brought him. Under his control, the spiritual force seemed to be a silver thread as it swept past every item in the room. Moreover, each of the items' physical shape was perceived within Leyland's mind. For regular acolytes, this was an extremely fresh feeling. However, Leyland saw that after a certain standard was achieved in spiritual force, it had a scanning effect similar to that of the AI chip. This effect, if mastered properly, could discover a majority of ambushes, never having to fear for another sneak attack. Leyland appreciated the wondrous use of the spiritual force. It's a pity, however. For me, this is not as useful as the AI chip. In his sea of consciousness, waves of spiritual force constantly surged at the borders, continuously expanding the area of the sea. Only that this external change is too obvious. Leyland picked up a bronze mirror. On the screen of the bronze mirror, a brown-haired youthful countenance was reflected. However, a pair of gleaming eyes flashed like diamonds in the night. Normally, the upper limits of spiritual force for level 3 acolytes were 15, yet Leyland far exceeded this figure. Moreover, when level 3 acolytes were about to break through into an official Magus, their eyes would often show unusual signs of attraction. That was the result of the boundless expansion in their massive sea of consciousness. However, for Leyland, this was not good news. To others, he was just a newly advanced level 3 acolyte, yet now he exceeded those limits. This would bring about curiosity and suspicion from others. If it was some regular acolyte, Leyland wasn't too afraid. But if an official Magus required him to cooperate for questioning, then Leyland would meet with some trouble. After all, Leyland had no confidence against official Magus since the AI chip could not detect them. I can only conceal this for the time being. Leyland chanted a short incantation. Creaking and cracking noises resounded on his face and his eyes dimmed, no longer radiating light. This was a simple use of the shape-shifting spell, the ability to modify facial features. Many female official Magus would obtain such a spell and cast it on their faces, achieving a beautification effect. I hope this can conceal my presence for the time being. Leyland was not confident. After several modifications of the shape-shifting spell by the AI chip, level 3 acolytes would not be able to discover this. However, Leyland was completely unsure if he could face an official Magus. If they just walked past him, they may not notice his concealment. As long as they did not use any detection spells, he should be able to mask it. Deep down in his heart, Leyland had already decided. After traveling around the Poolfield Kingdom and discovering the vestige traces, he would set off to Zithermoon Mountain Plains in search of the remnants of the great Magus Serhome. In any case, Leyland had expressed his interest to Croft for wanting to travel, so suggesting it did not seem too abrupt. After making some arrangements, Leyland rubbed his rumbling stomach, giving a wry smile. His experiment had already extended over a day's worth of time. No matter how high his vitality was, he was still immortal, unable to escape from the laws of nature. Hence, there were symptoms of hunger. Although he could replenish his strength with potions, Leyland still felt nauseous. Moreover, if the circumstances allowed for a better option, he would not mistreat himself. Since the academy had a restaurant, why waste a potion? Leyland cleaned up and opened his dorm's door. *Pa. *, a white letter fell onto the ground. It seemed like someone paid Leyland a visit earlier. However, after seeing him concentrate on his experiment, they did not dare intrude, hence leaving a simple note. Who would it be? Vicky, Nissa, or someone else? Leyland opened the letter in curiosity. After seeing the signature, Leyland's expression was shocked. It's actually Jaden. As a fifth-grade genius acolyte, Jaden was somewhat of a lone wolf, seldom interacting with other acolytes. As for now, Jaden actually took the initiative to meet with Leyland, which shocked Leyland. However, since he's visited me, then I'll meet him. After thinking for a while, Leyland raised his somewhat pale finger, directing scribbling on the white note. Every time his finger drew across, red characters would be left on the note. There was a simple spell cast on this paper note by Jaden, which could transmit some simple information. Of course, it was only usable in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy area, widely loved by acolytes. The recipient's reply was extremely quick. Very soon, Leyland met up with Jaden inside of a room in the restaurant. Jaden now seemed to be gloomier. Looking at the area of his severed limb, Leyland noticed that a slim, tiny arm had regrown and could not help but laugh. It seems that his flourishing flower had been given to Jaden by Durat. What he did not know was the promise Jaden had to make in exchange for the flourishing flower. I have not thanked you regarding the flourishing flower. Jaden sat on the white chair, raising his cup to Leyland. This gesture was somewhat impolite. Leyland frowned internally, yet did not outwardly speak much about it. After looking for a chair to sit down, he ignored the delicacy and aroma displayed in front of him. Leyland smiled in sincerity. Regarding the information of official Magus that Professor Durat had exchanged with me, I should be the one expressing my thanks. Naturally, Leyland had no clue that Durat had this information of advancing into a branded swordsman. It was Jaden who had leaked the news to him. As for the reason why, it was probably due to Leyland accidentally letting Jaden know that he had the flourishing flower. For Leyland, he would reap the largest benefit from Jaden, who desperately needed the flourishing flower to regrow his limb. Jaden's expression turned softer. No matter what, we are acolytes who came from the same area, so it's well within reason to help each other. Leyland too gave him some superficial replies, before Jaden finally revealed his motive for seeking Leyland today. Leyland, Professor Durat had long since told me that the information he had given you, a major portion of it was missing. There is no way that it could be reliable for advancing into an official Magus. It is because you also want to look for other traces that you were eager to go exploring, isn't it? Of course, no matter if it's the academy or the families, their conditions are too much. Leyland interlocked his fingers. This notion was considered by many level 3 acolytes. Only when the adventure for the remnants was unfruitful and acknowledging that the golden period of advancement was almost over, would they then consider signing a spiritual contract with the academy or the families. Chapter 104, Participation. Participation. I just happen to have a trace of remnants regarding official Magus, Jaden added. After listening to Leyland's reply, Jaden's smile grew even wider. Remnants? Clues? You actually dare to go out? Leyland was somewhat shocked. In the eyes of an outsider, Jaden was the murderer of Torash from the enemy academy. The hatred held by the enemy official Magus was already locked onto him, yet he still dared leave for an exploration? After hearing Leyland's words, Jaden's face darkened. I will kill that old geezer sooner or later. I'll turn his corpse into a specimen and keep it in my lab. After cursing, Jaden then explained to Leyland, the power of the Lighthouse of the Night is still formidable. Under the mediation of that Lord Magus, the Sage Gotham Hut and the Whitewoods Castle would not dare to exact revenge hastily, not unless they wished to be destroyed. On the contrary, with the passing of time, the treaty was agreed at a span of 20 years. My situation consists of constant dangers. Hence, for this, I have to retaliate somehow, to ensure myself with the ability to protect my life. Becoming an official Magus? Leyland's brows furrowed as he guessed Jaden's intention. Indeed, to go against an official Magus, one would only have the ability after becoming an official Magus. A longing expression streaked across Jaden's face. Once I become an official Magus, why would I still be afraid of the enemy's retaliation? Leyland nodded his head. Jaden's train of thought was correct. The protection of the academy and the professors were external factors, which could be removed at any given time. Only the strength that belongs to oneself is the most reliable factor. After understanding the situation briefly, Leyland began to relax, slowly reclining in his chair. So then, I have 2 questions. Where are the remnants? Why me? Jaden inhaled a lungful of air and knew that if he did not reveal any information, Leyland would naturally not take the bait. I cannot reveal the location of the remnants. However, I can tell you the general location. It's near Zither Moon Mountain Plains. Upon speaking the 4 words, Zithermoon Mountain Plains, Leyland's pupils contracted, yet very soon he recollected himself. This change, which happened with a fraction of a second, went completely unnoticed by Jaden. As for why I sought you out. Jaden smiled wryly. Zithermoon Mountain Plains is littered with poisonous plants and miasma. A potioneering acolyte needs to come along to ensure our safety. Right now in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, the person I am familiar with, who is also a level 3 acolyte, is only you. Leyland stared blankly. Only then did he recall that the acolytes in the academy barely amounted to 50. Back when Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had thousands of acolytes, there were plenty of potioneering acolytes around. Hence, Jaden could take his time to choose. However, after the bloodbath, Jaden's choice was extremely limited, so much so that the only option left was Leyland. Although I don't know if the remnants that Jaden mentioned were left behind by the great Magus home, since the vengeful spirit Roman had found clues to it, it's well within reason that Jaden had discovered something too. Thoughts spun in Leyland's head, yet on the surface, he looked hesitant. The war has just ended. Right now it's too dangerous to leave the academy. According to my sources, the remnants are of an official Magus. There could very well be information and resources on advancing into an official Magus. Isn't that what you need right now? Moreover, as long as you agree to participate, the reward aspects. After looking at Leyland's expression, Jaden felt hurried. Hence, he continued to elaborate, even adding a few bargaining chips. Leyland put on a struggling expression, finally agreeing to give it some thought over these couple of days. After seeing Leyland act like this, Jaden could only consent. After all, apparently Leyland seemed to be somewhat moved towards the end. As expected, on the second day, Leyland sought out Jaden, informing him of his decision to participate. Early in the morning, Leyland and Jaden rode on 2 black horses each, leaving the compound of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy under the rays of the dawning sun. Before leaving, Leyland looked at the distant graveyard of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy for one last time. The gray granite construction seemed to be littered with cracks, as before. However, it might just have been a misconception, but those cracks were seemingly smaller now. It was as if this massive graveyard was a living organism amidst the processes of recovery. The next time I return, there will surely be many changes. After that last glance at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Leyland disappeared into the dark forest. 5 days later, within the Poolfield Kingdom, on the outskirts of a province in the west. On the road, 3 acolytes were waiting. Asterisk ta-ta-ta? Asterisk as the 3 people looked away into the distance, 2 figures on horseback appeared on the horizon. Those 2 riders stopped in front of the 3 people, revealing the countenance that belonged to Leyland and another unfamiliar acolyte. Leyland, let me introduce to you. This is Mr. Bossine, from the Lilytell family. The stranger's voice belonged to Jaden, as he introduced them to Leyland. To avoid trouble, Jaden had masked his appearance. Also, this is Shea and Roth. Jaden introduced the group to Leyland. Bossine had golden bright hair and wore silver robes, appearing dressed very grandly. If not for the acolyte mark, Leyland would even think that it was some professor who joined Jaden's group. However, Jaden specially emphasized on the Mr. Honorific and the explanation on the Lilytell family, giving Leyland a shock. Lilytell family? One of the big 3 families in the academy, where every generation has produced at least one official Magus. Indeed, in addition, the chairman of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was elected by the big 3 families. Bossine added, pride evident on his face. Which is to say, he could have direct access to high-grade meditation techniques. Or, Leyland outwardly displayed a shocked expression with a tinge of envy, satisfying the ego of Bossine. However, deep down, he had some villainous thoughts. As for Shea, she was a fire-haired female acolyte, reminding Leyland of Neela. Ever since his return to the academy, he hasn't seen Neela once. She could be dead, or she did not receive the academy's notice. There was also the possibility that she abandoned the academy and escaped. Towards her, Leyland only sighed gently, before removing her from his thoughts. As for the last member of the small party, Roth, he was the archetype male of the West. His stature was tall and big, taller than Leyland by half a head, his face containing a simple and honest expression. However, Leyland did not dare to be careless. Acolytes who could survive in the bloodbath were not simple characters. Moreover, these 3 people had the energy waves of level 3 acolytes. Basain and Shea even had the aura of magic artifacts on their body, as detected by the AI chip. Hello, I'm Leylin, a potioneering acolyte. I hope that. Leylin introduced himself to the rest. The Zithermoon Mountain Plains is perilous. However, I have heard of your reputation being only lower to the potioneering genius Merlin. I believe that you would ensure our logistics and safety. Basain smiled amiably at Leylin, giving a feeling of warmth. I'll try my best. Leylin nodded his head. All right, it's getting late. Let's set off. Leylin nodded his head, and the five of them began their journey. However, deep down, Leylin was somewhat disgruntled towards Jaden's action of adding more members without consulting him. He certainly did not approve of the current situation. Moreover, Bozane's identity seemed to give him a troublesome feeling. As if noticing something, Jaden engaged in a private conversation to explain to him. Basain and the rest found out about my plans incidentally and insisted on joining. For this reason, he did not hesitate to keep the truth from his own family members and his professor and sneaked out of the academy. Jaden smiled wryly. You know it as well. I am unable to refuse them. For the big families behind the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, it was the most dangerous period right now since the war ended. Basain, as the successor of the family, has to always be inside the academy compounds. However, now he did not even bring a bodyguard, which indicated that this was a covert exploration. Even his family did not know of his destination. Concerning this, Leylin could only smile wryly and be more wary of his surroundings, with no better idea in mind. The Zithermoon Mountain Plains was situated on the western borders of the Poolfield Kingdom. It was the boundary between the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and the Sage Gotham Hut. These two forces had just ended a huge war, and Jaden even carried a blood debt since he killed the enemy's genius. Once this party was discovered, they would definitely have problems. No matter if it was Leylin or Jaden, or Basain and the rest, they were all intelligent and conscientious people. Moreover, at crucial moments, they had the courage to fight for their lives. Along the way, the five of them changed their traveling outfits into those of young, noble masters and mistress, continuously traveling along the western borders. Without a doubt, it wouldn't be inaccurate to say that knowledge and power were wielded in the hands of nobles. In the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, most acolytes were born of nobility and had no need to learn how to dress as one. This was why the five of them dressed as nobility. Their disposition was naturally formed. If they were to dress as someone else, they would definitely be noticed. Leylin too tried to get closer with the other three acolytes. Shea and Roth were rather friendly. The most important factor was that Leylin was also a level 3 acolyte. Moreover, he was acknowledged by them in having talent in potioneering, so they were somewhat friendly. As for Basain, he had the behavior of being an elite amongst magicians. Refined and courteous, yet arrogant to the skies. He had the deceitful characteristics of the nobility, so he appeared somewhat indifferent towards Leylin and the other acolytes. Leylin felt that once he spoke of any information regarding the high-grade meditation technique, he would definitely gain the attention of Basain. However, even if that was the case, after many days being together with them, Leylin had, more or less, determined their stats. Chapter 105, The Zithermoon Town. The Zithermoon Town. Apart from Leylin, among this party of five, Basain would be the strongest based on stats. In the stats detected by the AI chip, Bozane's spiritual force had reached 15. It was already the requirement needed to advance to the level of an official Magus. However, for some reason, it was concealed like Leylin's. Basain also used some secret method to conceal his spiritual force's energy waves and also the aberration of his eyes, without letting anyone find out. Moreover, as a level 3 acolyte from a large family, Bozane's magic artifact emitted energy waves that were extremely strong. Only second to the fallen star pendant hung around Leylin's neck. In addition, the Lilytail family was one of the 3 big families of the academy. If Basain, who was one of the younger generation that hailed from there, had no magic artifact on him, Leylin would be the first to not believe it. As for Jaden, Shea, and Roth, they were level 3 acolytes who had just advanced. Jaden and Shea carried magic artifacts with them and were stronger than Roth by a small margin. However, Roth was neither obsequious nor supercilious along the way. Obviously, he had his own hidden trump card. Without using any trump cards, between Basain and I, we have a 50-50 chance of winning. As for Shea and Jaden, they are below us by a little, whereas Roth is ranked the last. However, he cannot be taken too lightly either. Leyland's eyes flashed, rapidly calculating that if any conflicts were to occur within the party, what would be the result and the control that he had of such a situation. However, be it in the novels of his previous world, or the adventure that he undertook today, various adventurers would have internal strife after obtaining the treasures. It was inevitable. Leyland questioned himself. If Jaden or the rest discovered that it was actually the inheritance of the great Magus home they were after, they would definitely not be willing to share the loot obtained. Who knew if he might be the first to revolt then? The Zithermoon town was a little town located at the foot of the Zithermoon mountain plains. This day, on a road that was flying with dust, there were 5 travel-worn horse riders that appeared. All right, we will enter the Zithermoon mountain plains from the Zithermoon town. Before that, we can have a lodging at the inn in the town. Jaden reined in his horse. After getting down, he took out a badly damaged map to have a look. At this moment, he had a completely different appearance. It was a rather secular face-changing spell, which left Leyland somewhat surprised. This is the area of the borders. If there were any people from the Sage Gotham Hut Academy, it wouldn't be odd at all, so we have to be more careful. We know it already. Bossine straightened his robes, showing impatience. The 5 of them led their horses to an inn called Ghost with Grievances Don't Weep. Opening the door, it was as though it was a whole new world. Shouting and clamoring noises, along with the stenches of sweat and the odor of alcohol, wafted over. Jaden's brows furrowed, but he still walked towards the counter, tossing out a golden coin. Give me 5 private rooms. I'm sorry, we only have 3 rooms left. Before Jaden finished speaking, a person, who seemed to be the shop owner and who also stank of rum, interrupted him. All right then, 3 rooms, we'll have it all. Also, give us your best delicacies. Finding lodging at an inn in this small town is already considered fortunate, so Jaden did not pursue further. But when he was paying the money, he complained, "Isn't this damn place the one that doesn't have even a few visitors each year? Now, why is it that there are only 3 rooms left?" Burp. The shop owner hiccuped. Who knows? The Zithermoon mountain plains is filled with the damned poisonous gas and miasma. Many of these lads don't return after setting off. Usually, there are only people here to drink some rum, but regarding gold coins, I seem to have met with 2 waves of important guests today. 2 waves. Leyland stepped forward, which is to say, there was someone else before us who came here? Indeed, and they even asked for a tour guide. Gold coin payment. Bah. Who wants to die in the depths of Zithermoon mountain plains? After hearing this news, Leyland and the rest looked at each other, having a somewhat ominous premonition. All right, I'll let Pinky bring you to your rooms. The shop owner took down 3 keys that were extremely oily, as he shouted, Pinky, Pinky, don't let me wait another second, if not I'll scrape your skin off. Asterisk bang. Asterisk very soon, a dwarf which wore a gray pointed hat stood in front of the owner. Respected sir, Pinky is here for your bidding. This dwarf named Pinky was only half of Leyland's height. He also wore a flowery green costume, looking somewhat comical. Bring our esteemed guests to the rooms upstairs to rest. You know which few. The owner casually smacked the dwarf before handing over the keys. Dear guests, please follow Pinky. Be careful of the steps. Pinky touched his hat and led the way at the front. Leyland and the rest followed behind. Shea took off her cloak, revealing a beautiful face and alluring body, and this attracted the whistles from a few drunken blokes suddenly. Towards this, Shea was not irked at all. She even sent a few coquettish glances over, igniting some heat within those drunkards. Looking at these group of animals that were lusting over her, Leyland snickered. This expression of Shea's showed that she was already angry to a certain extent. If these drunkards acted recklessly and stepped forward to provoke, they would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Leyland, you and Roth will be in this room, Bossine and me in the other. The last one would be for Shea. Any opinions? As the organizer for this adventure, Jaden quickly allocated the rooms to the members. Seeing Jaden assign the difficult Bossine to himself, Leyland and Roth heaved a sigh of relief, naturally not raising any objections. Shea did not say anything either. Also, come to my room in a while's time. Towards the previous batch of customers the shop owner mentioned, I am somewhat concerned. Jaden's brows furrowed. We are all staying at the same inn. I believe that we will definitely see the other party. Leyland spoke blandly as if hinting at something. According to that dwarf Pinky, The earlier batch of guests was currently not inside the inn. They seemed to have gone out to purchase some goods, even spending money to hire a tour guide. Dinner was held at the large hall on the first level. The main dish was mud bean paste, with some wild herbs as seasoning. However, food like this was, in the eyes of Leyland and the rest, fit only for swines. The few of them had no appetite, yet they were curious about the previous batch of guests, so Leyland and the others chose to remain inside the large hall. They sipped on their drinks as they waited. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Leyland was drinking his malt, and Shea had reached her tolerance limits due to the provocation of a few drunkards beside her when the inn's door opened at this moment. Asterisk hoo-hoo. Asterisk large gale of cold wind blew into the inn, lowering the somewhat lively atmosphere. After seeing these few people who just entered, Leyland's body tensed. It was 5 cloaked figures. From the energy waves on their bodies, they were actually level 2 and 3 acolytes. When they entered, they too obviously noticed Leyland and the others. The line of sight connected between the two parties, and sparks appeared. However, as if nothing had happened, the 5 cloaked figures did not stop and continued walking towards the second floor. How is it? Are they acolytes from the Sage Gotham hut? Shea whispered, unable to conceal the worry on her face. I don't know, but they are obviously not here on a holiday. Jaden's expression darkened. I say, if we did not choose this inn for lodging, would we have been able to avoid them? Roth scratched his head. Avoidance. Bossine smirked in contempt. It is the thought of weak people. The Lilydale family would never ever have to avoid being looked down upon by Bossine. Roth tensed. He was suffering from humiliation, yet he did not react. Moreover, the Zithermoon town is so small, and there is only this one inn. When we entered the town, we were already exposed. Any sudden movements will only attract the vigilance of the other party. The crucial thing is, what is their motive for coming here? Leyland asked. Could it be that they also have found traces of the clues in here? Jaden's expression changed. I purchased this lead for a heavy price, buying a book that was scribbled with ancient characters. Which is to say, the other party could have found something too. Who knows if they might even have a professor who tagged along. Shea's face looked even more uneasy. Should we abandon the operation this time? No way. Jaden was the first who refused. For this lead, he had paid too high a price. Naturally, he was unwilling for them to give up. I don't think any of us here would be willing to let their professors claim half of the benefits that we obtained here after a dangerous exploration, Leyland added. However, before they notice us, the situation might change. How about we get rid of them? I took a look. There are only 3 level 3 acolytes and 2 level 2 acolytes. Jaden revealed a brutal expression. We can try, but it has to be done within the Zithermoon mountain plains. Moreover, we should eliminate all of the traces. I don't wish for the other side to find a reason to go to war with us. Bossine added. It could also be some wandering magicians, instead of the acolytes from the Sage Gotham hut. Roth said, his voice extremely soft. A total of 5 acolytes with 3 level 3 acolytes. This formation required too much time and effort to nurture them, so wandering magicians would never be able to do it. Only academies and large-scale magician guilds would be able to send out these many acolytes at once. All right then, no matter where they are from, even for the 1% chance that they are here to seek out the remnants, once they enter the Zithermoon mountain plains, they are our enemies. Jaden spoke in a murderous tone. As acolytes, they did not wish to break the unwritten rules of the Magus world by taking action within the small town where regular humans lived. As for the other party, they could very well hold the same thoughts. Chapter 106, Moonlight Mayfly. Moonlight Mayfly. In the depths of the night, due to Jaden's suggestions, the 5 of them abandoned the idea of resting and all gathered inside one room, where they each took turns for the night watch. Also, the other team had the same idea. They have left, warned Leyland, who was monitoring the other team's acolytes with the help of AI chip. Upon hearing his voice, the other 4 acolytes, who were all previously snoozing either on the sofa or on the table, suddenly opened their eyes. I heard the sound of their footsteps as they left, and they were all heading in the direction of the Zithermoon mountain plains in trance, continued Leyland. Choosing the night time to start a war? Let's catch up with them. Jaden excitedly spoke. As people who had survived the bloodbath, Jaden and others had all experienced the letting of the enemy's blood. As far as this situation was concerned, not only did they all not have a common fear experienced by acolytes, instead, they all were looking forward to it for some unknown reason. During this whole time, their knapsacks were unopened and left in the corner. Leyland and the rest hurriedly strapped them on and left the inn. A total of 10 black shadows disappeared in the town, under the dim glow of the starlight. Asterisk so. Asterisk. A few black figures that were hard to track using the physical eyes rapidly left the town for the entrance of the Zithermoon mountain plains. The other party wouldn't be so naive that they think they could outrun us. The only possibility is that they chose to fight. Leyland's eyes gleamed, surmising the thoughts of the other party. However, he had faith in his party. His side consisted of all level 3 acolytes and even had 4 magic artifacts. The AI chip did not detect any energy waves from magic artifacts on the other party. Moreover, in the other party, there were 2 level 2 acolytes. To Leyland, this was where the weak link and burden lies. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk a branch that was in the way was broken as Leyland dashed through. His speed was not lowering the slightest. Through meditation, acolytes can reflect their magic power on their own bodies, greatly enhancing the physical qualities. Concerning level 3 acolyte, the increase of spiritual force alone can already bring their vitality up to 2.5, equal to that of a knight. Moreover, level 3 acolyte could, through various self-experimentation, obtain stronger and larger physical prowess. The pitch-black knight, together with the jumbled branches and vines, could not hinder the speed of Leyland and his party. The other team has stopped. Leyland drew to a halt and scrutinized the whole surrounding. Towering trees with their tops seemingly supporting the heavens, the dense foliage and undergrowth completely shielded them from the starlight, and only trickles of starlight were visible through the leaves. But this was just enough for acolytes to see. This distance is already far from the town. Even if there are any energy waves, no one would discover it at all. Jaden placed a green badge on his chest. You actually took out your magic artifact now, just to deal with a few pieces of trash? Bossine laughed and retracted his hand into the large sleeves. Looking at the AI chip scan result, Leyland was somewhat speechless. Under the detection of the AI chip, Bossine too held on to his own magic artifact. It was even one which could immediately be activated. This behavior of Bossine, where he contradicted himself by speaking one thing but doing something else, was something Leyland and Jaden were used to. On the other side, Shea and Roth also made their individual preparations. Acolytes who survived the bloodbath were extremely clear on one point. Even a lion has to use its full force to catch a rabbit. No matter how weak the opponent seems, one must not slack off. If not, the loss of one's own life might happen. Let's go and get rid of them. Jaden laughed sardonically and stepped out first. Who? After going past a black leafy tree, Leyland saw a dark green marsh. The surface of the swamp had many dried branches and leaves, interspersed with the corpses of other animals. On the other side of the swamp, the 5 acolytes that they saw previously were standing there quietly. What was different about their outfits were that on the cloak and robes, they were already wearing the badge that represented the academy they were in. Sage Gotham Hut? Jaden icily said. Acolytes of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. The leader of the other party had some guesses to the identity of Leyland's party. It seems like another bunch of people will be dead again. Leyland sighed in his heart. As these both parties, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and the Sage Gotham Hut, had just ended the war, their mutual hatred was as deep as the seas. Although the mediation by the Lighthouse of the Night had made them sign a peace treaty, that was at most a form of restraint for the official magi. As for acolytes, if the two sides were to see each other, then it was certain that one side would perish. The two parties stood quietly and faced off the other. For a moment, even the air seemed to have congealed. Actually, we don't have to. The other team's leader remained silent for a while, then opened his mouth. Asterisk, chi asterisk. The moment that leader opened his mouth, a murderous glint flashed in Jaden's eyes, and the badge on his chest radiated a ray of green light. Countless murky green vines with reversed barbs rose from the ground, encircling the 5 opponents. In terms of battle experience, Jaden obviously had more than the other party. Moreover, Jaden carried the blood debt of killing Torash. Amongst their party of 5, he was the most unwilling to let the enemy go scot-free. If not, once other party disclosed the news, even if Jaden concealed himself, he would be in the pursuit of the official Magus from the other side. Despicable. Escavapi. Arg. The 5 acolytes obviously did not think that Jaden would be this decisive and ruthless, not even mouthing a greeting before he took action. Within a fraction of a second, a green whirlwind swirled around two acolytes, increasing their speed and bringing them off the attack area of the vines. As for another acolyte, there was an orange-red flame that burned in his surroundings. It took on the form of a whip, continuously attacking the vines, which burned in retreat. As for the last two level 2 acolytes, they seemed rather miserable. Countless vines wrapped them into a ball. Along with the tightening of the vines, fresh blood seeped through from within the ball. Kill them all. The moment Jaden struck, Ba-Sine, Lei-Lin, and the others rushed forward too. Right now, I can confirm that this bunch of acolytes is nurtured in the greenhouse, with no experience of seeing a war field that reeks of blood. They are as weak as sheep in the face of a strong adversary. Lei-Lin looked at the few acolytes with a pitiable look. He guessed that these few acolytes did not even participate in the previous bloodbath. Their mentality was the same as when they were inside their academy. However, he loved opponents like this the most, because one can reap the largest benefits without spending much effort. As Lei-Lin dashed forward, he chanted an incantation. Psi. A pitch-black hand rose from the shadows, grabbing onto the ankle of a level 3 acolyte. Umbra's hand. Psi. The hand that was extremely corrosive dissolved part of the opponent's leg, and the flesh and blood continuously fell down. Arg! Someone save me. The enemy acolyte fell onto the ground. His wails pierced past the quiet forest, directly to the heavens. Kiddo, your mother will save you. Shea mocked him. She waved her arm, and a few silver light flew from her hand, directly piercing the head of the fallen acolyte. Bang. The acolyte's head sliced open like a watermelon as the brain and various juices sprayed on the floor. 3 people died directly from the first wave of attack from Lei-Lin's party. Damn it. Monty. The 2 level 3 acolyte gritted their teeth and retreated. One of them withdrew a silver whistle from his robes and blew on it. Shio. The piercing noise from the whistle sounded. From afar, a growl from a beast was heard. It was oppressive, bloodthirsty, and seemed to come from midair. Sound frequency recorded. Comparing to database, identified as a moonlight mayfly. The AI chip's voice intoned. Moonlight mayfly. Lei-Lin was surprised. No wonder the other party chose this marsh as the battlefield. He immediately shouted, "Be careful. They have a contracted beast. It's the moonlight mayfly. Hurry and leave the marsh." Roar. The growl sounded, and a massive black figure pressed down from the top of the trees, hovering in the midair above the marsh. It was a giant creature with purple and black light emitting from the body. Also, it was the size of a horse, and 2 wings like that of a bat's grew from its sides. At the end of the wings, there were barbed talons. The mouth was extremely pointed and was filled with razor-sharp, white teeth. A pair of bright, yellow eyes seemed to burn like flames in the middle of the night. AI chip, skin the creature. Lei-Lin ordered silently. Beep. Moonlight mayfly. Strength, 5.2. Agility, 8.9. Vitality, 7.5. Spiritual force, 3.8. Innate skills, 1. Float. The moonlight mayfly large wings can allow them to maintain flight for a medium-short distance. 2. Fury of the marsh. As the pet of the marshes, the moonlight mayfly can call upon the fury of the marsh. Uses the marsh attack on enemies. Might, 7 to 9 degrees. Chic. As Lei-Lin warned them. An unpleasant roar came from the moonlight mayfly floating in midair. With the roar, the surface of the marsh, which was originally serene, suddenly surged with ripples. The ripples grew larger, finally turning into a 12-meter-tall wave, directing falling right upon Lei-Lin and the rest. Many impurities were contained within the murky waters, and it brought along branches and corpses of wild beasts. The wave actually took over a form that seemed to cover the skies. Well done, my precious. The acolyte, who blew loudly on the whistle, shouted, "Kill them for me. Damn it. Even a little worm wants to kill us." Lei-Lin and the others rushed out of the marsh area. As the might of the fury of the marsh could only be displayed inside the marsh, the attack stopped pursuing. However, Ba-Sine remained behind. At this moment, facing this huge wave, his expression was as if he just suffered a humiliation. Bang. A large wave surged and attacked Ba-Sine. However, on the surface of his body, a large silver metal shield automatically appeared in front of him. The shield was a dozen centimeters thick. On the surface of the shield, There were mysterious and complicated runes, and it looked to be extremely sturdy. The fury of the marsh attack crashed on the shield, creating a loud bang. Chapter 107, Total Annihilation. Total Annihilation. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Under the crashing of the wave, the silver shield seemed to be a reef in the middle of the ocean, not moving the slightest. After the fury of the marsh was over, Bosine was still unscathed behind the shield. Seeing this, Leyland's pupil shrank. A defense-type magic artifact. As the younger generation hailing from one of the big three families in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Bosine actually had a defense-type magic artifact. Leyland clearly understood the difficulty of dealing with it, as he too had a defense-type magic artifact, the Fallen Star Pendant. Once the Fallen Star Pendant was activated, Leyland was invincible amongst acolytes. As for the two opposing level 3 acolytes, they were obviously scared stiff by Bozane's actions. There was actually a moment when they stood still. Especially the acolyte who signed a contract with the Moonlight Mayfly. He gripped the whistle tightly, disbelief written all over his pallid face. After the fury of the marsh attack, the giant Moonlight Mayfly seemed to have been spent. It continued to hover in midair, yet did not attack again. The Moonlight Mayfly's attack can only be used once per day, following which it has a cooldown period of 20 hours. Also, during this period, it would be in a weakened state. The AI chip's voice intoned. A good chance. Leyland's eyes flashed, and two potions, red and purple colored, flew from his hands. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a red flame with purple smoke exploded on the body of the Moonlight Mayfly. The huge explosion engulfed the Moonlight Mayfly. From the purple-red halo of the spell, the shrieks of the Moonlight Mayfly could be heard. After the potion's effect had worn off, the Moonlight Mayfly in midair was in a miserable state. Both its claws were broken, with many holes on its wings. It seemed not to be able to float in the air any longer, covering the distance between itself and the ground rapidly, as if wanting to rest. You damn bastard! You actually dare! Looking at the Moonlight Mayfly approaching the ground, Bosine roared. The silver shield in front of him then emitted a white light. The thick shield melted in the light, and silver liquid swirled around Bozane's hands, turning into a silver greatsword. Huh! Bosine raised the greatsword with both hands and jumped up before slashing down. Asterisk so? Asterisk. A silver flash of light chopped at the neck of the Moonlight Mayfly who was struggling, and a stream of blood appeared in its place. The head of the Moonlight Mayfly was chopped off, spraying a large amount of black and purple ichor. One slash to sever the head. The massive Moonlight Mayfly was actually decapitated with just one slash of Bozane's sword. There is even a secondary effect. What a powerful magic artifact! Of course, Bozane's strength is an important factor. Leyland gasped in amazement. Oh, no. The moment the Moonlight Mayfly was decapitated, the acolyte let out a shrill cry. Moreover, the moment the eyes of the severed Moonlight Mayfly's head dimmed, the acolyte's face turned white, and wrinkles started to appear all over his face. It seems like it was a life-bound contract he signed. No wonder, despite his average strength, he obtained the loyalty of the Moonlight Mayfly. Leyland sighed. A pity that life-bound contracts are linked with the creature. Once the contracted creature dies, the host will not be able to escape the same fate. After the fire in the yellow eyes of the Moonlight Mayfly disappeared, the acolyte panted. At this moment, he was already a white-haired old man, and then he fell to the ground, losing all signs of life. Ah! The final remaining acolyte shouted, immediately turned around and ran. At the same time, a feather was thrown into the air by him. A black flash of light turned the feather into a nighthawk which flew in the air. A magic summon! Hurry and stop it! Jaden pointed, and several vines immediately gave chase. Arrow spell! Red-haired Shea shouted, and from her hands, a few bright white silver arrows shot towards the nighthawk. Geo Geo! The nighthawk whistled and flapped its wings, moving in a beautiful arc as it avoided the attack from the green vines. After which, the nighthawk with its razor-sharp wings smacked the few silver arrows away. It's also a magic creature. Bozane's voice weakened. We cannot let it relay the news, if not we'll be in a dangerous situation. Leyland's eyes flashed, his wrist guard changing shape, turning into a black longbow. Yai chip. Calculate wind speed, humidity, and trajectory. Asterisk chi. Asterisk the black arrow flashed across the sky like a lightning bolt, directly piercing the right wing of the nighthawk. With a wail, The Nighthawk fell down. Nice one, Wasan shouted in glee. His speed increased greatly, brandishing the silver greatsword. Pooh. The silver greatsword produced a white silk net, capturing the Nighthawk within. Go to hell. The white silk net continued to tighten, finally turning into a ball of blood and feathers. We have finally gotten rid of it. Jaden and Shea heaved a sigh of relief. There is also this one. Chilala. The thicket parted and Roth's figure appeared in front of the party. Only now his appearance had taken a drastic change. His right arm was blasted off, revealing many white tentacles. Half of his face was also strewn with green scales. As for the tentacles on his right arm, it was holding on to the head of the last acolyte who escaped. The head wore a frightened expression. A mutation experiment? And it is so thorough. Leyland and the other three were shocked. Although level 3 acolytes can enhance their own body and transform it to a certain degree, an acolyte's spiritual force was still far beneath that of an official Magus. Many high-grade ingredients and knowledge weren't enough, so more often than not, forcefully enhancing the body would result in an irreversible damage. However, Roth's current state showed that he was extremely sane. So-so. White tentacles continuously retracted back into his body. Very soon, Roth took on a half-naked appearance, returning back to his regular form. Roth swung his right arm, tossing the acolyte's head onto the floor and smiled widely. Now, the inconveniences have all been disposed of. Indeed, Jaden looked at Roth. We have already been friends for 2 years. Although I knew your mutation talent is rather high, I never expected that you have already contained the physical transformation aspect. Roth looked at the other 4 and shrugged his shoulders. Acolytes must also have their trump cards, shouldn't they? All right. Even though we annihilated the opponents, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, we had better hasten the exploration and leave this place. Wasan suggested as he placed the magic artifact back in his robes. Indeed, the other party could have revealed their location to someone else. We have to hurry and look for the remnants in the Zithermoon mountain plains. Leyland also agreed. All right, let us set off immediately. Jaden nodded his head and was about to lead the party away. Wait a minute, I even found this on his body. Roth smiled and handed over a pale yellow scroll over to Jaden. This is... Jaden opened it and his expression looked extremely unpleasant as if it belonged on a corpse. AI chip. Record. The moment Jaden opened the map, Leyland immediately ordered the AI chip to record it. From the geographical drawing, the map depicted the Zithermoon mountain plains. Moreover, among the signs of the dark forest, there was a thin red line which extended from the Zithermoon town entrance to the depths of the mountain. It stopped at another marking which showed a cliff. Moreover, at the bottom of the cliff, there was the name Dylan Gardens. Did the purpose of the other party coincide with our exploration? Leyland asked suddenly. Indeed. Jaden nodded vigorously, suddenly turning impatient. Damn it, I don't know how many leads this remnant owner created. Let's hurry, I don't wish to see a remnant that has already been scoured clean. Leyland inwardly saw the light. What the great Magus Serhom left behind was an inheritance. He definitely wished for someone to discover and continue his legacy. Hence, he left behind many leads. At this moment, Leyland could already confirm that the clues Jaden had belonged to the inheritance of the great Magus Serhom. As there was a possibility that someone else might be there before them, the 5 of them proceeded with their journey, their hearts heavy and their complexions reflected their uneasiness. However, they moved quickly, and in a few hours' time, they had already entered the depths of the Zithermoon mountain plains. At this moment, the mountain was extremely different from when they had first stepped into it. The change in the vegetation here was to an extreme. If the Zithermoon mountain plains border had normal plants growing, right now, what they saw in front of them were some relatively bizarre species of plants. The most common plants were a species of big shrubs that were white in color, and their leaves had a strange spiral form. Every time a gust of wind blew, the sea of shrubs would move with the wind, producing a sound similar to playing the piano keys. Asterisk, ding ding dong dong. Asterisk, the piano-like sounds was extremely chaotic. Leyland became aroused, feeling a need to recklessly charge forth. Careful, this is the piano key bush. The noise it makes can attract regular humans. Even an acolyte would be somewhat affected. Leyland warned. Earlier, the missing people from the Zithermoon town could very well have been attracted to these sounds, entering an illusion and dying in heat. After which, Leyland withdrew a few potions from his bag and distributed it to Jaden and the rest. This is a tranquilizing potion that I have brewed. It can resist such effects. Jaden, Roth, and Shea looked at the test tube in their hands and drank its contents after tasting a little of it. As for Ba-Sine, he shook his head to refuse, directly returning the potion to Leyland. I don't need it. Leyland shrugged his shoulders and led the way at the front. On the later parts of the exploration, there were traps with poisonous gases and ambushes. This was the reason a potioneering acolyte was needed to counteract them. This was also the reason why Jaden asked Leyland to come. Chapter 108. The Entrance. The Entrance. After which, Leyland and the rest met several waves of miasma and hordes of poisonous insects. Under the aid of the potions Leyland provided, the party got through these danger zones with ease. After Leyland displayed a few methods of using the potions to dispel the poisonous insects and miasma, Jaden and the rest were convinced of Leyland's talent. Even Ba-Sine from the Lilytail family would occasionally cast surprised glances at Leyland. Obviously, he had heard of Leyland's talent in potioneering before, but Leyland's talent had exceeded his expectations. The party trekked over land and water, finally arriving at the overhanging cliff depicted on the map 2 days later. So beautiful! Shea gasped. Even Leyland and the others showed signs of indulgence. On the edge of the cliff, there were bright yellow flowers growing on the leveled ground. In the heart of the flower, it was bright red. When it bloomed, it had the size of 2 regular humans' fists put together. The whole mountaintop was filled with this strange flower, and a heavy aroma permeated the area. Leyland, what is it? Jaden asked. The Zither Moon Mountain Plains was riddled with dangers, and various strange plants had appeared. More often than not, the more beautiful a plant was, the more dangerous it was, especially when it was close to their destination. As the potioneering acolyte, Leyland already dealt with 3 similar flowers traps. No problem. Leyland picked up a stalk of the flower. Yai chip, compare to database. Beep. Mission establishing, scanning outer appearance and scent. Comparison in progress. Result is found in the database. Determined as a beta daisy. The AI chip's voice loyally intoned. Beta daisy? Leyland's brows furrowed. This is a common plant in the South Coast. Normally they are grown on plains. It represents nostalgia and respect. This flower does indeed seem like the beta daisy. There should be someone who planted this here on purpose. Ba-Sine also gave a definite reply. Is it the magician who left behind the inheritance? Roth, who stood behind, spoke, his voice gruff. It's possible, but I can't confirm it. Jaden opened the damaged map. From the map, the remnants should be located at the bottom of this cliff. Leyland nodded his head. Back when he scanned the map, the name Dylan Gardens appeared beneath the cliff. Moreover, there was mentioned a huge area of beta daisy located on the cliff above it, so there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was correct. What are we waiting for? The excitement was seen on Shea's face. To acolytes, if they were able to find remnants of an official Magus and obtain the inheritance, it was often the start of another legend. The 5 of them began to pant raggedly. Even Ba-Sine was not excluded. The cliff was extremely high, and there were granite rocks on the razor-sharp steep walls. For a regular human, climbing to the bottom was an impossible task. However, for these 5 level 3 acolytes, this itsy-bitsy challenge could not stop them at all. Roth immediately transformed into the tentacle-handed creature and climbed. As for Leyland and the others, they added a floating feather spell. This spell allowed them to lighten their weight, and they floated right to the bottom. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The floating feather spell was removed and Leyland's feet touched the ground. This is... Leyland was rather taken aback as he sized up the surroundings. It was littered with stones in the form of double-edged blades. The countless stone swords were placed together, covering at least half of the bottom area of the cliff. On the sharp blades, there were countless corpses. Leyland even discovered some corpses which looked like humans. It seems that these were living creatures which fell from the cliff. Leyland sighed and suddenly realized that something was amiss. How could there be regular humans here? Could it be some acolytes who had obtained leads previously? Be careful, the floor is littered with blades. Upon seeing Jaden and the others landing, Leyland hurriedly warned. Damn it! Jaden's face darkened. His arm had grazed over one of the sharp blades when leading, revealing an abrasion that was at least 12 centimeters long. These pointed edges have been made razor-sharp to last for eternity. In addition, There are also some magic spells imbued in them. If this were not so, it would not have been possible to break through my defense and cause a scratch on my skin. Indeed, Leyland touched the gray-white blade and felt the faint energy waves pulsing from it. Only an official Magus could perform the spell on such a scale, adding the effect on all these rocks in this area. So then, where is the remnant? Asterisk so-so. Asterisk countless gray-white tentacles extended to the bottom of the cliff, bringing wrath with it. I have used my spell to detect earlier. There are only rocks and mud below here. No traces of remnants whatsoever. Basine held on to a green eyeball and spoke rather dejectedly. Let us search the area and see if there are any clues. 6 hours later, we'll gather at the top of the cliff again. Impatience surfaced on Jaden's face as he spoke. This exploration was suggested by him, so the worst disappointment is ending with no results. Moreover, with some clues but not being able to discover the entrance still, this impatience, together with the fear of being hunted down by an official Magus, had tortured this little boy. From what Leyland saw, Jaden was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Freedom to seek? After hearing Jaden's suggestion, the other four quieted down and nodded their heads in agreement. To them, after arriving at the destination, Jaden was of little use to them. Moreover, being able to find the remnant and obtain the loot before the other party members were definitely much better than discovering it together. More benefits could be obtained that way. The 5 of them had confidence in their own methods. Hence, no one suggested forming a team of sorts. The few of them chose to walk downwards and left the area where they landed on. AI chip, scan the geographical outlay, and project a map from it. Leyland commanded the AI chip after walking for a moment before stopping. Mission establishing, scanning the geography of the region. The AI chip loyally carried out Leyland's orders. Very soon, a pale blue 3D image was projected in front of Leyland's eyes. On this map, which could only be seen by him, it clearly depicted the terrain of the location nearby. It was so detailed that even a blade of grass was not left out. According to the AI chip's detection, under the cliff, there were layers of granite. Here were no signs of magician activities. Moreover, in the surroundings, there weren't any situation of experiment labs that was detected. There isn't any? Leyland's brows furrowed. Perhaps, the other party had laid out such a strong concealment that even the AI chip was unable to detect. Leyland pondered as he looked at the surroundings again with his physical eye. 6 hours later, the sky gradually turned dark. There were a few tents pitched on the top of the cliff. In front of the tent, there was a bonfire where a wild vegetable soup aroma rose from the boiling pot. It was rather unfortunate, however, that the 5 surrounding the bonfire did not have any appetite. Everyone has returned. Speak of your findings. Jaden looked at the circle and spoke first. There isn't any. Apart from those darned inverted rock blades, there isn't anything else. Rothan spoke. I say, could it be that you were leading us on the wrong path? What did you say? Jaden stood up abruptly, the badge pinned on his chest emitting a green glow. All right. Do we want to cause internal strife even before finding the treasure? Basine emitted a huge energy wave, directly between Jaden and Roth. I believe Jaden. If not, he could have come here on his own. Leyland added. Why he said that was because he also held a copy of the Sage Gotham Hut Party's map. He knew that Jaden had been leading them right to the destination. After hearing Leyland and Basine mediating, Jaden and Roth glared at each other and sat back down. I have even searched the bottom level, and it was all solid ground. There isn't any underground construction or anything of that sort. Shea smiled wryly. An official Magus remnant could not be found that easily in the first place. If not, it would have long since been looted. Leyland added and immediately asked Jaden, do you have any other clues? After hearing Leyland's words, the other 3 diverted their glances at Jaden. Jaden kept his silence for a while before speaking. The clue that I obtained was the map to come here. On the map, there were several ancient verses. It seemed to be a poem of sorts. Let me see it. Leyland and Basine spoke together in unison. I'll show it to all of you then. Jaden smiled and opened the map in his hands. Leyland scrutinized the map on Jaden. There was no difference with the AI chip's copy at all. Even the route was the same, leading to this cliff. However, Jaden's copy of the map was much older. On the upper right corner, there were several blurry characters. The words were writhing like a snake. This is Kirigirian language. I have seen it before on a manual. It seemed to speak of Carrie, and people with respect will be able to garden. Basine eyes flashed as he tried his best to translate it. Only those who carry courage and respect will be able to see the Dylan Gardens. Leyland translated the Kurajirian language immediately. There is only this one line on the map. Basain was clearly startled. Such an obscure knowledge. You actually. It's because I like to hang around in the library. Leyland smiled. The remnant's name seemed to be Dylan Gardens. However, for courage and respect, what does it mean? Shea scratched her head in puzzlement. I always thought courage referred to the courage to trespass through the Zither Moon Mountain Plains. It doesn't seem to be the case now. Jaden smiled wryly. The Zither Moon Mountain Plains is somewhat dangerous to regular humans. However, to a level 2 acolyte, it doesn't pose much danger at all. Basain looked at Leyland impassively before speaking. Chapter 109, A Way to Enter. A Way to Enter. The group discussed till late into the night, but no conclusions were arrived at. After which, they assigned the sentry for the night watch, and the individuals returned to the tent to rest and meditate. Leyland lay on a simple bed laid with the fur of a white wolf, anxiety stirring in his heart. To him, this inheritance that no one knew about was now revealed to the rest. Furthermore, using the AI chip's scanning abilities did not yield him any results. This made him feel rather irritated. Even the meditation that he did daily had to be postponed. Maybe I should not put all my hopes in here. The South Coast is extremely vast. Every dozens of years there would be an acolyte who stumbled upon an inheritance and obtained resources to advance into an official Magus. There are many chances. Leyland comforted himself, and then laughed in spite of himself. Originally, he had considered the great Magus Surhome's inheritance as his own belonging, which had led him to be obsessed with it. Even a magician's most basic intellect was affected by it. And Jaden and the others were also in the same situation. How irritable, I ignored the dangers. Leyland's expression suddenly turned tranquil. The acolytes of the Sage Gotham Hut have all been killed by us. This will surely cause the other side to keep an eye on us and cause them to send some powerful acolytes or even official magi to investigate. Based on the location of the Sage Gotham Hut, I still have around 10 days' time till the information reaches them. 8 days. If within 8 days I still haven't discovered any clues here, I must leave. Leyland's eyes showed his resolve. Compared with the great Magus Surhome's inheritance, Leyland valued his own life even more. After having decided thus, Leyland felt as if a load had been taken off of him, and even his spiritual force felt like it was cleansed, and thus he entered into the state of mediation. Early morning, a skylark's sharp cry echoed above their camp. Leyland greeted Shea. Morning. Morning, said Shea, 2 dark circles around her eyes. It appeared as if she hadn't slept a wink last night. A few blood vessels were distinctly visible within her eyes. The gaze that she returned Leyland was inconceivable. I wonder, how is it that you can be so relaxed? After enduring for some time, Shea at last inquired. This is an official Magus inheritance that we are talking about. There is a chance to even get some information and resources which would help us advance. But we still haven't found it, isn't that right? Leyland, facing the sun, stretched his muscles satisfactorily. As long as something is not yours, you must not obsess over it too much. Otherwise, your heart will only suffer. You are very odd indeed. Shea rubbed her hand across her forehead as she continued, however, magi and acolytes are all queer people, so you can be considered as normal. That may be so. Leyland nodded, as he thought that if these people came to know that the remnants were left behind by the great Magus Surhome, then the situation could worsen. But he certainly would not tell them about this bit of information. The 5 people walked away from the tents and gathered to eat their breakfast, which was a roasted fowl. After that, they all gathered together to discuss on how to proceed. All right, today will again be another day of solo explorations. Try your best to find the remnants, said Jaden. After seeing that the discussion went on for ages with no result, he had no other option but to say this. This was also the most appropriate action for the current situation. Although it is possible that any acolyte could find the entrance first, as long as it is opened, Jaden and the rest would also be able to find that open entrance from its energy waves. At the very most, they would just give the people who discovered the entrance a larger portion of the reward. What are you doing? After everyone had scattered in different directions, Jaden, upon seeing that Leyland still stood hesitating at the top of the cliff and was bowing to appreciate the beta daisy, he couldn't help but ask. It is as you see. I am appreciating the flowers, said Leyland, with a hint of a smile on his mouth. At such a moment? Jaden's eyes turned red. He made as if to go and reprimand Leyland. Be calm. You must not get irritated. Leyland made a gesture to make him halt. Yesterday we all looked for clues at the cliff's bottom, but we haven't discovered this secret hidden among the ocean of flowers. Secret? You mean, you found it? Jaden appeared ecstatic. What? Leyland found it. So. Three shadows appeared directly next to Jaden and Leyland. It was the other three acolytes who had not strayed too far. In front of his party's eyes, Leyland slowly nodded his head. One of you who can use any floating spell, fly up to Madeira and have a look. Leyland spoke. I'll do it. Bossine immediately withdrew his silver metal ball. On the metal ball, there were the energy waves of a magic artifact. After that, Bossine twirled the metal ball, which then melted to become a liquid. This liquid stuck to his back and formed two huge, pretty, and dazzling silver wings. It is a magic artifact that can change form as needed, praised Leyland. This artifact probably could reach the standard of a medium-grade magic artifact, guessed Leyland. The synthesizer had lowered the might of it for an acolyte to wield its power. Only large-scale families with a long history would be able to enjoy such extravagant methods. Chila. A huge translucent silver wing flapped, bringing the dust off the ground. With this strength, Bossine immediately flew into midair. How is it? Do you see anything? Jaden shouted below. Flowers, the arrangement of the beta daisy. A gust of wind flew past and Bossine flew down onto the ground, retracting his wings back in his body. This patch of beta daisy was planted on purpose. They have formed a character. Bossine explained to the rest. What character? Shea and Roth asked. It is a Kurigirian letter, and the meaning means jump. Leyland said. Jump? Could it be that we have to jump directly off the cliff? Jaden guessed. Acolytes were not silly people. Their judgment was clouded by the benefits in front of them previously. Haven't we already jumped once yesterday? Roth scratched his head. Nothing was discovered, only those damned rocks below the cliff. No, you climbed down. As for us, we used the floating feather spell to get down. Bossine interrupted. I understand now. The remnant is located in a secret plane. As for the way to enter, it is to jump directly down from the cliff without using any spells. Jump down directly? Are you crazy? Shea twisted her beautiful red hair. Such a tall cliff with so many rock blades at the bottom. If we don't use any magic spells for defense, with our physical bodies, even Roth would fall to his death. So, we need some experiment specimen. Jaden said. Go find some animals, better yet some humans. That's possible, but don't harbor too much hope. Roth pulled out a bunch of tentacles from his bag and hurriedly left. We should also search in the surroundings. If we still can't find any, then let's return to the town. Jaden revealed a smile for the first time. Ahoo! Frightened screams could be heard from the cliff. Moreover, due to the high pressure from the wind, the voices were altered. Bang. A black dot fell from the top of the cliff, growing larger. Finally, a human figure appeared. It was a person from the town who wore hunter gear. His face contorted and let out a hell-raising scream, free-falling from the top of the cliff. The hunter smashed directly onto a rock blade, and the huge force of impact directly severed his body in two. The corpse, which was in two, fell on the ground, creating a huge pit. The bones and flesh were mixed together. The original appearance could not be recognized at all. Beside these two pits, there was a smaller pit. It had the same gory scene, only that the skull belonged to an animal similar to a deer. How is it? At the bottom of the cliff, Roth crossed his arms and inspected. Shea too stood beside him. Moreover, in front of him, there was a semicircle object which glowed in green. From that object, Jaden's voice could be heard. Nothing new. It's just more meat paste. The result is similar to the deer from before. Roth sneered. It seems that our plan has failed. On top of the cliff, Leyland and the other two crowded around. Upon listening to the voice from the other half of the green semicircle object, their faces disappointed. From the start, an animal, till the last, a human. It seems like there are some other conditions that need to be met. Leyland was the first to recover from his low spirits. Let us think carefully. We are running out of specimens to test. Bossine revealed a sardonic smile, pointing at the empty ground nearby. On the empty ground, there were a few Zithermoon town civilians who looked aghast at Leyland and the others. If not for the fact that their mouths were stuffed, they would most likely be cursing or begging for mercy right now. Ever since Jaden suggested finding substitutes, the five of them had immediately split up and done their job. Basan was the most ruthless. It seemed like he went back to the town to kidnap a few citizens back here. For peak magician families from where he came from, the secular regular humans were like wild grass. No matter how many were cut off, more would sprout in the future. Being able to die for his cause was their glory. Although Leyland did not agree with this, but going against Basan for a few mere strangers was not worth it. Moreover, using human specimens had a smaller margin for error, much more than a deer. It was also in accordance with Leyland's interests. At the same time, he was extremely shocked at Bozane's speed. Jumping down would represent courage. According to the map, there must also be respect. Leyland spoke of his own conjecture. Then what is respect? Basan asked. In ancient times, when people visit their elders, they would bring a baited daisy to show their respect. This custom has lasted till today's times, and many places in the South Coast has retained such traditions. Leyland smiled and said, Chapter 110, Black Horrel Snake. Black Horrel Snake. Indeed, the Poofield Kingdom does have such traditions. Bozane's eyes gleamed. Let's try again. He went on one of the captives directly. It was a blue-haired kid which had not matured yet. Be honored, kiddo. Being able to make contributions in front of mighty magicians. Basan smirked and immediately cut the ropes that were tying the boy. Put this on well, better yet put it at the place 30 centimeters below your collar. Leyland immediately plucked a baited daisy flower and inserted it into the boy's collars. All preparatory work is work. Roth and Shea, be careful. Jaden roared into the receiver. 3, 2, and 1. Release. Basan grabbed onto the boy's hair with an arm and walked towards the edge of the cliff. Looking at the boy who was flailing, he smirked and let go of his hand. Athe. The little boy spit off the thing stuffed in his mouth and let off a horrified scream. After which, both his hands waved wildly as if a drowned person trying to hold onto the last rice straw. I hope it's a success this time. On the cliff, Leyland muttered as he stood with the other two watched the screaming boy turn into a dot. Suddenly, Leyland and the rest discovered an energy wave. This feeling, it won't be mistaken. It's the energy waves formed when a secret plane opens, the same as the bloodbath from before. Leyland's lips curled up. Sha-sha. Noises came from the receiver. He disappeared. I see the person who was falling in midair engulfed by a light, completely disappearing. Shea's voice could be heard with a trace of excitement in it. Let us go immediately. Roth's voice, too, sounded from the receiver. Moments later, the five gathered at the cliff as they gasped in amazement at the methods of ancient magi. Courage and respect. Who would have thought of that? Shea spoke in a wondrous tone, with no defense spells and jumping off the cliff, where many rock blades have been imbued with eternal sharpness. Even an official Magus would not dare try it. Moreover, one has to carry a beta daisy. If not, the secret plane wouldn't be opened. Jaden smiled. Leyland, nice one. At this moment, even Basan revealed an approving smile. Shea even clapped for him at the side. Oh, all of this is due to everyone's efforts. Leyland lowered his head slightly, revealing a humble yet proud smile. The secret plane has already been discovered. What are we waiting for? Roth immediately plucked a beta daisy and placed it on his body. There are them too. Basan pointed at the frightened captives. I'll end it. Jaden stretched both his hands, and the vines continued to extend. Wait. Leyland spoke suddenly, restricting Jaden's movement. What is it? Could it be that you want to beg for them? Basan looked at Leyland in amusement. No. Only that. The secret plane might contain many other mechanisms like this. Who knows if there are other uses for them? Leyland gave a viable reason. Moreover, Leyland reached for a captive, granite bind. Gray granite immediately rose from the ground, turning into fetters and handcuffs, typing the captives together once more. Regular humans will not be able to escape from a magic spell. This way, we wouldn't be afraid of them running away. Very well. If we use too much time inside the secret plane, they will die of starvation. Leyland, you are indeed a magician. Basan smiled and directly held a beta daisy in his hands. Let's go. Are we still going to wait? Jump. The five acolytes each carried a beta daisy and jumped from the cliff. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. During the high-speed drop, Leyland's skin was almost sunken from the high pressure. His eyes slightly reddened, and he felt as if the blood in his whole body was about to shoot out. Is this the feeling of jumping off a building? Leyland harbored some nonsensical thoughts. When the five of them fell halfway, a circle of light shone on the precipice. The light turned into a circle and the air writhed, revealing the scene of another dimension. The entrance of the secret plane, Bassine shouted. Following which, the eyes of the members gleamed and a strong weightlessness feeling over. After the earth-spinning feeling, Leyland and the rest came to a dark cave. Such a large place, it should be a subterranean area. Only that we don't know where it is, since the underground of the bottom of the cliff was already searched with spells many times. It's impossible to be there. Leyland got up slowly. Where's the boy? Shea tidied the hair that covered her forehead and suddenly cried, the boy from earlier has disappeared. It's not that. Roth lowered his head and pointed to the ground. There was a puddle of blood and the broken pieces of clothes of the boy. As expected, danger lurks in the secret plane along with the remnants. After seeing this scene, Leyland's eyes flashed. Earlier, when he disclosed the information to enter, he could have kept it to himself and wait until the others have returned to the academy before returning on his own. However, he still chose to tell the others. This was definitely not because he had had a change of character, but fear. Fear of the danger inside the secret plane. The great Magus Serholm was a legendary Magus and had at least rose to rank 4. The inheritance that such a person would leave behind, Leyland felt that there would definitely be many mechanisms to test the aptitude of the Seekers. No matter what, Leyland was still only a level 3 acolyte, not even an official Magus. This place, for him, was too dangerous. As for Bassine, who was amongst Jaden's party, he was in existence not weaker to Leyland. The other 3 too had their various ways of surviving. Leyland was extremely clear on his strength. Just he alone would be unable to break through every mechanism in the secret plane to obtain the inheritance. As for deceiving Jaden and the rest and completely reform a team with only level 3 acolytes, that was an impossible task to do. Furthermore, even if it was a team he organized, at the very end when they discovered the inheritance of the great Magus Serholm, Leyland was certain that an internal strife would occur. For acolytes, the great Magus Serholm was a myth amongst legends. His inheritance has a deadly allure to any acolyte. Anyway, falling out was inevitable, so it did not matter who he had to fall out with. Leyland asked himself if he were to compare the trump cards, he was the one with the most. The final one laughing would definitely be him. It seems like the boy had been attacked by some dangerous creature. Jaden took out his magic artifact, a green badge, and held in his hand. The surroundings were extremely dim and the visibility was poor. Leyland and the others could not see very far. The 5 of them huddled together to face any outside attack. Look at this. Roth squatted down and pointed at a semicircle track. Leyland looked at the direction he pointed at, and the semicircle track was extremely deep, extending to the depths far away. Moreover, these tracks appeared the most around the boy's remains. It's a snake's trail. Leyland felt a scale the size of a palm from the tracks and blurted out, a snake's track? Which means there is a dangerous snake creature concealed in the area. Roth's right hand muscle bulged and his sleeves exploded. Asterisk walala. Asterisk white tentacles continuously extended from it, creating a defense by shielding his surroundings. Asterisk psi. Asterisk asterisk psi. Asterisk. The spitting of a snake's tongue continuously sounded. It seems like the great Magus Serholm had an affection for snake-type creatures. Leyland thought of the huge Manchester snakeback in the previous remnant experiment lab and started to link the 2 sightings together. But what could this all mean? Regarding the records of the great Magus Serholm, they only appeared in poems and travel notes. Leyland had not yet discovered any journals that covered the happenings of the great Magus Serholm in detail. According to his conjecture, this information should only be available at the official Magus level. It seems like it's a large one. Bassine licked his lips. The silver metal covered him fully, turning into a full-body armor. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. A gigantic long black figure charged towards the acolytes under the concealment of the darkness. Chi-chi. Countless tentacles reached out, wrapping on the figure of the black figure. Roth guffawed. I caught you. Illuminating spell. Shea held a bright light ball in her hands and tossed it in the air. The light ball exploded in midair and shone down, illuminating the cave like a sun. Leyland squinted his eyes and sized up the creature that Roth had bound. A giant snake, more than a dozen meters long, and was black in color all over. It was filled with the rhombus-shaped scales that Leyland had noticed earlier. On its back, there was a long red line stretching from the head to its tail. On the middle of the snake's head, there was a small stubby horn, emitting immense energy waves from it. Under the horn was a pair of triangular-shaped pupils. Its bright yellow eyes looked like amber as it stared at Leyland and the rest. At this moment, the giant snake seemed to be held down by a ball of tentacles wrapped around it, rooted to the spot. Compared with the snake, Roth seemed like a midget. The scene was somewhat comical. "Yai Chip, skin the creature," Leyland ordered. Similarity to the black coral snake, 98.7%. Neborake mamba, 75%. Manchester snake, 34.6%. The AI chip's voice intoned. "Black coral snake? Bring out its data." Leyland's brows furrowed. Black coral snake, an extremely dangerous being. It contains a trace of bloodline of the ancient creature, Chamoyan serpent, which is known to contain tremendous might and an astonishing life force. Source of information: Ancient Creatures Illustrated Handbook, Catalog of Dangerous Creatures. Chapter 111, Contract Scroll. Contract Scroll. Scan the stats of the black coral snake in front of me. Leyland ordered once again. Beep. Target stats: Strength, 18, Agility, 15, Vitality, 20, Spiritual Force, 22. Abilities: 1. Scales Defense. The black coral snake rhombus scales has a defensive force field encircling it at all times. Immune to physical and magical attacks under 5 degrees. Moreover, it has a huge negation towards attack of 5 degrees and more. 2. Shadow Stealth. Inheriting the Chamoyan serpent's shadow powers allows the black coral snake to enter into a stealth state anytime, withdrawing all signs of energy waves. 3. Lightning Blaze. Emits a lightning flame from the horn. Estimated degree of attack: 12 to 15 degrees. Status: extremely weak. Stats like this. Leyland's eyes widened. It has long since surpassed the boundaries of a level 3 acolyte and is most likely close to that of an official Magus. There were no records of the stats of official Magus in the AI chip, so Leyland could only guess. Roth, careful. This is a black coral snake. Its might is extremely higher, much higher than your imagination. Hissus. Before Leyland had finished warning him, the black coral snake let out an ear-piercing hiss. The massive body of the black coral snake began to writhe, and the tail was sent flailing. The cave seemed to shake. Asterisk Papa. Asterisk the milky white tentacles broke constantly, and from its wounds, there was white dense pus. The triangular pupils of the black coral snake seemed to reveal a glint of ridicule, following which it turned back into the eyes of a beast and bit on Roth, who had fallen to the ground. "Save him!" Shea and Jaden roared, and a few green vines and silver flying knives was sent flying towards the black coral snake's body. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the flying knives and vines hit on the scales of the black coral snake, and sparks were created. The black coral snake did not budge at all and opened its bloody mouth, directly chomping on Roth, swallowing him with a gulp. Oh no! On the neck of the giant snake, there was a bulge as if someone was attacking within. Very soon, the bulge entered the stomach of the snake and the struggle within grew smaller and smaller, finally turning still. The whole process took only a few seconds, so fast that Leyland and the others did not have time to rescue him. Black coral snake? Bossine, who was on the side, recovered from the shock. Isn't that an existence that, when matured, could deal with a rank 3 Magus? Why has it appeared here? It could go against a rank 3 Magus? Jaden and the others jumped in shock. Rank 3 Magus. That is the cultivation of the leader in the Lighthouse of the Night, a person who could suppress the 3 academies. If it's a rank 3 Magus, we would have long been dead, not even a speck left. Could it be that this black coral snake has not matured yet? Leyland's thoughts spun rapidly. No, it's not correct. This is a matured black coral snake. However, due to the duration that it has been sealed for and not being able to eat, it has already regressed from a rank 3 Magus into an elementary rank 1 Magus. Furthermore, it was awakened by the human boy earlier. According to the indication from the AI chip, Leyland guessed the truth. This black coral snake could be the byproduct of the great Magus Serhome before, and was left here according to his wishes. There was most likely no food in this secret plane, hence, the black coral snake could only hibernate to reduce the consumption needed for its body. However, hundreds and thousands of years have passed. Even if the black coral snake tried to conserve its strength, it could not have reversed the decomposition effect. From originally a creature which could go against a rank 3 Magus, it had now regressed to the standard of a rank 1 Magus. After swallowing Roth, black coral snake's pupils showed a hint of satisfaction before sizing up Leyland and the others. It is still a young black coral snake, not even an official Magus. We still have a chance. Leyland was afraid that Jaden and the rest would have been dismayed and lost their fighting spirit after hearing declare it as a rank 3 Magus. Hence, he quickly shouted to boost their confidence. Leyland had the AI chip and was able to tell the truth behind the regression of the snake. Such a thing had to be kept mum. In the short period of time Jaden and the rest wouldn't be able to discover it, so Leyland just simply told a lie in its place. A fledgling? Bozane's eyes flashed. Indeed, this black coral snake is too weak, even weaker than a rank 1 Magus. It is definitely in its pre-adolescent phase. This is a creature which could fight against rank 3 Magi in the future when it grows up. If I were to sign a contract with it. Bosine muttered, and his armor immediately flashed. A metal liquid was held in his right hand, turning into a silver-white sword. Come, the brutal black coral snake of the legends. Let me, Bosine, be your owner. Bosine's eyes were frenzied, and he directly charged forward. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the thin silver sword slashed at the black coral snake's scales, creating a long gash. A few palm-sized scales too dropped out. Indeed, if it were a matured black coral snake, I would have no chances at all to break its defensive force field. Bosine hollered, "This is mine. This black coral snake must definitely belong to me." Hisses. The black coral snake hissed angrily and flung its tail. Asterisk bang. Asterisk as if it were a black lightning. The long tail viciously struck Bosine. Bosine seemed to fly out like a cannonball, creating a large hole in the walls of the cave. Asterisk walala. Asterisk mud and rocks fell down, revealing Bosine, who was wearing his shining white armor. Leyland, Jaden, and Shea, help me to restrain it. Not only can you get the friendship of the Lilytail family, I am also willing to give up all of the rewards obtained during this exploration. Bosine shook his head and finally recovered from the dizziness, seeking help from Leyland and the others. No matter what, let us restrain this black coral snake first. If not, we won't have a chance to obtain anything. Jaden spoke as he channeled a large amount of spiritual force and magic power into the green badge. Ripples of jade green color continuously came from the badge. Pung. Countless jade green vines seemed to fill the cave as it tried to entangle the black coral snake. Cloud of Afterlife. Leyland too used his spell that he was proud of. A large murky green cloud immediately engulfed the black coral snake within, the corrosive sounds constantly emitting from within the mist. Comb of Vengeful Spirit. Shea too took out her prized magic artifact. It had the appearance of a rather old wooden comb. Shea immediately used it to comb her fire-red beautiful hair. Sigh. The fire-red hair grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, there was already a layer of hair on the ground, after which, the ground of the whole cave was dyed red. It is actually a type of binding-type magic artifact. Combined with Jaden's green badge, it may really even restrain this black coral snake. An expectant look flashed across Leyland's eyes. After the dark green cloud of afterlife had dissipated, it revealed the massive black coral snake's figure within. The scales were still gleaming, as usual, only that in that large gash that Bosine had left on its body, the surrounding flesh had been corroded to a purple-black state. The huge snake's eyes seemed dispirited. Looking at it, it was evident that Leyland's attack had some effect on it. Altogether, Jaden nodded his head towards Shea. Countless green vines from midair wrapped around the black coral snake, even around its head. At the same time, the innumerable fire-red hair on the ground was like steel net. Very soon it wrapped itself like a net, trapping the black coral snake within. Bang! The green vines and red hair continuously tightened, leaving circles after circles of red and green imprints on the black coral snake's body. The huge snake lost its balance and fell to the ground, bringing up dust and rock shards. Nice one. Bosine praised them. His body in midair left several white afterimages. After a few jumps, he came to the top of the black coral snake's head. Little baby, you're mine now. A smug and zealous expression filled Bozane's face. He immediately withdrew a scroll which emitted immense energy waves directly at the black coral snake's eyes. This is a sealing contract within a scroll. From the AI chip's detection, it was a power magical object. On it, a contract formation was sealed within. It had to cost at least tens of thousands of magic crystals. Moreover, one may not be able to buy it even with money. This price has long since surpassed the price of many magical creatures for magicians. From this, one could see that only those large families which had been around for many years could possess many great items. Leyland looked at Ba-Sign, who was opening the scroll, and his lips curled up. A pity that it is such a powerful contract scroll. If it were used against a youngling of a powerful creature, there could still be a chance of success. However, this black coral snake's spiritual force is not in such a lowered state. Ba-Sign, who was without the AI chip, would naturally not think of this. At this moment, his face carried a fevered gaze. Coupled with his trembling hands, he chanted an incantation and ripped open the magical scroll. Bang! An extremely radiant white light rose in front of Ba-Sign and the black snake. The white continuously circulated, finally forming a strange magic formation. On it was laced with mysterious runes and magic characters. An advanced contract spell formation. AI chip. Record. Leyland immediately gave the order to the AI chip. Come. Become my contractual partner. Ba-Sign muttered. From the formation, a green light appeared, directly entering the forehead of Ba-Sign. As for the other flash of green light, it was sent towards the black coral snake, moreover directly imprinting itself on the large skull of the black coral snake. As if knowing that once it was bound to the contract and lose its freedom forever, the black snake thrashed continuously, resisting the entry of the green light. Hurry! Faster! Cold sweat the size of beans trickled down Bozane's face, staring intently at the skull of the black coral snake. My dream, my life, when I obtained this black coral snake. Just when the green light had completely entered the black coral snake's head, a strange sight occurred. Chapter 112, Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth. The eyes of the black coral snake revealed a human-like mocking expression. Bang! A tremendous amount of spiritual force was released, rejecting the green light instantly. Not only that, the contract spell formation in midair exploded violently too. Bozane's chest seemed to have been struck by a hammer, and he was sent flying backwards. Large chunks of silver armor fell, and crimson red blood was constantly spurted from Bozane's mouth. The backlash from the contract. Leyland, who was watching from afar, blurted out. If the contract failed on a powerful creature, magicians will often suffer backlash on their spiritual force. Moreover, apart from that spiritual force backlash, there was also the attack from the creature's spiritual force. Looking on, it seemed that Bozane's spiritual force had been severely damaged. Furthermore, due to the connection of the spiritual force with the magic artifact had also been damaged. Voila! Just when Ba-Sign was sent flying back, a white protection rune flew up from his body. A milky white light then engulfed Ba-Sign, who was still vomiting out blood. This kind of milky white radiance was resplendent and filled with a sacred feeling. Under the radiance of the light, even the naked eye could see that Ba-Sign was rapidly recovering. A single-use healing rune? Leyland's eyes squinted, recognizing the origins of that white protection rune. There are indeed plenty of items on his body. Although Ba-Sign did not suffer a severe injury as was expected, Leyland was still somewhat satisfied with it. After all, it had forced him to use one of his trump cards. The synthesizer of this protection rune had to use many precious resources. Moreover, it required a huge amount of magic power and spiritual force from an official light Magus. Even if it was Ba-Sign, he couldn't be holding on to another of this protection rune. What happened? Jaden and Shea, who saw Ba-Sign flying back, revealed expressions of disbelief. The contract binding has failed. Hurry and kill this damned black snake. Leyland withdrew the cross blade on his waist. With an incantation, a layer of frost covered the cross blade. Frost alchemy runes. It was a type of alchemy rune that was specially used on equipment, adding on might equivalent to a low-grade magic artifact temporarily. After using it, the equipment would normally break. Leyland's crossblade had long since been damaged back in the bloodbath. However, there were as many crossblades in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy as he needed for him to purchase. The Frost Greatsword was immediately wielded and raised in Leyland's hands. From the blade, a terrible chillness was emitted, and this attracted the gazes of Jaden and Shea. I knew it. Jaden's roared internally. Leyland being able to survive in the bloodbath, he definitely would have some tricks up his sleeve. Bind him, I'm going up. Leyland looked at the black snake, which was still bound by the green vines and red hair in the eye. After releasing an explosive amount of spiritual force to inflict damage on Ba Sign, the black coral snake right now continuously writhed its massive body, the energy waves surging out rampantly. Jia. Countless vines and hair were broken. Jaden's and Shea's faces, too, became more and more uneasy. Hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Shea shouted from the side. Cross-blade slash. Leyland's muscles bulged, and his whole body seemed to increase by his size. The host has entered the state of a knight's secret technique. Strength and agility have been greatly boosted. Vitality decreased. The AI chip very soon reported the change in stats. During the 3 years back in Extreme Night City, Leyland had picked up the secret technique for knights to enter the explosive state from Viscount Jackson. This was even better than a secret killing move. Furthermore, the technique came from a Grand Knight, which was much better than the secret technique inherited from Leyland's Farlia family. Under the impressive calculations done by the AI chip, Leyland incorporated Viscount Jackson's secret knight technique with his cross-blade killing technique, achieving an exponential increase in the secret technique attack. Right now, the secret technique that Leyland used had already reached the standard of a Grand Knight. The side effects had reduced, and the might was stronger than before. Under the loud roar, Leyland jumped high in the air. 2 arcs of slash were sent from the Frost Greatsword. The 2 slashes crossed one another, forming a large X in the air. Frost continued to condense, creating a layer of ice on the large X, which was sent towards the black coral snake. Chi. The icy X directly chopped at the neck of the black coral snake. Scales continuously fell, and there was a layer of ice on the area. There was a giant cross-shaped wound on the black coral snake now. The frost continued to spread, and a lot of fresh blood with a trace of black-colored snake blood was forced out from the wound. Hissus. The black snake let off an enraged cry. It violently thrashed its body and broke many more vines and hair on its body. Good. Maintain this might. As long as it's done several more times, we can definitely decapitate this snake. Glee appeared on Shea's face. Hissus. After the madness, the black coral snake strangely calmed down. After halting its writhing, the scales on its body continuously flashed with a black light, emitting a layer of negative energy that Leyland was familiar with. This is the energy particles of the shadow element. Be careful. Through the indication given by the AI chip, Leyland immediately warned the rest. Alas, they were a step too late. Without warning, half of the black coral snake's body turned transparent. First, it was the scales, then the skin, the flesh, and finally the bones. The transparency very soon covered the body of the whole snake. The giant snake, which had the length of a dozen meters, disappeared in the next moment. What is this? A concealment spell? A pity that under the 2 restraints from our magic artifact. What use would that be? Shea spoke in bewilderment. It's not a concealment spell, but one which can negate any attacks while it is in stealth mode. Voila! The countless green vines and red hair on the black coral snake seemed to lose its target in an instant. It seemed to be binding only thin air now and fell on the floor. A spell with an effect like this? Jaden's pupil shrank. This is no longer a rank 0 spell, but the effect from an official Magus. Why did it not use it earlier? Because the consumption was too great, and it cannot withstand it for a second time. Leyland guessed. This shadow stealth was comprehended by the black coral snake as an innate skill after maturing. Moreover, during its regression, it had fortunately retained this skill. The spell achieved the effect of a rank 1 spell. Leyland absolutely could not imagine the might of this spell when the black coral snake was in its mature state. I'm afraid that even official magi would not be able to discover it, only be swallowed as food while in fear. Hurry. The triangular defensive formation. Leyland roared. So. Jaden and Shea, who knew that it was not the time to be slow, rushed towards Leyland's side. Even Bossine joined them with a gloomy expression. The 4 of them formed a mysterious defense formation. They stood at the 3 corners of it as a layer of vine and hair continued to wrap around the area, protecting the 4 within. This was one of the combinations that they had agreed on previously. An invisible enemy was the most dangerous. Leyland, highly tensed, looked at the surroundings, not knowing at all when the black coral snake would strike. Under the illuminating spell, the whole cave was brightly lit. There was only dried mud on the floor. Apart from scales and a few puddles of blood, There were completely no traces of the snake's tracks whatsoever. It was as if such a massive snake had just vanished. Be careful, this is very similar to a rank 1 shadow element spell, Shadow Stealth. I have seen it once performed by an elder in my family. They are completely invisible on the physical plane as long as the time limit was not up, or when an enemy attacks it. Bosine spoke hurriedly, with a hint of anxiety and gloom in his tone. Leyland understood the feelings behind it. No matter who it was, after losing a scroll worth tens of thousands of magic crystals and a rune which could protect the life, they would not feel good about it. What should we do? Continue to wait for it to appear? Jaden was extremely unresigned as he controlled the vines to lash at the surrounding granite walls. A pity, however, the dust created did not help pinpoint the location of the snake. Snake-type creatures have a strong intent for vengeance. It would definitely not leave like this. Maybe it is just around us, waiting for an opportunity. Leyland's voice was faintly discernible. It made Shea, who was beside him, tense and kept a tight grip on that magic artifact comb in her hands. Yai Chip, can you detect where the black coral snake is? Leyland asked inwardly. No results from scanning. No reaction from thermal detection. No energy waves from a large creature in the surroundings. The AI chip's voice intoned and made Leyland's expression darken. Regarding the spells of an official Magus, the AI chip now was still somewhat helpless against them. Suddenly, a dozen meters in front of Jaden, many translucent scales appeared in midair and yet vanished again quickly. There, Jaden's eyes flashed. Dozens of vines crisscrossed, forming a large net, and was sent over. After which, Shea shot out a green fireball, following right behind the net. Bang! The green net vines caught nothing but air, falling to the ground. The fireball too caused a huge pit on the ground with an explosion, yet no traces of the snake was discovered. Leyland suddenly tensed up. His scalp was tingling as if being stared on by some dangerous creature. This feeling came purely from his instincts. The AI chip and the detection spells had no effects at all. However, he completely believed in his intuition. Leyland immediately made a decisive action and rolled on the ground, away from his original position. Hissus. Behind the place where Leyland was originally standing, there was a flickering in the air and the massive body of the black coral snake materialized. From the huge head of the snake, a vicious ray of light flashed. The snake opened its jaws and clamped on Shea, who was standing close to Leyland's original position. Half of her body entered the snake's jaws as it chewed. Boom! An intense explosion sounded within the snake's mouth, and a layer of purple flame escaped fro. A huge energy wave was detected which led the AI chip to flash indicators wildly. It's Shea. She self-destructed the magic artifact right before she died. Jaden spoke hoarsely. Chapter 113, Blood Quintessence. Blood Quintessence? No. Bosine roared and the silver armor on his body formed again. He also produced a silver longsword, which caused a few ripples in the void around it. All out. Jaden's eyes reddened. He chanted a few ancient incantation and even bit on his finger, letting the blood drip on the green batch. Bang! Countless vines broke out from the ground. Only that the vines now were all red and the reverse thorns were even denser. On them, there were even a tinge of green and an extremely dangerous aura came permeating from it. Since it's become like this, Leyland waved an arm, and a dozen fire-red potion left his hands. Several more bright flames were exploded on the black coral snake's body. Furthermore, there was a flash on Leyland's hands, and the black longbow once again appeared in his palm. Frost runes. Leyland chanted an incantation, and a layer of frost covered the original black longbow, turning the arrows into icy shards. Kill. The three different voices sounded at the same time. The red vines had a faster speed than before, even bringing a gale of wind. In an instant, it had already bound the black coral snake, which was rolling on the floor. At the same moment, an icy arrow shot past the void and pierced through the right eye of the black snake. Hissus. The black coral snake's mouth was set on fire, and one of its eyeballs had burst. From the socket, there was a huge amount of resplendent and translucent fluid that poured out. The snake was screeching in agony at this point in time. Meet your death. During the explosion, Bozane's silver armor turned into a metal liquid, converging onto the longsword in his hands. After this scene, the silver longsword immediately became 5 meters long. On the blade, there were even some mystical runes. The strongest power. The strongest state. Go to hell. Bozane's muscles bulged, and there were plenty of flashes of light from the spell. Leyland only glanced at it and discovered many rank 0 spells which could temporarily increase the physical attributes of strength and vitality. Under the support of so many spells, right now Bozane's stats had most likely exceeded that of a Grand Knight. It was close to the evolved form of Grand Knights in myths, the branded swordsman. Pooh. The longsword easily pierced through the defense of the black horror snake right into the crucial point of the giant snake, the place where the heart was. Innumerable fresh blood laced with some blackish blood frothed out. The snake's figure tried to raise itself, yet it was held tightly by the red vines. Also, the giant red vines climbed to where the wound was and, as if it had an intelligence of its own, it bore its way right into the wound. Hissus. The giant snake continuously bellowed and twisted as blood constantly splattered onto the muddy ground. After struggling for a dozen of minutes, the black horror snake's left eye was completely devoid of luster, and it fell to the ground. Is it dead? Jaden looked somewhat disbelieving as he asked. The red vines were still writhing on the body of the snake. Target is severely injured. Its life force waves are continuously declining. Target's life force has fallen to the lowest. Target's life force waves has completely vanished. Dead. The indication from the AI chip let Leyland know that the giant snake was indeed dead. However, he still said, let's first perform some detection spells. Leyland was able to vividly recall the fact that the AI chip could not detect the black horror snake when it was invisible. Who knew if this black snake had some secret method which allowed it to hide its life force waves and escape the detection of the AI chip? After which, the 3 acolytes began casting many spells. Finally, they could confirm that this black horror snake, which killed 2 of their party members, was really dead. After hearing this conclusion, Jaden hurriedly retracted his red vines and collapsed onto the ground. Leyland noted that there was not a single sign of redness on Jaden's face. His pallid complexion made it extremely obvious that he had just lost a lot of blood. As for Bossine on the other side, the greatsword had turned back into the liquid metal and was tucked back into his robes. Even the armor could not maintain its form. Looking at it, his magic artifact seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. These little tidbits of information had been recorded into the database of the AI chip. Moreover, it had wildly calculated the battle state of the 2 and came up with a battle success rate. Of course, in the eyes of those 2, Leyland was simply an above-average acolyte. Apart from his potioneering skills, there was only his frost alchemy rune which seemed decent. This was the false image that Leyland had painstakingly created. Also this. Hurry and harvest them. Leyland looked at the black snake which was devoid of life. The wounds on its body continuously had blood flowing out from it. A spell wave with low-energy waves was formed on Leyland's hands. What are you doing? Bossine and Jaden immediately pulled their distance away from Leyland, looking at him warily. Once the threat was gone, under the enticement of benefits, seeds of distrust was unknowingly planted and had already begun to sow between the party members. Just collecting the materials. Leyland's spell never stopped. Blood. After a few chants, Leyland opened his mouth and spat out a Byron language word. Hoo-hoo. The blood puddle on the floor seemed to have a direction as they flowed towards Leyland's palms on a few blood traces. Countless blood few in midair, continuously converging like a bloody ball of light. Voila! The void seemed to have an invisible strength that was continuously compressing the blood as it congealed, finally turning into a small rock with the color of blood. DD. The invisible energy was directly applied on the wound of the black horror snake, and the blood within its body was continuously pulled out. Minutes later, the black horror snake seemed to have gotten somewhat smaller, its scales turning pale. As for Leyland, his hand now held a dozen fist-sized blood-colored rocks. All the blood essence of the dozen-meters-long black horror snake congealed only to the size of a dozen rocks. This was one of the rank 0 spell that Leyland had learned, used specifically to harvest the blood from large creatures. After seeing the spell effect that Leyland cast, Bossine and Jaden then relaxed their guard. However, Leyland could still detect a trace of wariness deep within their eyes. The black horror snake's blood is an ingredient for many potions. I wish to have all of it. As for the other materials on the black snake, I can let go of a portion of them to match the value of the blood. Leyland smiled and explained. The contents of the broken diary that Leyland saw back then in the experiment lab near Extreme Night City surfaced on his mind then. Towards several words such as modulate, bloodline, and the likes caused him have an unknown instinct to collect the blood, even at the cost of offending these two. Blood. Bosine cocked his head and suddenly laughed. Indeed, for many potion masters, the blood from powerful creatures was often a necessary ingredient for their potions. The concept of bloodlines and such did not enter Bosane's train of thoughts at all. After all, many ancient creatures had been extinct for thousands and thousands of years. In many creatures within the Magus world, only traces of the ancient creature's reflection could be seen. As for how to extract the ancient bloodlines, this subject had been extensively researched by many magicians, yet there were no breakthroughs. To obtain a fragment of gene from the blood and then reforming it into an essence was well outside the capabilities of magicians. Only a rank 4 Magus of the legends or above would that have a chance of being possible. However, a rank 4 Magus on the south coast was just a myth. This black coral snake's ingredients are at least worth 100,000 magic crystals. Jaden's eyes gleamed and his face revealed an intoxicated expression. Towards magical snake creatures like these, the part that was the most valuable were their scales, innards, brains, and the likes. These were often the good ingredients to synthesize magic artifacts. As for blood and other stuff, apart from potion masters and alchemists who needed them occasionally, there were not many uses for them elsewhere. After the circumstance where Leyland acted first, the three acolytes discussed briefly. Jaden and Bosine would then gather the most valuable few parts of the snake, then cast a preserving rank 0 spell before leaving the place. To them, right now the loot from the snake was just the reward from the outer area of the remnant. Who knows how many more good stuff there were inside there. This remnant site seems to be of an extremely high grade. Jaden sized up the cave to try to search for more clues. It actually planted a sentinel mechanism right at the very start, even leaving such a dangerous creature. A pity for Roth and Shea. Towards the deaths of these two party members, Leyland and the other two only put on a superficial downcast expression before recovering very soon. To be honest, these two acolytes had only been in contact with Leyland for several days, so he did not feel much for them. Magicians were often apathetic creatures. Very soon, the three diverted their attention back towards the remnant. Using powerful creatures to guard the remnants seems to be the style of the Kukral period. Bosine seemed to recall something. The Kukral period's constructions were simple and boorish. Even those warning mechanisms were extremely simple. It would not go past 2 stages. Which is to say, once we get through another mechanism, we should be able to near the heart of the remnant. Jaden's eyes gleamed. Then what are we still waiting for? To him, finding information to advance into an official Magus was the most important task. Although collecting advanced ingredients was not bad, it did not have the allure of the inheritance of an official Magus. The three acolytes used various rank 0 spell to probe the interior of the cave, finally finding a hole in the corner. The pitch-black hole even grew a layer of green rust. It seems to be made of some metal. Sigh. A green eyeball immediately flew from the hole. Huh. Jaden reached out to grab it and inserted it back into his socket. Not many dangers ahead. However, 5,000 meters further, my spell seemed to be blocked, as if there has to be a verification of some sorts before going through. On the other side, Leyland and Bosine too used their own methods to inspect the cave before giving the same results. Chapter 114. Dylan Gardens. The Dylan Gardens. That being so, why don't we all enter together? Bosine looked at the other two. Certainly. Resolve surfaced on Jaden's face. For him, the exploration, this time, was only considered successful if he found a Magus inheritance. I have no objections. Leyland looked calm on the surface, yet it was contrary to what he felt. He was aware of the person who left behind this inheritance and what was buried here. Rank 4 Magus, a virtuous person in legends, inheritance of the great Magus Serhome. Leyland's heart blazed in desire. The three had the same opinion and entered the rusty metal passage. The tunnel was broad, enough to fit 3 adults walking side by side. Since they were 3 youths, naturally they had more freedom for movement. Leyland touched the wall and gray dust fell down, revealing the silver metal wall behind it. At first, it felt was icy cold, then again it felt warm. This metal gave a strange sensation when Leyland's fingers touched upon it. Discovery of an unknown metal, not registered within database. After a scan, the AI chip's voice intoned. This is the crying blood alloy. It seems that during its casting, it requires the fresh blood of beasts or slaves. Reportedly, there is a certain limit to its effect on the spirit bodies. Bosine whispered into Leyland's ears. If magicians were treated as commoners, then Basain would belong to nobility within magicians. His knowledge still surpassed Leyland's in certain areas. Moreover, a few precious materials could only be obtained within such families. Leyland had no access to them at all. Blood-crying alloy? Leyland commanded silently, AI chip, record composition. Beep. Target information collect, saving in database. Folder, resource information, blood-crying alloy. The AI chip's indicator sounded in Leyland's ears. The distance to the protective screen observed earlier is becoming shorter. Jaden walked on the right, suddenly speaking. Since this is a passage constructed by this type of alloy, there may be something appearing ahead. A spirit body. Leyland and Basain called in unison, their face looking awful. For acolytes, they lack effective defensive measures. For spiritual body attacks, they had no good countermeasures for it. If it were regular acolytes, they would have long since retreated. However, Leyland and the others were different. Basain and Jaden had magic artifacts on them, which could be temporarily used for defense. Although those were not defensive magic artifacts like the Fallen Star Pendant, could still protect their spirits from being attacked for the time being. As for Leyland himself, he had researched on spirit bodies for over 2 years. Under the aid of the AI chip, his knowledge on spirit bodies had exceeded even a few of his professors. At this moment, Leyland quivered. The negative energy density in the air has increased by an additional 3.14% than regular settings. The AI chip's voice intoned. This environment seemed to be recorded by the AI chip before. It is one of the most suitable environments for spirit bodies to survive. A strong, fearful instinct rose from Leyland's body. It's here. Leyland's eyes squinted. There was a bright hole appearing in front of them. After passing through the cave hole, Leyland and the rest felt a radiant light whose glare bothered their eyes, and they could not help but shut their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they had already entered a sea of flowers with varying colors. Tulips, flaming poppies, red large winding chrysanthemum, green calla lily, various flowers that Leyland knew and don't know were blooming in this flower garden. The garden seemed to be under some spell. Different blooming seasons and different areas of flowers were blooming wildly in this garden. The secular world flowers were only for decoration. After a quick whiff, Leyland discovered many useful herbs for magicians. Many were those that even Croft could never find. Yet now, they were sitting here in this garden. Violet leaves flower, nose root fruit, walking dragonfly, inverted sunflower, and there is even the void flower. Jaden and Basain, too, gasped in amazement. Towards the end, there were many species of flowers that Leyland could not recognize, but seeing where they were planted, their value must be above that of the void flower. Right now, Leyland finally knew why the Dylan Gardens were named. This huge garden was at least a dozen square kilometers. How much valuable plants were here? How much worth of magic crystals? Leyland only thought about it for a while and felt dazed. Haha, the sun golden flame. It's actually the sun golden flame. Jaden looked at a flaming plant at the middle with a fervent gaze. The strength of the sun golden flame can even be combined with grind water to help fire element acolytes to break through. The success rate is increased by 20%. Jaden muttered in his hand unknowingly went to reach for the fire-red sun golden flame. Don't. Leyland seemed to thought of something and spoke suddenly. Alas, it was too late. Jaden completely ignored Leyland's warning and reached for the flower bed. Ding-ling, ding-ling, ding-ling. A sound similar to chimes sounded and was extremely melodious to the ears. The air stopped. The wind stopped. Leyland and the other two felt nothing below their feet and was immediately shifted to another area. It seemed to be the interior of a villa. The 4 walls were displayed with brand new furniture. On the pale yellow desk, there was a lamp which contained an orange-red flame. Where is this place? Jaden spoke, losing his voice. A type of defense mechanism. It seems like we have been transported to another area. Leyland smiled wryly. Basain was looking at Jaden right now, and he no longer appeared friendly. However, there is also good news. According to the Kyokurul period's traditions, if we solve this mechanism, most of the remnant's defensive mechanism will immediately lose their effect. Bozane's face darkened. Originally, we had many opportunities to explore, and this is all because of you. He pointed at Jaden. Leyland suspected that if not for the dangers lurking in the area, Basain would most likely attack him. Tiki, who's here to play with Alice? A mechanical girl's voice sounded. At the turn of a corridor, something appeared, a Western doll. Leyland noticed the giant mannequin that was in the shadows of the corridor's corner. This Western doll seemed to have the size of a grown adult. The eyeballs were of blue gems sewn in. It wore a pink frock and had beautiful blonde hair. On the chest, there was a red bow knot. A vengeful spirit figurine. Bossine stuttered. Vengeful spirit figurine? Leyland had not heard of this word before. Obviously, this was a spirit body of some sort. Looking at the physical body of the vengeful spirit figurine, Leyland realized that his research and probes on the spirit aspect had just been on a superficial level. At the very least, he was completely clueless about these types of vengeful spirits that seemed to border between illusion and reality. Kiki, you can play with Alice. The blonde girl pointed a finger at Leyland. Her arms were made of fabric and had no palm. Only a naked arm which was a glossy hemisphere. Bang! A translucent force field immediately exploded behind Leyland. He flew up in the air and could not stop himself as he flew towards the cloth doll. Come here, my little baby. Let Alice give you a hug. The cloth doll spread her arms as if wanting to hug Leyland. Jaden and Bossine looked at each other and immediately left the cloth doll and retreated. They actually abandoned Leyland and left. F***CK. Leyland tossed 2 balls of flames on the cloth doll and set it ablaze. However, the fire was quickly extinguished, and not even a trace of the damage was found on the cloth doll. Ding! Many baby-sized arms appeared faintly from the void and seemed to pull on Leyland. A pair of girls' arms was even touching Leyland's waist now. A numb feeling was immediately spreading from his waist. Leyland's eyes flashed in viciousness and immediately threw a yellow potion on the ground. A yellow protection screen immediately appeared around Leyland's body, separating the countless baby-sized arms. Trevor's revolving shield potion. The only defense potion that Leyland had access to was now duly exhibiting its effects. Arg, you have hurt Alice. The cloth doll's face split open, revealing razor-sharp teeth. I'm going to eat you. A pair of half-transparent beast mouth immediately appeared before Leyland and nipped down. Kacha! Ripples seemed to have formed on the yellow defensive light shield, letting off noises that could no longer endure the attack. This attack is quickly exceeding the capabilities of the potion. Leyland felt for the item on his neck. Now is not the right moment to use my trump card. After which, a red flaming potion was tossed out by Leyland. Intense blazing potion. Also this. Leyland felt for several pink-colored pearls in his sack and threw it into the flames. During his stay at Extreme Night City, he had some results from researching spirit bodies. Apart from researching the laws of the spirit bodies, he also obtained some information on what those spirit bodies hated the most and what could hurt them. This pink-colored pearls contained one of the best effects. Pooh! The pink pearls very soon exploded in the flames, revealing pink powder. After this addition, the flame turned pink too. It continued to spread until it filled the jaws of the beast. The huge jaws of the beast let off a terrifying roar and was very soon burnt to ashes by the flame. At the same time, the flame seemed to have gone through the void, extending to the face of the cloth doll. The cloth doll covered its face as it let out a loud and indignant howl. After the final wisp of flame had disappeared, the radiant screen on Leyland's body had completely vanished. Leyland landed on the floor. On his waist were the scars caused by 2 tiny hands. His brows furrowed. The clothes on his back had already been corroded, leaving behind 2 small black imprints on the skin. The injury caused by a spirit body must be removed immediately, if not it will continue to spread. Leyland hurriedly withdrew several white leaves and applied on the wound. Suddenly a refreshing feeling could be felt from the injury. Asterisk pa. Pa. Asterisk. The windows on the side were broken, and 2 figures immediately charged in. Bossine looked at Jaden, the surroundings, and then looked at Leyland on the ground. He smiled wryly. It seems like no matter where we go, we will always return here. Chapter 115, Falling Out. Falling out. It seems like we have to get rid of her first. Leyland's face was expressionless as he pointed to the cloth doll, which was still clutching its face. Regarding the matter of the other 2 abandoning him earlier, it seemed like the trio were suffering from selective amnesia. Leyland understood that if he were to fall out with these 2 now, it would be a devastating loss. Concerning this vengeful spirit figurine, they could only work together to even have a chance at defeating or even killing it. As for that incident earlier, there would be plenty of opportunities later to get back at them. Fire. Alice hates fire the most. At this moment, the pink flame had already been extinguished on the pink doll's face. The originally beautiful face of the cloth doll was now charred black. Even an eyeball was now missing. However, the doll still laughed and said, "The three of you, let's play together." With a wave of its hand, the tables and chairs began to jump around. Even the lamps and closets seemed to grow a pair of small legs as they danced and sang nursery rhymes, gradually surrounding Leyland and the other two. Umbra's hand, corrosive blaze, acidic aqua shot. The trio constantly cast their spells on the tables and other furniture surrounding them. However, these creatures were too many. Even if they killed a couple, there was of not much use. Moreover, even if they used their magic artifacts to attack the doll, it would at most leave behind some scars and was mostly ineffective. In the end, the three acolytes were back to back, already confined by the figurine in an extremely small area. There is no other choice. Basain looked at Jaden and Leyland, who had pale expressions on their faces, and a hint of viciousness flashed across his own. "I have a formidable spell which requires time for preparation. Stall this freak for me." Saying which, Basain withdrew a gray scroll that was drawn with various mystical patterns, immediately sitting cross-legged on the floor and chanted an incantation. Hope glowed on the faces of Leyland and Jaden. They cast their spells with great difficulty, blocking the advance of the monsters. "He's finally forced to use it, huh?" Leyland thought. Jaden's frail state was real. However, Leyland was just feigning his frailty. However, the situation earlier was extremely dire. Just a little more, and Leyland would have had to use the Fallen Star pendant for defense. However, from Bozane's point of view, Leyland and Jaden were newly advanced level 3 acolyte. Their spiritual force and magic power had long since been depleted. Even Jaden had used his magic artifact several times. As for Leyland, a potioneering acolyte, being able to last till here had somewhat exceeded Bozane's expectations. Of course, he did not know that although Leyland had advanced not too long ago, under the aid of potions, Leyland's spiritual force now was even stronger than his own, which he had accumulated over some time and formed a sturdy foundation for an official Magus advancement. Furthermore, Leyland had even concealed his defense-type magic artifact. A healing rune which was used earlier, an attack scroll, a contract scroll, and a magic artifact which can take on the form of anything to attack and defense. Leyland flung his potions and chanted an incantation, constantly panting. Although Basain belongs to a large family, he is after all only an acolyte. With these items, he is already unfathomable. Under the concealment of the intense energy waves from spells, Leyland secretly calculated the remaining energy of Basain. Dozens of seconds later, Basain had finally completed his activation of the magic scroll. The gray scroll was now floating in midair, emitting a fire-red light. This energy wave, it's a rank 1 spell. No wonder it needs such a long activation time. Leyland's pupil shrank. Immense energy waves came from the scroll. Not only did it send the creatures surrounding them in retreat, it faintly caused Leyland and Jaden to be unable to breathe. Bozane's family had actually provided him with a rank 1 Magus spell stored in a scroll as his greatest trump card. He is indeed from one of the 3 big families, who were rich and overbearing. This scroll contained a seal rank 1 spell. Not only was the ingredients for it exorbitant, it required the official Magus to cast this spell over a dozen times to imbue it. Moreover, there needs to be a grand alchemist who is skilled in imbuing spell formations. Every one of these scrolls was extravagant. Each scroll was at least 100,000 magic crystals and above. It had a sky-high cost, and also there was the difficulty of imbuing. Apart from acolytes, official Magus would not have much use for it. Various reasons had caused scrolls like this to be rare in their numbers. Only large families like the Lilytel family would be able to have 1 or 2 of it. After forking out such a price, the scroll's might was extremely deafening. Fire-red energy waves continuously radiated, and the scroll automatically burned within the light. The flame, under the bright yellow light, revealed a giant, 3-legged golden crow. The 3-legged golden crow used its beak to ruffle its feathers, continuously issuing crystal-clear cawing, as if like a real bird. Moreover, from the black pupils, signs of intelligence were observed. It seemed to have wisdom. Go. Bozane's face now was extremely pale as he punctured his lips with his teeth. On the side of the eyes, there was sweat rolling off, yet he let off an extremely zealous expression as he pointed at the cloth doll. It seems like the spell he cast earlier allowed him to have a huge sense of satisfaction. "No, don't come over. Alice is scared." The cloth doll opposite retreated 3 steps. On that figurine's face, there was an expression of fear, as if a little girl had encountered a bad guy. However, Leyland and the others were not moved by this scene. Along with Bozane's orders, the 3-legged golden crow flapped its wings, and the bright yellow wings burned with flames as it flew around Bosine and the other 2 in a circle. Several bean-sized flame dropped onto the furniture which had been given life. Bang! Balls of yellow flames were set ablaze, and the various chairs and tables were each reduced to a pile of gray ashes. Gio. The 3-legged golden crow let out an elegant cry and flew across in the air, directly landing in front of the cloth doll. The bright, red, conical beak took aim and gave the cloth doll a light peck. Arg! The cloth doll Alice let out a frightened whimper, and its body was immediately set on fire with the bright yellow flame. Save Alice. Alice is actually very obedient. The figurine collapsed on the ground, reaching out a hand towards Leyland and the others, its voice carrying a hint of pleading. Leyland and Jaden turned around and saw a crazed expression in Bozane's eyes as he continued to ignite the flame. The bright yellow flame burned continuously, finally turning the cloth doll in ashes. All right. Bosine turned over and faced Leyland and Jaden, revealing a smiling face with his intentions unknown. Leyland's heart skipped a beat and his hand already reached towards his neck. Gio. At this moment, the 3-legged golden crow cawed and turned into the gray scroll earlier as it fell to the ground. Pa! The gray scroll disintegrated into ashes into the surroundings. After seeing the energy of the scroll fully utilized, Bozane's face looked terribly unsightly, but he still forced a smile on his face. All right, the creature is dealt with. Let us find the way out. Just when Leyland was about to say something, another loud crash sounded. Behind the cloth doll, the walls shook and revealed a crack, showing a straight tunnel. On the wooden boards of the wall, there was a line of characters written in the ancient Byron language. Seekers who are able to come here will have a chance to obtain my inheritance, Norco Karatas Far. Norco Karatas Far is the Magus who left behind this inheritance? Jaden revealed a longing and curious expression. As for Bosine on his side, he muttered the name, Norco Karatas Far, repeatedly. An ecstatic expression gleamed in his eyes, but was quickly restrained. However, this had been seen by Leyland, who had been observing him furtively. He knew that Bosine had definitely thought what the name had represented. I seem to have heard of this name, but it's very vague now. At this moment, Leyland also scratched his head, revealing a dazed expression. No matter who, it's definitely an official Magus, and his inheritance will definitely let me advance. Jaden was extremely zealous and immediately rushed into the tunnel. Follow him. Bosine and Leyland followed closely behind Jaden. After walking through the tunnel, Leyland and the others came to a study room-like place. The 4 walls were filled with bookshelves, yet not a single book was to be seen, which made Leyland blurt out that it was a pity. As for the large table in the center, there was a black box placed neatly on it. Behind the study desk, there was a chair and a strange oil painting. The oil painting showed a mysterious emblem. Countless mystical runes formed a snake. The snake traced its own tail, forming the picture of a circle. I seem to have seen this emblem somewhere before. Leyland was somewhat confused, but he threw that thought away. It seems like this place was set up by the great Magus heir home for his inheritance. This great Magus is still somewhat benevolent. The mechanisms were all below the strength of an official Magus. If not, with just a little increase in difficulty, we would all have perished in here. Leyland was somewhat happy to let Jaden and the others come here with him. If not, just with his strength alone, he would not have been able to reach this place. Wasn't there a magician called Norco? Where are his remnants? Leyland wished to ask this question, but it was very soon flung to the back of his head. Because the scene right now took on a massive change. After seeing the black box on the study desk, Bozane's and Jaden's panting started to become heavier. Bang! A silver-white longsword suddenly appeared in Bozane's hands and was sent slashing towards Jaden. The vine armor on Jaden's body flashed, but a cut still appeared, his arm bleeding profusely. So. The 3 of them immediately kept a distance from one another. As expected, in the end, we are going to fall out, huh? Jaden clutched his arm, letting off a bitter smile. Looking at Jaden in this state, Leyland suddenly recalled that when they set off together, Jaden did not request for them to sign any contract. It seems like he had long since anticipated an outcome like this. Chapter 116. Taking Action. Taking action. Indeed. The inheritance of an official Magus is a sufficient reason for this fellowship to be broken. Jaden spoke slowly. Not only that. Now, the metal liquid covered Bozane's body and turned into a silver-white armor. If it was just a spell model, grind water or something of that sort, I wouldn't mind at all. But this is Norco Corradu Sfar's legacy. Bozane's face became flushed. We are talking about the Great Magus Serhome, the inheritance of a rank 4 Morningstar Magus. The Great Magus Serhome? Clarity appeared on Jaden's face. Of course, he had heard of the legend of this Great Magus. However, in the legends, the Great Magus Serhome used an alternative title. Apart from Leyland, who had an overpowered way to store data, and Bossine, who had a solid family foundation, there were many who weren't aware of this fact. Since you know the reason, you can die in peace. Bossine did not conceal the killing intent on his face as he viciously slashed the silver-white sword down upon Jaden. Hua! The longsword split into countless small silver needles that were sent flying towards Jaden. Form a shield, Jaden shouted. More vines appeared from the badge and took the form of a large shield in front of Jaden. Ding ding dang dang. Countless needles fell like rain onto his shield, creating many small holes. The huge impact sent Jaden staggering backwards. His face became filled with despair. Jaden, I know all of your tricks. Apart from your magic artifact, what other trump cards do you have? Bossine spoke these words to try and shatter Jaden's confidence. Jaden retreated until his back hit a wall. Then he turned his head and shouted to Leyland. Leyland, let's act together. If not, we will both die. Leyland, don't believe him. If you can stay neutral and be on the sidelines, or even help me, I swear that you will obtain the friendship of the Lilytail family. After listening to the persuasion of both sides, Leyland appeared panic-stricken. He staggered back 2 steps and spoke in a quivering voice. No, I don't want any inheritance anymore. Just let me go. After hearing those words, Jaden's face looked even more aghast and anxious. Even his vine shield had become smaller in size. Bossine, on the other hand, laughed loudly. Haha, my Lilytail family will definitely welcome a potions master like Leyland. As for you, Jaden, you're finished. The longsword in Bozane's hand split again, and each droplet of liquid metal floated in the air, turning into dart-like objects. With my blood. After seeing the opponent's attack, hopelessness surfaced on Jaden's face. He used the same method as before and smeared his blood on the green batch. In an instant, the green vine shield turned into a red giant one. The energy in your badge should deplete soon, huh? Even if you use your blood as a substitute, how long can you last? Bossine shouted and sent countless needles flying towards Jaden. Bang! The red shield exploded, and the innumerable needles pierced Jaden's body. With countless holes present all over his body, Jaden was immediately dyed red. Regret and disbelief filled his face as he fell slowly to the ground. Hoo-hoo! Bossine was panting somewhat loudly at this moment. He turned around and faced Leyland. Well done. You did not attack me with him earlier. With a sinister smile, Bossine pointed at Jaden, who laid within a pool of blood. I, the heir to the Lilytail family, the pride of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, the silver-white swordsman Bossine will grant you your preferred choice of death. As he spoke, a commiserating yet toying expression appeared on his face. He was like a lion or tiger who was playing with a rabbit. Choice. Way to die. Leyland squeezed out a smile. Mr. Bossine, I don't quite understand you. My meaning is extremely clear. You can only die here. Bozane's expression was cold. The inheritance of the Great Magus Serhome is too important. I cannot allow the possibility of you leaking any information. Originally, as a genius in potioneering, you had a bright future. What a pity. Bossine looked at Leyland regretfully, as if feeling sorry for his plight. Perhaps you would like to end your own life. It might reduce some of the pain. Bossine edged closer and closer to Leyland, his voice gentle yet enticing. There seemed to be a magical force in his voice, luring Leyland to do things the way he said. Leyland's eyes went blank. His lips unconsciously formed the following. I want to. It's going to be a success, exclaimed Bossine, gleefully. At that moment, Leyland raised his head and grinned, revealing a pair of bright and shiny teeth. He said, I want you dead. Bang! A silver streak flew from Leyland's hand onto Bozane's face. Shock filled Bozane's face, but a layer of liquid metal automatically formed a mask, protecting his face. Kacha, the silver light skid against the mask, emitting sparks. A pity that it's a magic artifact with instantaneous defensive capabilities. Leyland looked at Ba-Sign, who was retreating. His face showed a hint of regret and disappointment. You were pretending earlier. Ba-Sign touched his face, which had already swollen, and his expression began to contort. Such a boring, illusory spell. I was not afraid of it when I was a level 2 acolyte. Leyland smiled brightly. This look suits you very well. Like a pig head. You're seeking death. Bozane's face was flushed from anger. The liquid metal crept and covered his whole body, forming a silver armor. His eyes were a little bloodshot as he brandished his long sword and charged towards Leyland. I want to pluck each and every tendon from your body. You useless trash who only knows potioneering. Oh really? Leyland frowned. A black longbow appeared in his hands, and a frost arrow was shot. Ba-Sign did not dodge nor hide, letting the arrow land on his body. The frost arrow was blocked by the silver armor and turned into a white mist that covered the surface of Bozane's armor. Suffering from its effect, Bozane's speed had lowered somewhat. I have been watching you all along. All the potions in your bag should have been fully used up. Am I right? Ba-Sign smiled maliciously, directly rushing at Leyland. An accurate guess. Leyland's smile did not waver, which suddenly made Ba-Sign feel a bad premonition. It is unfortunate, but my trump card is not related to potions. Fallen Star Pendant. Activate. Along with Leyland's command, a layer of silver-gray light radiated from his body. This layer seemed like starlight, dim but sturdy and unwavering. It covered Leyland's body, forming a silver-gray armor all over him. On the surface of this armor, a few gems were flickering. Bang! Ba-Sign struck with his longsword, but he was blocked directly and grabbed by Leyland's right hand, which was covered by the armor. Following which, Leyland viciously punched Bozane's face. Kacha! The mask on Bozane's face dented inwards, and he immediately spat out several teeth as he flew backwards with a look of disbelief on his face. As expected, using fists to hit someone feels the best. Leyland narrows his eyes and spoke with some satisfaction. Voila! Ba-Sign crashed into a few empty bookshelves, and they toppled over him. Numerous decomposing wooden boards buried Ba-Sign within the rubble. Bang! The wooden boards were blasted away. Once again, Ba-Sign stood before Leyland with his bright silver armor. I have underestimated you. A defensive-type magic artifact. You are actually the one amongst us with the most secrets. Bozane's face now was extremely solemn. However, with two swollen lumps on both sides of his face, Leyland felt like laughing when he saw him. Too much nonsensical stuff has been said. Leyland's muscles bulged and he clashed with Ba-Sign. Bang! 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 Booming noises sounded from the study room, sending dust flying everywhere. Through the barely visible dust screen, two humanoid creatures wearing armor could be seen charging at each other. These two creatures seemed not to be afraid of injuries. They only used the most brutal and barbaric fighting style, completely forsaking their defense. Each one simply attacked his opponent. Bookshelves collapsed continuously and chaos ensued. If not for the two creatures deliberately avoiding the middle study table containing the remnants, it, too, would have shared the fate of those bookshelves. With the seconds turning into minutes, it could be seen that the human figure, the one with the bright silver armor, seemed to be at a disadvantage. The white light on it, too, had somewhat dimmed. Finally, with a punch from the person armored a silver gray, the bright silver armor broke, turning back into its liquid metal form, and then it was restored to its original ball-shaped form. Leyland once again stomped on Ba-Sign, who was on the floor. Crack! The sound of breaking bones could be heard from Bozane's chest. After which, a shoe coated in silver gray light nonchalantly stepped on his chest. One corner of Bozane's lips was overflowing with blood. I regret this. If only my scroll was still here. If only I didn't use silver light so many times earlier. Kacha! Leyland's eyes were devoid of emotion. He showed no quarter towards Ba-Sign and withdrew a dagger from his robes and severed all four of Bozane's limbs. Arg! Bozane's facial muscles contorted, and cries of anguish reverberated in the whole study room. Leyland kicked the severed limbs away and took out a hemostasis potion, after which he took out a hemostasis potion and poured it on Bozane's wound. He wasn't going to let Ba-Sign bleed to death. You just kill me. Bozane's face was extremely pale as he forced the words out from his mouth. How could I have the audacity to kill a member of the mighty Lilytel family? Leyland smiled slightly, yet to Ba Sine, it seemed to be a very sinister and sadistic smile. As the heir of a Magus family, you would definitely have some tracking spell cast on you by an official Magus. It is very likely that once I killed you, that official Magus would be able to sense it. Leyland spoke slowly. At the same time, Bozane's expression turned completely ashen. Chapter 117. True or False? True or false? Upon seeing the sight of Ba Sine collapsed on the ground, Leyland did not feel any pleasure. You were a worthy opponent. Your strength, your equipment, and even your cunning are highly admirable and hard to overcome. Concealing my strength, draining the energy of your magic artifact, and making you use all of your trump cards. If I had not done all these, today's victor could certainly have been reversed. These were sincere words from Leyland. If he hadn't disguised himself as a pig, but one that could eat a tiger, and saw that Ba Sine had drained the energy of his magic artifact, Silverlight, and also the opportunities that made Ba Sine reveal his trump cards, the outcome of the battle between Leyland and Ba Sine would have been rewritten. But ultimately, Ba Sine was killed at the hands of Leyland. Even his death could not be decided by himself. This time's affair caused Leyland to understand this fact. In the Magus world, there were innumerable geniuses and even more trump cards. In the future, unless necessary, it was better if he kept a low profile. Moreover, every one more trump card one has is equivalent to a little more odds of survival. You will certainly be found by my father. You will die an unbearable and miserable death. As Ba Sine was speaking, his eyes suddenly bulged. Pooh! A bright silvery flash occurred as Leyland's arms moved, and Bozane's tongue was cut off. As far as acolytes are concerned, so long as they can chant incantations, they are dangerous. Leyland, unenthusiastically looking at Ba Sine, who was on the verge of fainting, said, As I was saying, even though your spiritual force and magic power has all been consumed, I must not let down my guard. Bind. Leyland chanted an incantation and immediately summoned a shadow chain and bound Ba Sine, who had lost his 4 limbs. Ba Sine looked at Leyland, who could still cast spells, and his eyes dimmed. The fact that Leyland could still cast spells meant that his spiritual force and magic power was above that of Ba Sine, yet Ba Sine already had the spiritual force criteria to advance into an official Magus. Just one safety lock isn't enough. Leyland frowned and placed the tip of his long, pure white finger on Bozane's forehead and pressed. Wing. A mysterious writhing rune was formed at Leyland's fingertip. It coursed through Bozane's body and entered the forehead area. Bozane's eyes flashed white and his body spasmed, before fainting. All right now. Leyland stood up and patted his hands, his eyes showing an unspeakable amount of desire. Right now, their only thing left is the inheritance of the great Magus Serhom. The light from the fallen star pendant had always covered Leyland's body. With a face full of wariness, he crossed over many fallen shelves and came to the center where the study desk was. On the study desk, there was a black box. On it was a few thin patterns, as if formed by little snakes. Adjust the fallen star pendant's form and change focus area, right hand. Along with Leyland's command, the gray light on his body flickered and the other areas apart from the right hand dimmed. It all gathered on the fight hand, forming a thick armor. Leyland gritted his teeth and reached out his right hand to open the black box. Pa! The lid of the black box was opened. However, it exceeded Leyland's expectations and nothing happened. In the box was a thick, black book. As for the other empty areas in the box, it was filled with a type of red silk, looking extravagant. Leyland picked up the book. Ka-cha! A mechanical sound reverberated throughout the room. Damn it! Leyland looked at the bottom of the interior of the box after taking the book and was somewhat stupefied. At the bottom, where after the black book was removed, a Byron language sentence was written in cursive font. Inheritor. When you take away this Book of Giant Serpent, the whole secret plane will self-destruct within 3 hourglasses worth of time. This row of words was written in blood and seemed extremely striking. What exactly was this great Magus Serhom trying to do? Leyland's thoughts rapidly spun. The 3 hourglasses worth of time was enough for him to find an exit and even farm some of the flowers in the garden before leaving. No, not right. Too easy. There's something wrong. Leyland hurriedly flipped open the Book of Giant Serpent. AI chip. Record information. The whole book was extremely thick and was written in tiny characters. It was even written in code. If it was any other person, he would most likely not be able to even finish reading the preface of the book before the time of 3 hourglasses was up. However, Leyland was different. He flipped through the Book of Giant Serpent in a frenzy. In his eyes a blue light surfaced, and the AI chip continuously recorded the information. AI chip, how's it going? Information sort is in progress. Deleting useless information obtained the real content from the Book of Giant Serpent. 667 pages of travel notes, 78 experiment notes, 12 rank 1 spell models, 3 rank 2 spell models. The AI chip quickly sent the information to Leyland's brain. It isn't there. There is no information about a high-grade meditation technique. Leyland realized this crucial point. According to the vengeful spirit, Roman, the great Magus had indeed left a copy of high-grade meditation technique. This reward is considered extremely bountiful to normal acolytes and even rank 1 magi. However, without the high-grade meditation technique, it's a failure. Alert! Alert! The host is in a place with unstable energy, and it is estimated to collapse in 15 minutes 45 seconds, counting down. The AI chip showed a string of warnings, constantly flashing in front of Leyland. AI chip, scan the study room. A resolve expression appeared on Leyland's face as he began to use various detection techniques to search for concealed compartments in the room. After 5 minutes, Leyland's face turned even more unsightly. I estimate that I need 5 minutes to leave this place. Which is to say, the time left for me to search is only 6 more minutes. I have to leave before that. Although Leyland wanted the high-grade meditation technique badly, he valued his life more than the technique. The study desk is okay. No problem with the chair. Oil painting, oil painting. Leyland stared fixedly at a most suspicious-looking oil painting. Apart from an emblem with the similar sign of the Ouroboros one, there was nothing else on that canvas. At this moment, Leyland discovered a tiny object within his robes radiating heat. He reached in and withdrew a cheap yellow bronze ring. This ring seemed to be extremely average. There was even some scratches and rust on it. Inscribed on the surface of the ring was the letter K, which seemed to represent the emblem of some organization. This is the ring that was obtained from Roman's remains. Leyland thought about the origins of this ring. Back when he was in Extreme Night City, after searching the lab of the great Magus he found the corpse of the vengeful spirit, Roman. This ring was found on his corpse. It seems that the vengeful spirit Roman did not just obtain this information. Moreover, he somehow managed to hide some information from Leyland. Leyland stroked the yellow bronze ring on his finger. The closer he walked to the oil painting, the more heat the ring emitted. Moreover, there was even light emitting from the letter K. Kacha, kacha. On the bottom area of the oil painting, part of it fell, revealing an empty hole which had the K symbol, the same as the ring. Leyland fitted the ring in the gap. Bang! Both sides seemed tightly, and a strange energy wave radiated from it. Sigh. The black snake and runes on the oil painting seemed to come alive, and a scarlet gleam was there its eyes. It continuously chased after its tail, spinning within the painting. The spinning speed of the black snake kept increasing, finally turning into a black hole. In the hole, there was the space of a small cabinet, and it was a cage that was made of crimson lightning. Leyland gritted his teeth and looked at the decreasing amount of time, immediately reaching his hands to it. Bang! An ancient voice suddenly sounded in Leyland's brain. The test has begun. Begin to portray this spell formation within 30 seconds. A yellow, illusory figure, formed by the spell, appeared in front of Leyland. There is even a spell? Leyland was now convinced that this great Magus was a sadist. Under the circumstances of the secret plane collapsing, he even intended for the inheritor to complete a test. Moreover, even if it was a basic spell model, it would at least require several hours of time. 30 seconds? He's plainly toying with others. AI chip, immediately decrypt with full operational capabilities. With Leyland's order, a bright blue light flashed in his eyes. This was the greatest calculation abilities that the AI chip projected. Mission establishing, beginning analysis. The AI chip loyally carried out its duty, very soon projecting the completed spell formation in Leyland's brain. Construction completed. Next test. Within 30 seconds, construct this spell formation. This time, it was a blue formation. Leyland rolled his eyes and continued to use the AI chip to analyze. Afterwards, it was the third spell formation, black-colored. This time, the required analysis surpassed Leyland's expectations. Right before the 30 seconds timer was up, he then managed to complete the formation. Will it end now? Leyland thought after finishing the third formation. However, at this moment, the yellow, blue, and black formation in his brain began to converge suddenly. Kacha. After the three spell formations instantly merged, it turned into a scarlet-colored spell formation. On the surface, it was filled with many mysterious runes. Psi. The scarlet lightning behind the oil painting seemed to have been attracted to him and entered Leyland's body immediately. My inheritor. You must have the courage and wise, be astute and filled with knowledge. Only then can you break through the shackles of bloodline. That ancient voice sounded once again in Leyland's mind. At this moment, the AI chip indicated, a spiritual force data has been received to accept or deny transmission. Accept. Following which, Leyland felt that his brain was stuffed with a load full of information, similar to when he received his meditation technique when he first entered the academy. A massive stream of information continuously entered his brain and was sorted by the AI chip. 1. Ouroboros is an ancient sign which shows the head of a serpent or a dragon eating its tail, forming a circle. Chapter 118. Destroying the Remnants. Destroying the Remnants. The book is a copy of high-grade meditation technique. It is only for warlocks who carries the bloodline of the giant Chamoyan serpent. The beginning of the information already sent Leyland in ecstasy. The high-grade meditation technique that I have always dreamt of is finally in my hands now. Leyland only felt a surge of blood rush to his brain and almost could not resist screaming in excitement. Morning. Morning. Time left for the place to collapsing. 5 minutes 01 seconds. It has already reached the limit that the host has set. The AI chip reminded Leyland once again. Damn. Leyland started running immediately. When he started to run out of the study, he glanced quickly at the collapsed corpse of Bossine. To have you buried inside the secret plane is the best method to conceal the murderer. And, since I did not directly kill him, the probability of any detection magic is very less. After walking away from the study room, he found himself inside the Dylan Gardens where there was every kind of flower blooming. Leyland did not think any further and reached out to grab the few most precious flowers and placed it in his robes. He did not stop his footsteps and directly dashed out from the Dylan Gardens. After running through the metal passage, Leyland once again returned to the cave where the corpse of the black horror snake lay. Something's not right. There is something missing. Leyland ran to where the black snake was. His right hand glowed with the defense of the fallen star pendant, and as he traced the opening of the wound, he ripped open the stomach and pulled out a scarlet heart out from it. As the handling of such ingredients was troublesome, Bossine and the rest had decided to retrieve it only when they were prepared to leave. There is no more time. Leyland looked at the timer, which was counting down to 0 soon, and immediately chanted an ancient incantation. Stereoguderian. This was the password recorded in the Book of Giant Serpent for leaving the secret plane. A pity that with the destruction of the secret plane, this time, there was no other chances to use it in the future. After the chant, Leyland was enshrouded in a red lightning and immediately disappeared from the cave. On the top of a cliff, a few red flashes of lightning formed, taking the form of a spell formation. A brown-haired acolyte's illusory image slowly turned into real substance among the lightning and landed on the cliff. I am finally out. Leyland looked at the void, which was constantly emitting energy waves, his expression complicated. This was the influence of a secret plane self-destructing in the main world. It was extremely weak and extremely difficult to discover. However, Leyland was clear that the Dylan Gardens and everything inside it was now wiped off from the face of this world. A pity. So many resources and precious herbs. Leyland looked down at the energy wave of the void, which was slowly vanishing, and he felt a great pity about it. After all, that was the secret plane of a rank for Magus. Just the various flowers and herbs in the Dylan Gardens could fetch the price of several millions of magic crystals. Moreover, there had been copious quantities of herbs in there. With it, Leyland would not have to worry about his finances after turning into an official Magus. Fortunately, it's not like I don't have any gains. Leyland looked at the few stalks of herbs tightly gripped in his hands, his expression relaxing a little. On his hands, there were several rare herbs, only that their appearance was not very beautiful at this moment. As Leyland prioritized in escaping earlier, he merely grabbed a fistful of the most precious plants, so naturally there was some damage done to those herbs. There is one more, Book of Giant Serpent. Leyland touched the sturdy black book in front of him. Although it was just something the great Magus Serhom placed outside to conceal the high-grade meditation technique inside the oil painting, its price was still extremely precious. On the Book of Giant Serpent, there were the travel notes of the great Magus home with the drawings of a few precious items, which could enhance Leyland's knowledge. Moreover, many experiments were also explicitly stated in detail, which allowed Leyland to benefit from it. However, the most precious in the Book of Giant Serpent was the 12 rank 1 spell models and 3 rank 2 spell models. All these were items that the various guilds and magisterium in the South Coast tried to get their hands on. They were something that magic crystals could not buy. Finally, the motive of Leyland's expedition, this time, the high-grade meditation technique, was finally obtained. This meant that Leyland's path in the future might not be smoothly paved, but at least he had a direction to work towards too. He had more chances than other acolytes. Any one item on this book, once leaked, will only result in one outcome for Leyland. That is to be listed as wanted by all the organizations in the South Coast. All official magi, various academy chairmen, even the strongest Magus that Leyland had seen, the head of the Lighthouse of the Night, will do their utmost to catch him who was a mere acolyte. Just thinking of that outcome, Leyland already felt a headache. At the same time, he resolved to conceal everything he had gotten in this expedition. Since I have already decided, Leyland's eyes flashed viciously and looked at the few struggling prisoners behind him. They were captured by Bossine, used as guinea pigs to test the mechanisms of the secret plane. Furthermore, Leyland even bound all of them later. He did not know how long he stayed inside the secret plane, only that from what Leyland saw, these few people were already on the verge of death. If he were to come out a little longer, it would just be a few more corpses that he would see. I originally wanted to use them to kill Bossine after defeating him, but from what I see now, the self-destruction of the secret plane is a better way to kill him. Acolytes who hailed from great families or were geniuses of an academy often had various detection spells placed on them. Once they were to die, the spells would be activated and imbued itself on the closest intelligent creature beside them and turned into a tracking spell. Hence, Leyland seldom attacked other acolytes. If there was a choice, he preferred to use scapegoats to finish his job. Leyland muttered and walked towards the few prisoners. Very soon, his face hardened, and he immediately grabbed a few prisoners and tossed them over the cliff. Papa. Not long after, there was the slight yet heavy noise which traveled to Leyland's ears. Not only that, the stone blades at the bottom must be destroyed. The corpses must also be gotten rid of with some bone-dissolving powder. Leyland muttered and applied the floating spell on himself, floating down from the cliff like a feather. When the moon was high in the sky, the blue constellations shone brightly. Only then did Leyland return to the cliff, his robes filled with traces of gray powder. The starlight which shone down was constantly absorbed by the fallen star pendant on Leyland's chest, forming a small ball of light in front of him. Fallen star pendant recharging. Estimated time, 5 hours 21 minutes. The AI chip's voice intoned. Although the Might of Magic artifact were extremely strong and did not need any chanting to activate it, they required to be recharged. After the energy was fully consumed, the magic artifact was basically a useless item. Previously in the secret plane, Leyland concealed his fallen star pendant and let Bossine use their magic artifact many times to drain the energy in his magic artifact. Finally, after engaging in a battle with him, he drained all of Bozane's magic artifact energy. Whenever he thought of the magic artifact on Bozane's body, which could take on the form of anything, the silvery and metallic silver light, which could attack or defend, Leyland envied Bossine for it. However, he did not retrieve it from Bozane's body. Instead, he let that magic artifact remain inside the secret plane. Things that belonged to large families, if one were to say that there weren't additional protective measures on them, Leyland would be the first to doubt that statement. Moreover, he had killed Bossine. This was the genius acolyte in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and one of the successors of the 3 big families, the Lilytail family. Once this incident was discovered, he would naturally face the wrath and revenge of the Lilytail family. However, Bossine, fortunately, was killed due to the secret plane's self-destruction. The place where he died was also not in the main world but in a secret plane, which would mean many troubles for the Magi, who excelled in divination or prophecy. Only that it is still not enough. The methods of divination Magi are not that simple. Leyland's face was extremely solemn. He sat cross-legged on the cliff and picked up several water chestnut grass, forming the shape of a little human figure. Pooh! When the human figure made of grass was tanned, Leyland took out a dagger and cut his arm. A huge amount of blood down, covering the grass doll in red. Leyland used the dagger to dab on his blood, drawing a strange rune on his forehead. Very soon, an ancient yet mysterious incantation was chanted by Leyland. The chant was a tongue twister and had a metallic ring to it. With the sudden rise and fall in his pitch, the surrounding atmosphere also changed mysteriously. After the chant, many dense black gaseous bodies were emitted from Leyland. The gases grew more and more, finally turning into a translucent black shadow, its face similar to Leyland's countenance. Go. Leyland pointed at the grass doll, and the black shadow immediately jumped into it. The black shadow shrunk a dozen times, entering the grass doll entirely. As for the grass doll, its face also changed, turning similar to what Leyland looked like. All right now. Leyland exhaled loudly, before pursing his lips to whistle. Gwagwa. A black raven flew from the nearby forest, landing on Leyland's shoulders. Bring it away. The further the better. Leyland placed the grass doll on the talons of the black raven, before feeding the raven a magic crystal. Who? The body of the raven doubled in size, and the wings grew to the span of 2 to 3 times. As it flapped its wings, it brought a tiny whirlwind with it. Seeing the raven flying further, Leyland heaved a sigh of relief. This was a little trick he saw from an incomplete diary in the library. It was said to have an effect to mislead those divination magi spells. Under the simulation of the AI chip, he believed that there would be an effect to a certain extent. Naturally, Leyland used it, hoping for it to stall a little more time for him. After killing Bossine, Leyland never hoped that he could cover it up completely. The methods of magi were extremely strange. Also, as the Lilydell family was one of the 3 big families in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Leyland had no confidence of hiding from them at all. Even with the most foolish method of tracing leads in the world, they would definitely pinpoint all the clues to him. However, for the inheritance of the great Magus home, Leyland had no regrets whatsoever in killing Bossine. Even if it were to repeat the scene, Leyland would still choose to do it again. What he desired now was only time. The external conditions had already been met. To be able to retaliate the chase of the Lilydell family, he had to advance into an official Magus. This was the purpose of Leyland trying to stall for time. Chapter 119. Warlock. However, there is also good news. When Leyland thought about his future developments, he slowly relaxed his muscles. Bossine and the other 2 joined in halfway while traveling. According to Jaden, Bossine even hid it from his family and the academy. Which is to say, the Lilydell family would only know that Bossine was dead, yet they did not have any idea where he had gone to or who were the people he had met. This is the best possible scenario. As for Jaden's disappearance, Leyland did not bother with it at all. First of all, Jaden was not killed by him. Even by using lie-detecting spells and the sorts, he was not afraid at all. Secondly, Jaden only had a professor drop behind him. His background was much smaller than that of the 3 big families. Just based on Leyland's mentor, Professor Croft, he could handle this problem. Leyland gave the cliff one final look, before walking away and never turning back. At the same time, inside an ancient, stately, and eerie fortress. From one of the rooms, a large roar was heard. Bossine is dead. The parasite larva on him was not activated too. Extreme wrath was detected in this voice, and waves of his voice reverberated throughout the ancient castle. In the air, there were even many energy waves seen with the physical eye. A rush of horrifying energy wave continuously radiated from the room. Many menservants and maids on the corridors immediately knelt on the ground, their bodies quivering in fear. Call Kleider here. If he is unable to find out the truth, I will punish and send him to confinement within the blazing mines for 100 years. The atmosphere turned gloomy, and the cold wind howled. Not long later, fine raindrops splattered on the ground, giving a damp and icy feeling. However, Leyland was in a pretty good mood. At this moment, he was inside a cave feeding a bonfire for warmth. He closed his eyes and thought of the high-grade meditation technique contents. He viewed this high-grade meditation technique with utmost importance. His path in the future would be significantly determined here. Moreover, the high-grade meditation technique also had requirements for the acolytes. There must be a certain standard before they could cultivate in it. Leyland did not want to risk his life only to obtain something which he could not use. After hastily going through the contents, doubt filled his heart. Warlock. It's the same as branded swordsman, A branch of the ancient Magi, huh? Leyland leaned on the warm granite wall, his mind continuously sorting out the information he'd gotten from the high-grade meditation technique today. Kamoyan's pupil. This was the name of the high-grade meditation technique that Leyland inherited from the great Magus Serhom. Before the information of the meditation technique, there were several other notes which introduced the existences of acolytes in the ancient past who had advanced to be warlocks. These so-called warlocks were a unique kind of magi. Through devouring, copulation, or some other methods, they would obtain the bloodline of powerful magic creatures or even the bloodline of creatures from another world. Moreover, they would continuously tap into the power within. As with branded swordsmen, warlocks were also a subtype of ancient magi. According to the introduction of the great Magus Serhom, he was originally a rank 4 warlock. Moreover, he had unified the whole of the south coast, leaving behind many undying legends. Furthermore, according to the legends, warlocks have a greater innate talent in spellcasting, and they completely surpassed a regular magus of the same rank. However, if warlocks were that strong, they would have long since controlled the south coast and not have that many magician guilds around. First of all, warlocks are on the path of bloodlines. Along with the passing of time and the reproduction of seeds, the descendants of these warlocks will often see a thinning of bloodline, losing the replenishing effect from the bloodline origins. Just this point alone caused the warlocks to become few in numbers. Furthermore, a large number of warlocks had an extremely troublesome malady, emotions. The Magus world was represented by reasoning. However, due to the effects of the bloodline, warlocks often suffer from extreme emotional states and was likely to go to the extremity of any emotion. Obviously, such a disposition was difficult for warlocks to survive a long time in this Magus world with the law of the jungle. However, the great Magus Serhom came up with a method to curb such an ailment: Serenity Potion. When a warlock takes the Serenity Potion, they would calm their inner nerves and retain the reasoning trait of a magus. Furthermore, their strong willpower would also allow them to curb the emotional effects of the bloodline. In the preface of the high-grade meditation technique, there were several types of methods to obtain bloodline, enough for Leyland to choose from. Seeing this, Leyland had already decided to choose the path of bloodlines and become a warlock. Very soon, Leyland frowned again. 3 levels. Why does the whole of the high-grade meditation technique only have 3 levels? There are obvious missing parts at the back. According to what Leyland gathered, high-grade meditation technique has the effect of raising the levels of magi. Which is to say, once a magus had completed the meditation technique of that rank, their level will rise automatically. There is no need of complementing with a large amount of resources to break through, nor the use of constructing spell models. This was because high-grade meditation techniques would naturally form a compatible innate spell and inscribe them constantly with the meditation in the Magus Sea of consciousness. However, the giant Kamoyan serpent only had 3 levels, which is to say, even if Leyland had finished the cultivation for it, he would advance to the maximum of a rank 3 warlock, a little more powerful than a rank 3 magus. It was pretty good as in the south coast. Rank 3 magus were extremely powerful existences, like the head of the lighthouse of the night, who had that cultivation. However, Leyland was somewhat displeased. He wished to cultivate to the realm of a rank 9 magus. After which, Leyland somewhat scorned himself. Even the great Lord Magus Serhom was only a rank 4 warlock. The distance to rank 9 is even further than here to the Milky Way. I should not ask for too much. After all, this can guarantee my path until a rank 3 warlock. If it were left to me to break through on my own, I wouldn't even have the confidence to become an official magus. Moreover, the great Magus Serhom was a rank 4 warlock. Which is to say, the Kamoyan's pupil has a latter portion, only that it requires for me to search more about it. Leyland resumed his normal mentality and looked at the latter portion of the information. As expected, there were a few vague clues which pointed to the central continent. Leyland had never even heard of the central continent before. However, in the Book of Giant Serpent, there were descriptions of it. It seemed to be a haven for official magus. Not only was the area expanse, but there were also an abundant amount of resources. Only that to enter the central continent from the south coast, it required a lot of trekking over dangerous domains. If one was not an official magus, he would definitely die. Leyland memorized the information and decided that he had to visit there in the future to search for leads on the Kamoyan's pupil in the future. At the end of the meditation technique, there was a profound sentence. All those who walk on the path of bloodlines will eventually be shackled by the very bloodline itself. Somehow, not knowing why, Leyland felt that he heard a distant sigh, but it might have been a hallucination. However, these words still cast an ominous cloud over his head. Leyland remained silent, blue light flashing in his eyes, before resuming his original state very soon. It seems that there is some flaw to becoming a warlock. However, this is a problem I'd have to face after a rank 3 warlock. I am just a lowly acolyte right now with not even much confidence to advance to an official Magus. Even at the very end, if the path of a warlock does not let me advance further, I can seek for other methods. At that time, I have at least the strength of an official Magus. As for now, with the strength of an acolyte, there is no chance that I can obtain another piece of high-grade meditation technique. Various thoughts flashed in his brain, and Leyland's eyes gradually gleamed in resolve. To cultivate in the Chamoyan's pupil, one must first have the bloodline of the giant Chamoyan serpent or a subspecies of it. Leyland began to ponder over the problems of his path. Giant Chamoyan serpent. It's a type of ancient creature. There are records of it in the AI chip. As for its subspecies, I have seen 2 of it before, the huge Manchester snake and the black coral snake. From the Chamoyan's pupil that the great Magus Serhom had cultivated in, it seemed that he was a warlock who had the bloodline of the giant Chamoyan serpent. As he nurtured various snake species, he preferred to use defense or ambush mechanisms with snakes, so it was completely understandable. Leyland pondered and withdrew many times from his sack. A dozen blood-colored rocks and a frozen heart. These blood rocks were the essence of all the blood from the black coral snake collected by Leyland. As for its heart, when Leyland was escaping from the Dylan Gardens, he had already harvested the precious ingredient from the corpse of the black coral snake. According to the records of the high-grade meditation technique, I can use this essence and obtain the black coral snake's bloodline. An adult black coral snake was a creature that could rival the existence of a rank 3 Magus, so it fulfilled Leyland's needs completely. Perhaps the great Magus Serhom kept the black coral snake in the cave to allow his inheritor to use its bloodline. However, naturally Leyland's ambition was not only there. Although the black coral snake is not bad, it only has a trace of the bloodline of the giant Chamoyan serpent. Perhaps I can purify the black coral snake bloodline and obtain the true ancient bloodline. Leyland's eyes spewed fire from it. Since warlocks had to tap constantly into the power of the bloodlines, then it was better to transplant a stronger bloodline right from the start. Leyland only gave it a slight thought, and his inner desires began to boil. AI chip. Establish mission. Calculate the chance of obtaining an ancient bloodline from the black coral snake's bloodline. Beep. Mission establishing. Beginning analysis. The AI chip's voice intoned, loyally carrying out its duties. Scanning blood essence obtained. Composition. Pure essence. 78.8%. Nutrients. 11.3%. Highly active bacteria. 2.14%. Useless impurities. A stream of information of the blood essence turned into a chart and appeared in front of Leyland. Leyland, who had the AI chip, had the natural advantage in this field. Chapter 120. Purification. Purification. The auxiliary AI chip from his past life had immense memory space and calculating abilities. Furthermore, for it to better aid the researchers, there was even a microscope that could see accurately up to the atomic level. During his transmigration, it even connected with Leyland's soul, increasing many unfathomable changes. Now it seems that in the aspect of purifying blood, Leyland had an enormous advantage with it. After all, the purification of the bloodline was an extremely precise yet tedious process, and this method was the kind that posed the least problem to the AI chip. No wonder the great Magus Serhom had laid the test of horrifying calculation and analysis ability as his final test to obtain the high-grade meditation technique. To warlocks with a strong ability for calculations, they can research on the bloodlines and unearth the power within. Leyland was somewhat enlightened and thought of the few breeding labs that the great Magus Serhom had had. No matter if it was the lab in Extreme Night City or Dylan Gardens, the great Magus Serhom had always carried out experiments on blending and modulation, only that it's unclear if he succeeded in the end. A few days later, under the ominous dark clouds looming over the sky, Leyland once again returned to the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Really? Leyland looked at the graveyard and academy constructions that were almost repaired fully as he smiled wryly. Bosine, whom he had killed, was a member of the Lilytel family, thus boasting a strong influence within the academy. Although right now it was almost impossible for them to know that it was Leyland who killed Bosine, there was a certain chance of risk. If possible, Leyland would never want to return to the academy. However, he grasped time to come back was because he had important things to do. There is no choice. Who asked the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy to have the best resources and experiment labs? I have to hurry and purify the ancient bloodline and gather the ingredients for the Serenity Potion, so I have to come back this time. Leyland was confident of his deception, adding on to the fact that Bosine died inside the secret plane due to the separation effect caused by the spell formation. Concrete information on his death would have been very difficult for the people in the main world to receive. Using the most boorish method of tracing in the physical world required a lot of time. Also, Bosine and the others sneaked out, so even their families did not know where they were headed to. Moreover, Leyland had been rushing back along the way. It was to gather all his resources, complete the experiment, and leave before the Lilytel family could react. Although there are some risks, according to my calculations in the simulation from the AI chip, I can escape before the Lilytel family reacts. After inspecting Leyland's pass at the entrance, the granite ape that Leyland saw before very soon allowed him to enter the academy that was underground. After which, Leyland did not even return to his dorm and immediately went to the counter at the resource point, exchanging a large number of his magic crystals for resources. To brew the Serenity Potion and complete the experiment on bloodlines, the items required were a monstrous amount. Furthermore, many ingredients and items were extremely precious, so Abyssal Bone Forest Academy only would have them. What made Leyland's heartbeat quicken was that under the current policies of the Academy, he could purchase resources that were many times cheaper than the market price. He had already offended a large Magus family and had no place to hide. He could only continuously raise his strength to solve this problem. According to the AI chip, the requirement for a level 3 acolyte to advance and become a rank 1 Magus is 15 spiritual force. Leyland thought as he commanded, inspect my current status. Mission establishing. Host data gathering in progress. The AI chip's loyal voice intoned. Beep. Leyland Farlier. Level 3 acolyte, Knight. Strength, 3.1. Agility, 3.3. Vitality, 3.4. Spiritual force, 16.1. Magic power, 16. Magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Status, healthy. Ever since Leyland had used the Blood Vengeance Potion to raise his spiritual force to the limits, no matter how much he meditated, he could not increase it one bit. It seems like the elementary meditation technique that he received from the Academy back then was now obsolete. In fact, many Magus were in such a situation. Without the high-grade meditation technique, every improvement or advancement required a huge amount of precious resources. Moreover, due to the tolerance of the physical body, the demand on its strength was even higher the next time round. Hence, this formed a vicious cycle. Adding on to the fact that they did not choose their innate spell model correctly, and the spell model needed for the next advancement was also difficult to find. It was such a huge factor that it halted the footsteps of many official magi. Hence, in the whole South Coast, newly advanced rank 1 Magus were the most common. As for rank 2 Magus like Siley, they were of the upper hierarchy, as with other chairmen of large organizations and academies. As for a rank 3 Magus, they stood at the peak like a fearsome existence. However, after obtaining the high-grade meditation technique, Leyland could absolutely catch up to them. My spiritual force has already met the required value. What's next is to change the meditation technique and purify the ancient bloodline and try to advance into a rank 1 warlock. A fiery passion blazed in Leyland's eyes as he hurried his pace. After the settlement of the resources, Leyland did not visit Croft, but only left a message to say that he would enter a very important experiment and required to be in seclusion for cultivation. After which, he poured all his heart into the experiment lab in the academy. This set of apparatus was made with vulcanized glass and is the firmest. Leyland looked inside a large experiment lab, his hands touching a set of sulfur-colored glass apparatus. There is also this. A machine that can generate negative energy 300 times faster. Leyland turned around and looked at two large black-colored instruments on the table. Beside the black instruments, there was an item that resembled a microscope. However, the multiplier effect could not match up to Leyland's AI chip. Leyland had specifically rented this experiment lab. Normally, it was only available for official magi, but he was a potential magus in the academy, so he had gained the privilege to rent the experiment lab for set period. The experiment labs that magi used were naturally better than acolytes. There were, even more, guarantees in the safeguarding of privacy. After all, the official magi were professors that formed the foundation of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Even if it was Chairman Siley, he could not intrude on the privacy of these professors. Those who were able to become a magus often had their secrets and trump card. Any form of detection or prying into them was considered as an outright provocation. Even Chairman Siley could not resist against the power of all the professors if they were to unite forces. Of course, under the consideration of being cautious, Leyland let the AI chip scan this area several times. He also used many detection spells, and even some that fended against the outside world. Let us begin. Leyland nodded his head and took out a small box from his robes. After opening it, a dozen blood-red rocks lay there, emitting a mystical energy wave constantly. These waves were then absorbed by the dispel formation that Leyland set up, not leaking one bit of it at all. I haven't conducted such an intricate experiment for a long time. I hope my skills aren't rusty. Leyland's expression was extremely solemn as he picked up a purple potion. Afterwards, Leyland spent his day inside the lab. Even the daily nourishment needs intake was relied on potions. Under the stupendous microscopic ability of the AI chip and consultation from the Book of Giant Serpent and Kamoyan's pupil, the progress of bloodline purification was rather smooth. However, one day Leyland was compelled to leave the lab. What? Vicky has been held captive by her own family. Dark circles appeared on Leyland's eyes, and there was a stubble under his lips. It seemed to be somewhat decadent. However, a pair of eyes gleamed brightly, looking at the girl in front of him. The girl had a head of blonde hair, her body contours delicate. Her lips were thin and had a layer of luscious red lipstick applied, adding a more matured look to her appearance. Leyland recognized this girl. She was called Hong, a simple one-syllabled name. It seemed to be the style of the hometown where she came from. Moreover, she was Vicky's good friend and had seen Leyland during several encounters. Why? Leyland very soon retracted his expression and a calm expression was formed. However, under the mask of this serenity, it made Hong shudder slightly. It said that Leyland is not only a genius in potioneering, but even your cultivation in magic also has a high talent. You have advanced to a level 3 acolyte before 20, obtaining many favorable impressions from professors. Hong bit her lips, as envy and jealousy unconsciously filled her insides as she thought of the news she heard of Leyland. However, this feeling was suppressed very quickly. Hong combed her loose hair and smiled wryly, because she stole a precious rainbow potion from her family. Rainbow potion? That was a rare potion that had vanished. It is known to greatly enhance the effects of grind water. The rainbow potion which could complement the advancement of an acolyte to an official magus. Leyland tapped his fingers on the circle desk in rhythm, the scented tea in the cup showing ripples. He had heard of Vicky's family before. They had a rather long-standing history. Their ancestors also had a period of glory, but they seemed to fall after that. It was different with the Lilytell family and other large families. Vicky's family was only a small one. As for now, the elders were only of level 3 acolytes, upholding the magic artifact and treasures from their ancestors which could temporarily have the might of an official magus as self-defense. It can be seen that such a family did indeed have a hope in raising another official magus to continue the glory of their family. As for Vicky, as one of the heirs that had been fully nurtured by the family, not only had she betrayed her family, but she had also stolen the family's treasure. Even if she was killed on the spot, it was not a strange thing. Vicky is only a level 2 acolyte. Did she steal it for Fail then? Leyland thought of the crux of the matter and questioned immediately. As expected, anger filled Hong's face. It is for Fail. Originally, Vicky planned to elope with him after the theft, but Fail had been misleading her all along. Hong was fuming, apparently feeling unjust for her friend. After obtaining the rainbow potion, Fail immediately left her behind and joined the Redbud Flower family. Chapter 121. Legends. Legends. The Redbud Flower family was one of the 3 big families behind Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, the same as the Lilytell family. This was a family that had official magi among every generation and could activate the battle prowess of those magi in times of war. It was completely on a different level than Vicky's falling family. With the protection of the Redbud Flower family, Vicky's family could only grit their teeth in defeat as they would never be able to recover the rainbow potion. As for Bicky, she was captured by the experts in her family. It said that she would very soon be put on trial and charged guilty for betraying the family. Hong's eyes turned red, her tears almost falling. Who? Leyland exhaled a long breath. Bicky had a crush on Fail. He knew it since the first day in the academy. Moreover, he also knew that Fail did not have much moral values. When Bicky told Leyland that Fail had already accepted her to be his girlfriend, Leyland felt that there was a conspiracy behind it, yet he had no way of reminding her. Fail, who had gathered enough contribution points in the secret plane, had exchanged it for the grind water. Adding onto the rainbow potion, his chances of advancement to a rank 1 Magus were extremely high. As for Bicky's family, it was akin to losing one official Magus. Moreover, they had to suffer even the loss of Bicky, who was an acolyte. A rather good scheme. A pity that his character had somewhat fallen to the lowest. If I see him next time, I'll just kill him. Leyland thought indifferently. Bicky was his good friend. Moreover, they had a one-night stand, so he had to try to rescue her. Moreover, as long as it was within his capabilities, he would help her seek revenge. However, in Leyland's heart, there wasn't any feeling of humiliation or disgrace that Bicky had given him. Looking at it in detail, Bicky was Fail's girlfriend both in name and in reality. In fact, it was Leyland who did the dishonorable thing and let Fail wear a green hat one, so naturally he did not have to feel humiliated or anything of the sorts. However, the crucial point now was to save Bicky. Professor Croft was an excellent candidate to save her, but Leyland very soon dismissed that thought. The relationship between the professors and acolytes in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was only based on mutual benefits. The acolytes would fork out magic crystals and services. In return, the professors would give them knowledge. If it were Jaden and Torash, highly talented individuals who had gained their mentor's nurture, it was still all right. However, Bicky, who had a rather average aptitude, only had a simple relationship with her mentor. It was as if after she had graduated, the relationship between her and her mentor would wane unless she advanced into an official Magus. Moreover, Croft was the professor of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. When entering the academy, he had already signed a contract not to interfere with the internal matters of other families. As for Bicky's family, it was one of the many families under the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's banner. Hence, Croft could not take action as he would dishonor the agreement. After drinking the somewhat cooled-down tea on the circular desk, he slowly spoke under the anticipatory gaze of Hong. Due to an important experiment, I am unable to leave, but I will write a letter. Please revert it to the elder behind Bicky's family. The experiment of purifying the bloodline had just entered its most important juncture. If not for Hong telling him the news of Bicky, Leyland might not even have taken the time away from it. However, he could not leave the lab for too long either. Compared to Bicky, Leyland's impending doom was even greater. He had to advance into a rank 1 warlock in the shortest possible amount of time to better deal with the threat from the Lilytell family. Furthermore, the Lilytell family could trace it back to him any moment. Along with the passing of time, this possibility can only grow bigger. He had to purify the blood before the Lilytell family discovered anything and find a safe place outside the academy to complete his most important advancement. This matter concerned his life and death. Comparing the weight of this matter, Bicky's issue could be put aside first. Leyland reasoned that he was a genius acolyte in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy that had a huge chance of advancing into an official Magus. As for Bicky's family head, he was only a level 3 acolyte. In the Magus world, the prerequisite of association was to have similar levels of strength. Hence, towards Leyland's words, the other party would definitely give it some consideration. After hearing Leyland's words, Hong's eyes dimmed. She straightened her body and almost left the seat immediately. It seems that she thought that Leyland only wanted to gloss over this matter on a superficial level. As a matter of fact, that was the most common practice of acolytes. Hong was already mentally prepared, but she still felt a little frustrated. On the letter, I will earnestly request for the head not to proceed with the trial and also to leave Bicky's source of spiritual force intact, not causing harm to it. The source of spiritual force was the most basic foundation of magicians, which was the sea of consciousness in the spiritual force. Once this source was to be wasted, the magician would be crippled. This was often the methods of families executed on those members who had betrayed them. And in return, I promised to compensate for the missing rainbow potion. Leyland's final words made Hong's eyes gleamed immediately. Thank you. I am really so thankful. Hong was too excited that her speech turned incoherent. If it was just a simple request, the other party might not give Leyland any face at all, as they were both level 3 acolyte and the head were born from a Magus family. However, with the promise of compensation, it was a different case. After all, even if they killed Bicky now, there were no benefits to the family at all. If they were only to keep her in captive, there was even the chance of receiving compensation for it. All logical magicians would definitely know what to choose between the two. Bicky and I have the same mentor, so it's something I should do. Leyland smiled and got up. After his experiment, he would immediately try to advance. Once he succeeds and becomes an official Magus, his authority would immediately change. At that time, if he tries to rescue Bicky, it would be less troublesome. To tell the truth, the price of a rainbow potion could be easily compensated with what Leyland had now. Not to mention the peddling of potions, just based on the few precious herbs he grabbed in Dylan Gardens, each and every one of time had a price that was several times of the rainbow potion. However, if he were to just take the money and redeem her, he would easily be labeled as an idiot who had more money than sense. Leyland decided that there was no purpose in him being talked of as a fool. Under the combination of logic and benefit, he chose the way that would be least consuming for him. I have sought out many a person, but only you, Leyland, helped me. Bicky would definitely be happy to have a friend like you. Looking on, Hong's relationship with Bicky seemed rather good. If there are no other matters, then pardon me for taking my leave first. Leyland smiled like a gentleman, leaving his seat elegantly. Bicky's matter was only a small surprise to Leyland. After leaving the lab to settle this issue, Leyland once again buried his head in the experiments. 3 days later, Leyland looked at a vulcanized crystal test tube with an engrossed expression. Inside the test tube, a layer of purple, red fluid had already occupied more than half the space within. Moreover, there was effervescence in it, continuously emitting tiny bubbles, as if having its life. This is from all the essence from the black coral snake, adding on to the special blood purification apparatus using the heart as a primer. After the microscopic abilities of the AI chip coupled with magic spells to continuously purify it, I have finally obtained half a test tube of this ancient bloodline. A dreamy expression could be seen on Leyland's eyes as he muttered. Just by holding onto the test tube, Leyland felt a tremendous force continuously emitting from the test tube, radiating out to its surroundings. It is indeed the bloodline of the ancient creature giant Kamoyan serpent. Leyland asked the AI chip, "How is the sorting of information concerning the giant Kamoyan serpent?" These formidable creatures of ancient times would only be briefly mentioned in very few documents and tales of bards. There were many misconceptions about them. So what Leyland had the AI chip do was to sort out the real content of the data on the giant Kamoyan serpent. After all, this was his only choice. As for other bloodlines of other snake species, how could it be gotten that easily? Any creature with a trace of ancient bloodline could command a frightening price. Moreover, Leyland was not an official Magus yet, so many channels could not be used. Beep. After 3465 comparisons, omitting 139 false information, 45 repeated information, the main content has been sorted. The AI chip's voice intoned. Giant Kamoyan serpent. Ancient creature, reaching the length of 5,000 meters in an adult phase. It is known to have a powerful body and mysterious spellcasting abilities. In the adult phase, it can go against rank 4 Magus and is the destroyer of many cities and legends. Main elemental properties: darkness, with secondary element of fire. In the legends, the mother of 10,000 snakes had failed to gain control of the shadow world, hence bringing her children to the purgatory world. From then on, her descendants all has the element of fire. Sources of origin: Ancient Creatures Illustration Handbook, The Travels of Grey, Diary of the Great Magus Serhom, The Book of Giant Serpent. Darkness element and fire element? Ecstasy filled Leyland's face. Although after transplanting the bloodline, the warlocks would naturally add on the elements of the ancient creature, it was definitely the best to have their innate affinity to be compatible with the ancient creature. Even after changing bloodlines, the original qualities of the magician's body was extremely important. It was decided from the start of birth and was extremely difficult to change in the future. AI chip, bring out my elemental affinity chart. In front of Leyland, a projected image appeared. The longest bar was dark-colored, representing the main elemental affinity that Leyland had, darkness. Afterwards, it was followed by a fiery red bar half the size of the darkness element. This was Leyland's secondary elemental affinity, fire. At the back, there was a green bar and few other colors, representing the affinity of other elements. However, these bars were much shorter than fire by a dozen times. If Leyland chose to cultivate mainly with those elemental energy particles, then he might not even be a level 2 acolyte by now. Which is to say, Leyland's affinity in the darkness element was highest, followed by the fire element. The others could be treated as negligible. The properties of the giant Chamoyan serpent is actually compatible with my affinity. According to the introduction of the Chamoyan's pupil, under these circumstances, it can have a multiplier effect on the magician's affinity, which is also the best choice. Leyland could not mask the overjoyed expression he had on his face. 1. Wearing a green hat means to be cuckolded. Chapter 122. Attempt to break through. Attempt to break through. Leyland immediately left the academy on the second day. He had managed to purify the ancient bloodline after using the facilities in the academy. Even the ingredients for the Serenity Potion were mostly gathered, so Leyland could not think of any other reason for him to stay. Moreover, with the passing of time, the probability of the Lilytell family uncovering the truth would only grow bigger. Leyland had no means at all to resist them within the academy. He also had another level of consideration. What he was about to advance to was a subtype of the ancient Magi bloodline warlock. This was definitely differently from other official Magi. During the advancement, it was possible to have unique energy waves that were radiated. If Chairman Siley or a magician at that level were to find out, his ending would not be any good. For safety reasons, it was better to advance outside. Before leaving, Leyland carefully cleansed all traces of his experiments inside the experiment lab. No matter how hard others might try to inspect, they would not be able to know what he had been doing inside the lab. After giving one last look at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Leyland left. He had a premonition that after leaving this time, it might take a very long time before he returned here again. After thinking of the future happenings in the school, it would definitely be very intriguing. Leyland grinned as he urged his handsome steed to leave the Abyssal Forest. Greystone City was a city that was relatively close to Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, and there weren't many inhabitants there. Moreover, there weren't any magicians staying here. Ever since Leyland had left Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, he had been pressing on continuously until he got here, even buying a 2-storied flat in the heart of the city. Around the apartment, there was a circle of greenery. Even though it was the heart of the city, there was a feeling of serenity. On the side of the greenery were a row of small shops. Occasionally, there were mercenaries with steel blades walking together with women who wore extremely revealing clothes. Leyland looked on for a while, before closing the windows. This villa was the location that he had chosen to advance to a rank 1 warlock. It was also protected with a defense spell formation, so the average person would definitely not be able to enter. Furthermore, there were a huge number of regular humans residing within the surroundings of the villa. As long as they did not meet any insane dark magi, their safety in the area was considered rather well. Leyland did not unreasonably hope that by taking all these people around him as hostages, the other party would let him go. However, as long as they were somewhat apprehensive to cast a large area of effect spell, it would be an extremely great thing for him. SUA, Leyland shut the windowsill. The thick sackcloth blocked the sunlight from entering the room, and there was a faint layer of scarlet light appearing in the middle of the room. The entire second story of the villa was already under Leyland's control by this point. Moreover, there was a layer of a mysterious spell formation inscribed on the floor. These runes were writhing as if they were made of little snakes, as they continuously headed towards the scarlet red light. The light crisscrossed, forming a spell formation. As for the center of the formation, there was a pure black stone platform. Many scratches were cut into it with a small knife, taking the appearance of a very strange picture. The bloodline transfer formation is finally complete. Leyland massaged his temples, and a blue glow could be seen in his eyes. Yai chip. Scan my stats. Bring out my current condition. Beep. Gathering host data. Very soon, the AI chip brought out Leyland's stats. Beep. Leyland Farlier. Level 3 Acolyte, Knight. Strength, 3.1. Agility, 3.3. Vitality, 3.4. Spiritual Force, 15.5. Magic Power, 15. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Status. In the middle of cultivating in Chamoyan's pupil meditation technique, Spiritual Force in purification. Back at the academy, After using the AI chip to analyze the Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique completely, Leyland had begun to adjust his own meditation technique and practice the high-grade meditation technique. The Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique that he had obtained had a total of 3 levels. With each increase in level, the technique would automatically advance the warlock's rank. Previously, Leyland did not have any sort of snake-type bloodline, so he could not even cultivate fully in the first level. However, the high-grade meditation technique was indeed something good that had been previously concealed by the various organizations. After cultivating a good part of the first level and converting it into a meditation technique, Leyland realized that his spiritual force had undergone a purification process. Many impurities within his spiritual force, which had been boosted in the past by potions, were now expelled during the process of meditation. Leyland looked at his spiritual force stats. Due to removing the previous impurities, his spiritual force had decreased by 0.6, but it was all worth it. As an acolyte, it was the foundation on the path towards being a Magus. The more solid one's foundation was, the further one could walk down the path of a Magus in future. Leyland had previously sought a rapid way and consumed potions in vast quantities. This had left many of the residues of those potions accumulated in his body. Even his spiritual force was affected, becoming somewhat heterogeneous. If such a situation were to occur constantly, one day, his path in advancing would become completely blocked. As for now, under the Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique's influence, his spiritual force was continuously being purified, heading towards a better development. However, no matter how hard he tried, without the ancient bloodline, he would never be able to cultivate fully in the first level and advance to a rank 1 warlock. The requirement for an acolyte to be able to advance is a spiritual force of 15. The requirements for warlocks and official magi are almost the same, with only the additional requirement of a bloodline. Leyland inspected the spell formation again. AI chip. Scan and inspect the bloodline transfer spell formation again. Following his command, a strong glow of blue light appeared in Leyland's eyes as it scanned the formation. This concerned Leyland's future, so he had to be particularly cautious. Leyland had confirmed that everything was in order and that he had not missed anything, but did not, however, begin to rush through the bottleneck. First, he sealed off the entire second story, walked towards a restaurant outside, and ordered a lavish meal filled with delicacies. Afterwards, Leyland wore commoner's clothes and walked several times around Greystone City, looking at the motions of the regular humans as they worked, rested, and played, feeling their joy and sorrows. Finally, Leyland returned to the villa and sat cross-legged on the bed, yet did not begin to meditate. He recalled his memories about his previous life, the experience of transmigrating to the Magus world, the life he had in the carriage party, entering the academy, and his various expeditions. The appearances of George, Callaware, Merlin, Croft, and Bicky all surfaced in Leyland's mind. Several hours later, Leyland's recollections of his memory scattered. What took its place was only calmness and indifference. With the serenity of his heart, for the first time, Leyland did not meditate, but immediately fell asleep. Only when the sun rose on the second day did Leyland get up, feeling refreshed, as if every cell in his body was filled with energy. After activating all of the defense mechanisms, Leyland wore a loose white robe and went towards the second story. After giving the formation and potions one final check, a resolved expression appeared within Leyland's eyes. Let us begin. Pa. The buttons on the white robes came undone as it slid to the floor. Leyland was stark naked as he walked towards the center of the scarlet formation, sitting down on the black stone platform. The black stone platform was made of bright black stones. A feeling of chilliness emanated through Leyland's skin, giving him goosebumps. Leyland picked up a black dagger, the tip of the blade giving off a sharp coldness to it. Leyland's expression turned vicious as he cut himself on his body. Blood gushed out. His expression was unchanging, and the hand that held the dagger did not quiver. In a mysterious sequence, the black dagger began to cut all over his body. Every time the black dagger drew across Leyland's body, it would leave a bloody wound from where blood continuously dripped. At the very end, from his stomach to his forehead, there was a mystical triangular-shaped rune on Leyland's body. The blood that poured forth continuously from his skin looked extremely eerie and mysterious. Dida. The blood that flowed down from his body was collected by the grooves on the black stone platform, beginning to converge while following the grooves, and flowed towards the formation below the platform. Bang! Under the influence of the blood, the scarlet spell formation radiated a dozen times brighter. The powerful flash of light brought forth a strong energy wave, which continuously radiated to the four walls of the villa. At this moment, on the four walls of the villa, magical blue runes began to absorb the energy waves that leaked from the spell formation. The scarlet color turned brighter and brighter, before finally engulfing the entire room. In this blood-red world, a layer of black smoke suddenly appeared, continuously changing shape in midair. Abiding by the ancient contract, my strength will now be that of the bloodline. After seeing the black shadow, Leyland moved his lips and chanted in the Byron language. One wing. After Leyland had chanted the incantation, the thick black smoke attached itself to Leyland's body, and the triangular-shaped wounds began to gleam in a grim black light. Leyland shivered as an extremely strange iciness began to charge to his nerves. After it had frozen to the extremes, a burning sensation seemed to set all of the cells on his body ablaze. Warning! Warning! Mysterious energy discovered infiltrating and beginning to consume copious amounts of the host's life force. Use the host's own magic power to dispel. A row of words in red appeared. Deny. Leyland gritted his teeth. Along with the continuous burning of his body, he could distinctly feel that his spiritual force was increasing at a crazy rate. It was constantly drawing nearer to the boundary of an official Magus. However, if he were to use his life force for that, it might have been very likely that before he reached the bottleneck of an official Magus, he would have first burned to a shriveled corpse. It's now. Leyland picked up the vulcanized crystal test tube containing the Kamoyan bloodline and poured the purple-red blood on his wounds. Voila! The purple-red blood landed on Leyland's body. It began to wiggle as if having its own life, and turned into an innumerable amount of little snakes that drilled through Leyland's wounds. Arg! Leyland's eyes were popping out as the muscles on his face contorted. An extremely frightening agony constantly grated on his nerves, even turning his vision blurry. At that moment where he lost consciousness, Leyland only knew to follow the method of the Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique, as he began to attempt to break through to a warlock. Chapter 123. Rank 1 Warlock. Rank 1 Warlock. After Leyland had fainted, the red light in the second story of the villa did not disappear, but gradually became more intense. Time passed, and very soon, it was the morning of the second day. The scarlet light grew stronger, and even the blue runes on the wall produced creaking noises as if they were unable to endure any longer. Ping-pang, with sounds like the shattering of glass, the blue runes were finally dispersed, and the red light shone through the walls and onto the villa beside it. Look quickly. What's that? The unusual condition of the villa was finally found out by the passers-by. A bald man who looked like a merchant began to point at Leyland's villa as he shouted. Following the direction to where he pointed, one could see that the second story of the villa was currently radiating scarlet rays of light. The red light was so dazzling that even the sun could not hide its presence. With the continuous emission of rays of light, many regular humans around Leyland's villa mysteriously fainted. Ping! The bald merchant who had pointed at Leyland's villa now had a frightened expression on his face as if seeing some natural nemesis. Both of his hands gripped his chest where his heart was, his eyes turning white as he fell onto the ground. With the continuous expansion of the light rays, the number of passers-by who fell to the ground increased, eventually extending to the whole street. The citizens screamed and cried out in fright. A horde of them squeezed and jostled out of the city as if there was some scary demon behind them. Leyland had a very long dream. In his dream, he was an incredibly tiny snake that constantly hid and snuck around, learning the methods of hunting prey. The surroundings were up in flames. What surrounded him were simply lava and black boiling stones. The side ahead was also a fiery red. As for him, he gradually grew up, going from sneaking around to avoid enemies, to being a natural predator at the top of the food chain. No matter how many ferocious or horrifying creatures there were out there, they could only accept death in front of him while he swallowed them. Leyland constantly changed his territory. One day, he arrived at another location. That place was filled with the same species as him. Deep in his heart, there was a feeling of longing, which made him press on and climb deeper in. As he went deeper in, Leyland could feel that the aura of the stronger members of his species increased. Just the aura radiating off of some of them was enough to leave Leyland with a feeling of suffocation. Moreover, the surrounding flames and sulfur rapidly disappeared. What took its place was pitch-black darkness. This darkness had countless shadows, yet it gave him a sense of security as if he was returning to his parents' body. In the center of the darkness, he could finally see. What he saw was a giant ball of snakes, which seemed to cover the sky's horizon. It seemed to be a planet in the universe, eternal yet mighty. Every giant snake in the ball had strength surpassing his imagination. Hisses. Leyland flicked his tongue out, letting off a hiss that was only produced by snakes. The giant ball of snakes opened, revealing the figure of a black-haired woman. This black-haired woman had an exceptionally charming feature. Her eyes had vertical slits for pupils and looked as if they were made of a ceramic glaze that would let one see through to its bottom. She also had hair that writhed continuously, as if they were tiny snakes. The hair, which seemed to look like snakes, also gave her another layer of mysterious allure. "You have come." The woman opened her mouth, her voice ringing within Leyland's heart. The language spoken was extremely strange and Leyland hadn't heard of it before, yet he still understood it. Just as Leyland was about to speak out and ask a question, a flash of bright light appeared in his vision. He reached out to shield from the light and realized that his hand was that of a human's. Only then, he realized that he had woken up from his slumber. "I recall it now. I'm Leyland, who was completing the ceremony of transferring a bloodline to break through a bottleneck." The life in his dream, which had seemed to be the reality, appeared in Leyland's mind. For a moment, it made him think that he wasn't human. It seemed as if his reality had been obscured by a veil. Nothing could be seen clearly. Slowly, large amounts of memories surfaced in his mind. The villa has been destroyed? Leyland looked at the construction which had collapsed, and the sunlight, which bore through the holes in the ceiling, finally noticing the difference. With Leyland at the center, the surroundings were in a mess. Apart from him, there were no other living organisms. It seems like the energy absorption spell has failed and copious amounts of radiation leaked out. Leyland stroked his chin, suddenly thinking of something. "Warlock, what happened to my advancement?" At this moment, he was stark naked, but Leyland could feel an intensifying strength under his skin. Moreover, his spiritual force had significantly increased from before. Leyland, somewhat unsettled, delved into the sea of his consciousness. At this moment, his sea of consciousness was filled with a scarlet light, turning the space into a patch of redness. At the centermost was a spell formation that had an octagonal crystal floating quietly in the space. The power that he felt from inside to outside continuously emanated throughout his whole body. After he sensed the innate spell inside the crystal, Leyland grinned as he knew he had successfully advanced into an official Magus. AI chip, bring out the previous monitor record. Detected traces of suitable composition for host absorption. Determined to be the blood essence of the giant Chamoyan serpent. Beginning absorption, blood essence burning. Host spiritual force increases significantly. Successful completion of the first level of the Chamoyan's pupil. Host advances into a rank 1 warlock. Various stats have been greatly boosted. New scanning of host data. Beep. Leyland Farlier. Rank 1 warlock, bloodline, giant Chamoyan serpent. Strength, 7.1. Agility, 6.7, Vitality, 8.5, Spiritual Force, 27.9, Magic Power, 27. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Status, Healthy. The AI chip duly reflected the data in front of Leyland. There is actually such a great increase. No wonder I feel different. Even my physical figure has been enhanced and my strength has increased. Leyland clenched his fist and punched, emitting a shrill air explosion in the air. Right now my body is not inferior to that of any powerful creatures. Leyland looked at his chest. The appearance did not change much, only that his skin looked even glossier. His abs were well defined, yet not too protruding, maintaining a fine balance. However, such a huge disturbance will definitely alert nearby magicians. It's better to leave earlier. Leyland casually picked up a black robe in the mess and put it on. Seeing the mess, he smiled wryly. About the advancement to an official Magus, the AI chip had no better research materials. Although Leyland did his best to lay the energy absorption spell formation, it still shattered under the sheer amount of energy emitted. As for official Magus, even if they restrained their radiation, regular humans would not be able to withstand it. How would Leyland be able to restrain himself during the advancement? Hence, it resulted in such a scene. After figuring out the details, Leyland shook his head and kept a few important items from the rubble before placing them all into a knapsack. Bang! Leyland exerted strength and made a deep impression on the ground. His body then turned into a dark flash and left the area with a speed several times faster than before. Some time later, a cawing of a bird was heard. A snow-white giant bird landed, with 2 official magi on its back. What they wore were the clothes from the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. We're here, the place where we sense the energy waves. A female Magus touched the rubble on the floor and shut her eyes to sense for something. I sense a tremendous spiritual force and also a blood-reeking aura. The feeling that it gives me slightly deviates from an official Magus. This is very normal. A cloaked male came together with the female Magus. Under the cloak was the voice of a male. Choosing to advance here would only mean that it's a wandering magician. Furthermore, they have obtained the inheritance from a remnant. The cloaked man grudgingly shrugged his shoulders. There are many remnants in the South Coast. Who knows what period the inheritance that the magician obtained came from? He seemed to have inherited some sort of ancient cultivation path, so his aura having deviations from the norm is not out of the ordinary. However, the energy waves have obviously reached the might of a rank 1 Magus, so this matter should be treated seriously. After hearing the words of her counterpart, the woman's face turned solemn. In the South Coast, various guilds and magisterium had mostly controlled the advancement of acolytes to protect their unique positions. However, in such a vast domain, there were always many of these lucky wandering acolytes who had obtained the inheritance or remnants of others and advanced successfully. Although it wasn't very often, these sorts of things occurred once every couple of years. The approach of the powerful organizations in the South Coast was very clear. They would rope them in if possible, and if not, they had to coerce these lucky people into not spreading their knowledge about advancement. As for the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, which was the closest to Greystone City, they were naturally the people in charge of enforcing this law to the wandering magicians in the Pooh Field Kingdom. Very soon, the cloaked male and female magicians began to investigate. However, all of the eyewitnesses had more or less died. As for those who were lucky enough to survive, they seemed to be in trauma. No matter what, they could not remember Leyland's appearance. Even retrieving their memory was meaningless, so the 2 investigators could only leave. At this moment, in the nearby dim forest close to Greystone City, Leyland stopped. After running for so long, I'm actually not showing any signs of exhaustion. My vitality, which has reached 8.5, is indeed extraordinary. Leyland could not mask the joy on his face. The current Leyland was a complete beast in the form of a human. No matter how hard a greatsword would be sent chopping towards his body, his muscles would still most likely wedge it within and hold it in place. According to the Book of Giant Serpent's description, usually, acolytes who advance into an official Magus would only get a great increase in their spiritual force, which would also form their innate talent. Warlocks, however, are different. They would be able to unearth the power of the bloodline and obtain the strengthening of both their spiritual force and their physical bodies. Leyland's vitality right now had already surpassed many Grand Knights. Even if it were the branded swordsmen in the legends, they would most likely only be equal to him. Chapter 124. Innate Spell. Innate Spell. I am almost used to the familiarity of my physical body, but I wonder what kind of innate spell did I obtain? After a long run, Leyland casually did a few standard swordplay movements. After having some understanding of his reinforced body, he shifted his thoughts to other matters. According to the Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique and the introduction of the Book of Giant Serpent, Leyland had more understanding about the innate spell of magi. As far as regular magi were concerned, most of them would choose a rank 1 defensive spell model and complement it with grind water to make a breakthrough. Magi, who advanced with this method, had the smallest potential. In future, if they were unable to obtain more precious resources and a rank 2 spell model that were suitable for them, they would have absolutely no hope of advancing. As for some large organization heads or first-rate magi families' core members, they could practice the high-level meditation techniques. Each level of the meditation technique could correspondingly promote the rank of a Magus. Moreover, the innate spell model found in each level is fixed. In other words, it would be easy to guess a Magus innate spell just by looking at a part of the high-grade meditation technique that the Magus practiced. However, warlocks were different. They were literally dependent on the heavens to have bountiful crops. 1. The formation of innate spells was heavily dependent on luck, purity, and concentration of the blood essence of that bloodline. Leyland knew his luck was only SOSO, but he had got the blood essence of an ancient being, the Kamoyan serpent. Thus, it should be highly compatible with this high-level meditation technique, and would thus be good for him. After putting a thread of his spiritual force into the crystal, almost instinctively, Leyland knew the details of his own innate spell. Eye of Petrification and Scales of Kamoyan. 2 innate spells. That's right. There were 2 innate spells. Haha. Leyland did not contain his laughter and let out a hearty laugh. Concerning warlocks, in the process of forming their innate spells, there was another scenario that could happen. That only occurs when the blood essence of the bloodline was extremely rich, almost the same as the origin of the bloodline. In such circumstances, there would be an additional innate spell. Of course, the 2 innate spells Leyland obtained were rank 1 spells, not that he immediately advanced into a rank 2 Magus. Inside a rank 2 Magus, they would have 2 innate spells too. However, one was a rank 1 spell while the other was a rank 2 spell. As for now, Leyland only had 2 spells that were of rank 1. Only after advancing to a rank 2 warlock, the rank 2 innate spell would be formed. As for the might of the rank 2 spells, they would naturally overpower the rank 1 spells. Even so, having an additional spell will allow Leyland to be proud and unyielding amongst rank 1 magi. This was equivalent to having an additional spell amongst the magicians of the same level, so naturally he had a great advantage. Very soon, Leyland looked through the Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique and the Book of Giant Serpent, obtaining more information on those 2 innate spells. Eye of Petrification. A petrifying gaze will be emitted from the eyes, equivalent to the might of a petrification spell. The target will immediately be petrified. For more powerful beings, they would become rigid temporarily. Consumption. Spiritual Force 1. Magic Power 1. Scales of Kamoyan. A layer of scales will form instantly, providing a layer of defense. Physical Defense. 25 degrees. Magic Defense. 27 degrees. Consumption. Every 5 hours. Spiritual Force 1. Magic Power 1. The consumption was calculated by the AI chip. Leyland looked at it blankly. According to the estimations of the AI chip, these 2 innate spells were rather outstanding even amongst all the rank 1 spells. If it was formed through a spell model, each of the spells required consumption of at least 10 points of spiritual force and magic power. As for now, the consumption was 1/10 of before. This was the advantage of innate spells. Furthermore, Leyland also felt that he could only spend a consumption of 2 points in spiritual force and magic power to have the scales of Kamoyan always in effect. At this moment, he roughly knew what the defensive force field, which always hovered around Magi, was. Those were the innate defensive spells that they had activated around them perpetually. Any attacks, as long as they do not break through their innate spell defense, will never be able to cause them any harm. These 2 innate spells, one is for offense, and the other is for defense. With them, my current abilities, even amongst official Magus, can be considered excellent. Leyland estimated his might calmly. As he chose the path of warlocks which had good meditation technique and bloodline, the benefits he obtained right after an advancement greatly surpassed that from regular magi. As for those newly advanced magi, they were not Leyland's opponent at all. Only those who remained for some time inside the rank 1 domain. Those with their spiritual force and magic power almost reaching the limits, and having recorded a large number of rank 1 spells, would be a force to be reckoned with for Leyland. As for rank 2 magi, right now Leyland was far from being their opponent. He did not even have much confidence in fleeing from them. Every level between magi had the difference like that between heaven and earth. It was not something that the bloodlines or better meditation technique could solve. However, Leyland was extremely pleased with the present outcome. After all, he had just advanced, and his path and future was broad. With a joyful heart, Leyland took off the black robes that he put on and changed into a new set of clothes as he began to rearrange the things that he had brought along with him. After wearing black robes, Leyland immediately hung the fallen star pendant on his neck again. The defense of this pendant is rather low now. Most of the rank 1 spells are above 20 degrees. Any attack from an official Magus will be able to break the defense of this fallen star pendant. AI chip. Establish mission and calculate the probability of improving the fallen star pendant. Beep. Mission establishing. Beginning analysis. The AI chip carried out its mission and also gave a stream of information for Leyland to check on the progress. After advancing into a rank 1 warlock, The AI chip that was connected to Leyland's soul also obtained large benefits. Its calculation abilities were evidently more powerful than before. After changing his robes, Leyland walked towards a small stream and looked at his reflection. In the clear waters, a handsome, black-haired youth looked back at him, his body emitting a strange charisma. My hair, why has it turned black? Leyland looked at his reflection, suddenly recalling the black-haired snake woman inside his dream. Could it be that the dream was not just an illusion? Leyland faintly guessed that it was the external changes caused by the changing of bloodlines. Moreover, Leyland realized that there were some slight changes to his face. Leyland had a rather average countenance at the start, at most having the looks of a youth. As of now, his eyes were brighter than before, his brows sleeker, and the face turned more handsome than before. Combined with the dignity as a warlock, there was a mysterious charisma to it. In legends, not only did warlocks have powerful spells and physical bodies, each and every one was a handsome man or a beauty. So, this was all influenced by the bloodline. Leyland looked for a while more, before continuing with his preparations. He was a warlock, not someone who relied on his face to live, so being handsome or ugly had no difference. Sapphire Lake, situated at the eastern part of the Poofield Kingdom, was an extremely beautiful lake. During winter, when the sun shines down from the sky, looking at it from a vantage point, the azure lake seemed to be crystal clear like sapphire. Not only that, there were even a special species of blue ice fishes living in the Sapphire Lake. Its taste was extremely fresh and succulent. If acolytes were to include it in their diet often, it would have a slight boost in their meditation. Hence, this area was controlled by a Magus family. Tyler family was the Magus family which controlled the Sapphire Lake from nearby, to which Bicky belonged. On this afternoon, there was a visitor inside the Tyler family's ancient castle. This is the ancient castle of the Tyler family? Leyland looked up at the large stone castle. The Tyler family's castle was erected on a cliff close to Sapphire Lake. Around it there was even a layer of poisonous cloud hovering around it, so very few people were able to come here. Leyland sized up the giant castle. The large yellowish cliff had the depression and precipitation that withstood the test of time, silently standing here, bringing on a gloomy and declining feeling to it. At the front of the castle were two fire-breathing statues. The Tyler family was known to have a period of golden age. One can tell just by looking at the outline of this ancient castle. A pity. Leyland touched the two lifeless statues and sighed. Magus families which were slightly more powerful can lay a defensive spell formation around their fort. At the very least, the door guards should at least be guarded by magical creatures. As for now, Leyland only saw two stone statues, and there was no aura of radiation coming from the ancient castle. With Leyland's strength as a rank 1 spell right now, he could completely demolish this castle. It seemed like the news of the Tyler family of not having a rank 1 spell was true. After lingering around the front of the castle for a while, the people inside it were shocked. Boom! Huge stone's axles revolving sounded, and the two sides of the door opened slowly. May I ask, who are you looking for? A chirpy bird-like girl's voice sounded. From behind the door, a green-haired girl roughly 8 to 9 years old peeked out. I am Leyland, looking for your family's head. Leyland caressed the little girl's hair. My lord. I'm sorry, my lord, this is my daughter. I did not pay attention to her for a while. At this moment, a middle-aged man with the energy waves of a level 2 acolyte finally appeared from the door, looking at Leyland in fright. Cushy, hurry up and bow. The middle-aged man hugged and placed the girl behind him, making her do a bow. From the middle-aged man's knowledge, although Leyland seemed rather young, he had the terrifying energy waves which had far surpassed himself. He's at least a level 3 acolyte. He would never be comparable to a level 3 acolyte that this young man was. Moreover, the Tyler family was in decline for a long time already, so they did not have much backing. 1. Depends on the heavens to have bountiful crops refers to luck. Chapter 125, Tyler Family. Tyler Family. Hi, I'm Leyland, here to meet the head of the Tyler family. Leyland repeated his intent. Leyland? Leyland. The middle-aged man repeated the name before his expression changed suddenly, before asking in a more respectful tone, May I ask if you are the Leyland from the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy? That's right, Leyland affirmed. The smile on the middle-aged man's face grew in splendor. It seemed more forced than good-natured as he said, Welcome to the Tyler family. I will immediately announce your arrival. After learning of Leyland's identity, this man's manner changed. The man had heard Leyland's distinguished name many times. Not only was he Bikish Jr. and Professor Croft's accomplished student, as well as a genius in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Rumor has it that he has astonishing talent in potioneering and advanced to level 3 acolyte, with potential to become a Magus before turning 20 years old. However, the most important thing in the letter was, Leyland had promised to compensate the damage caused by Bicky. Thinking of this, although the man appeared deferential on the surface, there was a trace of greed within the nervousness he felt. I feel very upset regarding the matter of Miss Bicky. The man squeezed out some tears as he said, previously, Miss Bicky was a very obedient child, but now, I am well aware of all this. Bring me to see your family's head. Leyland's gaze turned frosty, and the middle-aged felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if he were being stalked by an extremely dangerous beast. I shall go at once. I shall go at once. Following which, he took hold of his daughter and immediately vanished behind the door. More than 10 minutes later, Leyland had already been received within the great hall of the castle and was in the presence of the Tyler family's patriarch. Distinguished guest, I am Tyler family's patriarch, Johnson Tyler. I welcome you to the Tyler Fort, and I hope that your stay here will be pleasant. The patriarch of Tyler family was known as Johnson Tyler. He was an old man wearing a formal black attire and had a head of lustrous, silver hair which had been carefully combed, but his eyes appeared a muddy white. Johnson Tyler, level 3 acolyte, strength 1.9, agility 2.5, strength 2.0, spiritual force 13. Magic artifact on target's body can unleash attacks up to 3 times, each producing a force of more than 20 degrees. A trace of blue light, invisible to others, flashed through Leyland's optic nerve as the AI chip scanned and recorded the information regarding the Tyler family's patriarch. Then, Leyland's nose twitched. He had smelled the deteriorating and decaying odor emitted from that patriarch's body. It was clear from the many wrinkles on this patriarch's face that this man did not have many years of his lifespan left. Too weak. This kind of strength, in front of Leyland, was the same as grinding an ant to dust. Leyland swept a glance from top to toe of the patriarch and found that the magic artifact he wore was somewhat decent. If a level 3 acolyte were allowed to pay an extremely high cost, they could attain a magic artifact suitable for a rank 1 Magus. It seemed that this was something that was passed down the family. However, from what Leyland saw, instead of 1 hit, he needed just 2 to take Johnson down. The disparity between their strengths was too high, and Leyland did not feel inclined to gossip with him. My purpose for coming here is, as stated in my letter from before, I will pay a sufficient cost to compensate for the rainbow potion, and you all must pardon Bicky of her crimes. Leyland ignored the angry look upon the patriarch's face and found a seat to sit down on. Seeing that Leyland did not show any courtesy, a trace of fury flashed in the eyes of Johnson Taylor, but he quickly suppressed it. But within his mind, he felt aggrieved, as if a large stone had been placed in his heart. Since when could a level 3 acolyte act this brazenly inside the Tyler Fort? However, Johnson had, after all, had plenty of experiences during his span of life. Moreover, he could always detect a trace of danger from Leyland. The many years of training made Johnson put a smile on his face as if he was not even the teensiest bit angry due to Leyland's actions. The rainbow potion is a precious ancient treasure. Right now many of its ingredients are hard to find. I will give the grind water in exchange for it. WH? What? Johnson stammered immediately, and an unbelievable expression filled his face. I said that I will give the grind water for it. That would be enough to exchange for the rainbow potion, would it not? After all, the rainbow potion's effect is to complement the success rate with the grind water. When comparing the treasures, the grind water is much rarer. Leyland interlaced his fingers as he smiled, immediately throwing out a temptation that Johnson could not refuse. The composition and effect of the grind water had long since been analyzed by the AI chip during this period. Only that the brewing process required a lot of ingredients to carry out. Leyland did not have that many ingredients on him, so he could only make do with the analysis. According to the AI chip's calculation, the effect of the grind water was to burn the life force of the acolyte and break through the spiritual force bottleneck. This method had very evidently had a huge backlash and after effect. As for Leyland, although he burnt a little of his life force during his advancement, it was very soon replenished by the giant Chamoyan serpent's blood essence. Leyland guessed that it was the tremendous vitality found within the giant Chamoyan serpent's blood essence that substituted his own life force that was burnt during the advancement. Hence, after advancement, right now Leyland had at least 500 to 600 years of lifespan according to the AI chip. As for normal rank 1 Magus, even if they used many methods to prolong their life, they would at most live up to 200 to 300 years old. Moreover, after Leyland advanced to a rank 1 warlock, the grind water that had effect for acolytes was not of much use to him anymore. Leyland had planned to exchange it for some resources, but now it seems that using it as compensation was not a bad idea too. As expected, after hearing the words grind water, this patriarch Johnson began to pant. There hasn't been the birth of an official Magus in the Tyler family for over 300 years. Moreover, due to the decline of the bloodline and lack of resources, the Tyler family members had very little chance of advancement. They did not even have a level 3 acolyte where the academy chairman could fawn upon to sign a contract. So naturally, they had no way of obtaining the grind water. As for other families, they were extremely pleased to watch the decline of the Tyler family before stepping in to swoop all of their resources. Thus, there weren't any good-natured people to aid them. Although the rainbow potion was good, it was not rarer than the grind water. After all, the rainbow potion's effect that could raise the success rate was rather hard to determine. It would at most raise it by 20%. However, the grind water was different. With it and an outstanding acolyte, the Tyler family could definitely try to cultivate their own official Magus. They did not have to be restrained by other contracts. However, although this wily fox Johnson was extremely willing, he still put on a difficult expression. When Bicky stole the rainbow potion, she even ruined some treasures. Leyland shook his head. He had already predicted such a scene before his advancement. Even if he was willing to compensate, he would definitely be ripped off. As he was merely a level 3 acolyte, yet the other party was from a Magus family. Even if it was a declining family, their power is still to be reckoned with for any regular acolytes. If Johnson did not ruthlessly try to knock off a huge amount from Leyland, then he would have lived to this ripe old age in vain. Enough. Leyland's face darkened. At the same time, a mighty spiritual force energy wave emanated from his body. Hoo. As if a strong gale had swept past, the cloth on the tables and curtains on the windows let off a rattling sound. The mighty spiritual force of an official Magus mercilessly swept through the fort as frightened wails were heard. Many youths in the Tyler family fainted on the spot, without making a sound. They were all regular humans without any resistance to Magus's methods. As for those level 1 acolyte and level 2 acolyte, they were not any better off. Their faces were reddened as they tried their best to support themselves and not fall onto the ground. Official Magus? As if seeing a ghost, Johnson's mouth gaped widely, large enough to stuff several duck eggs inside. After which, fright surfaced on his face as he immediately knelt onto the ground. Most respected Lord Magus, please be appeased and let my family members off. Seeing that Johnson, who had wanted to rip him off just a few moments before, was now kneeling on the floor like a frightened rabbit, Leyland harumphed coldly. However, he still retrieved his spiritual force. Leyland only did a slight test earlier with some restraint. If not, the regular humans in the fort would have all died from the radiation. Johnson shuddered as he knelt, his inner heart wildly howling. This spiritual force definitely belongs to an official Magus. It can't be wrong. He's only 18 at most. Once he thought of having offended such a genius official Magus, Johnson desired to cry, yet there were no tears. He even had the notion of committing suicide. Bicky. Yes. His relationship with her is good. Johnson's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of this point. Quick, bring Bicky here. No, maid. First, bring her for a bath. After seeking approval from Leyland, Johnson scampered off and ran into a large hall, screaming at an acolyte that was sprawled on the floor. After which, Johnson put on a flattering smile as he bowed towards Leyland. My lord, do you have any other orders? Looking at his shameless behavior, Leyland was somewhat speechless. After all, this was Bicky's family. He could not do things to the extremes. After Johnson accompanied Leyland in trepidation for another dozen minutes or so, Leyland finally got to see Bicky. Bicky had apparently gone for grooming. Her hair even had water droplets which had not been dried properly. She wore a white gown. Her expression, however, did not seem very well, having huge eye bags and dark circles around her eyes. You're Leyland. Bicky looked at Leyland, who stood there unyieldingly, and then at her family head who was smiling obsequiously, suddenly feeling dizzy as she tried to connect the dots. Chapter 126. Clade. Clade. Several minutes later, within the large hall. There was no one else apart from Leyland and Bicky. Leyland and Bicky sat facing each other, only separated by a small, white round table. There were many appetizers and aperitifs arranged on this table. Bicky was holding a piece of sponge cake within her hand, but it appeared she had no appetite. Is it true? How did you actually get promoted to a level 1 Magus this soon? Bicky, still appearing absent-minded, picked up a steaming drink and took a gulp. Congratulations, Leyland. Also, thank you for coming over to help me. Don't mention it. After all, you are my friend. Leyland smiled as he said, That's right. You are a good friend. Bicky unconsciously repeated whatever Leyland said, still looking dazed. What do you plan to do from now on? Asked Leyland, anxiously, seeing Bicky acting in this manner. In the future? Bicky bowed her head as in deep thought and said, I do not intend to return to the academy. I shall go and travel, and perhaps one day, I will return to my family. Saying this, she looked eagerly at Leyland. Maybe I can become your follower? After becoming an official Magus, a person can usually accept a few followers and agree upon a soul contract where the followers would pledge their life and loyalty to their master. In return, based on their accomplishments, the masters would have to provide their followers with knowledge and resources to the best of their abilities. And in the outside world, a follower can be the representative of their master to a certain extent. This will not do. Leyland refused Bicky's request after thinking for a while. I have a big problem on hand. Besides all that, even though Leyland did not speak it out, Bicky understood that followers must have certain strength, which could, later on, be of help to their masters. Now, Leyland was already a Magus. With his talent, this was only the beginning of his journey. And because of this, Leyland's followers' aptitudes should not be lousy. Otherwise, further cultivation would be useless. Bicky's spiritual aptitude was not very good till now. She was still only a level 2 acolyte. Leyland reckoned that, if she did not experience any strange events, the status of a level 3 acolyte would be the highest she could achieve in her lifetime, which would not be of much help to him. If it's like this, I merely made a passing remark. Bicky laughed forcefully. Seeing the way Bicky behaved, Leyland suddenly felt he had a headache coming on. He said, regarding Fail, have you decided what is to be done? About him, Bicky remained silent for a moment. A good while later, she calmly spoke. He entered the purple gold flower family, and now has both grind water and the rainbow potion. I am afraid that he has already broken through and become an official Magus. What can I do? At an appropriate moment, I will make him pay the price. Leyland still wished to offer some hope and guarantee to Bicky. Certainly, when and how he will take revenge is up to him to decide. In any case, Leyland himself wasn't prepared to be riddled with troubles to kill the guy who cheated Bicky. Even if Fail had advanced, he was now only a newly minted Magus, which was definitely not a match for Leyland. Moreover, there were many rank 1 spells contained within that Book of Serpent, some which can kill people without a trace of sound. Outsiders will definitely not be able to connect the death to Leyland. Bicky's eyes reddened as tears the size of beans rolled down her cheek. Thank you. Thank you. Leyland. She cried as she pounced into Leyland's arms. Leyland's expression was tender as he hugged her with his left arm, with the right hand patting her gently on the back. After which, Leyland made a strange gesture with his right arm where Bicky did not realize it. A grayish-black gas was pulled out from Bicky's body and held firmly in Leyland's hands. Several hours later, after refusing Johnson's invite to stay, Leyland left the Tyler fort on his own. Before leaving, he still went according to the contract and gave the grind water to the Tyler family as compensation. In exchange, Johnson pardoned Bicky's crime in front of all the members, even with the intent of making her the successor immediately. Leyland walked a good long distance before looking back at Tyler Fort. With his vision, he could see a smoky white figure standing alone in front of the Tyler Fort, maintaining the gesture of sending Leyland off earlier. I hope the potions I gave her will be of some use. Before leaving, Leyland even gave Bicky some of his modified Azure potion and told her clearly of its uses. And like before, Leyland told a lie, saying that he managed to chance across them and made a purchase. Although he had the strength of a rank 1 warlock now and could definitely protect a potion's formula, he still wished to avoid trouble. To him, Bicky and the other acolytes in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy were only part of his journey to climb to the top. He would slightly halt in this part of the journey, but not forever. He still wished to climb further to greater heights, to see and accomplish more things. Perhaps, after he had climbed to the highest point, he would then reminisce of his past and return to it. But before that, he will never leave behind any regrets. The issues are almost settled. Maybe I should leave the Poolfield Kingdom and travel around the south coast. The Lilydale family was a large family with a strong backing. Leyland's might could not even be compared to a fraction of it. Leyland did not assume that after advancing into a rank 1 warlock, he would be able to eradicate this family. Moreover, at the very end, the chairman Siley of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy will definitely appear. This was a rank 2 Magus, an existence Leyland had no chance against right now. As the representative of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Siley will definitely take action. After thinking for some while, Leyland felt that deserting the school was his best choice. As for whether his professors and friends would be implicated, no matter if it was Croft or the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy members, or even Nissa and the other acolytes, they were all members of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. As one of the 3 big families, the Lilydale family had to maintain its decorum of nobility and exercise the compliance of rules. Towards this, the noble family amongst regular humans which Leyland was born in were not much different. Moreover, even if the Lilydale family did not want face at the end and used other people as hostage to capture him, so what? Would Leyland be this foolish to walk right into this trap? Although Leyland would offer his help for Bicky and the rest of them, it always came with a prerequisite. That he had enough power to do it and it would not bring him much trouble. Once exceeding this threshold, Leyland would somewhat become cold-blooded. To put it in another way, even if the Lilydale family went to the Chernobyl Islands and used the Farlier family as a hostage to threaten him, Leyland would not give 2 hoots about it. At the very most, after his power had increased, he would return to exterminate the Lilydale family, thus avenging the Farlier family. Leyland thought of his plans as he rode on a horse along the road. Thud thud. With the fast trampling of the horse hoofs, they ran past a forest. As for Leyland, he had been squinting his eyes. At this moment, they were suddenly opened, and a streak of toying expression appeared on his face. Pooh! Just when the horse was about to leave the forest clearing, several arcs of light shot out from the trees. Ka-cha! With a huge boom, the fine steed was severed into a few pieces, bleeding out a huge amount of blood and intestines. At that moment when the light hit his horse, Leyland used his palm to press on the horse, grabbed his knapsack, and jumped away from it. When both of his feet landed on the ground, he realized he had been surrounded by a group of black-robed figures. They all gave off the energy waves of level 3 acolytes. A few of them also had the aura of magic artifacts radiating from their bodies. As for the one in the center, his strength had already reached the standard of an official Magus. The clothes on these black-robed figures had an image of several crows stitched on with a gold lining on it. Such a get-up? The Academy's enforcement squad? Leyland already guessed who they were, and calmness showed on his face. Leyland, someone has accused you of killing your fellow level 3 acolytes. Wasine, Jaden, Shea, and Roth. Come back with us for your trial. The scarred-faced leader did not hide the killing intent in his eyes. Leyland understood that the Lilydale family had finally investigated the matter previously, and even pushed the blame of the other level 3 acolyte's death onto his head. And if I say no? The people who surrounded Leyland were not only level 3 acolytes, but also an official Magus. Before his advancement, he could not even escape such a formation. But now, Leyland had an impulse and was rather eager to battle. Defying the enforcement squad, kill on the spot. The official Magus, Scarface, unleashed his killing intent and waved his hands. Many incantations sounded, and various energy waves were emitted. Dazzling fireballs, jade-green corrosive acid, purple blades, as well as several other magic artifacts were used, appearing above Leyland's head. Bang! A huge pit appeared on where Leyland stood. On the sides there were still flames burning, the surroundings littered with broken bones and mutilated corpses. He's already killed? An acolyte behind Scarface spoke. Boom! Suddenly, the acolyte's brains exploded with the white brain juices and blood splattering on the ground. Ted. The group members behind him shouted with faces of disbelief. Asterisk SUA. 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 Asterisk. Arrows were immediately shot off, causing the level 3 acolytes behind the official Magus to have their heads explode. This is? Illusionary spell. Scarface shouted and immediately chanted an incantation. Sigh. Ear-piercing wails continuously sounded, and the air in the surroundings seemed to undulate like waves in the water. The void seemed to be ripped open like the curtains from a theater. Scarface looked at the surroundings. The level 3 acolytes were all laying on the ground with their eyes shut tightly, not knowing if they were still alive or dead. However, at this moment, the official Magus did not pay any more attention to them. You? Advanced. Scarface had a shocked expression. You actually advanced into an official Magus at 18 years old. What a frightening talent. A pity you have offended the Lilytail family, so you're destined to die here. Scarface licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. Let me introduce myself. Clade is my name, Clade Lilytail. Chapter 127, Defeat. Defeat. The moment Clade declared his name, Leyland gave out an order silently. AI chip, scan the target in front of me. Beep. Mission establishing, scanning in progress. A defensive force field around the target detected, unable to collect data. As expected, the AI chip still gave the same answer. Which is to say, if I broke through the layer of force field, I'll be able to scan it. Leyland used an immense force on his legs and charged towards Clade like a bullet. Bang! Leyland's right hand bulged, and the strength of his fist reached 7.1 degrees, smashing onto Clade's chest. The sound like a hammer striking at leather sounded. With a huge spark, Clade was sent flying backwards. Leyland stood at where Clade stood originally as he looked at his arm. Black scales appeared above the skin. On the scales, there were tiny traces of flames continuously flickering. Data of target's defensive force field obtained, comparing to database. Determined target's innate spell as high-temperature force field, creating a flame of 24 degrees to burn objects within its vicinity. Target's force field damaged, 4.6%. 20 more strikes are estimated to break the defensive force field. The AI chip reported to data to Leyland. Cough, cough. At this moment, Clade, who was lying on the ground, got up. There was soot on his somewhat dirted face. What tremendous speed and strength. A pity that you only advanced not too long ago. So how many rank 1 spell could you have learnt? 2? 1? Or do you only have your innate force field? Clade patted his chest and yelled. Often Magi, who just advanced, were in their weakest stages, not to mention memorizing a few rank 1 spells. More often than not, they could not afford a single-use scroll or magic artifact either. After Clade had finished yelling, he chanted an incantation immediately. The energy particles in the air changed visibly, shining a dazzling yellow light. This might, at least 20 degrees. Leyland's expression turned solemn. Right now his Kamoyan scales resistance was only at 27 degrees. It was considered pretty good amongst newly advanced Magi, but it could not fend off all of the rank 1 spells. Only by continuously tapping into the strength of the bloodline, the Kamoyan scales would become stronger. As for now, once the opponent's attack exceeded 27 degrees, it would immediately break through his force field. I can't let him cast any spells. Leyland's pupils contracted. Crash! The black light flickered, and finely articulated scales surfaced on his body, even his face was included. In an instant, Leyland was covered by a layer of snake scales. He right now looked half snake and half human. The blackness of the scales had an ancient aura and reflected a cold, glossy light which sent Clade's heart racing a little faster. Such a defensive force field? So strong. Die! Leyland shouted, and he moved quicker than before, charging towards Clade. Clade snorted, and a layer of green light appeared on his body which turned into thorns as they blocked Leyland. Bang! Bang! Leyland's expression did not change as he swung his fists. After 2 punches, the thorns shattered. After covering himself with the Kamoyan scales and coupling it with his strength, Leyland was now like an ancient creature, with an aura that was unstoppable. Clade's face turned rather unsightly after seeing Leyland breaking through the thorns like wild grass. You damned worm! What other methods you have? Use them all now. Leyland howled and felt every drop of his blood being set ablaze. It made his appetite to battle even more intense than before. Damn it! As Clade chanted, he kept on changing positions. Moreover, he even activated several magic artifacts to block Leyland from advancing. Although the might of these low-grade magic artifacts were not strong and mostly restraint type, breaking through them still required some effort. After Leyland broke through another layer of ice, Clade finally finished his incantation of a rank 1 spell. An enormous blue fireball was sent flying towards Leyland. Boom. After the heat wave had dissipated, the mud around the area melted, creating a large pit. Haha, no one could survive after being hit by my corrosive fireball. Clade laughed heartily. The joy of killing a genius early in developing stages swelled in his chest. However, Clade's expression very soon changed, and he hurriedly retreated several steps, as if he saw something unfathomable. How's this possible? He's actually still alive. In the sea of blue fire, a human figure parted the flames and walked out from it. At this moment, Leyland's clothes were thoroughly razed to ashes, revealing his scaly body. The AI chip's warning continuously rang within his ear. Host has suffered an energy attack. Element: fire, acid. Estimated power: 20 degrees. Actual power: 26 degrees. Host's innate spell, Chamoyan Scales, was activated. Energy consumed: 34%. No harm dealt directly to host. It's actually an attack of 26 degrees. Just one more degree to breaking my defense. Leyland had some lingering fear before it manifested into a stronger killing intent. Bang! His figure flickered and appeared right in front of Clade. The fist covered with scales punched Clade's chest with a tremendous might. Crash! A bright red flame rose from Clade's chest, engulfing Leyland's fist within. Bang! Clade's face turned red as he was sent flying backwards. Leyland stepped forward, ignoring the flames on his body as he throttled Clade. Run! Why don't you run again? Leyland's expression turned malevolent, ramming fists after fists on Clade's body. Bang, bang, bang. Massive explosions sounded continuously, and the earth quivered as if there was an earthquake. Finally, after some time, Clade cried out, and the flames on his body disappeared. Target's defensive force field broken, acquiring data. The AI chip's voice intoned, bringing Leyland, who was somewhat frenzied, back to his senses. What happened? I was actually this impulsive and reckless. Thinking of how he did not dodge or block as he smashed his opponent's defensive force field, cold sweat trickled down Leyland's forehead. Normally, he would have never acted that way. Not to mention the final barrage of attack like a madman was not his way of handling things usually. Clade Lilytel. Strength: 4.5, Agility: 3.7, Vitality: 5.6, Spiritual Force: 31. Elemental Essence Conversion: Fire. Progress: 30%. Clade, who was lying on the ground, had his data extracted and sent to Leyland. Elemental Essence Conversion? No wonder his acidic fireball was so strong. Realization appeared on Leyland's face. After advancing into a rank 1 Magus, if one wanted to advance again, the basic conditions was to complete the Elemental Essence Conversion. At this time, the importance of having an affinity for elements was finally shown. If one does not choose the highest affinity element to cultivate in, it's impossible to have the Elemental Essence Conversion progress to get over 80%, which is to say, they would never be able to advance into a rank 2 Magus. Furthermore, with the increase in Elemental Essence Conversion, it would improve the might of spells of that particular element. Originally, Clade's acidic fireball only had a power degree of 20. However, after the 30% Elemental Essence Conversion, it reached 26 degrees, almost breaking Leyland's defenses. Moreover, the multiplier effect could only be applied on one's chosen element affinity. For instance, Clade's fiery spell could have a 30% multiplier, but the spells of other elements would remain the same. In cases such as water or ice elements, the power might even be reduced. However, why would Magi gifted with the affinity of fire element even use water and ice spells? Blue light flashed in Leyland's eyes continuously. This was the first report of data he obtained from a rank 1 Magus. It could aid his understanding towards himself, complete the database, and even compare the stats to a warlock's. You? Kill me now. The Lilytel family will never let you off. When the innate defensive force field of Magi was broken, they would also suffer damage on their sea of consciousness. At this moment, Clade was already near his last breath. Why do I suddenly feel like the villain? Seeing Clade, who put on a loyal and unyielding expression, Leyland wanted to laugh. You wish for death? It's too early for that. Leyland forcefully chugged a potion down Clade's throat. Clade's eyes turned white immediately, and he fainted. There were even some forbidden runes appearing on his body which isolated the branding of spell formation on his body. After hastily cleaning up the area and packing his spoils, Leyland picked Clade up and left the area. With the vitality of 8.5, even if Leyland were to run for a day, he would not be exhausted. The reason why he chose to ride a horse previously was just for convenience. After running wildly for several li, Leyland then had the notion of checking his body status. It worried him that he lost his control in the battle earlier. AI chip, bring out the data monitored earlier and investigate the cause of losing control. Leyland managed to simmer down only after sitting in a refreshing stream and cooling off. Beep. Mission establishing. Bringing out monitored data. The AI chip intoned icily, not bringing any trace of emotion. 14 hours 23 minutes, abnormal activities observed within host. Blood flow increased by almost 45%. Activity of the giant Chamoyan serpent blood essence significantly increased. The AI chip reported the series of data to Leyland. Through a comparison, there was a strange stimulant released by the giant Chamoyan serpent's bloodline during the battle earlier. It was similar to doping, and the stimulation caused Leyland to lose his rationality. This is the origin of the warlock's emotional aftereffects. Leyland muttered, immediately asking, AI chip, bring out the best solutions to solve this. Beep. Method 1. Forsake the giant Chamoyan serpent. Method 2. Use the Serenity Potion. Method 3. Very soon, the AI chip presented the possible solutions to Leyland. Chapter 128. Fail. Fail. The ingredients needed for Method 3 and above are too precious. I can't even get them now. Right now, the giant Chamoyan serpent's bloodline is already fused with my body and even the soul. Forcefully removing it would mean that I will demote from a rank 1 warlock. I might even lose my life. So this is impossible. It seems like I can only hurry and brew the Serenity Potion. Leyland's face was solemn. He long since gotten the formula and even gathered the ingredients in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Brewing the completed potion was only a matter of time. He thought he could rely on his willpower to overcome adversities. However, the emotional fluctuations had perplexed warlocks for hundreds of thousands of years. It was something that could not be easily overcome with mere willpower. Leyland was always proud of being a rational person. A circumstance where he could not control things was tormenting for him. After which, Leyland looked at a nearby cave and gave a cold smile. After stripping Clade of his belongings, he trapped Clade, who was unconscious, in a cave. Leyland was somewhat anticipatory on the information about the Lilytell family. Even though he suspected that Clade has some sort of tracing spell on him, Leyland still decided to grill him. As long as he acts fast enough, Leyland predicts that he can leave before Clade regains full consciousness. Moreover, the enemy merely assumed Leyland to be a level 3 acolyte. They would never anticipate that Clade would fail. However, Clade will never have the chance to be assigned to such an easy task in the future. After a few hours, Leyland retrieved what he wanted and left the area. Nothing was left of Clade's presence in the area except for a pool of yellow pus. I never thought that Bozane's backing would be this powerful. He was the only grandson to an elder who had reached the requirements of advancement by having an elemental essence conversion of 80% and above. Leyland pondered on the latest developments as he hurried along his way. Potion masters crafted different types of potions. Leyland accumulated an assorted bunch of torture methods from the experiments in Extreme Night City. Leyland tested these torture methods on Clade. Very quickly, the official Magus was driven to near insanity, letting the cat out of the bag in the process as he begged for a quick death. According to Clade, Bozane's grandfather was a powerful elder of the Lilytell family and also a Magus that Clade was serving. This was the reason why he was able to command the rank 1 Magus. After eliminating the linchpin of the enemy in Clade, Leyland knew that the powerful elder's hate for him grew by the day. However, there was still good news at the end. Because of selecting the head inside the Lilytell family, the internal conflict in the Lilytell family had reached a critical point. The various elders were not affiliated with each other. Thus, Leyland only needed to worry about escaping from Bozane's grandfather. However, the audacity of Leyland to kill the enemy's linchpin Magus has angered all of the clans in the family, and they will certainly not mind dispatching of Leyland if it was convenient. Alone, Leyland stood no chance against the powerful clans. Leyland took little time to realize that his best option was to escape. The Poohfield Kingdom was Abyssal Bone Forest Academy territory, which was sort of Lilytell family's gathering grounds. The more to the east, the more obvious it gets. The region to the north was filled with unspeakable dangers. Leyland decided that west was the way to go. He plowed through the Zithermoon mountain plains and entered the vicinity of the Sage Gotham hut. The two forces just had a war where they were irreconcilable like fire and water. In the vicinity of the Sage Gotham hut, the influence of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was definitely the weakest. However, Leyland was not planning to stay for long in the vicinity of Sage Gotham hut. Although they would definitely be willing to rope in an official Magus, and even put the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy at a disadvantage, Leyland had never planned to be a pawn for them. The whole South Coast was still big. Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and Sage Gotham hut only belonged to the remote area on the eastern side of the South Coast, like the rural area. After passing through the inland dukedom controlled by the Sage Gotham hut, and passing through the Great Canyon Margaret, and traversing through a dozen more kingdoms, he reached the central area of the South Coast. It was said that the light magi in this area held the highest power and could live in harmony with regular humans. Massacres and battles seldom occurred here. Leyland's plan was to continue his progress in this area. Although he only needed to meditate the high-grade meditation technique to advance, it did not mean that he had no need for resources. Rather, it was just the contrary, no matter if it was for elemental essence conversion or the decreased time between meditations. Leyland required resources, lots of magical resources. At the same time, he required huge quantities of potions and to obtain enough gold for it. All these required a distribution center to collect the ingredients. The largest markets in the South Coast were in the central region, which was overseen by the Enya Ivory Ring Tower and other large magisterium. As he thought of Enya Ivory Ring Tower, Leyland recalled George. It was a youth who set off at the same time as him, finally entering the Enya Ivory Ring Tower for his studies. In a flash, 5 to 6 years had passed. George had a 4th grade aptitude, so it was very likely he had already advanced into a level 3 acolyte. I wonder how they are now. Leyland muttered as he sped up his pace towards the Zithermoon mountain plains. Bang! A huge cave immediately crumbled into a landslide, showing the apparent rage of the person who struck it. Under the rubble, the figure of an old man in silver-white armor could be seen. There were some strange metal ornaments on this old man's face, his eyes showing his wrath. Clade was actually killed too. I will definitely not let you go. The old man gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. Fail's frame of mind was somewhat good the past few days, especially when his servants and acolytes called him Lord Magus Fail. He would often have some smugness from it. Fail did have the ability to be arrogant. Before the age of 30, he already advanced into an official Magus. This degree of progress even shocked his mentor. Fail enjoyed giving this astonishment to others. Moreover, with his title as a genius, the Purple Gold Flower family took its initiative to rope him in, offering him an attractive contract. The restraints from the spirit contract were much looser than those given by the Academy. Although he lost some freedom, it was insignificant compared to the knowledge of advancement and a rank 1 defensive spell model. Without these 2 items, he would never be able to advance into a rank 1 Magus, maybe to add 1 more item Rainbow Potion. Fail immediately thought of Bicky after recalling the Rainbow Potion. I guess that fool has already been killed off by her family. He smirked in disdain. Previously, if not for Bicky always sending him magic crystals and other resources, he would have already kicked her away already. Moreover, Bicky unknowingly revealed that her family had a Rainbow Potion in their possession, so Fail could not hold back from wanting it. First, he put on an act to save her in the bloodbath to deepen their relationship. Afterwards, he told her of his concerns in advancement and requested her to steal her family's treasure. HNG. Fail, will be a monarch unifying the South Coast in future. Why would I even have my eyes on such trash? Furthermore, according to some inside information, the Purple Gold Flower family wanted to betroth the young girl to him. This was normally the methods used by magi families to rope ingenious magi. Not only could they bind him on their bandwagon, but they could also inject new heirs with superior bloodlines. Mentor, it's time to have lunch. A shy voice sounded. It was a blonde female acolyte wearing gray robes. She was only about 11 or 12, where there was some baby fat on her cheeks. Fail acknowledged and caressed the girl's cheek. The girl's face reddened, yet she did not dare to move, letting Fail touch her. Finally, she left with an embarrassed expression. An insatiable lust could not be concealed in Fail's eyes as he watched the girl's leaving figure. Fail knew that he had some fetish towards this aspect. For example, he did not like mature women but only young girls. This little girl was an acolyte he had taken in after becoming an official Magus. As for why he took her under his wing, it was the purple gold flower family's request. On the other hand, it was also after seeing how she was this pure and lovable. He always felt it was disdainful to hide his desires. Moreover, to outsiders, there was nothing wrong with that. Official magi always have special rights. Furthermore, if it was only this much the purple gold flower family had to invest in to get the teachings of an official Magus, the little girl was definitely benefiting from it. Fail, whose robes was neat and tidy, sat on a long table. Beside him was the little girl from before. Around them, there was a dozen of maids and menservants quietly attending to their needs. In reality, there were the servants assigned by the purple gold flower family, so he did not have to waste a single coin. Moreover, even this tower that he lived in was constructed by the purple gold flower family and sent to him by the initiative. Every time something like that happened, Fail would be put in a good mood. "What's today's lunch menu?" "Fresh tenderloin beef, my lord." An old housekeeper bowed and replied. A pretty maid went open and opened the golden lid. An aroma of hot food wafted in the air. In the middle was a well-done beef tenderloin steak, coupled with soup and juice. Fail expertly cut with the knife and used the silver fork to poke the meat. This meat seemed to be redder than regular beef. Fail spoke indifferently and placed the meat piece into his mouth. After eating, Fail used a white napkin to wipe his lips. Today's beef flavor was pretty good. Where did the beef come from? My lord, it was a meat vendor who approached our front door and pitched a sale. I saw that the steak quality was not bad, so I bought a few, the housekeeper reported. Isn't this the outer vicinity of the purple gold flower family? There are actually meat vendors coming up to sell their goods. Fail suddenly felt that it was absurd. Chapter 129. An Incurable Curse. An incurable curse. Yes, I remember it clearly. That meat vendor wore a black hood, his disheveled hair covering half his face. There was a metal hook on his left hand. The housekeeper vividly recalled the memory of the meat vendor. This is really strange. Fail shook his head and looked at the little girl beside him. How is the construction of your mind runes coming on? I have already constructed 3, but I can't seem to construct the 4th. Also, inside the biology, the little girl reported back meekly. So it's like this? Fail interlaced his fingers. Your progress is too slow. Tonight you must come to my room. I'll be personally coaching you. Yes, mentor. The little girl replied softly. Dang, dang, dang. The copper grandfather clock in the hall gave a resounding boom, and the clock struck 12 times. The sky outside had already darkened and one could slightly see some visible blue stars. It's already so late. Why isn't Nita here yet? Fail slammed open the door with a loud bang, annoyance evidently seen on his face. Nita! Nita! Fail began to shout. His voice echoed throughout the silent hallway, reverberating for a long distance. The surroundings were in dead silence. Fail could even hear his own breathing and the flow of his blood. Housekeeper! Housekeeper! Maids! Where are tea? Impatience began to show on his face as he hurriedly put on his outer garments and stepped outside of the door. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of leather boots striking the floor was heard. A black figure walked slowly towards Fail. Who? Who's there? Fail called out warily, a silver short sword appearing in his hands. No matter how Fail shouted, the footsteps maintained a constant pace that was neither too fast nor slow and walked towards him. When the black figure drew closer, Fail could almost see the full appearance of the figure. It was a middle-aged man who wore black robes. On his chest hung the trademark apron that butchers wore. On his head was a black hood, his disheveled hair covering most of his face. What was especially attracting was his empty left sleeves. Instead, only a rusty metal hook was seen at the end of the sleeve. This description perfectly fit the one that the housekeeper mentioned earlier. 1. The silver short sword glinted and flew directly to the man with a whistling sound. Pooh! As if piercing through an illusion, ripples appeared on the meat vendor's body and the silver short sword went through it. Illusory spell? Fail's lips started to move as he chanted a high-pitched incantation. Shio shio. A mixture of the sound of a quick panting on a metallic flute and like the sound of a rusty knife scraping against a metal continuously sounded, causing ripples in the air. After the whistling sound ended, it was still absolute silence in the tall tower, as if the world only had Fail and the meat vendor in it. The black-robed man immediately raised his left hook and swung it at Fail. Bubble. From Fail's body, a layer of fluid formed transparent water shield, blocking the metal hook's assault. This was Fail's innate spell, which was finally activated in crucial moments. Seizing this opportunity, Fail hurriedly chanted and multiple frost spikes were shot towards the man. Pooh, pooh. The frost spikes entered the body and countless blood was spurted out. However, the man in the robe seemed not to be conscious about it. Even his expression did not change, like that of a zombie who did not know pain. He continuously brandished his metal hook, causing ripples after ripples on the water shield. F*CK. What is this damn thing? Fail struck at the man in the robes for several more times before his mental fortitude seemed to be on the verge of collapse. No matter if it was physical or magical attacks, it all amounted to nothing when they landed on this man's body. Instead, every strike from this metal hook continuously consumed the energy needed to maintain the innate spell. Fail could clearly feel that if the opponent were to attack several more times, his innate spell would completely shatter. Run. Under the life or death crisis, Fail felt as though he returned back to his acolyte days where he had to greet every Magus respectfully before turning around and running away. Dong 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 dong. Hearing the approaching footsteps of the man wearing the black robes resounding in his ears, it made Fail run even faster. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meters. Fail grabbed hold of the large main doors of the tall tower and dashed outside. Pung! The door behind was closed shut. To Fail's utter dismay, he actually appeared inside his bedroom once again. Also, there was only a 3 meters distance between him and the man now. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What's happening? Fail gritted his teeth and continued to run, yet returning to his room every time. Finally, tears and mucus ran down Fail's face as he returned yet again to his room and closing the door shut tightly. Asterisk dong. Dong. Asterisk the knocking sounds that were the footsteps of the death god. Fail felt that every step was stepping directly on his heart. Minder. Papa. Mama. Save me. Fail crouched behind the door, crying like a little child. As if hearing his pants, the booming footsteps halted. Finally, when it was just one step away from the door, it disappeared. Fail was pale-stricken as he waited for a good half hour before his trembling hands opened the door, only to see no one there. Who? Fail exhaled a large breath and collapsed to the ground, as if all the bones had been removed from his body. It's finally gone. I must write a letter to Minter tomorrow and let him check what had transpired. Fail closed the door. Suddenly, just when he had turned around, a disheveled face appeared right before him. What came closely following it was a black metal hook. Pooh! This time, the black metal hook directly broke through Fail's defensive force field and gouged his right eyeball out. The moment his eye was hooked out, black and red viscous liquid mixture flowed out. The man seemed to be unsatisfied as he sent his hook at Fail's head again. Bang! Fail's body was sent to the ground from the force. The metal hook bore through his brains deeply. Fail was still unconsciously writhing before he lost all signs of life. Brush. Following wipe, the man in black robes immediately withdrew a greasy bone saw and began to expertly dissect Fail's corpse. After the dissection, Fail's muscles had been completely stripped clean. The color of it too turned even redder, revealing the veins of blood, similar to that found in the beef tenderloin. Winding the time back to yesterday morning, the black-robed man knocked on the kitchen's door of the tall tower, revealing a hideous smile. Do you want to buy meat? I have good tenderloin steak for sale. Several li away from Fail's tall tower, Leyland looked at a spell formation with a solemn expression. In the center of the formation, a black flame was flickering. In the heart of it was the scene of Fail's ending. With the images continuously flashing by, Leyland stared at the image without blinking, mysteriously chanting at the same time. Finally, after the black-robed man killed Fail and scoured his flesh clean, Leyland's expression loosened. Pa! The black-colored spell formation collapsed. The surroundings immediately quietened down and a dead silence followed after. Dong dong. The black-robed man inside the image earlier appeared in front of Leyland. You're here now. Leyland seemed to have expected it, with no shocked expression on his face. Shihyoj, the black-robed man, let off several indiscernible words and charged towards Leyland. Bang! The black metal hook was grabbed by a scaly palm. Leyland faced the black-robed man and could even see the crude construction of his facial features. Look into my eyes. Leyland spoke gently with a hissing voice like that of a snake's. The black-robed man unconsciously looked into Leyland's eyes. At this moment, there were some phenomenal changes in Leyland's eyes. Both his eyes turned into vertical pupils, letting off the crystal glow like amber. Innate spell, Eye of Petrification. Kacha, kacha, a gray-white color extended from the man's face to his whole body. Several seconds later, the black-robed man completely turned into a gray-white statue. Seize the chance. Leyland picked up the gray statue and tossed it into the heart of the black formation. Crash! The stone statue shattered in pieces. From it, grayish-white gases appeared as if wanting to form into a human figure. Dust to dust, earth to earth, return to where you came from. Leyland chanted in the ancient Byron language. A black circular whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the formation. With a huge suction force, it sucked in the gray-white gas in. After the whirlpool disappeared, Leyland then heaved a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Such a curse cannot be easily activated by anyone. Leyland smiled wryly. After destroying all traces of Clade, Leyland hurried along the way as he brewed the Serenity Potion, finally suppressing the emotional fluctuations that warlocks had. However, after some thought, he wanted to see things come to an end, so he decided to kill Fail before escaping the area. The Lilytail family would definitely have a wanted list on him through the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, so what if he were to add another pursuer, the Purple Gold Flower family, to it? Anyway, it was the wanted list put up by Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, so having one or two families chasing after him had no difference. Furthermore, Leyland saw a rank 1 curse spell inside the Book of Giant Serpent. It could completely kill Fail with no one the wiser, and no trouble would come after him. However, Leyland did not think that this curse was this malicious. It would even reverse the sorcery on the spellcaster. This left him with some lingering fear, especially after seeing the monstrous way Fail was killed. These rank 1 spell requirements were extremely harsh. First of all, he had to cast a darkness body and use the opponent's trace of scent. If not, it could not be casted. Afterwards, it required one to know the basics of spirit bodies. Fortunately, Leyland had amassed some experience in Extreme Night City, so he picked it up rather quickly. Finally, this curse had a limitation, which was the distance. Moreover, it could only attack a target that had lower stats than the spellcaster. Chapter 130, Horse Carriage. Horse Carriage. The Book of Giant Serpent mentioned that the curse had to have stats lower than the spellcaster. If any one stat of the target is higher, the might of this curse would be reduced by more than half. Leyland found out that once the curse has ended, the caster still had to face the wrath of a vengeful spirit which was summoned in the process. It was absolutely ridiculous. With so many prerequisites, and being only able to deal with targets with lower stats, finally having to suffer the backlash from a vengeful spirit. In Leyland's opinion, this kind of curse wasn't very useful. However, Fail met this requirement just right. He had just advanced and embarked on the simplest path. The various stats were lower than Leyland. Moreover, he had already collected his scent when he was with Bicky previously. Adding on to the various reasons, Fail had become Leyland's first sacrifice to practice the curse on. I always feel that there's something wrong with this curse. It's better to use it lesser in future. Leyland patted off the dust on his body. However, with the disappearance of the great Magus home, the people on South Coast who can recognize this curse are barely alive, no to mention finding out who the caster was. No matter how the Purple Gold Flower family investigates, they couldn't trace it back to me. If Leyland could avoid such troubles and remove all traces of himself, he would do so, never leaving behind any leads. After the task was completed, Leyland left the Poolfield Kingdom. In the Inland Dukedom, on a broad road, a black horse carriage continuously sped on it. The wooden wheels, which were galvanized by iron, let off creaking sounds. As there were no shock-absorbing functions, the rise and fall of the carriage was extremely great, so the passenger inside the horse carriage did not have a good ride. It seems that this rented horse carriage had all sorts of passengers on it. There was a white-bearded old man with his granddaughter, wanton women, and even those merchants wearing caps hugging on to their belongings tightly. In their midst, there was a black-cloaked youth. The youth had pure black hair with some luster on it. His handsome face had a radiant smile, which made him have a strange yet strong charisma. This person naturally was Leyland. After using the curse to kill Fail, he no longer had any concerns, so he left the Poolfield Kingdom immediately. Although the Zithermoon mountain plains was rather dangerous for acolytes, Leyland, who was a warlock that surpassed regular rank 1 magi, treated it as a walk in his back garden. It was a place where he could roam around freely. After arriving at the inland dukedom, Leyland finally relaxed. Ever since the armistice, there has been peace between the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and the Sage Gotham Hut. However, with the increasing degree of hostility, even the powers of the secular realm were affected. There was news of this two great kingdoms going to war once again. No mercy would be given to the two kingdoms' official magi. Once spotted in enemy's territory, they would be viciously hunted down. With much of the troubles past, Leyland began to feel more relaxed. He abandoned the notion of plowing through his travels as a lone wolf and instead made use of secular methods to conduct his travels. Since he did not opt to join the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy after his promotion, Leyland was not affected or restricted by the armistice. However, he was still in a precarious position. As a betrayer of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, and with no intention to join Sage Gotham Hut, he had to be careful while in their territory. Blending amongst the regular humans seemed like a good way to travel. The downside was that the traffic conditions while traveling with the plebeians were pretty bad. A scowl crossed Leyland's face as he experienced the chaotic congestions and rancid odor emitted from the carriage. If there was an alternative way to travel, he would have long ago alighted from this carriage. Amidst the foul experience on board the carriage, Leyland noticed a child dressed pink seated opposite him and let out a brief smile. The adolescent female child had a pair of sapphire-like eyes and milky white skin. She spotted Leyland smiling at her and smiled back friendly at Leyland. The little girl's grandfather seated next to her spotted the interaction and immediately pulled her close to his side. He whispered words into the child's ear which caused her to hurriedly avoid Leyland's attention. Although hard to hear, it was most likely a warning against the dangers lurking outside. Following which, the white-bearded grandfather stared menacingly into Leyland's eyes as a sign of warning. Unaffected by the grandfather's hostility, Leyland let out a chuckle. Leyland felt an aura of familiarity from the little girl. Although just 12 or 13 years of age, she was already exuding an odd amount of charm, causing passengers of the carriage to constantly steal glances at her. Even Leyland was fascinated by the little girl. After observing her for a little while more, Leyland came to the conclusion that she had a warlock's bloodline. The strength of warlocks came from the bloodlines. Their descendants would also carry traces of their bloodline. However, it was extremely difficult to unearth that strength again. For instance, this little girl's bloodline was already extremely thin. Moreover, there were no energy waves coming from her. She was the most regular of humans, not even an acolyte. Also, the further away from the first-generation warlock, the bloodline would slowly thin out over the generations, finally turning into regular humans again. However, in the second and third generations, there were still plenty of decent quality bloodline inherited. Hence, warlocks tend to reproduce often to establish their own family. Leyland, for example, was a first-generation bloodline. If he had any descendants, his children and grandchildren's bloodline would also have the strength of the giant Comoyan serpent. This scenario was somewhat similar to the Magi families, yet different. The main thing that Magi wanted to pass on was their soul aptitude. Every generation may be regular humans with no aptitude. Furthermore, although both the warlocks and Magi held bloodlines in esteem, the Magi would not mind accepting fresh blood to raise the genes passed down in the family, which might sometimes exceed that of the ancestors. However, warlocks were different. They revered the purity of bloodlines, so they would protect the purity of the bloodlines and soul through the marriage of relatives. To them, if an outsider joins their family, not only would it not increase the density of the bloodline, it would even contaminate their bloodline. Moreover, the descendants inheriting the bloodline of warlocks found it extremely difficult to advance into an official Magus, unless they found a high-grade meditation technique that was suitable for their bloodline. Under normal circumstances, these things were usually passed down from the first generation. However, once the density of the bloodline thins out, or if the inheritance of the high-grade meditation technique stopped, it was often the start of a warlock family's decline. When a Magus family declines, there was the possible chance of their descendants bringing it back to glory. However, it was extremely difficult for warlock families to do the same, unless the descendant found the original source of bloodline, or through some other methods to replenish the strength of bloodlines. In the central continent, there were 3 schools of thoughts. Families consisted of either those who revered high-grade meditation techniques, those with bloodlines, or some other assortment of the magisterium. This were the three main representatives in the continent. This information and news naturally came from the Book of Giant Serpent written by the great Magus. From some information that the great Magus had revealed, he was most likely in the central continent, yet for some unknown reason, he went to the south coast. As Leyland was a rank 1 warlock, he was extremely sensitive to his kind. On that old geezer's body, Leyland could not detect a single trace of the bloodline. It was very evident that he was not the biological grandparent of that little girl. However, this old geezer was not any regular human. Leyland detected a trace of acolyte's energy waves from him. Looking at the mite, it belonged to a level 2 acolyte. Interesting. A housekeeper? Or adoption? Leyland smiled apologetically and continued with his pondering. What was undeniable was that Leyland had an extreme interest in his same kind. Although it was most likely that no high-grade meditation techniques could appear on her. Even if there was, Leyland would not use it, unless she had the bloodline of snake types. However, as the descendant of another warlock, Leyland had a very good comparison sample on how to unearth his own strength from the bloodline. Moreover, he wished to try and see if he could extract the blood essence from this girl and purify the bloodline, so that he could obtain another ancient creature's bloodline. The other party's destination was also the Great Canyon Margaret, which coincided with Leyland's plans, so he naturally dispelled the thought of traveling alone. As for the white, bearded old geezer beside the little girl, he often saw Leyland sneaking glances at his granddaughter, even having a smile that seemed to harbor malicious intentions. So naturally his expression was not too pleasant. However, he did not discover Leyland's identity, only treating him as a mere human. After the advancement previously, Leyland spent much time and effort to have the AI chip optimize his shape-shifting ability again. The effect was greater than before. Although he did not have the information from an official Magus, Leyland knew that this old geezer could not discern of his shape-shifting ability after activating it. Right now, he had not yet completely know how to make use of this little girl. Should he abduct her directly and obtain the blood? Or conduct some experiments while observing her at the side? After all, he did not know if the backing of this little girl was a warlock family or not. Although this possibility wasn't great, Leyland still did not wish to take the risk. However, it seemed like he could unravel the mysteries very soon. The corner of Leyland's lips curled up. After so many days of observation, he realized that the old geezer was mostly frowning as if he was riddled with a great load on his mind. Moreover, with the passing of each day, he was evidently becoming more impatient, as he hurriedly requested for the horse carriage to move faster. After being rejected, he even had the plan to leave the party. However, it seemed that he recalled of something, so he could only put up with it and continue on the horse carriage. It seems like this journey would not be too boring. Leyland was only an acolyte previously, so naturally he did not wish for trouble. If he had not yet advanced into a warlock, he would definitely be the first to leave the horse carriage if he met this acolyte who seemed to be running away from something. However, everything was different now. In the South Coast, rank 1 magi were great powers, much less to mention himself who was a little stronger than newly advanced magi. Chapter 131. Pursuers. Pursuers. Previously, Leyland held himself back from taking action, not because he was afraid of doing something, but because he didn't want to be inconvenienced. However, this girl in front of him had something that interested him. Furthermore, once his research was a success, he would greatly benefit from it. It was only natural that he now intended to take action. However, for prudence's sake, he still chose to lay low on the sidelines and observe the strength of his enemies first. If their might was average, he would definitely not be modest. He would immediately abduct or coerce the girl to follow him and not be afraid of the pursuers. If they were too strong, he could only give up. In any case, the world was so big, and she was not the only one with a warlock's bloodline. There might be very few of them on the South Coast, but there were definitely many in the central continent. Several days later, the horse carriage entered the district of York City. This was already along the borders of the inland dukedom. As for the old man, his anxiety had already intensified to the maximum. Most of the time he would stay on the horse carriage, seldom leaving it. He even closely guarded the little girl by his side, as if being afraid of something. The hazy night had dyed the sky an overcast gray. Only somewhere far away in the horizon was there a little light. The horse carriage stopped by the roadside, and the weary passengers began to alight, and then sat in a circle around a bonfire for refreshments and rest. After so many days of travel, The people in the horse carriage also got close with each other, especially that little merchant, who took out a flute and played an upbeat tune, and the beautiful woman beside him followed suit by performing a gorgeous dance. There were several middle-aged men who took out wine flasks from their sacks and walked forward to the beautiful woman to ingratiate themselves. As for that woman, she chuckled, seemingly not rejecting these suitors. After the atmosphere reached a climax, the people began to sing and dance. Even the horse keeper gulped down several mouthfuls of strong wine and had a tinge of red at the end of his nose. Leyland reclined against the trunk of a tree, his hand holding a wine flask from which he drank occasionally. He shot a glance inside the horse carriage and grinned. Although the sky had already dimmed tonight, the old geezer still urged the carriage driver to move on. However, traveling in the middle of the night was extremely dangerous. Hence, this suggestion was rejected by carriage driver and all of the passengers. That old geezer's expression then was really a sight to be seen. Furthermore, tonight the old geezer had decided to stay within the horse carriage, not even letting his granddaughter leave half a step away from the horse carriage. Ugly rumors had already begun to have gossiped amongst the travelers. However, Leyland knew that this pair who pretended to be a grandfather with his granddaughter was afraid of pursuers. That's why they hid in the horse carriage. Looking on at the situation, the pursuers were almost arriving too. No, they were already here. Leyland turned his head, and with the AI chip, he saw several acolytes, who did not hold back their energy waves radiation, hiding in a dark corner. Looking at the strength of the energy waves, they were all level 3 acolytes. Bang! A red arrow was released, and it directly shot through the brains of a muscled, half-naked man who was dancing by the fire. The blood splattered onto a woman nearby. Her expression turned sluggish, only letting off an ear-piercing scream several seconds later. Bandits! Help! Various cries sounded in the camp. As for the carriage driver, he very quickly donned a leather armor and crouched, hugging his head and not moving at all. The horse carriage providers had a promise with the nearby bandits that they would only rob the passengers. As for the drivers, the bandits would often let them go scot-free. After all, they would not have much money on them. However, tonight the carriage driver's plans were in vain. Shio! Another red arrow was shot, directly piercing through the driver's neck. He clutched his neck with both hands, his eyes popping out and frothing blood at the corner of his lips. His mouth gaped open and closed for air, as if wanting to enjoy the freshness of the air one last time before he died. A sharpening spell added on the arrow? Interesting. Beside the chaotic campsite, Leyland was still reclining against the tree. He gulped down another mouthful of wine, his expression appearing indifferent. At this moment, his lax behavior was vastly different from the current situation, yet nobody was paying him any attention. The second arrow obviously caused greater chaos within the camp. Be they man or woman, young or old, they were all wildly running away. Several minutes later, the campsite that had once had a lively and jovial atmosphere now only had a crackling bonfire and several wine flasks which had been forsaken. Crash! 3 figures wearing black robes appeared from within the forest. Leyland's outstanding vision allowed him to see clearly the appearance of this trio. There were 2 men and a woman. All of them were of middling years. The woman had applied a very thick layer lipstick, which seemed like she had just drank a mouthful of blood. These 3 were obviously not students of an academy. Their attire were rather casual. However, there was an image of a dodo bird stitched on their robes, seemingly a family emblem. These were the acolytes nurtured by a family. Some of them from magi families, who had poor aptitudes, could not be accepted into academies, so they could only be nurtured by their families themselves. Most of them could not even advance to a level 3 acolyte, so the majority of them remained as a level 1 acolyte or level 2 acolyte. These 3 who were able to advance to level 3 acolytes either had good aptitudes or were expelled from an academy or had graduated. Miles, come out. We know you're inside the horse carriage. The 3 of them took on a triangular formation to surround the horse carriage, and a silver-haired man laughed smugly. Boom. What replied him was a burning red fireball. Pa! As the middle-aged man dodged the fireball, the horse carriage suddenly shattered and a black figure with a smaller figure wrapped on his lower body rapidly sneaked past the gap that the middle-aged man exposed. Thinking of escaping? The woman smirked and hurriedly chanted an incantation, casting a speed-reducing spell. A layer of murky green shone on the black figure and his speed dropped drastically. Shio! The eyes of the third person who held the bow flashed, and immediately he fired another red arrow. Pooh! The arrow bore into the left chest of the black figure, drawing fresh blood from it. The black figure groaned and fell to the ground, revealing the face of the white-bearded geezer. Run! Why don't you keep running? The man, who had been the target of that fireball shot previously, was in a miserable state. Seeing the old geezer on the ground, his expression turned malevolent, and he drew out a curved blade, hacking at the old geezer Miles' left leg. Ka-cha! The old geezer's left leg was immediately chopped off. Ah! The little girl fainted immediately after having blood spurting on her. Such a beautiful little girl, killing her outright is such a pity. The man who held the bow licked his lips, revealing a lusty grin. Why don't you let me have some fun first? It's your call, we still have plenty of time. It was very obvious that these three acolytes did not have any regard for the old geezer, Miles, at all. They were extremely relaxed and had their guard down. In fact, this was the reality. Miles was only a level 3 acolyte, and the little girl was not even an acolyte. Such a lineup can be easily destroyed by just sending one level 3 acolyte. It was only for added assurance that 3 such acolytes had been sent. When the bowman grinned lewdly, a lazy voice sounded. I say, you guys seem to have forgotten about me. Leyland flung the flask away and announced himself in a crisp voice. You actually didn't run away. The other male acolyte was somewhat shocked. Normally, wasn't the reaction of people, after seeing someone get killed, to run away? Much less to mention encountering magicians of the sorts. Just right. I wish to loosen my muscles after pursuing this old geezer. Leave him to me. The only female acolyte among them looked at the handsome Leyland, and her eyes flashed. Her mouth gaped open and closed with the heavy lipstick, as if wanting to swallow Leyland immediately. Right now, Leyland's charm factor had increased significantly after advancing to a warlock. Along the way, he met many girls who cast flirtatious glances at him. However, meeting this kind of elderly woman, he felt rather disgusted. My apologies, but I don't have any interest towards Annie's. Leyland spoke very sincerely, turning the face of this female acolyte red. Brat, I will let you feel the most unbearable pain on earth. An hour later, if you don't prostrate yourself like a dog in front of me, you will have my admiration. The female acolyte looked at Leyland as if she wanted to bite a piece of meat off him that very instant. No need for that. If you don't prostrate yourself like a dog right now in front of me, you will have my admiration. Leyland's eyes flashed icily as he dispelled the concealment spell. An immense force field immediately surrounded the area of the horse carriage. Of Official Magus. The eyes of the male leader of the trio popped out as he collapsed feebly onto the ground. Lo! Lord, please pardon our accidental intrusion. The bowman acolyte, too, no longer had any interest in defiling the little girl. He immediately knelt in front of Leyland, cursing the damn bitch thousands and tens of thousands of times. How is it? Leyland looked at that female acolyte with a toying expression. Lo! 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 The female acolyte also fell to the ground, her jaws trembling, not being able to speak a single word. Lord, we are from the Yale family. Our family head is also an official Magus. The leader noticed that Leyland's gaze was hostile, immediately bringing up the backing of his group. Yale family. Leyland shook his head, indicating that he did not recognize this name. Leyland had already scrutinized the large families around the Poohfield Kingdom before and did not recall any Yale family of the sorts. Yai Chip, Skin Database. Beep. Yale family, situated in the Deniskay province of the Inland Dukedom. The family head's name is Sam Yale. Originally an acolyte from the Sage Gotham Hut, he advanced to an official Magus at 30 years of age. Information source: History of Magi Families, page 1928. An extremely simple introduction. From the information recorded on the AI chip, it seemed like a newly founded Magus family which was completely reliant on a Magus who had shockingly advanced as an acolyte. It was far from being comparable with the Lilytell family and only slightly stronger than Bicky's family. There was not much backing and easily classified by the Magus world as the nouveau rich. Wait. I have the secret imprint of our family's head. Seeing that Leyland was about to take action, the leader immediately shouted and ripped his clothes apart. Chapter 132, Secret Imprint. Secret Imprint. The Secret Imprint. Leyland nodded his head and stopped in his motions. This so-called technique for the secret imprint was a tool that official Magi use for communication. Every newly advanced official Magus would be able to design a special sign to represent themselves. In future, they could leave their secret imprint behind for communication. As for some magi, they would even brand it on their family members or slaves to represent the authority given. Leyland had crafted an imprint for himself. It was an inverted triangle enclosed in a circle. On the triangle was a black serpent that snaked to the top. As for the leader's chest, an image of blue dodo bird's head was flashing with light. It seemed that initiating the communication to the head required a tremendous amount of spiritual force and magic power. Just a few minutes later, the leader's face at once became deathly pale. Fortunately, right before the leader was unable to endure any longer, the blue light shone brightly, and a blue dodo bird flew out from his chest and perched on his shoulder. "Sully, is there something you want to see me about?" The dodo bird seemed not to have noticed Leyland and immediately questioned the leader. It's like this." That leader hurriedly whispered to the dodo bird and briefly updated him on the happenings. The secret imprint had its limitations and could only project the voices without images. Moreover, without the aid of the communications tower, once the distance was too great, even the voices could not be sent across. "Hello, young expert." The dodo bird greeted Leyland. "It's an honor to meet the head of the Yale family, Sam Yale." Leyland opened his mouth, his voice gruff and hoarse. It was obviously altered with the help of the AI chip. "According to those family members that were dumb enough to offend you, I apologize on their behalf." The blue dodo bird already flew back into the leader's chest, turning into a tattoo that seemed to be alive. "They actually dared to offend me, an official Magus. Hence, they must pay the price." Murderous intent was contained in Leyland's voice. The dodo bird paused. Before speaking again, "I can act on their behalf and compensate you." "Compensation?" Leyland hooted with laughter. "Are you mocking me? Not good. Run." The leader did not think that Leyland did not give the head any face in the slightest, as he hurriedly retreated. "After offending me, you still want to leave?" Leyland's eyes turned bloodshot and several red fireballs were cast, turning the three, who could not dodge in time, into a pile of ashes. The might of acolytes, in front of official magi, were as brittle as paper. As for the secret imprint, which was a communication device, naturally, it was unable to transmit any attacks. By abusing the limitations of the secret imprint, Leyland chose to kill them. Anyway, his voice was concealed by the alteration of the AI chip, so Sam would never be able to find him. Keeping these acolytes alive, instead, would easily bring him trouble. Moreover, he did not wish to remain in the inland dukedom. Once he leaves the place, the other party would not be able to do anything about it either. Walking towards the grandparent and grandchild pair, the little girl was still unconscious, having several tears on her face. Lord Magus." A shocked expression filled the old geezer's face. Obviously, he never thought that this person who rode the same horse carriage was actually an official Magus. Leyland squatted down and examined the old geezer's wounds. The injury was serious. A commoner would definitely die from this wound. Even if this old geezer was a level 2 acolyte, he could survive for an additional 10 hours maximum. Of course, Leyland could cure the old geezer, but he would lose some of his precious herbs and medicines in the process. Moreover, the old geezer didn't have a warlock's bloodline, so Leyland was very hesitant to treat him. However, what has to be done has to be done. "Drink this. It will make you feel better." Leyland handed a vial of vitality potion to the old geezer, after which he headed over to wake the little girl up. "Grandpa Miles." As soon as she woke up, the little girl shouted and threw herself at Miles and began to weep in sorrow. After drinking the potion, the old geezer's face revealed a flash of life. Momentarily, his spirits were up as well. This potion was merely a stimulant. It was much cheaper than the actual cure, so Leyland was willing to expend such a cheap potion. "Good child." Miles stretched out his wrinkled and quivering hands to gently stroke the child's head. This Lord Magus, could you send her to the Great Canyon, Margaret, to where Marion is?" The old geezer begged Leyland earnestly. "I can." Leyland pondered in silence for a moment before nodding his head to agree. "Many thanks. You will forever be the friend of the Langster family." The old geezer grabbed the little girl's hands and instructed, "From today onwards, listen to this, Lord Leyland. Remember, you must obey every word. Do you understand?" As if expending all of his energy remaining, blackish red blood flowed from the old man's lips the moment he finished talking. I understand," the little girl sobbed silently. The old geezer smiled, gratified at seeing the girl agree, before closing his eyes for eternity. Grandpa Miles. Grandpa Miles. The little girl cried in sorrow. Leyland stood by his side and waited for a dozen minutes. When the girl stopped sobbing, he then asked, "We had better bury your Grandpa Miles. Also, what is your name?" "Ivy, sir." The little girl's voice was hoarse, yet it brimmed with respect. Although Ivy was not an acolyte, but she, who grew up in a Magus family from childhood, naturally knew what being a Magus entailed. An hour later, Leyland brought the little girl Ivy and looked at a newly constructed gravestone, making their final tribute in silence. After the old geezer's disclosure and the little girl's own narration, Leyland finally understood the Lancaster family's backing. This Lancaster family was very small. Rumors have it that they held the inheritance to an incomplete meditation technique. However, the thinning of the warlock bloodline and the lack of an official Magus has made the family a lowly rated one in the Magus world. 200 years ago, the incomplete meditation technique was lost in an unfortunate accident. The limitations of warlocks were in their bloodline, as they could only cultivate in meditation techniques suitable for themselves. Normal mind runes constructions of acolytes had no use for them. Therefore, it was unavoidable that this family, which had produced no Magus, had deteriorated over the years. If not for the few generations of heads standing their ground and accepting a few orphans to undergo acolyte training, it was very likely that they did not even have an acolyte in the family now. As for Miles, he was one of these orphan acolytes, tasked as a housekeeper of the Lancaster family. Just a month ago, the Yale family, who was coveting the Lancaster family, declared war on it. Apart from Ivy, all of the family members were killed in that war. As for Miles, he fought his way out to bring Ivy away, preparing to seek asylum with a friend of Ivy's parents in the Great Canyon Margaret. Hence, Ivy, who was in Leyland's hands, was the final bloodline of the Lancaster family. Of course, after knowing this news, there was an indescribable feeling stemming within Leyland's heart. However, after seeing the Lancaster family who had warlock origins deteriorate into such a state, he felt like a fox grieving, when the rabbit dies. Of course, he would not let these emotions fuel his desire for revenge to the Lancaster family. However, if the despicable leader of the Yale family happened to be in his way, that would be a different story. Let's go. Leyland grabbed Ivy's little hand and set out towards his new destination. He prepared to bring the little girl to the Great Canyon Margaret. It wasn't that he suddenly had a change of heart, but he was planning something else. First of all, some experiments required Ivy to coordinate with him of her own accord in order to achieve the best results. After that, the Great Canyon Margaret was one of the areas that Leyland had to go, so it was not troublesome. Furthermore, if Leyland discovered that Ivy had some other uses along the way, he would not hand Ivy over to Marion, for sure. Leyland did not eliminate any possibilities of doing good within his means to increase his reputation. However, it had to be under the conditions that it would not come across his personal benefits in any way. Even if someone were to beat him to death, Leyland would not commit such a foolish thing like altruism. However, if he could accomplish some things effortlessly and obtain a positive reputation, he would be very willing to do it. From Leyland's perspective, reputation was also a form of resource, a type of benefit. However, in the hearts of different people, the gravity that people had towards fame versus their personal benefits were different, and in their eyes, the importance of fame was ranked low on their list. One more point, I have some interest in your family's bloodline. I require you to coordinate with me on some experiments, do you understand? As the sky turned darker, an emerald green field of view appeared in Leyland's eyes. It allowed him to see even better than daytime. When he spoke, Leyland felt Ivy's hands quiver noticeably. As you wish, Lord. Ivy replied a good while later with a shaky voice. I adore intelligent and obedient children. Ivy's obedience and maturity left Leyland pleasantly surprised, as he originally thought he had to spend some effort to handle her. He gently stroked Ivy on the head and carried her in his arms. Moss. Master, Ivy gently called out in a voice as small as the buzz of a mosquito. If you cannot see the road clearly in this dark night, I can help. Feeling the trembling of the little body in his bosom, Leyland smiled and patted Ivy on the back. With an increase in his pace, the pair quickly disappeared into the darkness. This kind of vision, is it that of a serpent? Leyland's vision was affected by an emerald green tint. Even though it was dark at night, Leyland could see everything. Somewhere tens of meters away, there was a dog-like creature with red heat emitting from its body. It somewhat resembled heat imaging. Turns out that the so-called path of warlocks is to continuously tap into the origin of the bloodline and the process of remodeling of one's body. Leyland was somewhat enlightened. Looks like I have to spend more time on my transfiguration. 1. TL note. 2. Silverbury. If the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. It means to have sympathy with a like-minded person in distress. Chapter 133, Elemental Essence Conversion. Elemental Essence Conversion. In a somewhat dilapidated campsite. Erected in the middle of the campsite was a tent made from cowhide, and it had a sturdy look to it. Beside the tent was a small fire, where bright yellow flames continuously lapped against a metal pot hanging above it. A broth that contained some pieces of mushroom and beef jerky was boiling in this metal pot. Around the fire, there were many pieces of forked branches, which was used to grill several small fishes. There was also some barbecued meat, which frothed with tiny bubbles as the golden yellow grease continuously dripped down, while the aroma of sizzling meat permeated the air. The little blonde girl sat by the side, looking at the piping hot food, involuntarily gulping down her saliva. Thereafter, she turned her head to look to the side. There, on a patch of grass, a handsome, black-haired man sat cross-legged on a white sackcloth as he practiced meditation. This person was, naturally, Leyland. After bringing Ivy along for quite some distance, he initiated a break to rest a while. Although Leyland, with his current vitality, would not be tired even after journeying for 7 days and nights, the little girl would definitely not be able to keep up. Moreover, he had to take out some time every day to cultivate with his high-grade meditation technique. The meditation technique that he had gotten was the Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique that was compatible with his bloodline. Adding onto the AI chip's purification of the blood essence, his progress in meditation was extremely fast. Eyes are the windows of the soul. By concentrating your sight with the Kamoyan's pupil, you will rediscover yourself. Norco Karadasfar. This was what Leyland saw repeatedly at the start of the Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique. And now, Leyland shut both his eyes and felt that he was staring right into a pair of vertical pupils that were amber-like. Darkness with burning flames seemed to engulf his body. As for Ivy, who had been watching Leyland, she realized that a black and red mist emerged from Leyland's body. This mist revolved around Leyland, not dissipating. The strands of mist began to converge, forming the shape of a small snake, coiling around Leyland, at the same time spitting out its scarlet tongue. The small snake continuously roved around Leyland, finally coiling on Leyland's face, turning into a strange mask. A wave of darkness energy particles was continuously absorbed by the mask. A dozen minutes later, the mask shattered, turning into black gases and threaded into Leyland through the 7 orifices. AI chip, scan my current data. Leyland opened his eyes wide and commanded in silence. Beep. Leyland Farlier. Rank 1 Warlock. Bloodline. Giant Kamoyan Serpent. Strength, 7.1. Agility, 6.7. Vitality, 8.5. Spiritual Force, 28.2. Magic Power, 28. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Status, Healthy, host completed a level of high-grade meditation technique. Spiritual Force increased by 0.005. Elemental Essence Conversion. Darkness. Progress. 1%. Every time I meditate, there will be a definite increase in the spiritual force. It's not bad already. Leyland nodded his head in satisfaction. Increasing the spiritual force of magicians would only get more difficult in the long run. Especially for official magi, the meditation techniques they used as acolytes were completely irrelevant now. If they did not have high-grade meditation techniques, they could only rely on external resources to increase their spiritual force. Resources which were able to create an effect on official magi were extremely rare even on the south coast. Hence, after advancing into a rank 1 Magus, many of the magi found it extremely difficult to advance again. Only those who had cultivated with the high-grade meditation techniques would be able to maintain their progress. However, every level of high-grade meditation techniques was extremely challenging. The first level was still alright. However, after that, every level required tens of hundreds of years. As for the special characteristics of high-grade meditation technique, they would only get more difficult the further one is. According to Leyland's guess, after the third level, a Magus required thousands of years to advance to the next level. Hence, many magi could not advance in time before their lifespan was up, and died from old age just like that. AI chip, calculate how long more I need to reach the criteria to advance and become a rank 2 warlock, given my current progress. Beep. Mission establishing. Gather host's data. Simulating conjecture. With the host's current stats, estimated to reach the requirements of advancement into a rank 2 warlock in 14 years and 7 months. The AI chip's voice intoned. That's quite long. However, compared to those regular magi who cannot advance in tens of hundreds of years, it seems like my current situation is pretty good. Leyland's brows furrowed but quickly relaxed. From the graphical analysis made by the AI chip, the increase in spiritual force that the high-grade meditation technique gives will also begin to slow down after reaching a certain extent. Moreover, the elemental essence conversion progress will only get slower as he progresses. This was the reason stopping Leyland from advancing quickly. According to the AI chip's estimates and the Book of Giant Serpent implicit divulging, rank 2 Magus advancement criteria was to have a spiritual force of at least 80, and the elemental essence conversion to be over 80%. These two conditions alone have stumped many genius acolytes before. The spiritual force requirement was still all right. Whether it was about cultivating in high-grade meditation techniques or finding large amounts of resources which could stimulate the spiritual force, it could still be solved over time. However, elemental essence conversion was a different story altogether. First of all, if the Magus chose the wrong energy particles, then he would find it extremely difficult to exceed an elemental essence conversion of 50%. To be specific, one has to first choose the energy particle with the highest elemental affinity to get the elemental essence conversion to over 80%. Moreover, this was only the most basic criteria. To some heirs of large families and true geniuses, they would waste their potential if they advanced with an 80% elemental essence conversion. Only by getting a 90% elemental essence conversion and above would they face fewer bottlenecks while advancing to become a rank 2 Magus. These were all mentioned in the Kamoyan's pupil. In addition, some regular magi had to solve the problem of obtaining a rank 2 spell model. If they were unable to find one which complements their rank 1 innate spell, mishaps will occur during the inscribing of their rank 2 spell model, such as having their brains exploding. Hence, those magicians who used grindwater with spell models to advance, their path and future would become extremely narrow. Although his progress was extremely fast already, Leyland still felt somewhat pressured deep down. He had utterly offended the Lilytel family. This was a large-scale family with the family head existence that could rival the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's chairman. That was a rank 2 Magus or an expert close to that level. As for Leyland right now, once he was to meet someone like that, his only outcome would be death. Advancing into a rank 1 warlock only let him have the simplest form of self-preservation. To be able to live free in the future in broad daylight, he had to at least be a rank 2 warlock to be able to handle the pursuers from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. After having access to the high-grade meditation technique, Leyland realized that magicians who cultivated with the high-grade meditation techniques also required some resources. This was because some precious resources could increase the progress of meditation. There were several ingredients that could complement his meditation that was mentioned in the Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique. Hence, he was somewhat impatient to hurry and reach the Inia Ivory Ring Tower, situated within the domain of Light Magi. It had the largest free trade market and collection center. Leyland could definitely rely on it to get his resources and improve his progress quickly. Lo, Lord, the broth is ready. Seeing that Leyland had finished with his meditation today, Ivy hurriedly scooped a bowl of broth and brought it to Leyland. You have worked hard. Leyland smiled at Ivy and took the bowl. Ivy looked at Leyland's unfathomable eyes that had endless depths and stared at them blankly, her eyes lifeless. This is... Leyland had a slight shock and immediately reached out a hand glowing in white light as he tapped Ivy's forehead. Lord, just now, very soon Ivy recovering, yet she did not dare to look into Leyland's eyes again. This is a circumstance of mine which I did not restrain properly earlier. In the future, do not be this careless again. Leyland understood what had just transpired. It was the result that the AI chip indicated earlier, elemental essence conversion progress, 1%. When Magi continued to improve their progress of elemental essence conversion, the spiritual force radiated will bring about a strong power which was attributed to the elements. Ivy losing her bearings earlier was considered as a mild effect. If Leyland had had an elemental essence conversion of 50% and above, and by not restraining himself, In that situation, Ivy would most likely have been attacked by the darkness energy particles and thus would have become a shriveled corpse. As for different elemental energy particles, the final elemental conversion would also be reflected differently. For example, if a Magus chose the ice energy particles as the attribute to cultivate with, he would be able to freeze the spiritual force of anyone who stares into the said Magus's eyes. As for those who cultivated in fire energy particles, enemies who probed their spiritual force would be burned, even suffering from a backlash. Leyland cultivated in the darkness energy particles, which was emphasized more towards the aspect of a person's spiritual force and soul. In later stages, if regular humans were to come into contact with his high-density elemental essence conversion, their soul would immediately perish, their physical bodies decomposing into a shriveled corpse. Sorry. Ivy lifted her skirt and bowed, hurriedly moving out of the way. Seeing that the girl was unharmed, Leyland nodded his head and poured the meat broth into his mouth. The warm, savory meat broth laced with bites of fresh mushroom excited Leyland's palate. This tastes pretty good. I guess you have not eaten yet, too. Leyland looked at Ivy. Now with his eyes back to normal, there was no chance of causing unintended harm anymore. Yes, Ivy softly replied. She helped herself to some dry rations and a bowl of broth. Together with Leyland, they feasted. Leyland looked at Ivy and let out the slightest sigh of relief. If this was the past, Ivy would surely be treated like a princess by her own family. However, this present way of living by roughing it out in the open would surely help her to mature quickly. After you are done eating, come find me in my tent. I need a sample of your blood. Leyland gobbled his food quickly and said to Ivy. The underlying reason he saved Ivy was not due to kindness, but to use her warlock's bloodline for his research. Chapter 134, Upgrade. Out in the wilderness, the night was freezing cold. Even the blazing bonfire was unable to dispel the chill in the air. Inside the tent, however, it was much warmer, enough to make one feel slumberous. Leyland waited for a few minutes and saw Ivy's silhouette shivering as she slowly got into the tent. You could tell she was very nervous, her hands clutched tightly to her skirt hems, exposing her pale white ankles. Fear was inscribed on a pair of beautiful eyes. But it was as if her body was controlled by someone as she advanced towards Leyland, step by step. Don't worry. It's very simple to take a sample, and it will not cause you any harm, Leyland said, to try and pacify her. Please pull up your sleeve. Upon hearing Leyland's words, Ivy hesitated for a moment. She then pulled up her sleeve, revealing a length of her jade-white arms. It's going to hurt a little, but don't be afraid. Leyland took out a huge needle-like item from behind him and spoke gently to comfort the little girl. Unfortunately, the little girl started to tremble even more severely. With the girl's arm in one hand, Leyland stuck the needle into the exposed vein on her arm. Ivy's face winced when the needle entered her vein as if she was about to cry but still forced herself to stay strong. After drawing enough blood from Ivy, Leyland's scent chased the little girl back to her own tent. Why does it feel like I was bullying a little girl? Leyland rubbed his chin as he looked at the needle in his hand. No matter what, it was unsettling being on the receiving end of a "you bullied me" look given by a little girl. AI chip, begin the experiment, and prepare the microscope. After being in a daze for several seconds, Leyland came to his senses and his expression turned solemn. His slender hands began to move expertly like butterflies treading and dancing through flowers. Next morning, Leyland saw a pink liquid within the vulcanized tube and his expression looked unclear. I chip, scan. A blue light glowed within Leyland's eyes, falling onto the test tube. Beep. Detected a trace of ancient creature's bloodline in the drop of blood. Polonite hawk. Unable to purify further. The AI chip ended its feedback, turning Leyland's face darker. Ivy did carry a trace of an ancient bloodline. A pity that the inheritance of the Polonite hawk bloodline ends with her. The traces had already thinned to the absolute minimum, and only a bit of aura could be extracted from her blood, but it did not have many uses. From this density, even if Ivy was completely exsanguinated, or made to bleed some blood from time to time, it wouldn't be enough to even purify a single drop of the pure ancient bloodline. However, Leyland did not feel particularly disappointed or anything similar to disappointment. It wasn't that he would be successful with every single experiment of his. However, if one doesn't even try, there will be no chances of success. He had learned this lesson back in his previous life. Moreover, this bloodline that carries a trace of the ancient creature's aura, adding on with some of the broken magic artifacts pieces I've gotten in the secret plane, they could aid in the modification of the Fallen Star Pendant. A notion rose in Leyland's mind. The Fallen Star Pendant was only a low-grade magic artifact which was useful back in his days as an acolyte. However, for Leyland now it was somewhat of little value. The AI chip had been given the task of researching the possibilities of upgrading the Fallen Star Pendant, and now it seemed to have borne some fruits. However, Leyland was a warlock now. If he was able to add some power of the bloodlines on top of the other ingredients needed for the upgrade, it would definitely achieve a better potential. AI chip. Establish this mission as a subtask. Calculate the possibility of adding Ivy's bloodline into the Fallen Star Pendant. Beep. Mission established, classified in a subfolder under the mission of upgrading the Fallen Star Pendant. The AI chip intoned promptly. Although he was unable to purify the ancient bloodline, but he had obtained an ingredient that could complement the upgrade of the Fallen Star Pendant. So Leyland felt that he had reaped a huge benefit, and hence his mood was uplifted, too. The next morning, he even greeted Ivy during breakfast, which was something that he seldom did. This caused the little girl to be confused and out of sorts. Seeing this scene, Leyland laughed inwardly. After eating breakfast, Leyland brought the little girl and carried on with the journey. He even bought a horse carriage while making a stop at a town, putting out the misery of the little girl, who had had to walk all along. The reason why he did this was not because of kind-heartedness. It was because the little girl provided him with blood every day, and while Leyland brewed some potions to replenish the blood, her mental state did not seem very well as her face was as pale as dead people. After purchasing the horse carriage, Leyland led his life even more leisurely. He would journey when the sun was up, and at night, he would continue to extract the essence from the Polonite Hawk bloodline to upgrade the Fallen Star Pendant. Dawn's Peak. According to our speed, we should be able to reach the Great Canyon Margaret tomorrow. Leyland pointed to a mountain which peak was amongst the clouds as he spoke to Ivy behind him. Ivy looked at the landmark in front of her and clutched her knees in silence. His eyelids hung low, not knowing if it was because of the fears of what the future would bring, or because of bewilderment. The ingredients gathered are now sufficient. I will upgrade the Fallen Star Pendant tonight, thought Leyland. Naturally, he controlled the pace of the journey, so he was able to obtain enough blood right before reaching the Great Canyon Margaret tomorrow. In the middle of the night, the surroundings were dark and serene, and from time to time the sounds of insects and howls of wolves could be heard. Ivy was in a deep sleep within the tent beside the horse carriage. As for her who was in deep slumber, her eyelids twitched continuously, as if dreaming of a nightmare. Seeing her in this manner, Leyland heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the horse carriage. AI chip, simulate the start of the experiment. Leyland set up an illuminating spell and lit the interiors of the horse carriage. In the middle, several wood boxes were set up in a flat platform with some apparatus displayed on it. In the middle of all was a silver-gray cross, with several fragments of jewels on it. This was the original shape of the Fallen Star Pendant. Ever since he had advanced into a rank 1 warlock, he had rarely used it. The Fallen Star Pendant's physical and magic defense were both valid for at most 20 degrees. As for any rank 1 spell cast by an official Magus, it would exceed these limits. Hence, Leyland would think of methods to raise the capabilities of the Fallen Star Pendant, hoping for it to be of use again. Simulation for experiment over, success rate to be 87.9%. After a flash of blue light, the AI chip reported a string of data back to Leyland. Right now, the AI chip could simulate most parts of the experiment and produce the success rate. This meant that as long as Leyland followed the steps given by the AI chip, he could attain the same success rate that was indicated. As for those magicians who painstakingly gathered ingredients yet not knowing their success rate, the AI chip's capabilities showed that it could save Leyland a huge amount of resources. So much so that this capability could even be employed during an advancement. If the AI chip's success rate was too low, Leyland could give up on the advancement and amass more resources before trying to break through. This was much better after comparing this with other magicians who try to break through in the dark and even suffer from a backlash. First of all, it's to separate the ingredients for the magic artifact. Leyland looked at the other items placed on the platform. There was half a dagger and a broken arm. These spoils of war were obtained by Leyland during the bloodbath in the secret plane. Although some time had passed, the arm still shone with a silver light, completely concealing the fact that it was a human arm made of flesh. Silverclaw Soren actually imbued his magic artifact into his own arm, What a crazy fellow. Leyland picked up the silver arm and placed it within a golden funnel, setting it alight at the bottom. A golden-yellow flame continued to swirl in the funnel, turning the funnel red. The blazing temperature continued to radiate from the hand. Once Leyland noticed the change, he began to drip some blue fluid, drop by drop, onto the arm. The blue liquid fell onto the arm, turning into red immediately, extending it towards the whole arm. The temperature increased yet again. Leyland was ecstatic as he placed a transparent beaker below the funnel. Pitter-patter, asterisk droplets of silver liquid continued to drip down. Very soon, this liquid filled up half of the beaker. Leyland's right hand rapidly gathered some powder and jewels and tossed it into the beaker, while his left hand reached for a metal wire and stirred the beaker. The powder and jewels melted immediately upon entering the beaker, and the silver liquid began to turn muddy. A dozen minutes later, there were two obvious layers in the beaker. On top was a liquid the color of flesh, and at the bottom, it was a layer that was pure silver in color. After being busy for a while, Leyland looked at the several ingredients laid in front of him with a gleeful expression. The formerly mentioned dagger and silver arm had not turned into two blocks of black and gray metal as they shone with luster. As for the fallen star pendant, it was now submerged within a beaker. The beaker was half filled with pink blood with the scent of orchids. Keely siding Girawire Alongswell. Leyland chanted an incantation as he made a cut on his finger, dropping a dark red drop of blood into the beaker. Bang! Once the dark red blood entered the beaker, it immediately had a chemical reaction. The pink-colored gases continued to rise and the blood began bubbling. Threads of red liquid continuously climbed onto the fallen star pendant, turning the original silver-gray color into a dark red color. After the blood in the beaker completely evaporated, the fallen star pendant turned into a dark red cross. What's next is to modify the rune's inscription. Leyland's expression turned extremely solemn. This was the most crucial step to upgrade the fallen star pendant. Chapter 135, Anglertown. Anglertown. Modifying the fallen star pendant's rune's inscription, increasing illusory runes to make host compatible with its control. Nyai chip sounded at this very moment. Blue light flashed across Leyland's eyes, and many transparent patterns began appearing on the surface of the fallen star pendant. Next, all he needed to do was to proceed with the modifications according to the transparent patterns on the fallen star pendant. And the AI chip could assist Leyland during his inscription process, so there would not be any mistakes. Using a pair of tweezers to fish the fallen star pendant onto a white cloth, Leyland took out a solid inscription pin and started to finely carve on the surface of the cross. At this point, his hand was like a steel sculpture. It was as steady as possible, without even a single tremor. This required an enormous amount of attentiveness and endurance and consumed a lot of time and energy. As time passed, beads of sweat started to drip from Leyland's forehead. Fallen Star Pendant's runes modification is a success. It has newly added reinforced runes, energy dissipation runes, extension runes. As he listened to AI Chip's reminders, Leyland revealed a smile. Immediately, he picked up another inscription pin from beside him. It had grooves on its body and was just as solid. Next, I shall fill in these carvings. Leyland lit 2 beakers and proceeded to melt the raw materials he had separated earlier from the magic artifacts. Those beakers now contained only liquids. Subsequently, Leyland followed a fixed proportion and mixed the 2 liquids together. Leyland played with the grooves on the pen and it split open, revealing a hole to pour water into. Immediately, he poured the concentrated silvery black liquid into the body of the pen. Fine runes started to twinkle and flicker around the inscription pen, producing an enchanting radiance. With a face of satisfaction, Leyland pushed the pen nib against the tracks of the inscriptions carved earlier on, repeating the process again. But this time, the pen left silvery black liquid in its trail, filling every notch of the inscription. After finishing the last stroke, Leyland sized up the completely reformed cross and nodded his head with satisfaction. Activate. Leyland used the ancient Byron language and read out 2 words. A cylindrical beam of gray light began to emit from the cross. Threads of silver light were moving along the rune inscriptions that Leyland had carved earlier. As the silvery gray rays kept blending, they got brighter and eventually engulfed the fallen star pendant in it. When the rays completely vanished, the fallen star pendant had changed in appearance entirely. It only retained the shape of the cross, but was bulkier than before. Also, it had changed from a silvery black color to a shade of dark red. On the surface, there were numerous fine and detailed rune inscriptions, causing the original fragments of gems to be concealed beneath it. Leyland then took the dark red Fallen Star pendant, noting its weight was heftier than before. Beep. Fallen Star pendant's upgrade is now successful with those middle-grade magic artifacts. Current physical defense, 24, magic defense, 25. AI chip sounded again, bringing Leyland the good news. Physical defense rose from 13 to 24, and magic defense rose from 15 to 25. Not bad, really not bad. This range almost surpassed the scales of Kamoyan's defense. It was almost equivalent to gaining another innate defensive spell. Leyland was naturally very pleased. But there were a lot of other magic artifacts that have better innate spells, that would have another increase in power and defense in the future. As for the Fallen Star pendant, unless he finds even more precious materials to upgrade, it would be difficult to increase its defensive characteristics as per Leyland's requirements. Hence, in the long run, concentrating on his own innate spells was more dependable. In the South Coast, Acolyte ranks use beginner-grade magic artifacts. Level 1 Magi use middle-grade magic artifacts and the occasional beginner-grade magic artifacts. Only the extremely powerful Level 2 Magi have the capability to get hold of high-grade magic artifacts. Leyland thought of the information he saw from the Book of Giant Serpent. Although the era of the great Magus home was somewhat distant, the general distribution of power and culture throughout the South Coast could be seen. Now that the Fallen Star pendant had been promoted to a middle-grade magic artifact, it's effective for Leyland as a Level 1 warlock. This, of course, put him in a good mood. The Great Canyon Margaret spanned across the inland dukedom and several nearby kingdoms. It was also a place that was necessary to travel through to enter the Inia Ivory Ring Tower, controlled by the Light Magi. Of course, this was only with regards to Magi. Ordinary citizens of this dukedom seldom step out of the kingdom, from their birth until their death. Even their mercenaries only received missions within the kingdom. Mercenaries and wandering bards who had traveled the vicinity could use the experience they gained to flaunt or gain respect. Great Canyon Margaret is filled with danger. Even a hastened journey takes several months. Leyland slightly frowned as he thought over the information about the Great Canyon. Transportation in the Magus world was inconvenient, causing a great deal of inconvenience for magicians who travel far and wide. Of course, he had another choice. He could ride in an airship. But unfortunately, not only was this mode of transportation costly, there was only a fixed number of dates per year for its departure. Furthermore, there were stringent requirements for passengers. They needed a local family or an organization to be their guarantor. Leyland was already on the wanted list of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. So naturally, he wouldn't wait for the airship and had to rush by foot. Your parents, good friend, that Aunt Marion, where does she live? Leyland asked Ivy, who was behind him. Angler Town beside the Great Canyon, Ivy said in a low voice. Leyland nodded. This girl's blood had greatly helped him. Besides, there was no clash in the itinerary. Under such circumstances, he didn't mind lending a helping hand. Well then, I will first send you to Angler Town to find your Aunt Marion, Leyland told Ivy. Lord, is it okay if I followed you around? After what Leyland said, Ivy stayed silent for a moment before asking this question. Oh, but why? I did not treat you very well. Leyland was surprised. When he crossed over, he was from nobility, a respected Magus acolyte. He'd never taken care of anyone before. Ivy even suffered a small illness on this journey. Things would have taken a bad turn if Leyland wasn't a potions master. Moreover, every now and then, Leyland had to take from Ivy a big tube of blood. He simply could not comprehend why this girl would still want to continue following him. Maybe I was too charming, or was she so oppressed that twisted feelings began emerging? Leyland let his imagination run as he rubbed his chin. Is this for revenge? But he soon figured out what the girl had in mind. Ivy lowered her head, obviously tacitly agreeing. Ivy, you should be aware that due to the genetic constitution of your family, before you can find the lost meditation technique, you'll never be able to be an apprentice. Even I can't do anything about it. Only because Ivy and Leyland were inheritors of the same ancient bloodline, he felt that he should clarify it with her. I know, but I request from you to give me vengeance. For this reason, I'm willing to suffer any consequence. The little girl made her last effort. My apologies. Magus advocate fair transactions. And regardless of your wealth, health, or spirit, it is not enough for me to deal with another official Magus. Leyland did not hesitate to reject the girl's plea. Upon hearing Leyland's ruthless yet very real words, Ivy's shoulders trembled, hugged her knees as she sat in the carriage and fell silent. Soon, the carriage entered Angler Town. This was obviously a Magus gathering area. There were little, almost none, ordinary people, and the architecture of the buildings around portrayed a gloomy style that appeared cold and weird. Even the atmosphere was filled with a moist, putrefying stench. This kind of place doesn't seem very good. Leyland frowned. According to his experience, these kinds of dangerous district beside the major transportation road dwells those who harbors bad thoughts, Magus who have nowhere to turn to. Simply put, wanted criminals. Leyland felt bad for Ivy. They followed the street and eventually got to the number plate Ivy had reported before. Appearing in front of Leyland was a dilapidated two-story loft. Black wooden planks on the verge of collapsing revealed a decadent atmosphere. The first floor had been converted to look like a grocery store, but it didn't seem to be doing very well, and the people who entered were but a few. Parking the carriage at his side, Leyland pulled Ivy's hand as they entered the grocery store. "Marion! Is Marion here?" Leyland yelled out. He did not attempt to conceal the energy fluctuations in his body as the road to Angler Town was unimpeded. "Respected Magus Lord, how may I serve you?" Before Leyland could finish his words, an obese middle-aged lady with a greasy gray apron and thick makeup made her way out, expressing humility and flattery. If it wasn't for the level 3 acolyte's aura she had on her body, with this kind of image, she looked exactly like an unkind housewife. "Is this Marion?" Leyland asked Ivy, who was standing at a corner. Yes. Ivy nodded her head. Leyland finally understood why Ivy was so unwilling. By the looks of it, Ivy's parents probably did not have anyone else to turn to back then. Hence, they allowed their housekeeper to send Ivy to Marion. "This is Ivy. Any impression?" Leyland pulled Ivy in front of him. "John's daughter." Marion's face changed slightly. "About the Langster family matter, I feel sad," Marion said as she squeezed out a few drops of tears. "Back then, I just happened to pass by and the housekeeper begged me to bring her here." Leyland briefly spoke about the cause and effects. Upon hearing that she has to offer shelter for Ivy again, Marion's face completely turned embarrassed, as if things were already difficult for her. Leyland reckoned, if he wasn't around, Ivy would have already been chased away. "Since it is what the Lord wants, then all right," she replied with an ugly smile after struggling for a long time. Chapter 136, Broken Axe Pub. Broken Axe Pub. Leyland rushed the carriage forward, wandering aimlessly around the streets. He thought about Ivy and how she looked like a little puppy that was being abandoned. Even now, the sight felt a little bit laughable. Magi always advocated voluntary transactions. The way Leyland saw it was that while Ivy provided him with blood, he brought Ivy on the journey to this place. He even demonstrated his might to find her a place to sleep for the near future. This should have been enough to pay her back for her contribution. In regards to bringing her along on the journey, Leyland felt that he didn't have the spare time to take care of such a cumbersome being. Not to mention, if there was no suitable warlock meditation method for her, Ivy would never be able to become a level 1 acolyte. Warlock meditation methods were straining on blood vessels. Just like Leyland's Kamoyan's pupil meditation technique, it was limited to only warlocks who came from the bloodline of the giant Kamoyan serpent or its subspecies. Other warlocks and magi would not be able to practice this technique even if they had the Kamoyan's pupil technique. It could only serve as a reference for them. While thinking, Leyland rushed the carriage and arrived at the heart of the town. As he went deeper into town, Leyland saw that the average strength of passers-by were greater. At the heart of the town, he saw a few level 2 acolytes and even a few other official magi. All of the official magi here wore cloaks and mantles, and their faces were covered by a face flannel, almost as if they did not want anyone to recognize them. In general, magi who'd risked passing through the Grand Canyon Margaret rather than riding the airship were usually individuals who had been classified as criminal scum who were on the run. Some of them had offended local forces and had been forced to flee. Others simply had to flee to save their lives because someone hankered after something they possessed. As a result, abruptly using detection spells here was often the cause of a huge battle. Leyland looked at the crystal watch that he was wearing, whose hands were showing 5 past noon. The sky slowly darkened, and the pedestrians present on the road lessened. Approaching the centermost pub, Leyland knocked on the somewhat rotten door. Dong dong. A dull noise reverberated throughout the somewhat empty street, even drawing the cause from a couple ravens. "Who are you?" The wooden door quickly opened, and a long-haired man with sparse wispy hair appeared, sizing Leyland up. "I wish to pass through the Great Canyon, Margaret, and I hear that I will be able to find a means of transportation nearby." Leyland used a shroud to cover his face. The voice that emanated from within sounded somewhat gruff. "Great Canyon, Margaret? Are you a Magus lord?" The old geezer patted his head and immediately opened the wooden door. "Greetings, sir. What you say is correct. The Broken Axe pub is the only place where you can find the seated lupin wolf." This old man was just an acolyte, but it was obvious that he had seen the world and that he knew both how to read his situation and how to protect himself. Leyland nodded his head and walked into the Broken Axe pub. He had already inquired before coming. The Great Canyon, Margaret, was always surrounded with terrifying sandstorms, and it required several months to traverse it. Also, there were a lot of hidden dangers in areas of the canyon, being filled with dangerous swamps full of poisonous insects and the like. Even horses could not be used in there. Even magi had lost their lives in some of the most dangerous spots. Hence, forming a group and riding the seated lupin wolf was the only way to get across the Great Canyon, Margaret. This particular pub was extremely quiet, up to the point of it being somewhat eerie. Under the dim lighting, long chairs were placed along some partitioned rooms and sofas in the surroundings. The little cubicle had 3 walls. Only the side facing the bar was wide open, as if the cubicle was a recess into the wall. In the hall, several magicians sat in groups, drinking different colored alcoholic drinks from time to time. Leyland sniffed the aroma and made out that the alcoholic content was extremely low, only meant to taste good and not to induce drunkenness. The magicians in the lobby were mostly level 3 acolytes. There were also several official magi. Leyland came in front of a horseshoe-shaped counter, sat down, and watched a bartender in a black Western-looking suit. "Sir, do you want an Ice Mountain Beauty? Many magicians love this drink." The bartender smiled and asked, "I'll have a cup. How much is it?" Under the dim lighting, Leyland's tone sounded lazy. 3 magic crystals." It was a very steep price that normal acolytes would definitely not be able to afford. Moreover, only the currency of magicians was accepted. Leyland nodded his head nonchalantly, tossing a middle-grade magic crystal to the bartender. "I'll just have 1 cup. Furthermore, I wish to employ a seated lupin wolf. Give me the information I require, and the remainder will be yours." Without a word, the bartender accepted the magic crystal. His hands moved swiftly, shaking the silver mixer on his hand and drawing a few shiny arcs in the air. "Sir, are you preparing to travel across the Great Canyon, Margaret? Although the sandstorms have stopped, there have been rumors of a pack of Kerry vultures having seized the route leading towards the single necessary replenishing point. How about forming a group before setting off?" The bartender shook the mixer in his hands as he explained to Leyland. "Kerry vultures?" Leyland's brows furrowed. This was one of the mystical creatures in the Magus world. In its mature stages, a Kerry vulture was comparable to a level 3 acolyte. As for the king Kerry vulture, it had an existence equivalent to a rank 1 Magus. If there really was such a group of Kerry vultures occupying the single route towards the canyon leading to the supply point, a traveler's plan to cross the canyon would be compromised. All of these things that you have said were told to you by someone else, no? Leyland did not answer and stared at the bartender, before suddenly speaking up. "Yes. Several official magi have already formed small groups, and they're lacking a few members. Hence, they had to stay in this area and entrusted me to find a suitable member for them." The bartender smiled as he placed a drink with large amounts of ice on top and alcohol below to Leyland. It looked like a mountain of ice. "Your Ice Mountain Beauty, sir." Leyland raised the glass. There was a layer of thin frost around it, and even the alcohol inside had somewhat frozen over. The refreshing cocktail entered his mouth, and the chill even spread from his throat to his 4 limbs. The ice-cold feeling subsided, and a fiery sensation followed. At first, it was extremely faint, but the heat grew stronger and stronger, even overcoming the previous iciness. This feeling of freezing and burning was extremely strange, indeed worthy of its price of 3 magic crystals. "Good wine. It has been a while since I've had such good liquor." Leyland slightly closed his eyes for a moment, exhaled a breath of contentedness, and said to the bartender, "It is an honor to have satisfied my customer." The bartender bowed slightly. Very well. Leyland gulped down another mouthful of the Ice Mountain Beauty before saying, I wish to meet with the group before considering joining them or not. Of course. In fact, the group was formed by solo travelers, so they have been staying here. The bartender smiled and nodded his head. Half a month later, many acolytes respectfully and sincerely sent off 6 figures riding big black wolves out of Angler Town. The seated lupin wolves were matte black in color, with a patch of red fur on the crowns of their heads. There were also 2 golden-yellow rings on their forelimbs, which were securely linked to their necks. Each wolf was over 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide. Their appearances looked extremely vicious, and every step they took spanned the distance of several meters, so their movements were extremely quick. Moreover, the seated lupin wolf's back had 2 hump-like bulges, which were suitable for travelers to rest. These seated lupin wolves were provided by the Broken Axe pub at the rate of 500 magic crystals per wolf. After reaching the destination, the travelers would release them, and they would run back to where they came from. At this moment, Leyland was seated comfortably on the back of a wolf. He rose and fell on the strong and healthy back with his eyes half closed, seizing the opportunity to rest. Even though he was traveling on the seated lupin wolf, traversing the Grand Canyon Margaret would require at least 2 months. The route also had a lot of dangers, so it was necessary that he conserve his energy and physical strength. With the introduction of the bartender, he had several meetings with the small group before deciding to join them. It would be very difficult for a lone magician to face the vile environment of the Great Canyon Margaret and even break the watch of those Kerry vultures. Moreover, Leyland confirmed that the other party members were in the same situation as him, forming a party at the very last minute, so he was not afraid of them colluding against him. Even with Leyland's entry, the group members felt that their safety was not guaranteed. After having waited for an additional half a month, it was only the previous day that another official Magus had joined them, and the group had decided to set off. During that half a month, Leyland had been dwelling within the pub while keeping a low profile. It could have been that the Yale family and the Lilytell family had ran out of leads, so they had not decided to search here, enabling Leyland to avoid a huge battle. Thinking about this, Leyland took a look at the members of his group. Due to the fact that the group was only a temporary one, in addition to the wariness of the magicians, more than half of the group members' faces had been concealed. Only an old, white-haired geezer and a voluptuous female magician did not conceal their countenances. Other magicians were the same as Leyland, with half of their faces wrapped and appearing cold and detached. All of these magicians emitted the energy waves of a rank 1 Magus. The Great Canyon Margaret was too dangerous for any acolytes, so apart from any special circumstances, acolytes seldom chose this route. The roasting sun shone with a comfortable warmth onto his body, causing Leyland to crave a good sleep. As the surroundings turned dark green, the short shrubs bowed down to the seated lupin wolf as they passed. This caused Leyland to think that he had arrived at the grasslands of Chernobyl Islands. The Great Canyon Margaret was extremely vast, spanning across several kingdoms. Moreover, rumors had it that originally, there was no Great Canyon and that in fact, it had been formed by 2 unknown, high-ranked magi fighting. Looking down from the sky, the Great Canyon Margaret seemed like a wound created on the body of the South Coast. However, Leyland still expressed his skepticism towards such a myth. Breaking apart half a continent should have required at least a rank 7 or 8 Magus. In the recorded history of the South Coast, there had been no mentions of magi of such ranking having ever appeared. Even if they had come from another continent, why would they have specifically chosen this place for their battle? Chapter 137. Seated Lupin Wolf. Seated Lupin Wolf. No matter what the legend said, due to the double influences of topography and magic radiation, the Grand Canyon Margaret suffered from strange geographical conditions and an ever-changing natural climate. In the Great Canyon Margaret, various terrains such as grasslands, mountains, forests, marshes, and deserts could be seen. Moreover, one moment, there might be rain, and in the next moment, a terrifying thunderstorm. As for the enormous intermittent sandstorms, they were a calamity that even official magi had to escape from. Fortunately, the large-scale sandstorms had their specific timings, so this passage was not completely out of the question. Advancing through such an environment was a severe test for a Magus' physical body and spiritual force. As for the seated lupin wolf, it was a unique species that grew up within the Grand Canyon Margaret. As if undergoing evolution and modification through radiation, The original species of mountain wolves, in the span of a long time, had evolved into an organism that was completely capable of adapting to the terrain and climate of the Great Canyon Margaret. As for the magicians on both sides of the Great Canyon Margaret, they captured, tamed, and transformed these wolves into a necessary tool for traveling through the Great Canyon Margaret. According to Leyland's guesses, behind the Broken Axe pub, there were definitely one or more large Magus families that had joined hands. If not, they wouldn't be able to reap in such sizable benefits from this huge territory. Pooh. The sturdily built seated lupin wolves continuously dashed across the grassland, bounding forward from time to time to avoid the obstacles ahead. Their sharp canine teeth and claws were enough to deal with most of the wild creatures, saving the magicians from having to cast spells and letting them rest. Rumble. In a split second, the initially bright sky was covered by clouds, and snake-like lightning rolled across the sky, sounding out rumbling thunder. The most mysterious thing was that on Leyland's side, the weather was still fine. One side of the sky was clear, while the other was ominous, filling it with a type of indescribable aesthetic beauty. It's a thunderstorm. Pay attention and avoid getting wet. The leader, an old geezer, spoke from the forefront. A vote had passed in the party, finally choosing the two who would show their faces as the temporary leaders. Damn. Leyland's ears twitched as he heard a female traveler from the front complain. However, he did not bother with her, only drawing out a large tarpaulin from the sack on the seated lupin wolf and draping it over his body. Hoo. The speed of the wolves was extremely quick, so after a dozen minutes, they entered the region of thunderstorms. The cold wind was whizzing, mimicking knives slashing against everyone's faces. Pitter-patter. Not long later, bean-sized raindrops fell, rapidly turning into a heavy downpour. Under the rain, the grassland had now turned into a marsh. The muddy ground hindered the footsteps of the wolves. As for those blind spots, they were littered with the traps of quicksand. Once someone was to step into one, they would very soon be swallowed whole. Pooh. The wolf Leyland was riding on sounded a long hiss, and immediately, its 4 wolf paws gave out white light. Streaks of light began to form within the white dizzying glow. When the rays of light began to disperse, a thick coat of wolf fur could be seen above their paws. When the fur was spread out, it resembled a hoof. Ta-ta. The wolf proceeded on water as if it was flat ground. The speed of the entire team got faster. A creature formed from a combination of nature and magic, truly magical. Leyland sighed in admiration as he gently caressed the wolf's hump in front of him. At this instant, the wolf hair on the hump gathered and became similar to a layer of skin, sticking onto the surface of the wolf. It had a layer of oil, causing it to resemble a raincoat. Rain continued to roll off the body of the wolf, and not a drop remained on the wolf. This is only an ordinary mount. Hearsay indicates that within the Light Magus region, endless other magical mounts exist. Some were natural and were captured from the wild, and others were man-made, causing them to be bizarre and exotic. Leyland's eyes began to display an expression of yearning. With the speed of the wolf, they were able to make it before dark. Leyland and his party finally managed to rush out of the torrential rain zone and entered a stone forest. Tonight, we shall rest here. Pitch your tents and leave the wolves around the perimeter. Don't forget to feed them, the female magician yelled. Upon hearing that, the magicians restrained and fed their mounts. They also began to pitch their tents in the stone forest. Very soon, a circle of black tents was seen assembled closely together. The seated lupin wolves were circling around the tents, laying low, as if keeping vigil. In a special tent, Leyland finished his meditation and looked at his status. Leyland Farlier. Rank 1 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Comoin Serpent. Strength, 7.1. Agility, 6.7. Vitality, 8.5. Spiritual Force, 28.3. Magic Power, 28. Magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Elemental essence conversion, 1%. Status, healthy. The progress for a magician was always a gradual one. After so many days of meditation, Leyland's spiritual force had only increased by 0.1. However, compared to the magi who do not use high-grade resources to simulate their spiritual force growth, Leyland only had to persevere in meditation every day in order for his spiritual force to grow. This pace was considered overpowered. As for the elemental essence conversion, not only it was one of the requirements to advance to a rank 2 Magus, it was another crucial method to increase the might of rank 1 spells, so it could not be neglected either. Leyland had already somewhat discovered the warlock's flaws. As a small branch of the ancient magicians, not only did warlocks have to unearth the power of their bloodline, they also could not neglect on their cultivation as a magician. This meant that the advancement requirements for warlocks were the same as those for magi. Moreover, they had the limitations of their bloodline. Even when a rank 1 warlock would have reached the advancement criteria, if the concentration of his bloodline was not high enough, then the advancement would most likely fail, or not have an innate spell after their advancement. According to the AI chip simulation, this was very possible. This was indeed the case if given more thought. If the path of warlocks was that superior, the whole Magus world would have been predominantly warlocks and not the currently observed situation. However, with such severe conditions for advancement, once a warlock managed to break through, their might would often surpass that of a Magus of the same rank. For Leyland, his personal advantage made it more suitable for him to walk the path of a warlock. After he finished meditating, Leyland got up and left the tent. Woo-woo, a seated lupin wolf, which was laying beside Leyland's tent, whimpered, slightly lifting its tall stature. Eat this. Leyland took a large blue cod from his sack and fed the wolf. The seated lupin wolf growled with excitement and raised its giant red tongue that had white moss to gnaw on the fish. As the tongue swept past Leyland's right hand, he could feel a warm, moist sensation. Although the wolf could hunt for its own food, only specific kinds of foods could keep up with their daily intake as a beast of burden. Hello, Lancy. The tent beside Leyland's opened, and a provocative and revealing figure walked out. Leyland rubbed his nose as he made his greeting. During the allocation, he was assigned to be a pair with this woman. You're here to feed the wolves too? Lancy nodded her head as she took out some cod to feed the wolf beside her. Each and every move of this woman had a sense of loneliness behind it. Leyland felt that this was a woman with a story to tell. Of course, every magician who wanted to travel through the Great Canyon Margaret had a story behind them. Although Leyland did not know why this female Magus wanted to escape to the light magi domain, he was sensible enough to not ask. Listen, I hear the slight hum of the wind. Look, the white clouds which are freely floating in the skies. At this moment, a rock beside the two of them trembled. A sprite, which was fully brown in color and was wearing a Scottish costume, suddenly emerged and played its harp while singing. Looking at the rock-sized sprite, Lancy covered her mouth as she gasped. It's the brownstone singer. I heard that they were extinct. I never thought that I'd see one here. Before Leyland could speak, the old geezer leader came out from the tent, while exclaiming in admiration when he saw the sprite strumming on top of a rock. Brownstone singer? Leyland recalled the data regarding these creatures. It seems to be one of the rumored creatures that possess mysterious abilities, but don't have much attack strength. What adorable creatures! Stars seemed to shine in Lancy's eyes, and she could not resist the temptation to try and touch them. The energy waves that they emit are so weak. I wonder how they survived till now. Let me capture them and slowly conduct my research. A large bloke who heard the banter walked out with a disdainful expression. Who, following his demand, a layer of stone skin appeared on his hands as he tried to grab the sprite. You stop. Lancy frowned, but his words obviously did not carry much effect. The large bloke did not even stop and immediately grabbed the brownstone singer. The sprite stared blankly, before crying out and turning into mud yellow light dots, which disappeared in the hands of the large bloke. What just happened? The brownstone singer is a creature that is naturally formed from nature. They are able to harmonize with the earth energy particles within the air. Magi who do not have an elemental essence conversion of 80% or above would not even be able to touch them. The old geezer leader said. Moreover, they are really timid. After getting scared off by you, they might never come back. Leyland added on. Upon hearing what Leyland said, the old man was astounded as he looked at Leyland. I cannot believe that you actually know such information, which has been neglected by many. I just happened to come across it while reading an ancient compendium, Leyland replied modestly. At this moment, the discussion had aroused the curiosity of the others magi from the camp and brought them here. There's still a little bit more. Leyland looked at the huge bloke with a pitiful gaze. Legends have it that those who have been touched by a brownstone singer, regardless of their gender, would get pregnant. Chapter 138, Limestone Wasteland. Limestone Wasteland. Are you kidding? Arg. The huge bloke had a sinister smile, but soon after he gave a miserable shriek. The surrounding magi also cried out in surprise, as if they'd seen something unbelievable. Right in front of them, the huge bloke's belly began to slowly swell, taking the shape of a bulge. Thinking back to what Leyland said earlier, Lancey was fearful yet relieved that she did not touch the brownstone singer like she wanted to. Looking at the big bloke freaking out and hurrying back into his tent, drinking and consuming all sorts of items with medicinal properties, smiles were seen hanging on the faces of all the people at the site. After appreciating the spectacle, they rested for the night and carried on their journey the next day. The huge bloke had also recovered, but his complexion did not look very good. Where magicians were concerned, to induce an abortion or to do a cesarean section, it was a small and simple operation that even one man could handle. The effects of the brownstone singer might be frightening to a normal person, but for magicians, it was more of a practical joke than something to be feared. Due to the Grand Canyon Margaret's topography, it became a paradise for many exotic creatures. Legends have it that you can still find trails of those that were said to be endangered or extinct here. Leyland secretly thought, as he saddled the seated lupin wolf and watched the surroundings slowly changed into an ash-gray rocky forest. If it wasn't because of Grand Canyon Margaret's complex and ever-changing topography and the huge sandstorm encircling it for a good part of the year, this canyon would have long become a natural resource mine for the magicians. As time slowly passed by, the ash-gray rocky forest around Leyland and the others became shorter and shorter. Eventually, their surrounding only had fragmented small stones, resembling a barren land. Limestone wasteland. We've already merged into the standard route. In the next 10 days or so, we'll be more at ease. But following this will be the frightful golden desert, where the Kerry vultures gather. Everyone should maintain their energy and prepare for the upcoming battle. The lead, an old geezer, yelled uninterrupted as he rode a seated lupin wolf that had a few strands of white beard on its face. Limestone wasteland. AI chip, bring out the map. Leyland slightly lowered his head as a projection that only he could see was emitted. On a simple map, there were general markings of the danger zones within the Grand Canyon Margaret. In the center, there was a twisted green route that was linked from one side of the map to the other. Kerry Vulture's gathering place was marked with an eye-catching red font that was in the center of the green line which they have to pass through. On the other two sides of the route, there were other extremely dangerous zones marked scarlet, which indicated that they cannot be traversed. This only meant that making a detour was impossible. If Leyland and the rest want to safely get across the Grand Canyon Margaret, the only way was to banish the Kerry vultures obstructing the route. Limestone wasteland. Leyland found the range of the limestone wasteland on the blue map. It was a big ash-gray region. Small words were written beside the region, limestone wasteland, verified as having an extremely low level of risk, and no high-energy life form was ever seen. Obviously, the Grand Canyon Margaret was explored by countless magicians on both sides, and this was the best route to take to get across the canyon as it held the least risk. As expected, once they entered the limestone wasteland, Leyland felt the seated lupin wolf's muscles and fur slightly loosen up, as if entering a relatively relaxed state. The concentration of energy in the air here is very less, as if the air has some kind of leakage and causes the energy within it to be vaporized. Leyland snapped his fingers and a small ball of flame appeared on his palm. It trembled in the breeze as if it could be extinguished at any time. If it were outside of this area, this small flaming wisp would be burning brightly, several folds brightly than now, and its power would have been 1 degree or more. AI chip, calculate this flame's power. Beep. Mission objective noted. Analyzing the target. Dot completed. Flame's power is 0.4238 degrees. The AI chip outputted the required data very quickly. As expected, the energy concentration in the air has been reduced. To cast spells here with complete power will cost even more strength than if cast outside of this place. Magicians and magical beasts all use the energy particles within the air to perform all sorts of unimaginable and marvelous magic. If the energy concentration in the air was less, the power of the spell cast will also be reduced. Moreover, if a living being stayed in this place for a long time, it might undergo mutation. As for those beings who knew magic, they would abhor these kinds of regions. This type of area, the limestone desert, looks like it was caused by a war between two highly ranked magi, as stated in the Book of Giant Serpent. Leyland now begins to believe the legend. The Grand Canyon Margaret was created by two great magi during their battle. But the limestone wasteland's desert-like appearance was a good thing for travelers like them. At least, there was no need to worry about random, exotic species ambushing them along the way. They could rest and conserve energy. This tranquil life lasted 15 days. Along the way, they experienced some bad weather and other situations. But it was not an issue for Leyland, who was a well-prepared magician. The night before they were to walk out of this limestone wasteland, the old geezer, who was leading them all, and Lancey, gathered the 6 magi. Starting tomorrow, we will be out of the limestone desert and entering the golden desert. Under the illuminating flame, the old geezer's wrinkled face showed uncertainty as his pair of pupils shone. At the heart of the golden desert, the 3rd supply spot that we will pass by has been occupied by the abominable Carry Vultures. The reason why we formed small teams was mostly for this. Now, it's time to make the final decision. The old and tiny geezer looked around. Will we kill the Vulture King as mentioned before, or merely expel them? What else? Of course, we kill it. The huge bloke who was teased by the brownstone singer took the lead and voiced out first. Materials made from the Vulture King can be sold for sell tens of thousands of magic crystals, and bar owners from both ends of the canyon will give extra rewards. Is there anything better than this? This was mentioned by the bartender from the Broken Axe pub, who gave this small team an impromptu mission: kill the Carry Vulture King. Do not let it leave alive. Once this is done, not only will the materials obtained from the Vulture King belong entirely to the group, the pubs on both sides will also give a generous amount of magic crystals as a reward. Because of the existence of the Carry Vultures, it had caused issues for cargoes that were transported back and forth the canyon. It seems that the people involved can no longer tolerate it. And the Carry Vultures were very vengeful creatures. If the Vulture King wasn't killed, it would gather more of its kind and hunt down any visible magi. The impromptu team Leyland was with had a short discussion at the bar and agreed to the bartender's proposal. After all, official magi all lacked resources. They couldn't afford to miss any opportunity to accumulate more resources. What the old geezer had put forward was only to make a final confirmation. Of course. Well, did we not agree on this before? The huge bloke's words caused a resonance, and Leyland gently agreed. As long as it was appropriate, he did not mind giving his vote and gain some magic crystals. Great. The old geezer smiled till the wrinkles on his face gathered together, resembling a chrysanthemum. Seeing him like this, Leyland reckoned the Vulture King had an important material that the old geezer needed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so into this. Good. Then I'll delegate tasks to everyone accordingly. The Carry Vultures are very cunning. Their ability to fly makes battling them extremely troublesome. Those of you who know rank 1 flying magic. The leader old geezer started to deploy everyone. Contrastingly, Leyland remained uncommunicative. He did not voice out his expertise. He ended up with the role of assisting the attacker. The old geezer's arrangement was quite fair. In accordance with the principles of work more, get more, every magician was assigned a job within their capabilities and developed a detailed plan. However, during the planning, the flying magicians who were tasked as attackers and responsible for intercepting had the privilege of selecting the spoils of war. And the old geezer just had a showcase of his strange flying magic. Flying was still a relatively rare ability amongst the rank 1 magi. Not only is the specialized rank 1 flying magic rarely seen, it is also not practical. Not unless they managed to obtain a few magic artifacts that could aid flying, like Bosine. But, as far as rank 1 magi were concerned, only middle-grade magic artifacts would be deemed useful. For example, that item in Bozane's hand, the liquefying metallic ball, called Bright Silver. Although it was very useful for one at the Acolyte level, for an official Magus it would have very low power and be considered to be very weak. The most important factor, speed, of that artifact had not reached a suitable standard, and to use it to assist with flying would only be seen as a joke. It was still rare to be able to master the rank 1 flying magic like that old geezer leader. A pair of pale green wings grew on the back of the old geezer. When he soared into the sky, Leyland keenly felt the currents and particles in the wind fluctuate. Evidently, the old geezer was a Magus who specialized in wind element energy particles. According to the quantity of energy particles dispelled from the targets, determined to be of wind element. Essence element conversion is 15 to 20%. A fine beam of blue flashed across Leyland's eyes. The AI chip could now judge other magicians during sudden bursts of energy to determine the general stats of the opposite party. But to get the most accurate data, it would still have to break through the protective force field of the target. Unless he met a tenacious enemy, Leyland would never do something like that. Before a rank 1 Magi's force field can be broken, the moment Leyland uses AI chip to break through into the opponent's protective force field, it's as if Leyland had used his hands to peel off the other party's clothes. It would definitely lead to some extreme hatred from the other party. Leyland did not wish to make more enemies. Or maybe he could wait for the AI chip to upgrade again, and then he could break through into the other magician's force field without him noticing. Leyland kept calculating in his heart as he looked forward to such an ability. Chapter 139, Sentinel Slate. Sentinel Slate. The rain drizzled continuously, as if like a thread of yarn. It pelted onto the tarpaulin Leyland had draped over his shoulders. It gave a cooling sensation. Riding on the seated lupin wolf that had a night's rest, Leyland appeared tranquil as he peered through the ashy haze, trying to look at the scenery ahead. Whoosh! It was as if the curtains were pulled apart. Leyland felt like he had rushed out of a dense fog as extremely dazzling sunlight directly shined on them. Rustling. Wolf claws slowly sunk into the countless grains of sand they were stepping on. The rain-filled, dark clouds had gradually dispersed, and now the fiery sun had taken over the sky. It brought with it burning hot rays of brilliance, which constantly spread across the wide desert. From what they could see, there was a field of gold as well as modulating levels of sand dunes. Golden Desert, we've arrived. Leyland felt the surrounding temperature increasing constantly. It must have gone up by at least 20 degrees since the rain earlier. The sweltering humidity continuously flooded into the tarpaulin, and even with Leyland's constitution, he felt a little uncomfortable. Crashy hastily removed the tarpaulin and stripped off some clothes, and even then he only felt a little better. This sudden change in temperature within the Grand Canyon Margaret was not unusual. If ordinary people came here, it would have been a torment for them. However, for Leyland and his group, it was only a wee bit troublesome. A whoa! The leading seated lupin wolf howled, and the rest of the wolves that were being ridden by the others also howled. It wasn't clear if these howls were due to excitement or was meant as a warning. With the howling of the wolves, Leyland noted that the body hairs on the seated lupin wolf began to change. The seated lupin wolves had black fur, and only the head had a touch of bright red fur. But now in the hot sunlight, the wolf's hair color gradually faded. Finally, it completely transformed into a pale white color, then a streak of light blue lighted up from the wolf's body. The whole piece fur turned ice blue. An icy breath emitted from the back of the wolf. The icy cool feeling was very comfortable, especially in this desert. It actually even knows of the uses and the difference between thermal absorption properties of light and dark colors. Leyland could not help but to gasp in amazement of the adaptability of the seated lupin wolf. Under the scorching rays of the sun, the ice blue fur was not affected by the heat as much as the dark fur. As for the fact that the seated lupin wolf knew of these, it made Leyland feel somewhat shocked. Moreover, they even applied the slight use of ice element energy particles. The seated lupin wolf was undoubtedly the best creature to traverse the terrains of the Great Canyon Margaret. The 6 huge wolves with icy blue fur gave off a chilly sensation. They very soon proceeded on their journey along with the Magi riding on them, and stepped into the Golden Desert, which was 10 times more dangerous than the limestone wasteland. Under the scorching rays, Leyland gulped down some more water. With his vision and the AI chip's detection, he had already discovered many dangerous creatures in the nearby desert. To put it bluntly, the level of danger in the limestone wasteland was the lowest in all of the terrains within the Great Canyon Margaret. A dozen days before, the journey for Leyland and the others were extremely relaxed. There was no difference from an excursion, and the dangerous creatures they met were rare. However, things were obviously different in here. With the slightest observation, Leyland already discovered many dangerous life forms concealed within the sand dunes. Six-eyed poison snake, golden scorpion, toxic compound-eye lizard were a few creatures that Leyland saw before in illustrations as they continued to appear before his eyes. There were even some grotesquely shaped creatures. The energy density in the air here has even been replicated. It's even higher than in the outside world. No wonder there are so many troublesome things. Feeling the energy particles that filled the air, Leyland gasped slightly. Everyone, keep your spirits raised. The dangers in the Golden Desert cannot be compared with the limestone wasteland. The female Magus, called Lancy, shouted. Even without her reminder, the other Magi present had already recollected their absent-minded pace from before. One can loosen their guard occasionally in the limestone wasteland, but if they chose to do the same in the Golden Desert, they were foolish and seeking for death. Those magicians who were able to advance into a rank 1 Magus were seldom such people. Oh woo. Just then, Lancey's steed let off a howl. Its huge claws were raised, and its sharp claws at tip slashed down with a cold glint of light. Pat. Suddenly, a black scorpion with the image of an eye appeared in front of where the wolf was. It was patted down by the sharp claws of wolf as it continuously writhed its body and hissed. Pacha the seated lupin wolf dropped its jaws and opened its gory mouth as it placed the scorpion into its jaws. The razor-sharp mandible continued to chew, bringing along the snapping sounds of the scorpion's bones being crunched. Such a life form can be settled by the seated lupin wolf. However, dangerous creatures such as the carry vultures must be dealt by us personally. Lancey nudged her steed forward and said to the magi behind her, "This is." Where the seated lupin wolf had attacked earlier, it sent a huge amount of sand flying in the air, and Leyland spotted several grains of gold within it. He reached his hand forward and grasped a handful of gold sand in his hands. In the middle of the normal grains of sand, several golden grains were mixed in with it. Its weight was also heavier than the others by a large margin. Golden sand. Leyland looked at the gold, which seemed to be alluring, and was somewhat speechless. Golden desert. This here is the real golden desert. If it was the secular world, it will definitely cause chaos. A pity, however. With a look of contempt, Leyland flung the gold sand back onto the ground. To magicians, only the magic crystals, the ingredients which could stimulate the spiritual force and the various advanced information, was considered to be the real currency. As for the gold belonging to the secular world, apart from its uses as an ingredient, it was no different from regular metals. Moreover, the Golden Desert was situated inside the Great Canyon Margaret, an area forbidden to regular humans. To traverse it also required the employment of the highly expensive seated lupin wolves. Thinking of the cost of excavation would already frighten the kings and many dukedoms. Leyland only felt some pity regarding the golden sand, but he very soon regained his composure. The AI chip's detection had been activated by him all along as his eyes surveyed the surroundings. In the Golden Desert, one must always be on alert. The 6 giant, icy blue wolves seemed to be 6 small boats in the Golden Desert as they continuously plodded on. After the sky gradually darkened, the temperature in the desert also dropped. At this moment, the seated lupin wolf gave off warmth. Their furs also turned back to black, as if storing the heat from daytime. "Today, I shall stand guard during the night." After Leyland had built his tent, an official Magus present among them all said so. There was a total of 6 in the group: Leyland, Lancey, the old leader, and the huge bloke, and 2 others who remained silent most of the time. The one who spoke was one of these 2. These 2 magi had gray robes on at all times and seldom spoke. Their personality was also extremely antisocial. Up till now, Leyland managed to exchange 2 sentences with only one of the 2. "We will count on you." Lancey did not look too good. Her face appeared tired as she went into her tent. During the day, she had used her spiritual force to scan the surroundings for any activity going on. Now, she urgently needed to rest and meditate to recover her spiritual force. As Leyland had the AI chip to help with his tasks, his mental state was still doing fine. Yet he still put on a false impression of being weary. "Are you not going to rest a while?" Leyland appeared in front of one of those official magi and casually spoke to him. "I need not rest. I have these. Come out, my little babies." The Magus on night duty gave a deep laughter as his pair of arms performed a strange gesture. Bang, 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 a layer of earth element particles continued to emanate from his body. The surrounding sand rose up by a layer, after which it was quickly broken, revealing a dozen yellow slates. These muddy yellow slates each had a human face on it. Some were young, some were old. They even a pair of slim arms and legs, just like a gingerbread man. "Father, we await your commands." A dozen stone slate people knelt on one knee in front of the Magus on night duty. "Very well, you all shall guard the night for me. You are in charge of." The night guard Magus nodded his head and unrestrainedly began giving out orders. Sentinel slates? Leyland was bewildered. These creatures were very similar to the sentinel slates in the database of the AI chip, yet it seemed like a creature of a higher level. "It's a rank 1 sentinel slate, but they have undergone modifications from me," the night duty Magus declared proudly. After becoming an official Magus, magicians will often attempt to modify and improve some rank 1 spells, and even the rank 0 spells of acolytes. Once they were successful, it could absolutely turn into a unique trump card, or it could be sold in exchange for a large amount of resources. A pity that these things and finding replacement potions were the same, unless one was extremely lucky to chance across it, or only after undergoing a vast amount of experiments would it be possible to see results. It's really quite a remarkable spell. Several traces of admiration, which was just right, appeared on Leyland's face, turning the gaze of the spellcaster gentler towards him. Let's go? The sentinel slates originally have to use of acting as a warning. After my modification, their detection abilities can span a dozen miles, the Magus on night duty said. Leyland looked at the sentinel slates, which, having received orders, hurriedly ran to the outer area of the camp encirclement, using the sand to conceal their own bodies. Along with the sand that continuously trickled down, the energy waves of the slate got smaller, finally turning into an untraceable spell. Leyland could not help but approve in silence. Any Magus would have their own trump card. Once they were disregarded, it would definitely be a painful experience. Deep in the night, Leyland, who was in a light sleep, heard an ear-piercing scream. "Hurry, get up. We have trouble." The earlier Magus, who was on guard duty, went into the individual tents and his face showing utter exasperation. What happened? Lancey's expression was the worst. There were several spots on her body where the robes were not yet arranged, as it revealed her alluring flesh. A pity nobody at the scene bothered to have another look. Chapter 140, The Golden Giant. The Golden Giant. A golden giant is in the process of moving towards us. The Magus on night duty exclaimed hurriedly. The sentinel slate used to alert the others have been completely eaten by it, too. F***CK. After hearing these words, Golden Giant, Leyland quickly heard the startled oaths of nearby magi. The Golden Giant was a type of elemental species. Its power was close to that of a fully converted elemental Magus. On top of that, it has its own unique racial talents. Only a rank 2 Magus had the capabilities to thoroughly kill or banish it. Wasn't it said that the Golden Giants from the Golden Desert are extinct? Furthermore, it appeared conveniently in our way. The old leader clenched his jaws in a state of madness. His eyes emitted a green radiance. Can we avoid it for the time being? Lancey suggested. The Golden Desert is so huge, he might not be able to find us. I am afraid not. Leyland was the first to interject. The Golden Giants have a natural instinct to chase species with high energy levels. The energy propagating from our bodies acts like a lamp in the darkness for the giant's eyes. The more we move, the more likely the Golden Giant will assault us. If that is the case, what should we do? A look of despair appeared on Lancey's face. Unless we have a rank 2 Magus within our party, we will all fail to escape the assault of the Golden Giant. There is a large gulf of difference in power level between the official magi of different rankings. Leyland and his party of 6 were only slightly stronger than a rank 1 Magus. They would even have difficulties going head-on with a semi-converted elemental Magus. They had no chance of surviving an encounter with a fully converted elemental Golden Giant. Semi-elemental conversions refer to magi whose elemental essence conversion has reached a level of 50% and above. At this stage, their increase in magical power due to the elemental essence conversion starts to become very obvious. When faced with budding warlocks, they held a great advantage. While Leyland was still an acolyte, he had an encounter with a semi-converted storm elemental sprite while on the dirigible. If not for the fact that there was a large gathering of magi from the different academies, the only outcome would have been death. In the current predicament, Leyland had to face something far more powerful and dangerous than the semi-converted storm elemental sprite. Perhaps we should scatter and escape in different directions. The large bloke hesitated for a while before suggesting. Upon hearing the suggestion, the magi present entered a state of silence and eyes started flickering nonstop. Are you people mad? The old geezer interrupted the large bloke in a fit of anger. If we fled in different directions, can you guarantee that you individuals are lucky enough to escape the assault of the Golden Giant? Furthermore, what will you do after you reach the Carry Vulture's territory? The two sharp questions abruptly brought about a deeper silence. After fleeing in different directions, they could once again head towards the intended destination. If they were lucky, there was even a chance of heading back to Broken Axe Pub. However, this was only the last resort. The Magi will not accept their foul fate just like that. Quick! Another 3 of my babies are dead. The night shift Magus said with a heavier breath. Maybe we could use the Sentinel Slate along with a rune which dissipates energy continuously to distract the golden giant. While it is distracted, we could do our best to restrain the energy emitted from our bodies and sneak away. If it fails, we could do as mentioned earlier and scatter in different directions. In the midst of silence, Leyland suddenly spoke up. Although this plan is unreliable, we obviously have no better options. The old geezer let out a sign of deep resignation and pointed at Leyland. We will do as he says. I happen to have the material for a few Sentinel slates. Following which, he handed out vials filled with gray powders to the night shift Magus. Having looked at the materials handed out by the old geezer, the night shift Magus displayed a look of unwillingness. However, he still received the materials from the old geezer. All right, let's try it. But I cannot guarantee that it will work. Soon after the chance from the night shift Magus, a few pieces of Sentinel slates that resembled the destroyed one rose up from the sands. At this moment, the people in the camp could clearly see a golden glow appearing in the eastern direction. This glow was like the sun dissipating the darkness and brought about a glimmer of warmth. In front of the solar disk was the colossal shadow of a giant. The giant's body radiated a golden light. It was armored very simply. A leather armor on this upper body with an iron hoop in the middle that joined the two shoulder pads. On the shoulders rested the head of the giant with rigid face lines that looked like it was caused by the scrapes and slashes of weapons. The tangerine hair on top of its head looked like it was burning mightily. Beep. High-energy species life form spotted, determined to be a golden giant, recommended to leave immediately. At the same instant, the AI chip displayed out of a red warning screen. Quick! Quick! The old geezer's voice was filled with urgency. I know a few energy concentration runes. Hopefully, it is of use. The other usually quiet Magus stood up and said, following which he applied what looked like a mixture of circular and triangular runes on the Sentinel slate. After the rune was inscribed, it radiated brightly and suddenly a power energy surged out from the Sentinel slate. This enormous energy fluctuated chaotically, causing the golden giant to let out a roar and accelerate towards it. Nice! It grabbed the golden giant's attention. Lancey exclaimed happily. Let's add this on top. Leyland uncorked a red test tube and poured its content on the inscribed Sentinel slate. After the liquid from the red test tube assimilated fully into the Sentinel slate, the Sentinels let out angry snarls and transformed to be bigger and with stronger limbs. Hopefully, this will help them hold out longer. Leyland tossed away the empty test tube. The energy propagating out of his body was reduced from that of an official Magus to a normal person. This was done using the transfiguration spell. It diluted the level of energy propagating from his body. After which, he went over to his seated Lupin Wolf, placed a cover over the wolf's mouth and gave it a pat on its head. The seated Lupin Wolf seemed to be aware of the presence of the incoming golden giant. It got low to the floor with limbs trembling and waited for Leyland's command. The other Magus followed Leyland's action. They also used the protection of the environment to conceal their whole body. Finally, the golden giant was nearer to the camp. It was less than only 500 meters away. At this sort of distance, Leyland was able to see clearly every single hair on the giant. It's up to you now, babies, attack. Attack. For our father. The burly and buffed-up Sentinel slates roared. Some of them rushed head-on towards the golden giant while the others split up and ran in different directions. Whether it was the brave Sentinel slates who charged heads-on towards the golden giant or the others who ran in different directions, their bodies carried a large source of energy which pulsated out of them. The energy was almost like that of a rank 1 Magus. KJ felt the golden giant let out an unknown type of shout as if swearing. It stretched out its large palms in a posture like it was hiding the sky and covering the earth. It pushed against the ground and dredged up the earth. A few of the sentinels were picked up by the golden giant. For glory. For protection. The Sentinel slates roared as their little fist rained down upon the giant's large arm. Creak crunch. The large golden giant placed the captured sentinels directly into the mouth. It sounded as if he was chewing through biscuits. After ingesting the Sentinel slates, the golden giant let out a loud roar and chased after the fleeing Sentinel slates with large strides. Now, the old geezer's voice was soft. The 6 men covertly pulled the seated Lupin Wolf and left the camp area. Everyone was doing their utmost to contain the energy pulsating from their bodies. There was even a cover on the seated Lupin Wolf's body. Like moles, they stealthily left the area. The golden giant shouted at the fleeing Sentinel slates and chased after them. It never gave the camp a second look. "Run!" someone exclaimed softly after the golden glow disappeared. Without hesitation, everyone ran at the speed of light. Crash! The wolf pack ran past, kicking up a dust of sand and stones. The dust glittered a faint glow of gold. Leyland and the party had been on the run without a break ever since he was disturbed from his rest stayed at the camp. This, coupled with the Golden Giant incident, had caused Leyland to have an unhealthy complexion. From the pitch-black darkness of the night to a fully risen sun, almost half a day had passed while on the run. However, the thought of the Golden Giant spurred the party on, and nobody grumbled about the lack of rest. We were lucky the Golden Giant does not seem to have high intelligence. It only knows how to mindlessly chase after high-energy life forms. If not, the stealth attempt yesterday would have failed. It was a really suspenseful situation. Leyland felt a lingering fear in his heart. Although he has advanced his magical powers and is considered to be someone of considerable power in the world of Magus, the Golden Giant was something that was entirely out of his league. However, the Golden Giant is an elemental species. It does not have a bloodline. If not, I would rather like to have a few drops of the Golden Giant's blood for my experiments. Leyland's eyes betrayed a glimpse of regret. There were countless types of mythical species in the Magus world. The Golden Giant belonged to the elemental species. Its whole body is made up of various types of elements and minerals. There is not even a drip of blood in it. Naturally, there will be no bloodline. In ancient times, the paths to becoming a Magus were many. The warlocks chose the path of the bloodline. And obviously, the Golden Giant chose a different path. There are different paths to reach the pinnacle. Leyland's plan was to follow the path of the warlock. Shall we rest? If we do not meditate and recuperate our spiritual force. Lancey's voice was heard from the front of the party. She traveled together with the old geezer on the seated lupin wolf. All magi make use of both their spiritual force and magic power to perform miraculous magic. Due to the Golden Giant incident yesterday and the constant traveling, the 6 magi were unable to meditate to recuperate their spiritual energy. Looks of exhaustion were spread across their faces. No need for that. We are yet to be out of the danger zone. The Golden Giant might catch up to us any time soon. The wind carried the old geezer's reply through the party. After hearing the old geezer's reply, the party sank into a solemn silence and carried on with their hasty escape. The Magi feared the Golden Giant more than any other dangers in the Golden Desert. Chapter 141. Carry Vultures. Carry Vultures. Whoosh whoosh. A gale carried up the sand, bringing about a glittering gold color. On the endless golden desert filled with death and danger, a pack of 6 large wolves padded across the soft sands at a relentless speed. Upon the backs of the wolves, there sat a couple human silhouettes. We are here. Before us is the Golden Oasis. The old geezer studied the map and exclaimed brightly. Are we here at last? The rider of a seated lupin wolf raised his head slightly and said. With his astonishingly powerful eyesight, he looked into the distance and saw a blanket of green. Ever since their encounter with the Golden Giant, Leyland and his party had been on edge and had been easily startled by the slightest of things. They had only just started to relax after having been on the run for more than 10 days. As a result, they also reached their destination at a faster time than they had originally planned. This was the Golden Oasis, the only large water source in the Golden Desert. Also, it was the only traversable path through the Grand Canyon Margaret. The other paths were wrought with dangers that far surpassed the capabilities of a Rank 1 Magus. Leyland spotted a few large bird-like creatures in the far distance that were taking off and landing at the oasis. They were the Carry Vultures, the main culprits that occupied the land. The 6 magi stopped and stationed their seated lupin wolves at a sand dune not far from the Golden Oasis. The seated lupin wolves were great against some of the lower-level life forms in the Golden Oasis. However, against the adult Carry Vultures, which were comparable to a Rank 3 acolyte, they had no chance of surviving once trapped in their kill zone. The seated lupin wolves were still needed for the journey ahead. Furthermore, the wolves were borrowed. If the wolves perished, a huge sum of magic crystals would be needed to compensate the handlers who were supposed to take back the wolves on the other side of the Grand Canyon. We can't press on anymore. The Carry Vultures are capable of flight. We will surely be spotted by them from the air. The old geezer surveyed the surroundings. We need to conceal the position at which the seated lupin wolves are situated as well. I might be able to help in this aspect. Leyland let out a faint smile and waved his two hands at the shadow of the sand dune. Under Leyland's hand, the black shadow warped and swiveled. As if a giant behemoth hiding in the shadows, it opened its maw and swallowed the entire sand dune. Darkness is the natural friend of concealment. In the shadow of the darkness, the large wolves vanished. Good job, Lancey praised Leyland. In her eyes, although Leyland was still just a budding Magus, she admired his nimble mind and weak, but practical spells. However, this was just a false front by Leyland. Upon hearing Lancey's compliment, the big bloke incessantly let out a cold snort. If it were up to me to do it. Okay. We are a party after all. Why the need for that? The old geezer interrupted the big bloke. Our enemies at the moment are the Carey vulture flock and their king. Lancey, you shall explain the situation to the party. Lancey stepped to the middle of the party and produced a blue gem from a small crevice in her chest region. This magic artifact is modeled to act as a spying eye and can examine images within a 10-kilometer radius. Lancey finished her explanation and placed the gem in her hands. She dripped a few drops of water from her water pouch onto it and chanted a few incantations. A beam of blue light was emitted from the gem. The light warped and stretched until it looked like a mirror surface. On the mirror-like surface, a beautiful lake could be seen. Green shrubbery and coconut trees grew around it. Occasionally, large red birds could be seen ascending and descending from the forest. The vision on the mirror surface continued to pan in. Leyland could see the true appearance of the Carey vultures. The Carey vulture's wingspan spanned 5 meters and was covered in scarlet feathers. Its talons looked cold and sharp. The pink bald patches on its head were a disgusting sight. A tumor-like muscle bulged on its curved and completely bald head. There were more than 100 of these Carey vultures in the oasis. If they were all fully grown and under the leadership of an official Magus-like Carey vulture king, the band of Magi stood no chance. More than 100? This amount is too much. Can we see the Carey vulture king? The old geezer hastily questioned. I will try my best. Lancey was uncertain but continued to pan the mirror in the direction of the flock of Carey vultures. Over yonder, there stood a gigantic tree with a peculiar hollow that looked like a den. Hidden in it was an incomparably massive Carey vulture. While Lancey was trying to zoom in the mirror to get a closer look, the massive Carey vulture seemed to notice her presence and let out an angry screech. Ga. It sounded like a crow, but somehow unexplainably different. Suddenly, the surrounding Carey vultures in the flock were agitated and stirred up. Following the angry cry, a terrifying sonic wave swept towards all 4 directions. No way. It discovered my presence. Lancey's complexion changed for the worse. Pa! The mirror shattered into pieces like a broken crystal. It turned into a blue glow and dropped onto the floor. Ga. The Carey vulture king's screech echoed from the distance. The Carey vultures shook their large red wings, and like trained soldiers split up into sections. They spread out like carpet that covered the sky and searched the surroundings, not missing a single area. Sorry. Lancey apologized with a look of embarrassment on her face. No problem. At least we saw the situation clearly, didn't we? The night shift Magus replied quickly. That's right. The old geezer replied with a brief flash of shame across his face. It was him that allowed Lancey to search for the Carey vulture king. Ga. The large Carey vultures patrolled the sky for a long period of time, but it was to no avail. At last, they violently attacked some of the land creatures in the area. The Carey vultures swooped up what appeared to be large lizards and flew back into the oasis. For Leyland and the official Magi, it was an easy task to hide from the pursuit of the Carey vultures. Okay, let's discuss how we should deal with that goddamn flock of bastard birds. Below the ground, in a temporary hut crafted using magic, the 6 Magi regrouped. 100 Carey vultures with power levels similar to level 2 or level 3 acolytes, plus a vulture king whose power is far beyond what we expected. The old geezer looked at the other Magi. What else is there to do? Let's follow the earlier plan and observe their hunting paths and patterns. We will then kill off the small hunting packs before mounting an assault into the oasis. The big bloke was not even the least bit concerned as he waved them off with his hands. This was the plan that was discussed earlier, simple and practical. However, after the incident with the golden giant, the people in the party started to have a pressing sense of urgency and were unwilling to waste time on such plans. Furthermore, the golden desert was the golden giant's habitat, and they did not wish to bump into it again. Alright. However, we have to increase the frequency of our attacks and get through here quickly. Having observed Leyland and the rest of the party approving this plan, the old geezer grudgingly agreed to it. A black scorpion-like creature guided by the darkness stealthily crawled along the desert floor. Its hooked tail swung from side to side as it moved along. There was an unusual bright red coloring on it, which was obviously an indication of it being poisonous. Shuck. All of a sudden, a muddy yellow tongue lashed across its speed unseen by the naked eye and pulled the scorpion into a sand dune. Boom! The sand dune split open, revealing a muddy yellow lizard. The lizard was covered by bits and pieces of fish scales and had a large, beautiful comb growing on its head. ZZ. The lizard opened his mouth, and with one gulp and a movement of its neck muscles, the scorpion was eaten. After ingesting its food, the lizard swayed its stocky body and used its front limbs to rapidly dig into the sand and bury itself in it. Ga. Almost immediately after the lizard buried itself, an unpleasant vulture screeching echoed in the night sky. Whoosh! Following the vulture's cry, a violent gust of wind swept by. The large Carry vulture swooped from midair, and using its black talons, it knocked the sand dune apart and clenched its claws. Gotcha! The sharp, black talons directly hooked into the flesh of the lizard, and the lizard let out a howl of pain, violently flipping its stocky body. Gaga! The Carry vulture let out a screech of delight and pecked at the lizard with its hooked beak. Pooh! The mud-yellow lizard's skull had been split. Its brain matter and blood left a mess on the sands. The Carry vulture grabbed onto its prey tightly and began to fly back to its den. Although normal vultures liked rotting meat, the Carry vultures obviously preferred to ingest fresh and living mammals. The mud-yellow lizard was 2 meters long, but in comparison to the Carry vulture's stature, the bird looked like it was grabbing a small fish. Latent fireball. Somewhere from within the darkness, several black, colored fireballs suddenly appeared and struck the Carry vulture that was carrying its prey. In a flash, the black fireballs were all over the Carry vulture's body. Bang! Without a sound, the Carry vulture, along with its dead prey, were reduced to ashes. The following fireballs did not decrease in intensity. They shot right up into the sky and killed the remaining Carry vultures. Following his attack, the ground vibrated and the sand parted, revealing Leyland's face. AI chip. Present the degree of attack. For these few days, he had been on watch in the area to hunt down those Carry vultures that had swooped down looking for food. Just now, Leyland had been experimenting with the rank 1 spell that the AI chip came up with. Long before, when he was a rank 3 acolyte, Leyland had tasked the AI chip with simulating a rank 1 defensive spell model. However, after receiving the teachings of the great Magus and advancing to a warlock, this task had been delayed. Entering the Golden Desert left him feeling that his attack techniques were lacking. As someone who lacked a conventional attack technique, Leyland decided to place the task back on the agenda. Chapter 142, Latent Fireball. Latent Fireball. What Leyland had wanted to simulate earlier was a defensive spell. However, it was meant to be used by magicians who wanted to have a breakthrough with the grind water. So naturally, Leyland, having turned into a warlock, did not need it anymore. As if struck by inspiration, Leyland added in a few rank 1 spell models from the Book of Giant Serpent and let the AI chip make its modifications and optimizations, devising a rank 1 spell that was suitable for his elemental affinity. After advancing into a warlock, Leyland's spiritual force had significantly increased. Even the AI chip, which was bound to his soul, seemed to have obtained many benefits. Just 2 days ago, it was finally able to simulate a rank 1 spell model. Beep. Data collected, scanning in progress. The AI chip's voice intoned. Latent Fireball. Classification, rank 1 spell, darkness and fire. Degree of attack, 30.3. Added elemental bonus, 0.3 degrees. Right now, Leyland's elemental essence conversion was 1%. Hence, he obtained a 1% increase in the might of his darkness element spell. Although it seemed like the increase was insignificant, once the elemental essence conversion reached 50% and above, every darkness element spell would be stronger than regular magi by more than half. Not bad. This might is enough to deal with most magi's innate defensive force fields. Leyland continued to analyze the data, his face revealing a satisfied expression. It wasn't that the strength of magi's defensive force fields were always the same. However, Normally, Magi who had just advanced only had a defensive force field with the capability of 20 degrees. However, with the progress of their spiritual force, coupled with them seeking for some precious resources to increase the might of their magic spells, their defensive force fields would often become strengthened. The range varied for each individual, which was truer for magicians who cultivated in high-grade meditation techniques. As for Lei Lin, who was a warlock, as well as having unearthed his bloodline, the defense might of the scales of Kamoyan would also continue to become stronger. A magic spell of 30 over degrees was enough to break most regular rank 1 Magi's defensive force fields. That was to say, apart from his own trump card of his defensive force field, Lei Lin had another powerful method to deal with other Magi in the future. However, it could only be that way. If possible, Lei Lin would, of course, want the AI chip to custom make a mighty rank 1 spell that could cover speed, strength, defense, detection, and all other various aspects. However, it was a pity, as the AI chip was only able to simulate the latent fireball spell due to Lei Lin having amassed large amounts of information. Also, it was due to the contributions of darkness and fire spells from the Book of Giant Serpent that made Lei Lin able to create the latent fireball after a long period time. The few rank 1 spells in the Book of Giant Serpent were from the great Magus, who was also a warlock with the Kamoyan bloodline. His elemental affinity was naturally towards the darkness and fire aspect, so the spells he collected were of these 2 elements, which allowed Lei Lin to benefit greatly from it. As for these kinds of conditions, they would never be met again in the near future. Hence, in this span of time, unless Lei Lin discovered a new type of darkness and fire element spell model, the AI chip would not be able to simulate any new spells. As he thought about the Book of Giant Serpent, Lei Lin involuntarily touched his chest, where the corner of a hardened black notebook was exposed. This was the Book of Giant Serpent, which had been obtained from the Dylan Gardens and kept securely by Lei Lin at all times. It was made of a special kind of material where the pages of the book carried a strange sensation to the touch. As if made of some creature's hide, every page could store large amounts of information. Inside the book, not only were there a dozen rank 1 spell models, there were also 3 rank 2 spell models, together with the great Magus Sirhome's traveling experiences and lab experiments. The information inside was aplenty, and it was Lei Lin's most valuable item that he'd gotten apart from the high-grade meditation technique. Wong Wong. At this moment, a pocket-sized diary that was hanging like a keychain trembled. Lei Lin opened the diary and flipped to the page that was shaking. This pocket-sized diary was only the size of a child's palm. On the faint yellow page, a secret imprint that had the shape of 3 rocks stacked together was letting off a slight glow and trembling. Lei Lin reached out his finger and lightly dabbed on the secret imprint. Haha, Lei Lin, you have killed a lot of them, haven't you? The Vulture King where I am and has already dispatched all of the carry vultures, so be careful when you conceal yourself. The voice of the huge bloke sounded from the secret imprint. This pocket-sized diary was what official Magi used to collect the secret imprints of their friends, professors, colleagues, and other people that they wanted to keep in contact with. Some Magi, however, preferred to have the secret imprints inscribed on their bodies. One example was the huge bloke. Lei Lin saw that one of the huge bloke's arms was fully covered with the secret imprints. Those densely packed imprints left Lei Lin feeling rather dizzy. Although it was rather troublesome, he preferred to use the diary to collect the secret imprints. All right, I got it, Lei Lin said to the secret imprint. Afterwards, he closed the diary and hurriedly left the area. Very soon, Lei Lin saw the dark figures on the far horizon. They were the shadows of the Vulture King, which, having been enraged, brought the entire flock with it. However, compared to a few days ago, when they could cover the sky, the flock was now rather thinly spread out. Their numbers had dwindled from over 100 to less than half, at around 40 or 50. This was the fruit of Lei Lin and the others' labors from over the last few days. Even from this distance, Lei Lin could sense the violent energy waves radiating from this furious Vulture King. GAGA. With the Vulture King in the center, the tremendous energy waves continued to radiate into the surroundings. This kingly figure was venting its frustration and rage at the continuous loss of its subordinates. From the energy waves radiated, target's vitality is over 20, strength estimated to be 17 to 19. Concrete data is unknown. Creatures like this, who had reached the stage of an official Magus, often had a layer of defensive force field around them. Leyland's AI chip still could not penetrate through and obtain any concrete stats. It could only analyze the strength that the target displayed and give a rough estimate. However, these stats alone made Leyland's face change. Creatures like these often possessed immense strength and vitality and even had innate spells which were terribly difficult to deal with. Looking at the Vulture King snarling above a few piles of ashes, the other Carry vultures in the surroundings also caught in anguish. Leyland stared intently at the Vulture King before leaving the area. Deep in the night, in an underground room that was temporarily carved. Today we have killed another 9 Carry vultures. Well done. The old geezer smiled. Right now, those damn trashy birds only have a strength of 50-odd. The huge bloke was also excited. The materials from a Vulture King, which rivaled the existence of a rank 1 Magus, were extremely precious. Moreover, they could also reap the rewards from both sides that governed the Great Canyon Margaret. However, the Carry vultures that are still alive now very seldom hunt for their prey in the areas that we have set up. There are also signs of them relocating soon. We have to hurry and find a way. If not, we could lose this bonus bounty reward. Lancey, who was standing on the side, poured cold water on their conversation. The families governing both sides of the Great Canyon Margaret did mention that they could pass through the Golden Oasis when the vulture flock had relocated. However, against this Vulture King that had its forces greatly reduced and a bountiful reward assigned to it, Lancey and the others naturally did not want to let the Vulture King go. Perhaps we could. After some silence, the old geezer suggested an idea. A fireball-like sun was hanging up high in the sky, and heat waves rising from the desert distorted the view. Inside a stone forest that was temporarily created by spells, Leyland and the other 5 were huddled up. How is it? Can that old geezer do it? The huge bloke spoke offhandedly as usual. You have to believe that old man. He is an official Magus, after all. Lancey's brows furrowed. Has the ambush been set up? With a flash of a yellow light, Leyland came out from a side of the stone forest with the yellow light still glittering around him. The side that I am managing has been completed. It's all set up now. From the other side, the night shift Magus and the other quiet one spoke. Great. As long as that old geezer is able to lure the Vulture King here, I will rip that damned bird apart. The huge bloke clenched his fist, his knuckles crackling. Looking on, he was a magician that specialized in physical training and the reinforcement of his body, possessing strong muscles and strength. For the materials of the Vulture King, even the old geezer is spending a lot of effort. Leyland figured that if not for some precious ingredient the Vulture King had, the old geezer would not be this zealous and even offered to be a bait to lure it over. They're coming. The AI chip's detection allowed Leyland to discover the other party first. Very soon, on the horizon, a thinly spread layer of black figures appeared. There was also a human figure, with a green hurricane engulfing his body as he wildly rushed over. Everyone, return to your individual posts and pay heed to the orders. Quick! Lancey shouted nervously. In a flash, the magi who were present disappeared. Closer, even closer. The old geezer dashed extremely fast. From his concealed area, Leyland could even distinctly see that on the sides of his wrinkled face, blood continuously flowed out from both of his ears. Whoosh! The old geezer rapidly entered the stone forest, at the same time transmitting his voice. Be careful of the Vulture King's sarcoma. It is able to emit a sound attack. I took a hit from it earlier. After seeing the stone forest, the Vulture King hesitated. However, thinking about the prey it was chasing, whose energy waves were not much different from its own, and the fact that it had even killed its children. Gaga. The Vulture King's eyes turned bloodshot as it led the flock into the territory of the stone forest. Chapter 143, Andre Town. Andre Town. The target has reached the kill zone. Begin. The hasty transmission passed through the secret imprint and simultaneously sounded out in 5 different locations. Upon hearing the transmission, Leyland's hand radiated a scarlet-red glow, and he proceeded to press his hands against the obelisk in front of him. Bang! A circular wave of tremendous magical power erupted violently. The colorful spell glowed, and trapped the Carry vultures within it like a cage. Gaga. The Carry vultures screeched furiously while the tumor-like muscles on their bald heads grew in size and glowed a bright red, finally culminating in a violent explosion. Ting! The resulting ear-piercing sound wave continued to reverberate within the cage. The remaining Carry vultures continued to vibrate their tumor-like muscles, amplifying the sound wave in the process. This kind of attack, Leyland widened his eyes, the sound waves pounded on his skull like a hammer. He started to fall into a state of dizziness. Under the agitation of the sound waves, the ring of light on top of the cage started to flicker and fade. The attack coming from such a lowly beast is stronger than expected. Furthermore, it can be amplified by the rest of the flock. If the carry vultures from before were still present, they would have surely broken free from the cage. Plan A is not working. Time for Plan B. Lancey's exasperated voice emitted from the secret imprint. Copy. Leyland whispered to the secret imprint and transfigured a magic spell. Estimated countdown to entrapment detonation, 10 seconds. The AI chip stated. Let's go. Leyland took a last look at the carry vultures that were still struggling in the cage and fled the scene. Bang. 10 seconds later, at the stone forest, a violent explosion occurred. The sound of the explosion filled the area, and black smoke shot up into the horizon. In the blaze, colorful and fine potion powders occasionally dispersed. To increase the power of the spell, Leyland had added a ton of explosive and conflagratory potions. Haha, beasts are still just beasts. Looking at the carry vultures that struggled in the fiery blaze, the big bloke, who was also present, laughed out loud, condescendingly. 2 streams of blood flowed down from the big bloke's ears. Evidently, the carry vulture's attack had done considerable damage to him. This carry vulture king has realized its racial talents. The tumor-like muscle on its head can be used to emit sound wave attacks, and it can be amplified by the flock. The level of danger will have been increased by at least 2 levels. When I get back, I must demand more money from those despicable merchants. The old geezer cursed. Talks about the price increase can be discussed later. Where's the big fellow? Leyland pointed at the heart of the explosion. Slowly, the blaze started to die down. From the original stone forest emerged a large, soot-covered, bird-like figure. Half of the scarlet feathers on this carry vulture were burned off as a result of the explosion, and the other half of them were covered in black soot. There was also a large blood stain on its bald head. It was a funny sight, but Leyland and the rest of the party did not dare to let their guard down. The explosion just now had an estimated power of 30 degrees or higher. How unexpected! Lancey hung her jaw open in shock. After all, it is not a weak-bodied Magus but a high-level species with a powerful body. Leyland said quickly, go forward and surround it. It is about to escape. Damn it. The old geezer reluctantly looked at the carry vulture king, which was already in flight, and cursed. He rapidly chanted an incantation. Following his chant, a faint azure breeze converged and formed 2 large azure wings on his back. I executed both the baiting and the intercepting, so I must get a larger share of the loot. The old geezer blustered. He vibrated the wings on his back and floated into the air. Whoosh! The old geezer traveled at a very quick pace. He was as nimble in the air as he was on the ground. From the looks of it, he had much practice in air combat. Ga. The carry vulture king angrily cried out. Sadly, a large portion of its wings were damaged by the explosion, and it was no match for the old geezer in the air. After hovering and swooping for a while, the old geezer grabbed an opportunity. With a green ray, he pierced one of the carry vulture king's wings. Pung! With one wing pierced, the carry vulture king lost its balance and crashed down into the ground. A large cloud of sand floated around the downed vulture. Advance! Leyland and the rest of the party immediately rushed up and surrounded the carry vulture king. Blood flowed out from the multiple wounds on the carry vulture king. Looking at the magi who surrounded it and the human figure floating in the sky above him, its eyes betrayed a sign of hopelessness. Haha, goddamn beast, I shall tear you apart. The big bloke laughed out coldly. A green-grayish stone skin appeared on his body as he leapt at the injured carry vulture king. Ga. The carry vulture king sounded an abnormally high-pitched shriek and shook its wings. What remained of its unharmed wings slashed across like a knife, with feathers erect like steel blades. The wing clashed with the big bloke's fist. Bang! A dull explosion sounded out in midair and shook the ground below. The big bloke quickly retreated, his grayish stone skin letting out a crackling sound like the popping noises of popcorn. The carry vulture king let out another screech, and its body turned red. It looked like the carry vulture king was pumping all of its blood into its head. The originally shattered tumor on its head begun to rise and swell again. Careful, he is about to let loose a sound wave attack. Leyland rapidly shouted out. He grabbed the tumor with his palms. Restrict. Sigh. The countless black tentacle-like objects reached out from the Carry Vulture King's shadow and bound it tightly. Extra effort was placed in tying up the Carry Vulture King's skull region. Altogether, Leyland yelled wildly. Together with the other two silent magi, he attacked the Carry Vulture King. Various intensely fluctuating magical spells landed on the Carry Vulture King's body. The spells tore apart the Carry Vulture King's chest, causing large amounts of blood to spurt out of it. Kacha. The old geezer, who had been floating in midair, let out an emerald air blade attack, which chopped off the bound tumor. The Carry Vulture King screeched a couple of times as the light in its eyes started to extinguish, and it thudded onto the floor. Pa! The old geezer landed on the ground, and his magical green wings disappeared. The 6 magi surrounded the Carry Vulture King's corpse. They all had complex looks on their faces. What a chore this has been. If not for the additional remuneration from the pub, this would have been a complete loss. The lack of serious injuries on the party was a poor reflection of the difficulty level of killing off the Carry Vulture King. They had to spend a lot of time to prepare the traps and come up with the various materials needed for the potions. On top of that, the fact that they needed 6 magi to complete the task proved how big of a challenge it was. The materials that were scavenged from the Carry Vulture King's corpse were barely enough to cover the expenses of the effort taken by the party. If anyone was dead or seriously injured from the incident, this would have been counted as a big loss. Magi were a rational bunch. They could calmly perform cost-benefit analysis under different circumstances. If the cost was greater than the benefits, they would avoid doing the job. This time, if not for the fact that the Carry Vulture King was obstructing the way towards their destination, the party would have left such a high-level creature alone. No matter what, the fact that our party has sustained no serious injuries is good news. The old geezer smiled widely and said, "Now let's discuss how to distribute the plunder from our efforts." Afterwards, true to Leyland's expectations, the old geezer claimed the majority of the feathers and the pair of large wings with the argument that he had put in the most work. From the looks of his happy face, he must have needed it urgently for an experiment or for crafting. The rest of the party followed suit and claimed what they felt was fair for the amount of work they had done. Leyland took only a bit of the blood and flesh from the tumor and nothing else. As a warlock, he was extremely interested in the bloodline of high-level creatures. Although the benefits of the Carry Vulture's bloodline were not documented, Leyland wanted to experiment to see if he could extract anything from it. At night, in the Golden Oasis, the 6 magi cleaned up the remains of the Carry Vulture King and refilled up their water supplies in the nearby water source. The seated lupin wolves, which had been hidden for a long time, happily cleaned themselves in the lake. In a glowing tent nearby, Leyland looked at the surface of the tumor, which he had retrieved with a glint of excitement in his eyes. AI chip, record data, assist in the experiment. Leyland silently chanted a sentence and immediately pulled on a pair of white rubber gloves. He held out his thumb and pressed on the tumor. The blood on the tumor flesh has dried completely by now. There were bloodstains on it, and it was shriveled. It is very light. There seem to be meridians and air sacs. Leyland's eyes glowed blue. Using his other hand, he used a scalpel to break the surface of the tumor. Inside the flesh, there was an oddly small amount of muscle and blood vessels, and it was comprised mainly of small air sacs. Many of the air sacs were layered over each other, forming what looked like a lattice shape that resembled a beehive. This kind of composition. Leyland muttered to himself, AI chip, record the image. After the experiment was finished, Leyland cleaned up his makeshift laboratory, picked up a goose feather quill, and wrote in his goatskin notebook, sound vessel composition and sound wave attack. The path after the Golden Oasis was much less dangerous. They did not have any further encounters with powerful, high-level life forms such as the Golden Giant. Andre Town was a small town located on the other side of the Grand Canyon Magre. The Carry Vultures had caused the town to become empty and desolate. However, upon exiting the Grand Canyon, they saw a few people. May I know if you people are Master Lancy and company? There was already someone standing by the roadside. He was clad in the pub's working attire. Upon sighting Leyland and his party, he bowed respectfully. The incident with the Carry Vultures was already relayed to us by a secret imprint. Please follow me back to the pub to collect your rewards. Okay. Lancy and the old geezer stepped out among the group and gave their agreement. After reaching the pub, the attendants unhitched their luggage, and with a whistle, the The seated lupin wolves hurried into their feeding area at the rear of the pub. Chapter 144. The Chase. The Chase. It's only renting for a few months, but it costs 500 magic crystals. Your boss sure knows how to make money. The big bloke complained. In fact, we generally charge 1,000 magic crystals per rental of the seated lupin wolf. We only charge the minimal maintenance costs this time, as you sirs took on the task. The smiling waiter explained. As the old geezer arrived, he immediately threw the Vulture King's skull onto the counter. Mission accomplished. Have a look. From behind the counter, a white-bearded, bespectacled old man in a bartender's uniform came out. However, from the energy waves exuding from him, he also seemed to be an official Magus. The white-bearded old man carefully examined the Vulture King's skull for a long while. Only then did he put it away. It is indeed the Vulture King's head. According to the agreement, each one of you will be able to get. Mr. Whitebeard was nimble. He immediately took out bags filled with magic crystals and magic materials and gave it to everyone. It seemed like he had prepared this beforehand. In actuality, I belong to the great Dorian family. After completing the delivery, the old geezer put on a kind smile and extended an olive branch to Leylin and the rest. These kinds of big families would recruit foreign magicians from time to further strengthen their family. Moreover, Leylin and the rest had decent strength, and since they had come from the eastern part of the Grand Canyon, they were not likely to be spies sent by their enemies. As long as they didn't have a massive headache that they brought with them, it was likely that the local large magisteriums would be most willing to offer shelter for such talents. Leylin noticed that the big bloke's face obviously displayed his intention to agree. The two magicians who were together, however, seemed indecisive. As for Lancey and the old geezer, they did not hesitate to reject the offer. Leylin himself did not consider this option. When magicians joined other big families, it was because they wanted to obtain higher-level meditation techniques, magic resources, and the like. Leylin already had meditation techniques, and as for magic resources, he could just use medicine to trade for them. Besides, compared to such closed families, Leylin was more willing to join an educational institute or an organization. Hence, the olive branch the families threw to them had a lesser appeal to Leylin. Come. In any case, we've operated as comrades. How about we go and have a drink? The leader old geezer suggested. Maybe not. I still have other matters to attend to. Let's keep in touch. Lancey left in a hurry, seeming like she had an urgent matter. I'll pass as well. It has been a tiring journey. I just want to find a place to have a good sleep. Leylin rejected him with a smile. He had only become temporary comrades with these people to hurry along with the journey, so there was not much friendship between him and them. Besides, the crime he had committed was not light, so it would be better if he rushed to the domain of the light magi as quickly as possible. After Leylin, the big bloke, and the other two magicians also rejected the old geezer's suggestion. The old geezer shrugged helplessly and looked at Leylin as he left the bar. Outside the pub were a couple of narrow streets that were pawed with flagstones. It was dark all around, and only the lanterns outside the pub still gave off a couple soft rays of light. It's already dark. Leylin checked out his surroundings. It's probably wise to first find a place to rest. Morning. Morning. High-energy force field convergence detected ahead, determined to be a rank 1 offensive spell. The moment he stepped out of the bar, Leylin felt his scalp go numb. The blood vessels deep inside his body also started to surge and boil, emitting a sense of foreboding. At the same time, AI chip also started to project a large amount of red letter of warning. This attack is aimed at me. Leylin's mind was working on overdrive. His body turned into a blur as he dodged to the side. Boom. Suddenly, powerful energy waves exploded in front of Leylin. Dozens of weapons made of a silvery metal formed a metallic storm, which raged at the area where Leylin had previously stood. The bar was directly cut in half, and the ceiling was shattered, exposing countless stupefied magicians and the painful groans of those who had hurt by the aftermath. Kid, I have found you. As the debris settled, upon the ruins stood a midget who was staring at Leylin's face with a pair of eyes that were like daggers. You are part of the Lilytell family? Leylin patted the dust off his body and calmly squared off against the midget. Among the people and powers that he had offended, only that elder of the Lilytell family could have this kind of enmity and capability. In addition, the spell was similar to what Bossine had used. You are courting death. Leylin's actions had clearly enraged his opponent. The midget waved his hand as countless metallic fluids floated up in midair to form weapons such as long spears and giant swords. On the surface, it even radiated the acute radiation of energy force field. Go. With a point of his finger, the metallic weapons once again chopped down at Leyland. Latent fireball. Leyland chanted his spell at lightning speed. From the shadows, a dozen black fireballs emerged and collided against the metallic weapons, causing violent magical explosions. Target's magic determined as metallic. Degree of attack, 32 degrees. The AI chip probed this information, which let Leyland release a breath of relief. You do have some skills. No wonder you could kill my subordinates and my grandson. The midget said. So you are the elder of the Lilytel family and the grandfather of Bosine? Quite without scruples. Leyland retorted. This, gentlemen, this bar is under the protection of the Dorian family. Within this. From the ruins, the old geezer with the white beard and glasses that was tending the bar finally stepped forward. I know. The midget tossed over a piece of metal. I have met your family's Buffett a couple of times. This is his keepsake. And there is even a message on it. So, it is Master Lilytel, who is here to apprehend a criminal. The old geezer threw Leyland a gaze of pity, then hurriedly bowed to the midget. Since that's the case, the Dorian family will maintain a neutral stand on this. Kiddo, you're able to escape well. Did you think the rules here could save you? The midget looked at Leyland with an unspeakable expression filled with schadenfreude, as if he wanted to see Leyland's expression of despair. The strong dictate the rules, and the weak can only obey. This is the norm of the world. The midget spread his hands. The ignorant fools that dare to provoke my Lilytel family must pay the price in blood. Rays after rays of white metallic light appeared from the body of the midget. In just a moment, a silvery metal armor formed on his body. The metal energy particles in the air kept revolving around the midget, emitting bright and dazzling lights. This kind of strength, it's a semi-converted elemental Magus. The large bloke and the leading old geezer who had arrived with Leyland hadn't left, and they were now looking with shocked gazes at Leyland and the midget as they stood in the middle of the battlefield. No wonder he was in such a hurry to leave. He had actually gotten himself in such big trouble. A semi-converted elemental Magus. A hint of schadenfreude flashed by the leading geezer's eyes. According to him, since the opponent was a semi-converted elemental Magus and Leyland had been caught up to, it spelled certain death for Leyland. In the Magus world, a semi-converted elemental Magus was a Magus with an elemental essence conversion that was higher than 50%. This kind of strength was pretty good in the entirety of the South Coast. If no chairman of some major academies or the like stepped in, you could basically walk around the South Coast uncontested. One can say that even if all the magi in the whole bar came together, they still wouldn't be able to stop this one lone midget. What about Leyland? He was only a fledgling Magus, and might not even know what elemental essence conversion was. The leading geezer didn't even think Leyland would survive this. Right. There are also these people. After recklessly leaking some of his power, the midget turned around to look at the geezer and the big bloke. He then said, "Is he one of your acquaintances?" My lord. My lord." The geezer was now bowing, his head almost touching the ground. I did not know this person's past, and I also did not know that he was someone that was wanted by the great Lilytel family. Otherwise, I would have. Asterisk. By the time that the geezer had said half of his plead for mercy, Leyland and the midget had charged towards each other in the shadows. The ruins were unceasingly shaking. He only used you to disrupt Leyland's attention, the big bloke, standing at one side, said with a laugh. What do you know? The leader old geezer said, as he awkwardly got up. At this moment, Leyland's body was covered in fine black scales. It gave off a brilliant shine, and his body muscles began to bulge. He kept colliding into the silver-armored silhouette. The surrounding buildings could collapse immediately at the slightest brush. The two men seemed to have morphed into ancient beasts, recklessly displaying the violent strength of their bodies. Bang! The silver-armored silhouette waved his fist, and a mass of liquid metal automatically adhered to it, turning the normal fist into a barbed fist cover. Leyland's expression didn't change. His hand emitted a dark red glow, as he fiercely rammed it against the barbed fist. Boom. The atmosphere continuously exploded, resulting in plumes of dust particles. From the inside of the dust, two figures could be seen flying upside down. Bang bang. Several houses at both sides were knocked over, but the ones who lived there were mostly acolytes, Upon seeing official Magi fight, everyone distanced themselves from the fight, and no one stepped out to discuss the fight. Sure enough, at an official Magi battle, the key is to be able to use formidable magic in the blink of an eye. The enemy will not give you much time to prepare any magic. Leyland waved his right hand, which was turning numb. Crash! After turning numerous somersaults in the air, out emerged the silver-armored midget. I've underestimated you, kid. The midget revealed a sinister smile. However, no matter what, you'll have to die here today. Oh, really? Leyland showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. But I think I can still live for a long time. Unfortunately, this is just a body. The midget suddenly said a strange verse and his body started to make rattling and crackling sounds. Asterisk, hong hong hong. Asterisk, the midget's face became twisted and his body muscles began to swell. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 3-meter-tall giant. Kacha, kacha. The giant's clothes split open, and on the left side of his chest, there was an old man's face, with silver-colored hair and metallic ornaments on his face. Today, you're doomed to die here. Your spirit will burn forever. The old geezer stared at Leyland as he opened his mouth to chant an incantation. Chapter 145, Telose City. Telose City. This looks like it was caused by some sort of body possession spell. The knowledgeable Leyland was quick in assessing the situation. Old geezer, you only have the strength of a semi-converted elemental Magus, and you want to take me down? Although Leyland looked like he could not have cared less, his right hand had already reached into his belt pouch. Boom. With a flip of his hands, a couple of potions exploded on the giant's body. Following the explosion, a cloud of purple flame engulfed the giant's body and continued to erode it. Negative energy flames? Child's play. The giant shook his head and widened his mouth to let out what seemed like a vacuum force, sucking all of the flames into his abdomen. Now, it's my turn. The giant let out a satisfying belch and grinned at Leyland. In an instant, the giant turned into a silver flash and appeared right in front of Leyland. The giant's huge body structure and protruding muscles were faintly oppressing Leyland. Whoosh! The giant's skin was suffused with a metallic silver tone. It swung its mace-like arms towards Leyland, and Leyland could only raise both his arms up to protect his chest. Ping! Like an artillery shell, Leyland's body was rammed viciously into a wall, causing a large building to collapse in half. Bang! The rubble rolled apart and revealed Leyland's figure. Host's ribs fractured, multiple muscle injuries, immediate medical attention recommended. The AI chip alerted. Such great strength, it must be at least 15 or greater. On top of the amplification caused by its metallic element. Leyland's eyes flashed blue. AI chip, input the site information, activate the prediction system. Site data transmitted, simulating opponent's information. The AI chip's voice intoned. Moreover, it projected a 3D image for Leyland to look at. According to the opponent's movement, the next attack will appear at an angle of 38 degrees on the right side. Probability, 98.7%. Fwa! Just then, the giant charged over again. Most optimal action, duck to the left at 63 degrees, jump backwards. Leyland's body twisted and barely avoided the attack of the giant, before hurriedly jumping back. Pooh! At this moment, many half-meter-long metal spikes were piercing the ground where Leyland had stood before. If Leyland were still standing there, he would have died. To outsiders, Leyland was extremely nimble, making inconceivable dodging movements and evasions as he avoided a barrage of attacks. He could actually stall a Magus who has converted half of his elemental essence and also has a reinforced body. The old geezer was drenched in cold sweat. I still thought. You thought that he was just a budding Magus that can be bullied easily, right? The huge bloke said. Count yourself lucky, old man. Managing to survive to this point hasn't been an easy task. On the other side of the battlefield, the giant was visibly agitated because of Leyland's successful evasive maneuvers. The human face on top of the left side of its chest blustered. Damn it. Goddamn pest. After which, the giant executed a maneuver. Using its large hands, it broke apart its own stomach and pulled out what looked like a golden hoop. Hoop of imprisonment. A bright white light emitted from within the golden hoop and immediately struck Leyland. As the white luminescence fell upon him, Leyland was shocked to realize that his body had been weighted down by what seemed like an entire mountain. He could not move a single inch. Although this type of magical artifact is only of middle grade, It has been said that even a semi-converted elemental Magus would be shackled for at least a minute by its imprisonment powers. Blood continued to flow from the silver giant's abdomen, and its guts were visibly hanging out. Unperturbed, the giant advanced towards Leyland and started choking his neck. Its eyes danced with gleeful ridicule. "Now, run for me, little thing. It's over." The crowd in the vicinity sighed. Being in a deadlock with a semi-converted elemental Magus for such a long time did not change the fact that he is just a budding Magus. On top of that, the opponent had a middle-grade magical artifact. The bespectacled, white-bearded, old geezer from the pub lost his earlier look of pity, and with a tinge of regret, he said, "What a shame. He was a gifted Magus." "Young man, say your last words." A cold smile spread across the silver giant's face. "The person who should be saying his last words is you." A wide smile spread across Leyland's face. Fallen Star Pendant, activate. A dark red ray projected from Leyland's chest and spread to his four limbs at a rapid rate. Immediately, Leyland held down the giant's two hands. His pupils became vertical slits and carried an amber luster as they radiated a mysterious light. Innate spell, Eyes of Petrification. Asterisk Kacha. Kacha. The silver giant's expression became blank, after which an ash-gray color started to grow from the giant's eyes. The ash-gray color covered the giant's face in no time and spread quickly towards its chest and limbs. Petrifying magic? Goddamn. The old geezer's head on the giant's chest cried out in an alarmed tone. Following which, the old geezer ground his teeth and spat a mouthful of blood on the giant's body. With a metallic flash, the rate at which the petrifying spell was spreading on the giant's body slowed down. "To hell with you." Leyland reached out his right hand, and the glow from the fallen star pendant turned into what looked like a long sword, which was then swung down. Pooh! On the first swing, the giant's skull flew up. On the second swing, Leyland directly dug out the old midget's visage from the giant's chest. "Pa!" The face fell onto the ground. "I will not forgive you," it shouted. "It is I who will not forgive you." With a cold look, Leyland stepped onto the human face. "Ah!" A depressed voice sounded out, and a puddle of green blood slowly formed under Leyland's foot. "Hew hew." A light breeze passed. There was a deathly stillness in the crowd. He actually managed to slay a semi-converted elemental Magus. The old geezer with his hanging mouth open constantly surveyed the surroundings as if he was looking for something. Immediately, upon seeing Leyland's gaze turn towards his direction, the old geezer put on a smile and flattered him by saying, "Master Leyland, please forgive me for offending you. It was a misunderstanding." Looking at the old geezer who had changed his facial complexion, Leyland shook his head and was not prepared to deal with him. "There will be no benefit even if I were to murder him." Leyland concluded that he himself was no homicidal maniac. He picked up his bundle and the loot from his victory and hastily left the scene. The surrounding crowd naturally opened up a path for him to exit. Magus or acolyte, nobody dared to make eye contact with Leyland. "I must leave this place quickly." Leyland looked at the rapidly shrinking Andre town in the distance and muttered to himself. The midget from earlier was obviously just one of the many clones of the opponent. This aligned with Leyland's earlier reports. According to the report, the Lilytel family's elders' powers should have reached an elemental essence conversion rate of 80% or more, which was the minimum requirement for initiating one's advancement to a level 2 Magus. Based on an estimation, the midget earlier had, at most, a 50% elemental essence conversion rate. It was not very stable, and the difference between his and an elder's true strength was too huge. Leyland had been introduced to this type of Magus before. It was not easy for them to create a clone, as a copious amount of time and precious materials were needed. Furthermore, if their clone were destroyed, the Magus would be heavily affected as well. So far, only the clone had chased him up till this point. Leyland guessed that either the opponent was not able to be here physically, or the clone was intentionally placed on the other side of the Grand Canyon to facilitate communication and to do his bidding. Regardless, the next wave of attacks from the Lilytel family would arrive soon. Speaking of territory, I am still within the boundaries of the Dark Magi. Once I reach the domain of the Light Magi, even the Lilytel family will not dare to trespass. Leyland turned his head to take one last look and vanished into the darkness. Months flew by unconsciously. In the span of these months, Leyland hurried along his journey with little rest. He traversed large kingdoms and finally entered the boundary of the Light Magi's domain. In the south coast, there were two types of Magi. One type of Magus advocated violence, believed in natural selection, and looked up to the enduring dark magi, while the other type was fond of peace and revered the scientific research of the light magi. Within these two factions, there lay many different groups and academies. While there was a lack of cohesion and an abundance of friction between these groups and academies, they would always stand together as one whenever it was against an enemy. The extent of the rule of the light magi lay in the heart of the south coast, while the dark magi occupied the more desolate outlying areas. From Leyland's observations, this sort of distribution of territory looked like a couple of concentric circles. The light magi occupied the most fertile land in the middle, while the dark magi occupied everything else around it. After a prolonged period of travel, Leyland found it hard not to admit that the light magi territory was generally more prosperous than that of the dark magi. The commoners in the light magi territory also enjoyed more peace and stability. In regards to government administration, the light magi had to do much more than the dark magi in order to keep a firm hold on the vast and rich territory. According to the map on the AI chip, Leyland would reach the marketplace of the light magi domain, Telose City, by today. Leyland had few opportunities to change out of his black robe. He changed out into a clean set of leather armor. The exquisite armor comfortably fit Leyland's well-proportioned body and brought about an air of heroic spirit, making him look more masculine. The light magi instinctively viewed the dark magi as their adversaries, so Leyland did not wish to incur any trouble by doing something rash. Although it might only be a trade center, there would surely be people, like the dark magi, who were there to sell their contraband items. Leyland took extra caution and kept a low profile. Following the horses, Leyland forged on ahead. He observed that the pathways became wider and wider, and the people used a larger variety of transportation devices to aid in their travels. Upon further observation, he came across a variety of new and odd things. For example, he observed a female Magus on a winged steed and an old geezer on a hot air balloon. Hanging from the hot air balloon, there was a banner, which read, "Welcome to Hukady's miscellaneous goods shop. We have a supply of." Furthermore, Leyland even saw a few machines that resembled the components of futuristic vehicles. The machines, which carried a bunch of dwarfs, roared and rumbled loudly as it sped along the road. Chapter 146. Jenna. Amongst those who were traveling on the same route as Leyland, there were not only magicians, but also many regular people. Most of the regular people rode on horse carriages, and they stored large amounts of vegetables and fruits at the back. Even though they might treat magicians with much respect, it was obvious that they held no fear when facing them. It seemed that in the light magi domain, magicians were often revered, yet were on close terms with the civilians. This situation somewhat puzzled Leyland. In a kingdom where the dark magi ruled, the mere mention of magi would give rise to thoughts of terror and bloodshed. Even an acolyte would be enough to scare away a whole town of people. By the looks of it, the fact that light magi and regular humans are able to coexist harmoniously is true. Leyland glanced at a farmer who had taken off his hat to greet him and nodded in acknowledgement. And his blue eyes shone. There is no trace of radiation in his body. Does this have to do with the purification tower? In the area under the light magi's rule, white lofty towers were erected a distance away from each other. The towers were able to neutralize the radiation from magicians, which was vital in allowing magicians and regular humans to mingle within this area. As for the area ruled by dark magi, Leyland had once seen inside the library at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy the designs for the purification tower. But it was apparent that the dark magi were disinclined to build such a thing in their own territories. Besides the problem of the costs of constructing such a tower, Leyland guessed that the dark magi liked to rule the commoners with a bloody and terrible regime. As the mount was continuously flying, Leyland felt that his horizons was continuously expanding. Green waves, almost like the waves of an ocean, was rippling in the breeze, giving off a thick atmosphere. Here was the Telose Great Plains, which covered an area of several thousands of square kilometers and had several cities with population larger than 100,000. And the Telose city was located in the middle of this huge plains and was the central zone of this huge region. The vegetation is lush and abundant here. Leyland heaved a heartfelt sigh. The closer he got to the Telose city, the more lushly the crops were growing, as if they were fond of people. There were even wheat plants which were as tall as a man, seeing which Leyland felt moved. Isn't this very amazing? Are you a Magus from outside this region? A red pony suddenly drew to a halt beside Leyland's own saddled mount, and the female Magus sitting atop this red pony spoke to Leyland. This female Magus wore a white, Chinese-styled gown and wore a necklace strung with pearls and precious stones around her neck. Her appearance was quite ordinary, but on her face, she wore a gentle smiling expression. Leyland had experienced this feeling of tranquility a few times. Although this female Magus radiated the energy waves of a rank 1 Magus, she had very little actual combat experience. There was only one layer of innate defense spell upon her body, which appeared to suffice for her. "That's right, miss. I come from afar and am a wandering Magus. You can call me Leyland." Leyland put on a harmless smile as he introduced himself. "My name is Jenna. I'm a local Magus of Telose. You were surprised upon seeing these mini-crops, aren't you?" The female Magus smiled and struck a conversation with Leyland. "Indeed, you seldom see wheat grow this tall, and let's not forget the quantity." Leyland's face suffused with a puzzled expression. "This is a Magus blessing. In a while you can experience it by yourself." The female Magus wore an expression of mystery, but also expectation. "I'm looking forward to it." Leyland smiled briefly. He could judge with just a look that this woman is like an innocent sheep, lacking the experience of meeting magi of her peers and extremely curious about everything, just like a young lady from a large family that has wandered off. Afterwards, Leyland stopped observing these matters, as the city of Telose was appearing in front of Leyland's eyes. In Leyland's line of sight, there first appeared a black dot. Afterwards, that black dot increased in size as if it turned into a dark cloud, enveloping the whole sky. Leyland's jaw dropped. He saw a tall and erect mountain, reaching through the clouds and standing quietly on the plains. Leyland had seen a lot of large mountains in his past life, but he was sure that he'd never seen a mountain so large that it could cover the skies. In addition, on that large mountain there were numerous tightly packed buildings and black dots moving around on the many layers on that mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a large tall city wall was erected in a circular fashion. A visual estimate gave its height at a couple of dozen meters, and that it was entirely made out of gray granite. It looked extremely impressive. At the giant peak of the mountain, there were layers of luxuriant snow. Smoke was continuously emitted from the peak, as if it was going to erupt at any given moment. An active volcano. Telose City is erected on an active volcano. Leyland gasped. "Correct. Keep on looking around." The Magus Jenna pointed towards the opening of the volcano with a laugh. Boom. Countless black smokes were rising. The whole volcano was coming to life, just like a mythical giant laughing sadistically at the sky. A giant pillar of smoke rushed into the sky, coloring part of the sky black. Strange, why were there no tremors? Leyland came to sudden realization. This must be the work of the Magi of Telose City? Correct. Continue to look. Jenna pointed towards the black clouds. Magus blessing will soon descend. Rumble. A soft rain was arising. Tiny droplets of black rain were falling through the breeze. Black rain fell on the ground, turning the whole ground ashen gray. Soon a couple of farmers ran out from the fields, kneeled in front of Leyland, Jenna, and other Magi, and kowtowed respectfully as they said, "We thank our lords, the Magi, for our harvest. This is volcanic ash." Leyland's body started to emit gray light. It enveloped the giant steed and kept the black rain on the outside. He extended his right hand to collect a drop of gray raindrop and started to examine it. "Looks like some artificial things have been added to it. It resembles nitrogen-based fertilizer." Volcanic ash was naturally nutrient-rich, which was conducive for plant growth. Coupled with some other things the magicians had added, it was no wonder crops here had an astonishing form and output. That's right, the Magi control the Telose volcano's eruption. They transport and evenly distribute the volcanic ash across the plains and fertilize the land. As for resources such as geothermal energy, the Magi will collect them and convert them into a source of power for Telose City. Hence, the alternate name for Telose City that I love even more, Nightless City. Jenna explained. "This technology is simply amazing," Leyland murmured. Telose volcano, as compared to the biggest volcano Leyland saw before his reincarnation, was much broader. To control such a big live volcano, they needed constant maintenance and magic spell formations, which exceeded what Leyland could have thought of. Furthermore, to directly control a volcano as a power source and a place to live. This kind of design and boldness left Leyland feeling admiration towards these Magi. But Please forgive my bluntness. I've once traveled to the eastern region. The magicians there don't seem to spare a thought for the normal people. Leyland properly expressed his curiosity. Yes, magicians are a group of intellectual people. They did this because it was for their benefit. Jinna nodded her head. The way we see it, the normal people that are alive are also a type of resource. Besides, as long as there is sufficient people, they can serve us at all times, procuring resources, and in addition, sow our seeds and producing acolytes of excellent quality, increasing new bloods. Hence, in the middle of our light magi region, not only were there magi who specialized in solidification innate spells to be used for helping to prevent all kinds of natural disasters, there's even a full-time Magus in charge of farming land and increasing harvest yield. This really is. Leyland wore a shocked expression while secretly releasing a breath of relief. Although Jinna seemed pure and straightforward, she still considered herself superior to regular humans, similar to how the dark magi thought. The one difference they had was in their system. Akin to the herding of sheep, dark magi tended to operate in a more boorish manner and would reap the harvest at irregular intervals. In comparison, light magi adopted a micromanagement style, taking special care of each and every sheep. But they both had the same purpose, to obtain the needed materials from regular humans. Just based on this process, Leyland felt that the regular humans in the light magi region had a more comfortable life compared to those living in Pool Field Kingdom. However, although Leyland could lament over the hardships faced by the regular humans, it did not mean that he thought of reducing the power and authority that the Magi held. It was foolish to advocate an ideal of achieving equality between all humans. Not mentioning the mysteries and strength of the Magus world, even Leyland himself only believed in one truth, that one's status would determine one's course of action. Leyland himself was a Magus and fully supported the privileges and political power that all Magi had. As for those who had delusions of overthrowing the Magi in power, they would be killed immediately. As part of a higher tier in the social pyramid, it was only natural to consciously defend the rights and privileges of that social class. Naturally, there were also the strange ones who chose to betray their peers' interests and would eventually be abandoned by their own peers. Leyland concluded that, unless there were any signs of the Magi falling out of power, he would definitely not betray his peers. Very surprising, isn't it? Jinna laughed. Seems like you've always been traveling around the dark magi region. But once you've arrived at the nightless city, you'll need to learn to acclimatize and adapt to the new rules. Jinna's words implied that she had discovered Leyland's true identity. But Leyland only picked up his eyebrow and didn't seem to care in the slightest. Telose City, or reputed for being a nightless city, on one hand was the accumulation of the light magi's hard work, and on the other hand was supported by the dark magi. If the dark magi was totally removed, then Nightless City's total trades would immediately fall by more than half. No trade center would reject a dark magi member from joining them. Chapter 147, Prophecy. Prophecy. From what Leyland gathered, dark magi from all over the continent disguised themselves in order to enter Nightless City each day. Their aim was to trade items, amongst other activities. The guards of the city turned a blind eye to their actions. It could be said that Nightless City's prosperity was largely dependent on the dark magi. Within the city, as long as dark magi did not intentionally reveal their identity, light magi would not bother about them. Hence, Leyland simply smiled and told Jinna, I came to the Telose Plains to seek a peaceful way of life. I'm willing to abide by the rules here. Nightless City is a fertile and beautiful city. I'm sure you'll like it here. Jinna laughed and said. Leyland made small talk with Jinna and managed to gather quite a lot of exclusive information about the city. Leyland had seen a glimpse of Volcano City in the afternoon, but it was only after the sky dimmed that he reached the gate. At the moment, there were rows of people queuing up in front of the gates of the city. The numerous heads seemed like ants as they were separated into different groups and entered various entrances. Leyland noticed that beside the many small doors, there were also several huge passages. The gates to the city itself were over 10 meters high, and the passageways were closed. These doors are for giants and large creatures, so they aren't usually open, Jinna explained at the side. As for us, we are official magi, so we are able to enter by the prestigious pass. Jinna explained as she led Leyland to a smaller door which was quieter. As for the doors on both sides, there were even a dozen guards with the strength of level 3 acolytes, their bodies radiating the energy waves of their magic artifacts. Respected lords, may I ask if it is a temporary or permanent lodging? After seeing Leyland and Jinnah, these dozen acolytes immediately bowed and greeted them. Leyland noticed that they held a circular item that was emitting the glow of a magic spell in their hands. Looking at the runes on the surface, it should be the rune's formation to detect energy waves. Jinnah immediately raised her right hand and revealed a white ring on her finger. The ancient ring had a silver body with detailed inscriptions on the surface, constantly emitting bits and pieces of light. So it's a lord who has a permanent residence. Please enter. The acolytes respectfully made way. It's my first time here. Are there any procedures I need to follow? Leyland asked the acolyte from before. Yes. For magicians who enter for the first time, we have a simple procedure. You can pay 200 magic crystals and obtain permanent residence, or spend 10 magic crystals and stay in Nightless City for a month. Handle a permanent residence for me. Leyland immediately tossed out 2 high-grade magic crystals. Of course. Please wait a moment. The acolyte quickly produced a piece of parchment and scribbled something on it. May I have your name? Leyland Farlier. This was the Light Magi's territory, and the Lilytel family's influence did not extend to this area. Leyland decided to use his real name. Here is your token. Please keep it well. The whole process was surprisingly straightforward. The acolyte merely asked for Leyland's name, noted it down, and then passed him a silver ring. This is a token you will need to enter the city. Please keep it safe. Also, please do not linger on the streets after 12 a.m. If not, the law enforcement group will apprehend you. The acolyte reminded him as he bowed. Leyland nodded in understanding before leaving with Jinnah, who had been waiting at the side. Jinnah, I've been waiting for you. Leyland went through a passage that was around 5 or 6 meters deep, and before he even had the chance to look around the city, he heard a hoarse voice. A burly blond man who had been standing at the door for some time immediately rushed forward with a worried expression. Uncle Manhwa. Jinnah put on a coquettish expression and immediately embraced the large man. Jinnah missed you. Haha, me too. The burly man smiled and looked at Leyland beside her. This fellow reeks of blood. It seems like he's from the eastern marshes. The murderous aura and strong scent of blood from Leyland's body immediately caused the man to raise his guard against Leyland. He positioned himself between Leyland and Jinnah. The burly man glared at him, as if ready to make a move the moment he misspoke. This is Leyland, someone I met along the way. Jinnah hung onto Manhwa's arm. He's a wandering Magus who is planning to stay in Nightless City. Really? This is a city that advocates peace and harmony, so I hope you'll enjoy your stay here. Here is a complete map of the city. The burly man showed him a kind smile and passed the map to Leyland. It was very obvious that he did not want Leyland to travel together with Jinnah. Many thanks. Leyland grinned brightly. He could understand where the man was coming from. If he were a parent who saw his child mixing with a suspicious person, he would have the same reaction. It was great fun traveling with you. I'll see you again, milady. Leyland turned to Jinnah with a smile and gave a gentleman's bow, and Jinnah answered with a bashful expression. Having received the map, Leyland took a quick look at it and entered the trade center of the South Coast, also known as the Teleze Volcano City, where the night was as bright as day. The burly man waited till Leyland was completely gone before turning to the female Magus, a stern expression on his face. Jinnah, from what I know, you don't usually get this close with strangers? The large man put on a puzzled expression. I don't know why, but I have some premonition that makes me want to get closer to him. Jinnah's eyes seemed to cloud over. Or perhaps, this is what fate decreed. That seems plausible. The man scratched his head. The high-grade meditation technique that you're cultivating and may not be very powerful, but at times, it is able to accurately pinpoint a trace of the future. Since that Magus gives you such a peculiar feeling, do you need me to send someone to check out? Leave it. I have a feeling that if we do that, it'll definitely incur his displeasure. Jinnah's eyes suddenly turned completely white, with no hints of any other color. Twice. You actually made 2 prophecies about him. The burly man looked shocked. That Magus' fate is sure to be intertwined with yours. Not me, but the whole of the South Coast. The female Magus' eyes regained their color, cold sweat pouring down her face. She looked as if all of her energy had been wrenched from her. Quick, send me back to grandmother's place. Jinnah spat out and immediately fainted. Jinnah. The expression on the burly man's face was grim as he held her in his arms and quickly left the area. Leyland, however, was completely oblivious to the situation. He was currently strolling through the streets of the nightless city. The moment he entered, Leyland's first impression was people. A sea of people. Numerous heads were gathered close to each other, forming a sea of blackness. There were also various stores, as well as stands that were messily displayed. The constant haggling and bawling noises attacked the ears. Many magi and acolytes who were dressed in different colored clothing were arguing aggressively with the vendors. This almost reminded Leyland of the markets in his previous world. However, the different races that he saw within the masses brought him back to the present. There was the scaly marine race, the subhumans with fur and marks all over their bodies, the smaller version of giants who were over 5 meters tall, as well as the little green people who had pairs of transparent wings on their backs, dancing gracefully in the air. Many life forms from the Magus world were communicating with each other, their speech slipping back to parts of their own languages. Among the humans, Leyland even saw several regular humans who had absolutely no energy waves radiating from them, and yet they were still confidently trading items on the street out in the open. "My lord, is it your first time in Nightless City?" Leyland's intrigued expression naturally attracted the attention of many people. A man who was so skinny that he was like a stick approached Leyland as he bowed, wearing a flattering expression on his face. "Do you need a tour guide? My fee is definitely the lowest. Moreover, my home is within Nightless City, so I am familiar with every nook and cranny in this place. Are you the ears of this city?" Leyland inquired to clarify. "Of course. If there is anything that you want to know, I could also make some inquiries." "What is your name?" Leyland asked. "Sean. My lord, you can call me Sean." The thin man was delighted as this situation meant it was possible to seal the deal. "Good. I wish to stay here for an extended period of time. Take me to a place where I can rent some lodgings. It must have all the facilities. If you wish to stay here for long, renting an apartment which is in the heart of Nightless City would be the most worthwhile," Sean said quickly without needing to think. As if fearing that Leyland did not understand, Sean quickly went on. "The heart of the city is controlled by several large factions that back Nightless City. There are different types of apartments for sale, and they are generally quite safe and convenient." "Very well, let's go there." Leyland nodded his head, and Sean hurriedly led the way with a gleeful expression. After going through the throng of people and walking for about half an hour, Sean brought Leyland to a small door. Nightless City has 5 zones, and the outermost zone is meant for regular people and acolytes to live in. Its organization is the most chaotic, and as long as one is in possession of a token, he or she can enter and leave the city at will. The second zone is reserved for those who have done the paperwork to stay here permanently. Of course, official magi are allowed to stay here too. Sean brought Leyland to the queue in front of the door and explained further. As for the third and fourth zone, they are the residences of the official magi. There is also a trade area specifically catered to the official magi erected within the zone. Lastly, we have the fifth zone, where various powers have established their branches there. Usually, they are not open to the public, and if you are not a member, you are not allowed to enter. Sean gave Leyland a clear explanation. Chapter 148, The Communal Center. The Communal Center. The queue progressed quickly, and within a few minutes, it was Leyland's turn. Leyland produced the ring he had recently acquired and showed it to the guard, who respectfully stepped aside to allow him to pass. The second zone was a lot bigger than the first, and the shops were arranged in an organized manner, unlike the situation in the first zone. Asterisk thud thud asterisk. His leather shoes thudded as they descended upon the marble floor. With Sean's guidance, Leyland arrived at the center of the second zone. What was known as the communal center was situated at the middle of the second zone. It was a humongous building that, based on its outward appearance, looked like a person's inverted palm pressed to the ground. Each of those fingers was a wide entrance. Magicians formed long lines, looking like ants as they constantly went through the entrances. This is where the Nightless City's internal affairs are conducted. These includes the renting of lodgings, the applications for store licenses, the issuing of missions, and so on. Sean brought Leyland into the passageway on the forefinger. This is the second passage that is specially catered for the magi who wish to rent lodgings. Of course, we also provide property agents, though the price will be higher and the rentals may not be of the best quality. "Sir, would you like to rent a lodging? Come to Old Hork's place. Our facilities are complete, and there are even snake and fox girls who will serve you. No, come to our side. Our prices are the most reasonable here, and we're even willing to gift you 10 regular human servants. The moment Leyland entered, he attracted the attentions of multiple agents, who all looked ready to gobble him down. He's my customer. Get out of the way. Move. Sean guided Leyland to a passageway nearby, pushing away the overzealous hands reaching for him. Within the passage was a spiral staircase. When they got to the second level, Leyland suddenly realized how quiet his surroundings were. As they passed through a door frame that read, Hall number 762, Leyland saw a large domed hall. On the ceiling, there was a huge crystal chandelier from which multicolored rays of light bounced off, casting a phantom image on the ground. To the side of the domed hall, there were many counters, and a few seats meant for people to wait in. A few magicians were already seated, their eyes glazed over as if they were about to fall asleep. On the right wall, there was also a black screen. There were words in red on it which were constantly being refreshed. Apartment number 332, West Hall Street West, small-sized, cost 6,700 magic crystals. Apartment number 893, Flamingo Street, of medium size, costs 85,000 magic crystals. These lodgings are all second-hand. The prices here are considerably cheaper, and many people wait here, hoping they might be lucky enough to get a good price. Seeing the look of interest on Leyland's face, he launched into an explanation. Leyland was speechless. The thought of a real estate agency from his past life suddenly came to his mind. If you wish to rent an apartment, you can proceed to counters 1 to 15. Would you like me to queue on your behalf? Fine, Leyland nodded. Even though he had quite a sum at hand, he was unwilling to splurge on an apartment so quickly, when he had not yet made sense of the situation in Nightless City. Seeing all of these ridiculously high prices made Leyland think of the acolytes back in the academy who were so desperate for magic crystals that they wished a magic crystal was worth twice its actual value. The image made him want to cry and laugh at the same time. There were many counters in the hall. After Sean left to join a queue, Leyland found himself a seat and began to flip through one of the magazines left on a table. Rose Sanctuary and Fresh Blood White Bones are currently in a conflict. They are currently gathered in Margaret City, and the number of casualties is unknown. It has been reported that magicians have found the culprit that caused the tsunami in the Eastern Sea, an ancient whale. Currently, Inia Ivory Ring Tower is holding an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. Looking to purchase large quantities of purified gems. Name your price. There was plenty of news in the magazine, though they seemed outdated. Furthermore, the majority of the content was on advertisements, sponsorships, and the like. Sir, it's your turn now. Sean's voice traveled over. Leyland put down the magazine, heading to the 13th counter where Sean was standing. Welcome. How may I help you? Behind the counter was an adorable girl with a professional smile on her face, who was wearing something that was similar to lace. She seemed quite young, and Leyland guessed that she was, at most, 18 or 19 years old. Leyland's gaze shifted to the back of the counter, where he caught a glimpse of the white ball behind the maiden's shapely backside. Of all the half-beasts, someone who's half-rabbit? Leyland chuckled inwardly, not expecting the center to actually hire a rabbit maiden. I wish to rent a house. The facilities must be complete, and it is best if it includes a laboratory, and the defensive spell formation has to be of at least this standard. Leyland stated his requirements. Please wait for a moment. The rabbit maiden quickly flipped through the stack of parchments in front of her, closing her eyes from time to time while caressing a crystal ball with a metal base, as if she was communicating with someone. We have many houses that fit your requirements, but in order to rent a lodging in Nightless City, we require you to show evidence of, my lord, my sincerest apologies. Upon seeing the silver ring that Leyland revealed, the rabbit maiden's previously absent-minded expression completely changed. She stood and bowed, showing her charming body and sturdy thighs, and the rabbit's tail behind her backside occasionally appearing. It gave one the urge to reach forward and grab hold of it. So it was an official magi. Please excuse Bage's rude behavior. It's fine. Tell me about the houses. Leyland withdrew his right hand. For an official magus of such high esteem, we strongly recommend apartments that are in the 3rd zone or above. There is a total of 13 empty houses that meet your requirements. As she spoke, she continued to rub the surface of the blue crystal ball. Rainbow-colored lights converged in front of Leyland, and the multicolored streaks formed many three-dimensional figures. From the looks of it, it was a map of Nightless City, on which there were 13 bright spots. All information about the apartments are on it. and there are also figures that allow you to view the structures of the lodgings. Leyland took a quick look. All of the apartments were in the second zone or above, and the total area of the land was rather large. They were at least medium-sized villas that included gardens and other entertainment facilities. Nightless City was built on a mountain, and the higher up one went, the more valuable every inch became. In a place like this, the privileges and extravagant lifestyle that magicians were entitled to were especially evident from the area of land they had access to. Leyland raised his hand and pressed on the villa that he was interested in. Ding! With a flash of white light, the model was magnified, and a three-dimensional figure was displayed in front of him. Medium-sized villa's location, Nightless City Zone 3, Large Whale Street number 56. It includes a laboratory, a defensive spell formation, a negative energy reaction pool. Beside the 3D figure, there was also a white frame that displayed more information about the villa. While this technology is based on magic, it's just too similar to how it was in my past life. Leyland suddenly sighed. While the foundations of the two worlds were extremely different, one being science and the other being magic, it somehow made Leyland feel a little nostalgic. I'll take this one. How much is the rent? Leyland pointed to one of the models and asked the Rabbit Maiden. Sir, the rent for this villa is 1,000 magic crystals per month. She peeked at Leyland, looking as if she wanted to say something, and eventually made her mind. If you join any one of the powers backing Nightless City, you'll be gifted a villa, and... All right. Which family do you come from? Leyland was very much aware that these employees were part of the powers behind Nightless City, and it was naturally their job to attract talents. They were sure to receive attractive rewards for their work if they were successful. The Mordekin family. I come from the Mordekin family. The Rabbit Maiden lowered her collar and revealed a brand in the shape of a palm under her shoulder. The shape of the palm was a little strange. Instead of having 5 fingers, as was the norm, there were actually 6. The sides of the brand were a little charred and twisted. From the looks of it, a branding iron had been used directly on her skin in the past. The contrast between that and the Rabbit Maiden's delicate skin gave rise to an abnormal sense of beauty. I understand. If there's anything I need in the future, I'll consider the Mordekin family first. Leyland's expression remained the same, seemingly unmoved by her attempts. Sean, on the other hand, was salivating at the offer. Here are the magic crystals. I'll be renting it for a year. Leyland threw a small bag of magic crystals towards the back of the counter. After being rejected, the Rabbit Maiden's expression slightly darkened, but she immediately forced a smile. Even though she wasn't able to convince an official Magus to join the family, she would still receive some rewards from this transaction. The Rabbit Maiden asked for the ring on Leyland's finger and placed it in a device behind her, within which an exotic symbol was inscribed. She then respectfully returned it to Leyland. The pattern of the villa's defensive spell formation has already been marked onto your ring. You may enter the villa using the ring, and also make changes to the spell formation. Following which, the Rabbit Maiden passed Leyland a bunch of keys and a document. Here are the keys to the rooms in the villa, as well as some important information. I hope you have a pleasant stay there. Leyland retrieved the items and walked out of the hall with Sean. He actually spent over 10,000 magic crystals in one go. Sean still had a look of disbelief on his face. Although he had heard of how certain magicians were able to spend unimaginable amounts of wealth, being in actual contact with someone who had the means to do so was still an entirely different feeling. Having met such a magnanimous customer, my rewards will definitely not be meager. I might even be able to get a generous tip as well. Sean began to let his imagination run wild. Bring me to the villa and these will be yours. Leyland smiled, tossing a few magic crystals that were glistening temptingly. Of course, your wish is my command. Sean's eyes brightened, and he quickly ran to the front. Please follow me. There's not one place in Nightless City that I, Sean, am not aware of. Chapter 149, Trifling Issues. Trifling Issues. Rumble. Crystal clear spring water continuously flowed from a white canteen. Under the white canteen was a half-nude marble statue. The statue was depicting a poised, long-haired maiden. In her eyes, there was an expression of indolence and perplexity. One hand was tugging on the skirt on her lower body, and the other hand was holding a white canteen upside down. The spring water gathered below, forming a small pond. Different colored pebbles and fishes in the pool were reflecting the light. Next to the pond was a small garden. Inside the garden were different colored flowers of unknown names. Different fragrances were mixed together, But it didn't feel jumbled. Instead, it provided a unique scent that made one feel refreshed. Leyland leisurely walked around the garden before returning to the villa. This was the new villa that he had recently rented for a year. The address was Nightless City Zone 3, Large Whale Street number 56. There were very strict regulations for each of the 3 zones. The zones above the third one were only for official magi and trade, with the exception of some specialized servants that were permitted to pass through. This villa had a huge area, and its magic defenses against spells were also strong. According to Leyland, a level 3 acolyte, or even an official Magus, would have no chances of entering. If they wanted to destroy this place, it would require a huge amount of effort from them. However, Leyland still wanted to add some modifications and more defensive spell formations to this place. Regarding the spell formations that the Nightless City had, Leyland didn't trust them enough. In the area around Leyland's villa, there was another magi. Previously, there was even a red-haired old man who waved to Leyland. He seemed quite friendly. Click. The sound of a copper key entering the lock could be heard, followed by the sound of a door opening with a squeak. With his hands clasped behind his back, Leyland leisurely strolled around his villa. This villa had 3 floors, 2 of them being above ground, and also a basement. The apparatuses in the lab were very complete, and the furniture and other things were up to date, making Leyland feel that he had truly received his money's worth. The bedroom was on the 2nd floor and even had an open balcony. Leyland stood on the balcony and observed the distant scenery. The sun was setting, the dark curtain of night gradually enveloping the surroundings. Asterisk buzz. 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 Asterisk. By the side of the road, one lantern after another was being lit, extending far into the distance. The little spots of light had an effect as they lit together, finally forming a huge body of light. A bright, but not blinding, light flooded the entirety of the Nightless City. No wonder that Tel Jose City was referred to as the Nightless City, Leyland exclaimed. While he was used to this kind of setting in his previous life, the Magus world was different. A huge amount of energy was needed to be able to support this many lights, and perhaps only the volcano's never-ending geothermal energy could barely support the city's needs. Ding! Something like an incandescent light bulb lit up inside Leyland's room. All of this energy, this overbearing splendor, is provided by the communal center free of charge. Leyland shook his head and commanded, AI chip scan the whole villa, and in addition, try to modify the defensive spell formations. Following Leyland's command, a spot of glittering and sparkling blue light flashed in his eyes. Beep. The overall layout of the villa has been recorded. No tracking spells have been detected. The response from the AI chip came after a very short amount of time. According to the host's request, modifying the spell formation of the entire villa allows an optimization of 13%. Afterwards, the AI chip projected the places where the spell formation needed to be altered in front of Leyland's eyes. Spell formations requires extreme fine-tuning, and once they are altered, even the places where they were previously concealed will be exposed. With a confident smile, Leyland brought out some materials from his bag in order to alter the villa's spell formations. By the time that Leyland had hurriedly finished his work, it was already midnight. Leyland then placed a warning spell outside his bedroom, before reclining on his soft bed. The effort of constantly running while covering his back to prevent assassination attempts from the Lilytel family had caused Leyland to be mentally exhausted. Now that he had finally reached his destination, even the Lilytel family couldn't do anything inside the Nightless City. Leyland felt like a huge mountain had been lifted from his shoulders, allowing him to relax completely. Speaking of which, I only have these things left ever since I left the academy. Leyland opened the package and emptied its contents onto the bed. A silver-colored metallic hoop, a couple of separately packaged flowers and such, and an assortment of different materials and magic crystals appeared in front of Leyland. First, Leyland brought out the metallic hoop. This was the spoil of his fight against the clone. It was a counterfeit hoop of imprisonment recovered from the body of the Lilytel Elder's clone. Even if it was a counterfeit, this magic artifact was still a middle-grade artifact. At that time, if it wasn't for the fact that Leyland had activated his Fallen Star pendant, he might not have been able to escape the confinement of this magic artifact. According to the AI chip, there were no hidden traps, so Leyland took it for his own use. He was planning to later alter it, or just simply sell it. Ever since Leyland's advancement, the AI chip also received a huge upgrade. A lot of things that he couldn't discern back when he was an acolyte were now laid bare before him. That Lilytel Elder was simply at the level of a rank 1 Magus and couldn't hide anything from Leyland. Also, these ingredients need to be used soon. I've kept them for too long, and their medicinal properties are decreasing. Leyland looked at the several remaining stalks of plants and flowers which were under some preservation spells. This was his loot from the Dylan Gardens. Previously, he had harvested them in a hurry, so their current appearance was not too pretty. Afterwards, he had been on the run, so he could not find much time to add more layers of preservation and maintenance spells. Hence, they currently were in a rather withered and dried-up state. A black diary lay quietly at the side. It was the Book of Giant Serpent, and even now Leyland had to flip through it every once in a while. Although he had recorded everything with the AI chip, Leyland still felt that the methods of the great Magus Serholm did not just end with the writings. Moreover, the materials used to make the Book of Giant Serpent were extremely strange. The amount of information it could store was alarming, which gave Leyland the urge to conduct more research on it. What was left was the fallen star pendant hanging on Leyland's neck, as well as some magic crystals and some other miscellaneous items. Everything that was present, if added together, was all of what Leyland had. A rank 1 warlock wishing to advance must never lack in the meditation and bloodlines. If not, just based on hard work, it is simply too difficult. One requires the aid of resources. High-grade meditation technique required precious resources as a complement, and they were extremely precious. Some even existed only back in ancient times, and they have been extinct by now. Leyland summed up his wealth and realized that he would at most lead a comfortable life in Nightless City. If he thought of relying on what he currently had to obtain enough resources to advance into a rank 2 warlock, it was no difference from a pipe dream. Subconsciously, he looked at his current stats. Leyland Farlier. Rank 1 Warlock, Bloodline, Giant Chamoyan Serpent. Strength, 7.1, Agility, 6.7, Vitality, 8.5, Spiritual Force, 28.4, Magic Power, 28. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Elemental Essence Conversion, 1%. Status, Healthy. Every day, Leyland did not neglect his cultivation in a high-grade meditation technique. The Chamoyan's pupil was indeed a well-suited meditation technique for his bloodline. Leyland could feel that his spiritual force was growing at a steady pace daily. As for the progress of the elemental essence conversion, it was not that satisfying. According to the records of the meditation technique, the conversion progress is more difficult the higher it is. The stages of a semi-converted elemental magus of 50% and a magus with an elemental essence conversion of 80% especially are two bottlenecks. I wonder how many magi had been obstructed from advancement because of this. Leyland's face was somewhat solemn. Right now my spiritual force could be increased with a high-grade meditation technique, and my bloodline is extremely pure. These two aspects do not require further planning for now. The only thing holding me back right now is the progress of the elemental essence conversion. The breakthrough of a high-grade meditation technique will often lead a magus to break through automatically. Right now Leyland had 3 levels of the Chamoyan's pupil meditation technique, so his spiritual force progress would just be a breeze. As for the aspect of bloodlines, he had obtained the purified blood of an ancient creature, the giant Chamoyan serpent. This creature, in its mature stages, could reach the level of a rank 4 magus, a morning star magus. Right now Leyland was just a rank 1 warlock, and with respect to the concentration of his bloodline, it could most likely surpass a prepubescent giant Chamoyan serpent. Every day, he could feel the strength of the bloodline affecting his body. According to Leyland's estimations, his second transition stage ever since obtaining the bloodline was soon approaching. These two aspects left Leyland extremely satisfied. The one thing slowing down his progress was the elemental essence conversion. The elemental essence conversion progress seemed to have something to do with the aptitude of a magus soul. As for Leyland, he only had a 3rd-grade aptitude, which was a common, middle-tiered aptitude. The higher the aptitude of a soul, the faster the conversion would naturally become. People like Leyland could only slowly improve through the passing of time. Leyland was, however, on the wanted list of a magus family, so naturally, he did not want such a slow progress. Apart from relying on time to progress, some precious ingredients could also hasten the progress of the elemental essence conversion. However, Leyland looked at the ingredients on his bed. The Book of Giant Serpent must never be sold. The Fallen Star pendant and Hoop of Imprisonment are rather handy for me at this stage, and are also magic artifacts which I'm lacking, so I cannot sell them too. The only choice left are these plants and the amassed magic crystals from before. Leyland was somewhat frustrated. These items would at the most exchange for only a few of the resources he needed. His current situation was akin to pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Right now, he was reminiscing about the Dylan Gardens. That was a secret plane left behind by a rank 4 warlock. Just the harvest each year was worth 1,000,000 magic crystals. With it, Leyland would not have to worry about the resources needed to advance to a rank 2 warlock. It was a pity, however, that the Dylan Gardens was destroyed by a self-destruct formation left by the great Magus Serhome. Perhaps he did not wish for his inheritor to obtain too many items for fear of losing the will for improvement. Leyland surmised. Chapter 150, Crystals. Crystals. After hastily keeping the items on his bed, Leyland performed his routine meditation, then fell into a slumber. It was a very deep sleep. When he finally woke up, it was already midday of the next day. Leyland thought for a while, dressed up in a comfortable gown, and headed into the wilderness. Along the path between the villas, Leyland followed the map he had obtained the day before, and walked towards the 4th level of the Nightless City. "Good day, sir." The red-headed old geezer, whom he met yesterday, was pruning his lawn. Upon seeing Leyland approach, he smiled and greeted Leyland. "Hello." Leyland felt a strong spiritual force propagating from within the old red-headed geezer's body. It did not feel like that of a budding magus, but that of someone who had halted in rank for a long time and had accumulated a lot of essence. Furthermore, looking at the traces of energy particles hovering around the old geezer, the AI chip had estimated that he was at least a semi-converted elemental magus. The old geezer's power level was similar to that of the clone from the Lilytail family that had been hunting Leyland. I wonder, what is his true battle prowess? The light magi were better in the matters of theory and research. Leyland did not get the slightest feeling of similarity of a dark magus from the old geezer. Obviously, he was a light magus. Being in a higher state does not necessarily mean that the fighting capabilities are high too. This was proved by the fact that despite having an elemental conversion of only 1%, Leyland managed to barely defeat a semi-converted elemental magus. "My name is Crew. It has been a long time since any new neighbors have moved in." The old geezer smiled and placed his shears on the ground. From the looks of it, he was very excited to see Leyland. "I am Leyland, and I have just arrived at Nightless City. It is a tranquil city, and I love it here." Leyland bowed slightly as a sign of respect. From the old geezer's body, Leyland felt a sense of peace. The old geezer also had a heavy scent of books and scrolls, and had the temperament of a scholar. In the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, all of the instructors brought about an air of intractable chill. The acolytes were afraid of them. "Haha, you made a good choice." Upon hearing Leyland's words, the old geezer's wrinkly face creased with laughter. "Where are you headed?" The old geezer sat down on a stool in the gardens. "Would you like to drink some red tea with an old geezer?" "No thanks, I would like to have a stroll in the city and take a look at the trading district." Leyland rejected the old geezer's suggestion with a smile on his face and left the area. "This is really a peaceful city. Maybe I should stay here for a while." Leyland wandered around the streets. The 3rd zone of the Nightless City was very different from the first 2 zones, especially the Magi's quarters. All of the villas were widely spaced, and they were adorned with eye-catching symbols. Besides, the 3rd zone city walls were constructed using meteorites. The meteorites were not only visually attractive, but were also capable of absorbing loose energy and radiation. According to estimations from the AI chip, the city walls exceeded an amount of 2,000,000 magic crystals to construct. It left Leyland speechless. There were significantly less people in the 3rd zone. Occasionally, official magi and their attendants could be spotted. Leyland even spotted a few bodies that were intertwined with the energy of vengeful spirits and fresh blood. Obviously, Leyland was spotted by the others as well. It was easy for those of the same kind to spot each other. However, due to the rules of the Nightless City, and perhaps for other reasons as well, Leyland and the other dark magi only exchanged looks from the distance and left their positions in haste. Leyland reached the 4th zone of the city after passing through a heavily guarded gate. Many different types of stores dotted the vicinity. Occasionally, magi could be spotted entering and exiting the stores. The magi that passed through the area had energy levels of official magi and above. Not a single acolyte was seen. From the looks of it, this is the trading district set up for official magi. Leyland was very pleased. The Light Magi region was the trade center of the South Coast, and Nightla City was one of the biggest cities within it. Congregated in here was some of the best the South Coast had to offer. With an endless amount of resources available, it would definitely satisfy his needs. Leyland looked around at the various store signs as he walked along the path towards the center. Old Jelling's Medicine Store, Cape of Good Hope Refined Gold Goods, Clothes Manufacturing Shop, Refined Gemstone Store, Mythical Creature Trading Store. Leyland was bewildered by the large variety of shops available. However, he followed the information obtained yesterday and made a beeline straight towards the 4th Zone's Central Plaza. Smack dab in the middle of the district packed full of stores was a large open plaza. 18 pillars that were as thick as the human skull were erected around it. Occasionally, there were magi on the plaza using their hands to feel the pillars with their eyes shut. It was as if they were interacting with something. Some of the magi that looked directionless and lost gained a sense of purpose in their movements after interacting with the pillars. They hurried along their way out of the market or towards a certain shop. We have reached the trade plaza. Leyland let out a gasp, and a flash of expectation came over him. Following which, he queued behind a red-robed, middle-aged man. There were only a scant few magi on the plaza, so Leyland's turn came quickly. Leyland took in a deep breath and stood in front of the pillar, his palms pressing upon it. Buzz buzz. The moment his palms felt the rough stones on the pillar, Leyland experienced an extremely ice-cold spiritual force creep from the pillar and bore into his forehead. Leyland's skin slightly stretched, and a few streaks of dark rays passed by. He felt as if he had been suppressed while the spiritual force bore into him. Data transmission interface detected, awaiting permission to enter. Allow it, Leyland commanded. Following which, a large amount of scripts and diagrams were circulated into Leyland's mind like a message. The information converged into what seemed like a hefty book. Leyland's spiritual force gingerly touched the book and flipped to the first page. Material types, finished goods types, knowledge types, potion types. What entered his vision first was a densely packed index catalog. Leyland hesitated for a while before opening the knowledge types segment. Bang! A silver light flashed, following which a lot of subclauses appeared before Leyland's eyes. High-level dwarf enchanting studies. Comprehensive details for flame runes. Introduction to crafting of medicines. Soul research date. Many different branches of high-level academic knowledge appeared before Leyland. There were many branches of discipline which Leyland himself had never heard of before. The names appeared to be very strange to him. However, there was no data on high-level meditation. There was also no information in regards to the advancement of a Magus. It looked like it was intentionally hidden. With a slight flash in his eyes, Leyland turned to the material types section. Blue gold stone, iron flower, essence of wilted tree, black rose, heart of light blue lizard. There were many materials, some of which he had never heard of before, and some of which even had depictions that were very realistic looking. Search crystallized darkness energy particles. Following which, the majority of the data disappeared, and only a few lines of information from the hefty book remained. Looking to buy egg of a fire-ingesting bird at a favorable price, can choose from the following for trade. I have wood spirit 200 grams, crystallized darkness energy particles 100 grams, firestone 800 grams, rotten cloud medicine, and various types of liquids. Store sells the following. Crystallized darkness energy particles, dragon grass, ghastly sunflower. On the hefty book, only these two statements appeared. It looked pathetic. There is only such a minute amount, and one of them only accepts the egg of a fire-ingesting bird for trade. Leyland frowned. In order to increase the elemental conversion rate, other than relying on hard work, the AI chip suggested that he could also ingest crystallized energy particles that suited his elemental affinity. This sort of high-energy concentration crystals were only formed in nature under very strict elemental conversion criteria. Once a Magus ingested the crystals, he would be able to increase the rate of his elemental conversion. Through this method, Leyland would be able to rapidly increase his elemental conversion rate and fix his shortcomings. However, these type of crystals were very valuable. Furthermore, the darkness elemental ones were very rare, causing the whole database to only contain 2 lines of information in response to his query. Whatever. This is better than having to go search for the information myself. While Leyland was using his spiritual force to reply to the message selling the crystals, a small message appeared, Elm Street number 231. This was the address of the shop from earlier. Leyland threw a high-grade magic crystal into the stone pillar's interface. A considerable fee was needed when information was obtained from the trading plaza. Leyland rolled his eyes at the fact that the profitable areas were dominated by the powers behind the Nightless City. Upon analyzing the situation, Leyland found that he was not willing to part with another high-grade magic crystal to obtain the contact information of the trader requesting the Egg of Fire ingesting bird. After leaving the trade plaza, Leyland found the small shop written on the message in no time. The tiny shop was rather inconveniently located in a small alley. If not for the definite address, Leyland would not have found it. The shop was dimly lit and its floor was dusty. The racks in the store were filled with transparent glass jars. Different types of organs and tissues were submerged in a faint yellow liquid within these glass jars. Leyland even saw a few that resembled a human embryo. What do you want? From the sales counter, a female wearing a tall pointed hat walked out. Her face was filled with fine wrinkles and her nose was hooked like an eagle's talons. I was looking at the trading board. Are you selling crystallized darkness particles? Leyland asked with anticipation. Whoa, look what I found. A Magus that majors in the cultivation of darkness energy particles. The old female, Magus, laughed out as fire-green light appeared in her eyes. Chapter 151. Absorption. Absorption. You reek of blood, young man. The old witch cried out in exaggeration. You are a dark Magus, am I right? Is there anything wrong? I don't know of any rule in Nightless City that states that you can't sell to dark magi. Leyland's brows furrowed. Hee hee. Don't worry. I'm a dark Magus too, though that's a matter from over 200 years ago. Just remembering those times makes me feel nostalgic. The old witch chuckled, which sounded like an owl hooting. For you young people who want to take shortcuts, the price of crystallized darkness energy particles is not something a newly advanced Magus can afford. I doubt you have that many magic crystals, so as a favor as your senior, I'd like to offer you another option. Leyland furrowed his eyebrows even more. What option? A trade. You should be aware that once we get to this level, all ordinary resources mean nothing to us. Only fellow magi on the same level as us have the supplies we require. What do you need? Leyland didn't have a good feeling about this. 1,000. I need 1,000 spirits brimming with energy. If you provide me with them, all of these darkness crystals will belong to you. The old witch's eyes shone with excitement. Are you out of your mind? If you want me to collect 1,000 spirits within the light magi domain, you might as well be telling me to commit suicide. Leyland replied indignantly. Extracting spirits was a meticulous task, and in order to obtain the amount that the old witch desired, at least 10,000 people's lives would be consumed. If Leyland were to harvest such a gargantuan amount, he would definitely be on the death list of white magi. I'm not asking you to harvest spirits here. You can do it in the dark magi's domain. The old witch's face was nonchalant. That's much too far, and will consume too much time. Furthermore, I do not wish to incur the wrath of more dark magi forces. Leyland immediately shook his head and rejected the old witch's request. Since you posted a notice at the trade center, I imagine you still require some magic crystals. It's not as if there aren't any spirits sold in the Nightless City. At most, you'd have to spend more time to amass them. All right then. However, young man, I have to remind you that the price of the darkness crystals is not to be underestimated. The old witch had an internal struggle for a while before realizing that her requirements were a little too much while walking back behind the counter. Ping, ping, pang, pang. After rummaging through the drawers for quite a while, the old witch finally placed a conical glass bottle on the counter. At the bottom of the glass bottle was a layer of semi-solid crystals. It let off a mysterious luster as if wanting to suck in the souls of those peering at it. 300 grams of crystallized darkness energy particles. Every gram will cost 100 magic crystals. Kiddo, I'll still reiterate my earlier suggestion. As long as you bring me 1,000 spirits, these will all be yours. The old witch tried her best to tempt Leyland. No need for that. Leyland shook his head. However, the given price did surpass what he could pay. Most of his magic crystals were earned from selling potions that he had brewed. After the bloodbath in the academy, he also managed to earn a huge amount, obtaining many magic crystals and precious ingredients. However, to offset the amount he spent yesterday, those resources were mostly diminished. Leyland did not plan to be so foolhardy as to harvest 1,000 spirits just for the sake of this small amount. Even amongst the dark magi, if one were to massacre large amounts of humans and harvest their spirits, he or she would be seen as the evilest of existences. Leyland did not wish to live the life of a street rat one in the South Coast, receiving animosity from everyone. Can I use other ingredients to compensate for the remaining amount? Leyland asked. Yes. The old witch nodded. However, I only accept ingredients pertaining to spirits. As for those kinds of items, I will only offer a 90% rate for them. Spirits. Leyland suddenly understood that this old witch was a Magus who was most likely specialized in spirits. Right now, her experiments had reached a critical point, and she required large amounts of materials for her conjectures and theories. Leyland did have plenty of precious ingredients on him, but many were still useful to him, and he did not plan on letting go of them anytime soon. Upon the realization that this old witch was also researching spirits, Leyland's eyes flashed as he came up with an idea. How about advanced information regarding spirits? Will you accept that? Leyland asked. Advanced information? Let me have a look first. The old witch's expression brightened. Leyland chuckled, withdrew a pearl the size of a thumb, and handed it over. This pearl was a special tool used to store memories. While conducting his research as an acolyte, Leyland had recorded some information regarding spirits and stored it within the pearl. Although Leyland was only an acolyte at that time, with the help of the AI chip, his research on spirits was extremely profound. It could even surpass the knowledge of his academy's professors. Moreover, Leyland only intended to reveal some of the information that he had discovered in his earlier stages. As for the experiments such as optimizing the blood vengeance potion and the bit of information that he had obtained from the Book of Giant Serpent, he was prepared to keep it for himself. The old witch gave it a once-over. It seems to be research materials at an acolyte level. I won't reject. However, with the passing of time, her expression turned solemn, and she even seemed to be entranced. Such exquisite experimentations. Also, the unique perspective. How about the rest of the information? Hurry up and show them to me. The old witch snarled, looking slightly deranged. However, upon seeing this scene, Leyland smiled confidently. So then, we should be able to discuss and work out the price of this information. A dozen minutes later, Leyland left the old witch's shop smiling. The glass bottle containing the darkness crystals was nested safely within his robes. He had somewhat underestimated the zealotry that the old witch had for spirit research. The information earlier had been sold for a price of 20,000 magic crystals almost immediately. After Leyland withdrew another 100 high-grade magic crystals, the darkness crystals were immediately sold to Leyland. Moreover, after looking through Leyland's experiment research, the old witch seemed to have a complete change in attitude. She became extremely affectionate towards Leyland and even invited him to collaborate in an experiment. This was quite a sensitive matter, and Leyland eventually rejected after giving it some thought. However, he did leave his secret imprint with her. Although her craziness made Leyland rather reluctant to befriend her, it was undeniable that she had quite a few useful items. Moreover, Leyland had a plan that required a partner like her to carry out. Magus Leyland, it's you again. How was your afternoon? Under the flickering lamps of the street, Leyland returned to his villa. Along the way, he coincidentally met that red-haired geezer, Crew. This old geezer was resting on his couch with a contented look on his face. Beside him were several maids with voluptuous clothing, who fed him delicacies time to time. Does this old geezer have a fetish for being the target of voyeurism? Leyland was somewhat speechless regarding Crew's nonchalance about seeking pleasure out in the open. However, he still smiled on the surface. Resting against the fence, Leyland said, "It went okay. I managed to purchase some of the items that I yearned for." Haha. After staying here for a long time, you will realize that Nightless City has everything you need. The old geezer chugged down the grape wine in his glass, before grabbing a maidservant beside him and smooching her out in the open. As for the other maidservants, they chuckled, as if it was a common sight. Although Leyland knew that after advancement, some magi would give up on further improvement and turn lewd, engaging in wanton ways, it was still a first for Leyland to see such a sight. It had somehow widened his perspective. After exchanging several more sentences with Crew, Leyland returned to his villa. Leyland laid on his bed upon returning to his bedroom, recollecting the day's events. After obtaining the old witch's crystallants, Leyland saw that there was still some time to kill. At the same time, he contacted the Magus that wanted to trade the darkness crystals for the egg of the fire-ingesting bird with wishful thoughts, wanting to purchase it off of him through other methods. However, Leyland did not succeed, as the other party only wanted the egg of the fire-ingesting bird. Even though Leyland offered a 50% increase from the market price, it still did not move the seller. Finally, Leyland could only reluctantly spend several hundred more magic crystals, and put out a notice at the trade center saying that he wanted to purchase darkness crystals before returning to the villa. "Yai Chip, show me my stats and simulate the best way to absorb the darkness crystals." Leyland thought inwardly. Mission establishing, gathering host's data, beginning model simulation. After receiving the command of its host, the AI chip began to rapidly calculate, and rows of data began to flash past Leyland's eyes. The next day, Leyland relaxed while strolling throughout the city, finding a restaurant to have a sumptuous feast before returning to his villa. The basement of the villa had been remodeled, and a large spell formation had been carved into the surface of the floor. Leyland placed the darkness crystals that he had recently acquired at the center of the formation. Based on the AI chip's calculations, the crystal's absorption rate will achieve an efficiency of 94.7% when placed within this formation. Leyland murmured to himself as he came to the center of the formation. "Activate," he said the opening command in the ancient Byron language. Asterisk buzz buzz. Asterisk. The entire spell formation vibrated, emitting a bright light. In the heart of the formation, the darkness crystals began to melt. First, they shifted from a half-solid state to a liquid state and filled in a bizarre rune. Immediately after, a bright red light flashed, and the liquid within the rune vaporized into black smoke, which circled within the basement. The black smoke converged, and 7 indistinct snakes with red eyes emerged, twisting around Leyland's body. Ice cold and slimy, the little snakes formed from the smoke resembled a real snake in every way, giving Leyland a bizarre sensation. Leyland breathed in deeply. Sigh. 2 tiny snakes were immediately sucked into his nose. Leyland felt as if his body had expanded, and he felt tipsy as if he was drunk. 1. TL note. Unanimous hostility from everyone. Chapter 152. The Bloodlines Transition. The Bloodlines Transition. The 5 remaining tiny snakes issued cries of terror while struggling to escape Leyland's reach. Suddenly, Leyland opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. All 5 tiny snakes were all swallowed inside his stomach. Meanwhile, the spell formations on the ground emitted black lights, engulfing the entire basement. Wrapped in darkness, Leyland had a feeling like he returned to his mother's womb, serene and comfortable. Only the constant notifications from the AI chip could be heard. A large amount of essential substances are entering the host's body, confirmed to be dark energy particles, absorption in progress. Host absorption rate greatly enhanced under the effect of the darkness rites. Crystal utilization increased. Absorption complete. Host's elemental essence conversion greatly increased, currently 35%. D. A crisp tone sounded in the center of the formation, following which, the black light converged into the shadow of a figure at the center. Huff. Leyland gradually opened his eyes, and a flash of black light streaked past his eyes. This feeling, having the elemental essence conversion increase to 35% so quickly, was a strange sensation. Leyland could clearly feel that in the surrounding void, tiny black particles of the darkness element were hovering around like fireflies. Although Leyland had a darkness elemental aptitude, being able to sense the energy particles in the air this easily was still a first for him. It was a feeling of novelty. Moreover, Leyland could sense that it required less spiritual force than before to control the energy particles. Latent fireball. Leyland quickly chanted the spell, and from the darkness of the basement, countless black fireballs flew out. Flames gathered in Leyland's hands and became 5 times larger in an instant. Corrosive flames continuously formed and raised, and even the roof of the basement gradually turned red, seeming to be on the verge of melting. AI chip. Calculate the current stats. Leyland muttered inwardly. Rank 1 magic. Latent fireball. Degree of attack. 40.5. Additional damage from elemental essence conversion, 10.5. As expected, the might of the latent fireball has risen sharply compared to before, and the amount of spiritual energy and magic power needed has been decreased. Leyland's lips quirked in a slight smile. His elemental essence conversion had already reached 35%, which allowed him to have an increase in prowess when he cast darkness spells. Moreover, as it was energy particles that were from his elemental affinity, the consumption of spiritual force and magic power was lowered too. If my elemental essence conversion reaches 100%, I wonder what kind of extent will it reach. There was an outward expression on Leyland's eyes. Right now, his elemental essence conversion was only at 35%, and it had brought him this many benefits. If he was a fully converted elemental Magus, then he could rival the existences of those ancient elemental beasts. Of course, Leyland was clear deep down that humans were, after all, not elemental creatures, so the possibility of 100% elemental essence conversion was minimal at best. To some magi, as long as they reached 80% elemental essence conversion, they could attempt to advance to a rank 2 Magus. As for those with 90% elemental essence conversion and above, they were the geniuses that were groomed by powerful guilds. 100% is an unreasonable goal. However, with so many good conditions that I possess, I must have at least a 90% elemental essence conversion before I advance to rank 2. The steadier the foundations were built, the more benefits one could reap after advancement in the future. This logic had been long since comprehended by Leyland back when he was an acolyte. Crystallized energy particles. I need large amounts of crystallized darkness energy particles. His eyes were blazing with a fiery passion. After waiting for a few minutes, Leyland went to the spiral staircase in the basement. "Yeah, Chip. Check my current stats and see if there are any residual effects or injuries on my body. Calculate the amount of time needed before I can use the energy particles again." A flash of blue light appeared in front of Leyland. Leyland Farlier, rank 1 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Chamoyan Serpent. Strength, 7.1. Agility, 6.7. Vitality, 8.5. Spiritual Force, 29.8. Magic Power, 29. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Status, Healthy. Based on the stats that AI Chip had calculated, after using the crystals, not only had Leyland's elemental essence conversion rapidly increased to 35%, his spiritual force had also risen. Residual substances have appeared in host's body, determined to be elemental impurities. Currently in the process of expelling impurities from the body. Estimated time needed, for months, 21 days. The results that the AI chip gave left Leyland somewhat shocked. Magi who used external resources to advance would often cause themselves some problems. He had known this since long ago. However, he didn't think that the damages would have been this much lesser than expected. This can't be correct. According to the meditation technique in the Book of Giant Serpent, after using the crystals, the backlash will only be the invasion of negative energy and a temporary loss in ability to sense the energy particles in the surroundings. Leyland was somewhat puzzled. If using such crystals had such a good outcome, then the price should have been several times higher. The reason for the circumstances that happened to him most likely stemmed from his own body. I Chip, find out the reason why. Leyland could tell that this probably had to do with his warlock bloodline. Ever since his body had taken in the ancient blood of the giant Chamoyan serpent, his body had been continuously merging with the blood, also transforming his physique. The change in his body when he advanced into a rank 1 warlock had been minimal. There was also still a large amount of blood that was constantly merging with his body, which unknowingly gave him many benefits. Mission establishing, obtaining authorization, beginning microscopic analysis. Scanning in progress. The AI chip quickly cast a light blue diagram in front of Leyland. It was a diagram of a human's DNA helix structure. The difference between him and regular humans was that on Leyland's diagram, there were many barbs on his helixes. These barbs vaguely formed the shape of a mysterious rune. This rune was somewhat similar to the rune that Leyland saw while transplanting the bloodline. Furthermore, it seemed to expand continuously, as if wanted to cover the entire model of Leyland's DNA. Abnormality in genetic information found in host body. Endocrine secretion is different from normal humans. Cell activity increased, increasing effect of expelling poison. At the bottom of the diagram, the AI chip came up with a conclusion. From the AI chip's conclusion, it could be seen that upon receiving the bloodline, Leyland's body was constantly getting stronger. His body's ability to expel poison had also exceeded most rank 1 magi, to the point that it was able to dispel the residual impurities caused by the usage of the crystals. Beep. Based on analysis of the host's DNA, the giant Chamoyan serpent's bloodline is getting stronger and will soon undergo a transition. Estimated time, 1 year, 09 months. The AI chip prompted Leyland with another frame. Bloodline transition? Leyland suddenly thought back to the records in the Book of Giant Serpent. If a warlock's bloodline was extremely concentrated, and if the level of the bloodline exceeded that of the warlock by a large margin, the power of the bloodline would remain stagnant within the warlock's body and accumulate until it underwent a transition. For every transition in the bloodline, the warlock's body would undergo a drastic change. What Leyland had transplanted was the purified bloodline of the ancient creature, the giant Chamoyan serpent. If one were to quantify its level, it would be at least a rank 4 Morningstar Magus. As for Leyland, he was only a rank 1 Magus as of now. The concentration of the bloodline was too high, so it could only be dormant within his body. After Leyland's elemental essence conversion and spiritual force had reached a certain threshold, it would then enhance him with a deeper harmonization. It seems that the ancient creature's bloodlines are mysterious, yet powerful, which far exceeds my expectations. Leyland, who was walking up, suddenly halted. There's still 1 year and 9 months, huh? The second transition would bring immense benefits to Leyland. The most obvious change would be the leap in power. If that is the case, a lot of my plans from before should now be modified. Leyland's eyes flashed. AI chip. Are there any methods to hasten the arrival of the second transition? Mission established. Searching within the database. The AI chip quickly began to compute. Lacking in data. Unable to proceed. Beginning simulation. Possible methods. 1. Using bloodline crystals. 2. Obtaining a spell formation that can strengthen the bloodline. That was also one of the benefits of the AI chip being upgraded. When important data was missing, it could establish conjectures and provide a case scenario with the highest rate of success to the host. Weren't these 2 items already extinct within the South Coast years ago? Leyland was somewhat speechless. Is my only option to wait this out? After walking to the top of the spiral staircase, Leyland opened a wooden door that had a metal hoop and came to the study room of the villa. It seems that I have to look for some servants and the like. Leyland sized up the empty villa. There were multiple rooms here, as well as a professional kitchen and stable. By the looks of it, these had been prepared for a Magus servants. After most magi advanced, they would usually find themselves a few servants or followers, and some might even accept apprentices to service them. It was a very rare situation for magi who had advanced to still live alone, as Leyland did. I guess I should make changes to the original plan. Leyland looked around the villa. It's a good opportunity to stay here for a while and take care of matters such as getting servants. Originally, Leyland had been planning to undergo a series of expeditions to acquire resources for his advancement after settling down in the Nightless City. However, from the looks of it, since he already knew that his strength would be greatly boosted in 2 years' time, he could afford to give it some time and wait it out. For Magi, 2 years were not a very long period of time. As for Leyland, who had the bloodline of an ancient creature, his lifespan was higher than most Magi. Since I have decided to stay in Nightless City for a while, I should not be idling around. I have to create potions for sale and join other guilds to obtain protection and high-grade information. These can all be carried out at the same time. Thoughts ran through Leyland's mind as he suddenly remembered his neighbor, the red-haired geezer. This neighbor of his would definitely be helpful in this area. Chapter 153, Seeking Entry. Seeking entry. Come on. I specially got someone to bring this black tea all the way from the Eastern Islands. The simplistically carved wooden teacup was giving off steam, which vaporized into the air, bringing about the fragrance of brewed tea. With a hospitable smile on his face, the red-haired crew brought a cup of black tea to Leyland. Sometime after Leyland finished consuming the crystals and made the decision to be a resident of the Nightless City, he bought a gift and paid the Magus crew a visit. Come. This is a honey cake made from the honey of pomelo bees. The taste is delicious. After seeing Leyland drink the red tea, Old Crew directed one of his maidservants to serve a plate of extremely sweet mini cake. The maidservants wore extremely exposing uniforms, only covering the few crucial areas. Most of her glossy skin was out in the open, which looked extremely alluring. If you like them, I can gift you a few. Crew laughed absent-mindedly. Please don't tease me. Leyland shook his head as he forced a smile. Haven't I already told you the purpose of this visit? At the mention of getting down to business, Crew's expression became stern. He waved his hands, and the maidservants in the surroundings bowed deeply before quickly taking their leave. They were obviously trained and did not make any sound as they retreated. Do you wish to join an organization in Nightless City? Crew's expression was solemn. Yes, for the sake of high-grade information and some precious ingredients needed in experiments. What Leyland said was the truth. Obviously, he could brew his own potions and earn magic crystals, leading a very comfortable life in the Nightless City. However, even if Nightless City was known as a trade center, some precious items were still under strict regulations. For example, only a few official magi were able to access high-grade information, as well as some information that was related to breaking through bottlenecks. These materials were heavily regulated, whether it was by magisteriums and guilds operating behind the scenes of the Nightless City, or through strict control and distribution on a periodical basis. As for wandering magi like Leyland, there were no chances of obtaining them on the streets. Perhaps a couple things could be found in black markets, but the amount would definitely be extremely little, and the prices extremely far-fetched. If that was the case, it was better to join a guild, even obtaining privileges at times. Well, the magisteriums in Nightless City are quite regulated, and Crew may have omitted some information, but Leyland was well aware of what he was implying. While magi organizations and families may have had the tradition of recruiting wandering magi or those who were on the run, there was a crucial requirement: said magi must not have created trouble that might bring harm to the organization backing them. For a magus like Leyland, whose history was unknown, magi organizations would do a complete investigation into his background, and then judge whether or not he was permitted to join their group. My full name is Leyland Farlier. I don't have anything to hide, as you'll find if you look into my history. Leyland didn't have any plans on hiding anything about his background. He was from the Chernobyl Islands and was a noble's son. All of his experiences from when he was a child up till now had been recorded, and he was definitely not afraid of being investigated. Furthermore, the only enemy that he had was the powerful Lilytel family. Unfortunately, the Lilytel family was a typical dark magi family. They were the arch enemy of the light magi, who were in control of Nightless City. Countless dark magi had lost their lives within the light magi's domain. Leyland had always been sticking to his role as an acolyte. There was no evidence that indicated he was insane or sick in the mind, such as having massacred regular humans at will. As a result, his identity would not affect his entry into an organization in Nightless City. There were some disputes over interests before. Due to some personal conflicts and interests, I killed the heir of a family, and am now on their wanted list. Leyland briefly explained his past. After hearing Leyland's recount, Crew's face turned even gentler. Be at ease. I personally do not have any animosity towards dark magi. Moreover, you have already abandoned their camp, have you not? As if afraid that Leyland was worried, Crew even explained himself. We of Nightless City will still welcome magi like you, so be at ease. Crew sipped the black tea from the appealing wooden cup before he slowly said, so then, there are many guilds in the Nightless City. Which one are you planning to join? It's precisely because I don't know much that I'm here to seek your guidance. An embarrassed expression surfaced upon Leyland's face. Let me think. Where should I begin? Crew racked his brains, and after thinking for a while, he said, there are many guilds in the Nightless City. Inia Ivory Ring Tower, Mercifera Academy, For Seasons Garden, Hand of Fimk, Human-Faced Lion's Eye. These are all guilds that are more powerful, monopolizing the trade behind the Nightless City. On the surface, there are a few other small organizations. Those ones aren't that strong, some even having only a semi-converted elemental magus as their backer. If at any time they were to die, the organization would naturally be dismissed. They are only guilds in name, and their shares of resources are extremely few, to the point of almost being negligible. Some are even just based on friendships and the collaboration of experiments. After some time, groups like that will naturally be formed. These types of groups have no backing at all, so don't even think of joining them. Crew advised Leyland with a good heart. As for the application, you only have to go to the communal center and request an application. Once you pass the test, you will be granted entry. Of course, the Inia Ivory Ring Tower might have some special welfare and restrictions. Leyland did not pay Crew a visit just to find out superficial information such as this. He also wanted to understand more about the inner workings of the large guilds in Nightless City. This information could only be known by older magi who had been a resident of Nightless City for a long time. Of course, Crew knew of this, so he leaked some important information further on in their discussion, allowing Leyland to grasp a better understanding of the various guilds. Several hours later, Leyland bade Crew farewell with a huge grin on his face, and he returned to the villa. In the study room, a white ball formed from magic was floating in midair, giving off vivid rays of light that were not too harsh on the eyes, and brightening up the entire study as if it were day. Leyland sat on an armchair, holding a stiff goose feather quill pen, and seemingly deep in thought. On the surface of the piece of parchment spread out over the table, there were several handwritten lines written in black ink. At the very top of the list was Enya Ivory Ring Tower and Mercifera Academy, followed by Four Seasons Garden, and the tier below was the Hand of Femk, Human-Faced Lion's Eye, Aid Society, and the like. These were obviously the names of the true powers behind Nightless City. Enya Ivory Ring Tower and Mercifera Academy are both schools and have the harshest requirements for magi who wish to enter. They even demand that magi hand over a part of their spirit and make an unbreakable vow. Even though their treatment is the best, I won't go there. From the very start, Leyland crossed off Enya Ivory Ring Tower and Mercifera Academy from the piece of parchment. As for the Hand of Femk and the Human-Faced Lion's Eye, they are both organizations formed by and for half-humans. The ratio of pure humans to half-humans is quite low, and there are rumors that they are discriminated against, so I'm not going there either. Once again, Leyland struck off two organizations from the list with a wave off his black goose feather quill pen. As for Aid Society, they are more partial towards using positive energy magic. It's an organization made up of light magi who are known for their healing abilities, which is definitely not my cup of tea. Leyland struck off the characters that represented Aid Society. There was just one lonely option left on the parchment. For Seasons Garden, I guess this is my only choice. Leyland had a bitter smile on his face. From the information that he had received from Crew, Leyland had a certain level of understanding regarding the organizations backing Nightless City. However, many of them did not meet his requirements. He was thinking of entering an organization as an external lecturer or a visitor, but most organizations required their recruits to pledge their absolute loyalty to them. There were some with more lax prerequisites, but unfortunately, their specialization did not coincide with Leyland's interests, so he could not learn much from them. No matter how he saw it, Four Seasons Garden was his only option. Four Seasons Garden was a large-scale magi organization. There were rumors that it was founded by a formidable potioneering organization, and even now, Four Seasons Garden was still well known for its cultivation of vegetation, as well as potioneering. This coincided with what Leyland was studying. The requirements to enter this organization were also laxer, and those who had talent in potioneering received excellent treatment. Leyland had already achieved a certain level of attainment in potioneering, and with the help of the AI chip, he was almost as good as his mentor, Croft. If he revealed just a small portion of his talent, it would definitely be enough to gain the respect of the Magi at Four Seasons Garden. Since Four Seasons Garden was a Magi organization renowned for potioneering, it was sure to have many formulas, even including those ancient potioneering formulas. In addition, the large quantities of documents and books that they possessed would definitely be extremely helpful for the AI chip's database. As Leyland pondered, a trace of anticipation flashed within his eyes. The next day, Leyland donned leather armor, with a cross blade and a silver scabbard, and went to the second level of the communal center in the Nightless City. The level of activity in the construction resembling a gargantuan palm was very high. Every now and then, magicians walked in and out like scurrying ants. This time, Leyland entered through the passage that resembled the thumb. Most of the magi here were rank 1, with cold auras that deterred others from getting into close proximity with them. These are most likely wandering magi coming here to seek an opportunity. Leyland inadvertently scanned his surroundings and saw several strangely dressed magi. Just based on the energy waves radiating from them, Leyland felt a sense of danger. With just one look at them, one could tell that they were no pushovers. There was a large hall at the end of the passage, and straight ahead of it, there were several counters that were separated by glass windows. Within those counters, several magicians seemed to be scribbling on their papers. Chapter 154, For Seasons Garden. Four Seasons Garden. As there were only a few official magi, empty counters were readily available. There were a few magicians sitting on the big benches around the hall as if waiting for something or someone. Leyland looked around and arrived in the front of an empty counter. "Hello." The young maiden behind the counter seemed to emit the energy waves of a level 3 acolyte. Upon seeing Leyland, she greeted him cheerfully, as her face brightened up with a smile. "I wish to join Four Seasons Garden, hence I'm here to apply." Leyland directly told her his purpose for arriving. "Nightless City welcomes you as our newest member." After listening to Leyland's request, the young maiden's smiling expression was more pronounced. "Please show me your ring." Leyland removed the silver ring from his finger and handed it over to her. The young maiden reached out for the ring, placed it onto an instrument from behind the counter, and then respectfully handed the ring back to Leyland. "Please fill out this form, and we will send a reply to you as soon as possible." Subsequently, the young maiden handed a sheepskin parchment form to Leyland. Leyland glanced at the form. The questions on the form were simple. They asked for a name, aptitude, elemental affinity, address, and so on. On the back of the form was a note, allowing magicians to fill in other information they deemed as important. Leyland quickly filled out the form and handed it back to the maiden. The maiden accepted the form from Leyland and pressed on the crystal ball in front of her as if consulting something. Soon after, her face reflected her joy. "Lord Leyland, a few examiners from Four Seasons Garden will be here this afternoon to conduct a test. You'll only have to wait for a bit." "Oh, it seems like Lady Luck is shining on me." Leyland smiled as he nodded his head. He had finally found out what those magicians in the hall were waiting for. According to Crew, after wandering magicians handed over their application forms, they would have to wait for the examiners of the various guilds, who would classify their abilities through an assessment. The timing was not fixed. It could be as short as a few days, or as long as a few months. This time, however, Leyland had managed to catch the right timing. "Thank you." Leyland thanked the girl behind the glass window, and proceeded to a corner of the hall devoid of others, and closed his eyes as he waited. "Hello, mister. Would you like some lunch?" A somewhat timid female voice sounded near Leyland. Leyland opened his eyes and realized that a maid pushing a white dining cart had come up to him. On the dining cart, there were a few silver plates on which a temperature-maintaining spell had been cast. Even though they were covered, the food's aroma still drifted over to Leyland's nose. "What kinds of dishes are there? Do they require magic crystals for payment?" Leyland asked with curiosity. It was evident that it was the first time the maid had seen an easygoing magician like Leyland. Her reaction was sluggish. "There's roasted lamb thigh, calf loin. As for dessert, there's an assorted fruit salad. All of these are complimentary." Leyland nodded his head. It seemed that official magi were treated pretty well in the Nightless City. This was common sense. It didn't matter where it was. A person who had mastered a certain degree of power or ability would always be valued. "Give me one portion of the roasted lamb thigh, as well as a portion of the fruit salad." The lobby was very large, and there were even customized compartment rooms that one could choose to stay in. Other than meals, it seemed that there were other special offers. Leyland personally witnessed a huge magician pulling a maid into one of the compartment rooms, following which, sounds of repressed moans could be heard. "Lord, if you want." The maid servicing Leyland was also quite a beauty, and combined with her slightly shy demeanor, caused one to feel lusty and desire to ravage her. "There's no need. I'll just eat outside." Leyland shook his head. Inside the hall were some round tables and long benches, similar to the layout of a coffee place from his past life, where one could stay to dine. Leyland considered whether he had his sperms acting as a brain. With the assessment commencing this afternoon, how could that magician still think of something like this? Wasn't he afraid that his current actions would adversely affect his state of mind and ability to produce results during the assessment? Upon hearing Leyland's response, the maid released a sigh of relief. Soon afterwards, whether it was because she felt like she had been relieved of a huge burden, or she just felt empty, Leyland had made his way into her heart. While the maid looked at Leyland, who exuded elegance and charisma, she momentarily felt an indescribable feeling. Leyland, on the other hand, did not notice the maid's feelings. He was currently skillfully controlling the knife and fork in his hands, sending the lamb thigh meat into his mouth. Every move he made had an indescribable feeling of elegance and grace to it. In his previous life, Leyland was someone who paid extra attention to etiquette, and as the heir to an aristocrat, the previous Leyland had also undergone etiquette lessons over a long period of time. As a result, the original Leyland was very noble-like, and when coupled with the charisma he had gained from the Kamoyan bloodline, plenty of young female magicians favored him. Just by walking along the streets of Nightless City, the present Leyland would spot several young ladies stealing glances at him. There were even a few voluptuous female magicians that directly requested a date with Leyland, causing him to be dumbfounded. After having a pretty tasty lunch, Leyland waited for a while before entering the hall, in which a large commotion was occurring amongst the magicians. "Are they here?" Leyland watched attentively as two magi, who wore white robes imprinted with 4 unknown flower designs, walked to the center of the hall. Next to them were 2 other magi wrapped in white cloaks, revealing nothing but 2 pairs of green eyes. Today is the day of assessment for 4 Seasons Garden and Hand of Fimk. Those who have submitted their application form and would like to join Hand of Fimk, please come with me. One of the magi with green eyes spoke first in a hoarse voice as if his vocal cords had been damaged. At the moment that he began to speak, the surrounding air started to faintly vibrate. Circles of aquamarine light started to loom around his body. "This is a semi-converted elemental Magus." Leyland blinked. This type of energy wave was similar to the one that he had seen from the clone of the elder of the Lilytail family. After the cloaked figure revealed his strength as a semi-converted elemental Magus, the whole hall turned silent. Magi only respected and answered to power and strength, and this was even truer among wandering magicians and dark magi. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, wandering magicians and wanted magi had no fixed ways of breaking through their bottlenecks due to the lack of means to obtain advanced academic knowledge, potions, and the like. As a result, wandering magicians were generally of lower levels. Even amongst the wandering official magi, it was extremely rare to find a semi-converted elemental Magus. While the large magi organizations of Nightless City could easily dispatch 2 semi-converted elemental magi as examiners, this kind of power was something that smaller organizations could only hope to achieve. After the cloaked figure finished his speech, he left without delay and headed to a nearby side tunnel, while his companion followed behind without a word. Upon hearing the words of the green-eyed magician, many magicians in the hall stood up and followed closely behind him. Leyland could sense a mixture of energies emanating from these magicians. Some even had fur on their faces, which was an obvious trait of being half-beast. It's a pity, they're just a tribe of subhuman magi and not warlocks. Leyland now anxiously wished to be able to find another warlock organization. He simply had too many unanswered questions regarding this ancient branch of magi, the warlock. With just the Book of Giant Serpents, he wouldn't be able to go far upon the path of his bloodline. However, unfortunately, warlocks seemed to be extinct within the South Coast. Leyland had traveled this far and had only been able to find a little girl in the inland dukedom who had a very slight connection with warlocks. "Hello, everyone. I am Wade, a Magus from the 4 Seasons Garden. This person next to me is Tyne." In comparison to the lack of politeness received from the men from Hand of Fimk, the 2 main examiners from 4 Seasons Garden were friendlier. Wade, the middle-aged magician with golden hair, had taken the initiative and introduced himself. Tyne, who was next to him, was silent and taciturn and sometimes even absent-minded. However, from their bodies, one could feel that they possessed the strong energy waves of a semi-converted elemental Magus, discouraging wandering magi from causing trouble. "Now, those who want to be assessed for 4 Seasons Garden, please come with me." The golden-haired Wade turned towards the side road in the opposite direction that the magi from the Hand of Fimk had taken. Tide followed closely behind. Leyland and the rest of the 5 or 6 magicians exchanged glances and started taking strides to catch up. The side road was long, and the path was made of an unusual and bizarre material. The floor had no traces of cracks, and it was smooth and glossy. Leyland could even see his own reflection on the ground.